Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 2 of the series. Chapter 65 Evolution 5 Elements Divine Dragon 1. Dragonians were also known as the Dragon Servants. Dragonians represented the power of the divine dragon in the human world. The purity in Dragonian's bloodline would determine the limitation of their strength and capability. It was rare for divine dragons to develop into Dragonians except for those dragons with low purity bloodlines or the offspring of divine dragons and humans. Dragonians were powerful. Those that attained great achievements in their cultivation could even transform from humans into dragons. Of course, it was an arduous thing to do so. The development of Dragonians and marine animals was somewhat similar. The only difference was the speed of their cultivations. Not only did the Dragonians cultivate slower than the marine animals, but they also had to cultivate according to their own physique conditions. That is, they had to work step by cultivating their 8 extraordinary meridians first. However, this was not required from the divine dragons. Divine dragons just needed to absorb dragon energy to evolve and strengthen their physical bodies. That is to say, the human cultivation technique was invalid for Wang Xian, gazing at the old man who was at the verge of his death. Wang Xian stretched out his hand. The golden drop of blood which appeared in his palm dripped on his glabella. Suddenly, the head of the old man jerked. "If you wish to live, absorb it. And don't resist it," Wang Xian said to the old man upon seeing his resistance. The old man calmed down, and the blood of the divine dragon entered his brain. An agreement was formed, and the old man had to serve Wang Xian as his master from now on. "Let's heal him first." On seeing the completion of the contract, Wang Xian smiled and placed his palm against the chest of the old man. Streams of immense dragon energy entered his body. The old man was obviously stretching himself way too far as all his internal organs were barely functioning. Hence, his body quickly absorbed the nourishment of dragon energy. At the same time, the golden dragon blood flowed through his entire body, making him in possession of the bloodline of divine dragon. Both the dragon blood and dragon energy caused the old man to develop tiny dragon scales on his body, which made him look formidable. After becoming a dragonian, his defense ability and vitality would increase by 2 to 3 folds. A strong dragonian could upgrade his arms into dragon claws, and bring out his own dragon tail for combat purposes. Wang Xian thought to himself. As he felt the internal energy circulating in the old man's body, he suddenly had an idea. For humans to make a breakthrough in their 8 extraordinary meridians, they had to work step by step before they could advance. What if Wang Xian uses his own dragon energy to help him with it? Would that speed up the cultivation without the slightest hindrance? Wang Xian pondered. He hesitated, but he tried to direct his dragon energy to the old man's 8 extraordinary meridians. Currently, only his conception vessel and governing vessel were blocked. Once they were unblocked, he would become the inborn expert. An inborn expert was good enough to lead a force. Wang Xian sensed where his 2 vessels were and tried to unblock with streams of dragon energy. Bobo! A subtle sound came from the old man's body while his internal energy was circulating frantically within him. It worked. Sharp radiance flashed in his eyes. After depleting over 100 points of dragon energy, he really unblocked his conception vessel and governing vessel. If I could unblock someone's meridian, that means I can build a powerful army in the shortest possible time. Wang Xian was excited. Just then, the old man who was lying on the floor suddenly sat up. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were wide open when he learned something new. He raised his head slowly and looked at Wang Xian, who was beside him as his body trembled. "Dragon King," he bowed. "Thank you, Dragon King, for bestowing a new life to me. I'll lay down my life and fight for you." Mo Qinglong was shocked, excited, and full of disbelief. According to the information in his mind, he had become an immortal dragonian. All this was given to him by the legendary Dragon King before him. "You may rise." Wang Xian was pleased with the respectful Mo Qinglong. "Yes." Dragon King Mo Qinglong stood up and stayed by the side respectfully. "You're my first dragonian subordinate. In the future, Yao also become the leader of the powerful dragonian army. Now, Yao need to find a batch of loyal subjects so that I can upgrade them to dragonians," said Wang Xian to Mo Qinglong. "Yes, Dragon King. Leave this to me," Mo Qinglong hastily answered. "I was the elder of the ancient fiend clan. Our clan was in hot water after we obtained the treasure, 5-element stone plate. By chance, all the disciples of the ancient fiend clan were killed except for a bunch of assassins who hid themselves during their training and escaped the calamity. But they aren't any powerful assassins, just ordinary people." "Oh." Really sharp radiance flashed across his eyes. "It doesn't matter even if they are weak. Just gather all of them first." "Yes." Dragon King Mo Qinglong nodded his head obediently. "Is this the 5-element stone plate that you mentioned? What's the use of it?" Wang Xian picked up the bundle on the floor and opened it. "Yes." Mo Qinglong nodded his head as he stared at the bundle with fiery eyes. "The 5-element stone plate is a very magical treasure. So far, we have not fully grasped its functions. We only know that cultivation speed can increase by 5-fold with this around. It can also heal injuries, which makes it powerful." "Oh, really?" Wang Xian opened up the bundle, revealing the 5-element stone plate. "This." Suddenly, Wang Xian's eyes were wide open as he looked at the stone plate in front of him. The stone was glimmering in 5 different pure colors, namely the gold, green, white, red, and yellow. The 5-element source stone marked the source of 5 elements. Wood fuels fire. Fire creates earth. Earth bears metal. Metal collects water. Water nourishes wood. Extractable dragon energy. Energy is too high to be extracted. The 5 elements source stone. It's the 5 elements source stone. Wang Xian's body shook with excitement. The so-called source stone was the origin source, which represented a form of limitation. For example, if Wang Xian practiced fire attributes, his body would transform into the origin of Inferno. When he mastered the 9th transformation of 9 divine dragon transformations, he could easily control all the fire in the world with his mind. And the origin of Inferno was represented by the red portion on this 5-element source stone. Same goes for the water and metal attributes. According to the art of cultivation of divine dragon transformation, the divine dragon must choose an attribute when it masters the first transformation. Subsequently, it must cultivate according to its attribute. But there was a legendary attribute known as the 5 elements attribute. It was the most powerful attribute of all, as 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Relying solely on the cultivation arts to cultivate 5 elements attribute was not enough. It would require a treasury auxiliary, and that is the power of the origin source of attribute. At the same time, the auxiliary must possess the integration power from the inborn origin source of 5 elements attribute that almost doesn't exist in this world. Wang Xian stared at the 5 elements source stone passionately. The 5 colors were connected to each other, exuding a magnificent and imposing power. "I'll merge this stone with my body and proceed with the 5 elements cultivation. When I master the first transformation, I will become the legendary 5 elements divine dragon." Chapter 66 Evolution 5 Elements Divine Dragon 2. The 5 elements source stone couldn't be devoured as Wang Xian wasn't able to absorb the energy within. Carrying the 5 elements source stone, Wang Xian jumped into the water directly. Roar! A dragon roar propagated through the seas. Wang Xian sat on the seabed and scratched the 5 elements source stone with his dragon claws. Evolution 5 Elements Divine Dragon. Wang Xian shouted softly. The 5-element source stone was emitting 5 different colored lights as it entered Wang Xian's body gradually. In that instant, his body glowed in 5 different colors and his body was no longer just golden color. Evolution 5 Elements Divine Dragon. A voice exploded in Wang Xian's mind and his dragon's body started cracking. His body was growing at a rapid pace from 3 meters to 5 meters. Moreover, the color of its body was also undergoing major changes. His head was blue, the color of the water. His pair of claws and dragon horns were golden in color. His body was a dull shade of yellow with a tinge of green. As for his tail, it was red. His entire body reflected the colors of the 5 elements: metal, water, wood, fire and ground. Wang Xian felt that his dragon claws seemed to have been completely turned into metal and were capable of splitting metal and shattering stones. His head could control the flow of water and his body had a thick defense with strong regeneration capability. As for his tail, it was filled with violent power. There were 5 different types of colors connected to one another, complementing and restricting each element. 1. Roar. Wang Xian couldn't help but let out a dragon's roar which resounded in a radius of several dozens of miles. All the marine animals within this range were all looking towards his direction in horror. Some of them were even trembling in fear while lying flat on the seabed as though they were paying respect to Wang Xian. So strong now Wang Xian could feel the destructive strength that filled his body. Looking across, he could see all the living animals in a radius of 1 kilometer and all the marine animals within several kilometers. With just a thought, he could control them. Absolutely horrifying. Name Wang Xian. Raise 5 elements divine dragon able to transform into a human. Level 6. Dragon energy 564. 421,100. Inyo. Superpower dominate the marine animals' ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of living for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation divine dragon transformation. My level increased 3 times to level 6 and I got a new superpower. Wang Xian's eyes lit up as he felt his unprecedented strength. With a body of 5 meters, he was considered rather large in the seas. Moreover, with his current strength, he could easily kill any types of sharks. In fact, he could even kill a school of tiger whales. 5 elements control. With a thought, he opened up his dragon claw and a sharp metal longsword appeared in his hand. When he opened his mouth slightly, a ball of water appeared from within. When he swayed his tail slightly, the scorching temperature that was emitting from the tail could reach the might of the dragon ball. I'm so strong now. Even if I encounter an inborn expert, he wouldn't be a match for me. Wang Xian was filled with confidence. From here onwards, he would also be an existence that could rule over an area. Dragon King. At this moment, Clam Girl, who had been around, swam over. She opened her shell and revealed her human form. Haha. I'm in a really good mood today. Here is some dragon energy for you. Wang Xian looked at Clam Girl and revealed a smile. With a wave of his golden claws, a stream of dragon energy entered Clam Girl's body. Thank you, Dragon King. The Clam Girl shivered and absorbed the dragon energy rapidly. Her form was getting closer and closer to a human and the shell behind her was emitting a blinding glow. At the same time, her level had increased to level 7. Roving Girl, did you catch any top-quality seafood over the last few days? Wang Xian asked Roving Girl. Dragon King. I found some abalones as you described near this island. Moving her body, she controlled the water flow and pointed to a direction. Oh, abalone! Wang Xian revealed a shocked expression. Bring me over to take a look. Yes. Dragon King. Roving Girl nodded her head. As she moved her body, she went ahead and led the way. Wang Xian moved his tail slightly. His current speed was horrifying in the seas currently and few marine animals could match his speed. A 5 meters long 5 elements divine dragon was starting to have its majestic look. Under the island was a patch of chaotic rocks. Clam Girl led him towards the opposite direction where Wang Xian came from. In that direction, green seaweeds were all over the surface of the rocks. Dragon King. Look, the abalones that you've described. Clam Girl pointed to an abalone in the cracks between a rock. She controlled the flow of water and swept the abalone towards her directly. This is two-headed abalone. When Wang Xian saw the abalones in front of him, his eyes lit up and revealed a shocked expression. An abalone is considered a two-headed abalone when just 2 of them weighs a caddy. Two-headed abalone was a very rare and precious animal. A single two-headed abalone would fetch at least 400. 500. Even so, one might not even get one with money. This was something that an ordinary rich person could eat. Wang Xian looked to Clam Girl with joy and asked, Are there more of these abalone? Yes. Clam Girl nodded her head and swam to the side. Controlling the water flow, she swept an even larger abalone over. This! Wang Xian was speechless when he saw this abalone. It was at least the size of 2 palms, had a heavy and thick shell and dull yellow flesh. One-headed abalone. Oh my gosh. This is a one-headed abalone that is worth several million for one. Wang Xian was exhilarated. He opened up his claws and held it with his own hand. Abalone, this was the highest quality ingredient available. Just this abalone alone would be more than 2 million. Moreover, it would at most be enough for 2 people. 2 million for a meal. Who could have afforded it? Roving girl, get me all the abalone in the surrounding area. Wang Xian ordered loudly. Roving girl nodded her head. Moving her body, she started to catch the abalones within the cracks of the rocks. Soon, 2,030 abalones appeared within the area she was controlling, among which there were several one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones that were similar to those in Wang Xian's hand. There was one one-headed abalone and 4 two-headed abalone. As for the rest, they were either 3-headed abalones or 4-headed abalones. Dragon King. This is a portion of the abalones. In less than 10 minutes, abalones were densely packed around Roving Girl. There were approximately 100 of them. Great. That's enough. Wang Xian was overwhelmed. Among the abalones in front of him, there were approximately 5 one-headed abalones, 15 two-headed abalones, and the rest were 3-headed abalones or 4-headed abalones. If I place these in the restaurants, it would definitely cause a commotion. These are one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones that are close to impossible to find within the country. Wang Xian recalled a piece of news that he had seen. Someone dried a two-headed abalone and preserved it under perfect conditions, after which he used it as a family heirloom. From this, one could see the value of a two-headed abalone, let alone a one-headed abalone. Lobsters and abalones. If I could get some Chinese bahaba fish and Atlantic bluefin marlin, it would be perfect. At that time, no restaurants would be able to match the top-quality ingredients of first-rate restaurant. End note. 1. This concept comes from Chinese geomancy, where one element complements one other element while restricting another. For example, water aids complements the growth of wood while also putting out restricting fire. Chapter 67 Established Dragon Sect. Chapter 67 Established Dragon Sect. In the ocean, Wang Xian swayed his enormous body and swam out hundreds of meters away in a single move. He headed towards the spot where the roving lobster was at. Roar! A dragon roar was heard in the area filled with messy reefs. All the marine animals in the region were shuddering. Soon, roving lobster, with a pair of 2 meters claws, swam quickly and lowered himself. My respect to the Dragon King. Wang Xian looked at the level for roving lobster and drew his lips. I'm here to enhance your strength for your cultivation. Thank you. Dragon King, the low-intelligence roving lobster said gratefully. Wang Xian swung his arm and instilled a stream of dragon energy into the body of roving lobster. Ka-ka-ka. The roving lobster gave off frying sound from his body. His body did not grow any bigger, but all his legs, including his claws, grew muscular. His pair of large claws, as sharp as razors, were about 1.5 meters long. His legs were about the same size as the human ones. Slowly, the roving lobster stood up. With a height of 2 meters, 2 out of 8 legs were supporting his body. The rest of them looked extremely strong and durable. The 2 claws located on his head were exuding mightiness. This was the authentic roving lobster general. The roving lobster upgraded to level 6 after Wang Xian transferred 100 points of dragon energy. Compared to a martial artist, a level 7 martial artist was no match for a level 6 roving lobster. Guard this land of lobsters. That would be sufficient. Sharp radiance flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. Thank you. Dragon King, the roving lobster, knelt again and said with gratefulness, carry on with your cultivation. After leaving his instruction, he made a move and headed towards the island where Mo Qinglong was residing. When Wang Xian swam out of the water, Mo Qinglong immediately walked over humbly. Dragon King. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and asked, when will your subordinates be arriving? Dragon King. They will be here in no time, Mo Qinglong answered with respect. In no time. Wang Xian looked at Mo Qinglong with astonishment. So fast. Dragon King. They were receiving military training. I called them just now, and they were not far away from the river town. Now, they are on their way. I believe they will be here soon, Mo Qinglong replied. Oh, Wang Xian nodded his head with sharp radiance in his eyes. He looked at the shore where a ship was sailing towards them. Are they here? Mo Qinglong looked over and nodded his head. Yes. It should be them. Where did their ship come from? Asked Wang Xian curiously. Dragon King. As an elite assassin. Getting a ship is a piece of cake. Mo Qinglong replied. Great. Wang Xian displayed a satisfied look while he waited quietly for the ship to arrive. Gather here when the ship docked. Mo Qinglong called out. Master. A surprising voice was heard. Soon after, a middle-aged man, along with a team of young men, ran towards him. Come here, Mo Qinglong said in a low voice. Yes. A group of people crowded around. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the people and noticed 50 fit and muscular young men. They were standing there uniformly without making the slightest sound. A chilling killing aura exuded from them. This bunch of people was not strong because they were from a sub-branch of the ancient fiend clan, and none of them had learned ancient martial arts. Besides, at their age, their meridians would have stiffened up. It would be extremely difficult to do any cultivation. Only the middle-aged leader was a level 6 martial artist. This is the Dragon King, and he will be your king from now on too, Mo Qinglong told the 50 people. The middle-aged man leading the team revealed a shocking expression as he looked at his master. He'll take you to another world. Wang Xian walked to the center slowly as the dragon power gradually encompassed everyone. Boom! After the encompassing of the dragon power, the entire world seemed to have undergone a drastic change. Infinite oppression was suppressing them. Dragon King, this group of well-trained assassins, was horrified. They, including the middle-aged man in the lead, quickly knelt down on the ground. All of you shall not resist. Wang Xian swung his palm, and 50 drops of dragon blood emerged in his hands. He flung his arm and sent the blood to each of their glabellas. Everyone was horrified and dared not resist when they saw the skills he displayed. Next, I'll unblock your 8 extraordinary meridians. During this period, you'll focus on your cultivation. In the shortest possible time, cultivate yourself to the inborn realm and become invincible masters. Wang Xian swung his arm and injected a large amount of dragon energy into their bodies. He closed his eyes and unblocked all the meridians. Unblocking their meridians would not make them inborn experts immediately. They would still require absorbing spiritual energy. However, their absorption speed would increase by 100 times after unblocking their meridians. Roar! After all the meridians were unblocked, they let out a soft dragon roar. All their clothes were torn into pieces by the domineering force. Faint dragon scales were attached to their bodies. Thank you, Dragon King. After everyone absorbed the dragon blood, they clutched their fists tightly with excitement on their faces. They knelt, and their voices echoed through the sky. From now on, you'll be the security of the Dragon Palace, and will be known as the Dragon Sect from the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Sect would be led by Mo Qinglong. Wang Xian ordered them. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong knelt down before him thrillingly. Find a base camp for everyone to cultivate. Wang Xian nodded and said slowly. Dragon King, why don't we make this place the base camp of the Dragon Sect? Mo Qinglong suggested while standing up. Here Wang Xian observed the surrounding. The entire island had a size of 3 meters. The surface area was enough, but the island was too bleak. It would take a lot of money to transform this place into the Dragon Sect. Wang Xian slightly frowned. Dragon King, we have some funds here. Just enough for us to establish our base camp. Mo Qinglong was exhilarated. Besides, my strength will reach the inborn realm soon. Till then, we can apply for this island to be the base camp for the Dragon Sect. Great. Wang Xian's eyes glimmered with sharp radiance. I'll leave the Dragon Sect to you. I hope everyone can become inborn experts in no time. Everyone will become an inborn expert within 100 days, Mo Qinglong guaranteed. Since we've got your bloodline, we can even strive for a more powerful level too. From now on, I, Mo Qinglong from the Dragon Sect, will clear all the obstacles in your way. Everyone will worship the Dragon Sect. We will make Dragon Sect well known in the world and clear all obstacles for the Dragon King. Everyone will worship the Dragon Sect. The rest of the dragonians at the back roared with passionate eyes. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the people. He bellowed to the sky. Roar. The roar symbolized my arrival. The arrival of the 5 elements divine dragon. Wang Xian. He'll definitely soar to the highest point in the world. Chapter 68 A Dragon or a Worm. Chapter 68 A Dragon or a Worm. Early in the morning, a figure flew out of the seas. That's right. It flew out like a deity. Naturally, the word flew might be exaggerating. Nonetheless, Wang Xian was able to jump over 10 meters in a single leap. Since his level had increased to level 6, his body had integrated the 5 elements, source stone, and had 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire and earth in his body. Wang Xian's strength was 100 times stronger. With a flick of his finger, a spark appeared within his hand. Moving it again, it was a metal dagger this time. Subsequently, there was a fireball, a block of earth and a piece of wood. However, what Wang Xian found the most interesting was that he could grow beautiful flowers on his palm with just a thought. This was the strength of the 5 elements and showed why the 5 elements divine dragon was the most horrifying. Wang Xian retracted his aura with a face of smiles and walked to his heavy-duty motorcycle. He rode it and headed towards first-rate restaurant. When he reached first-rate restaurant, it was already 9:30 a.m., and Guan Shuking had arrived. Zhao Xian, have you eaten? Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian with loving eyes and asked sweetly. Despite being upset by her father's actions during the banquet, she felt fortunate to have Wang Xian with her all along. Currently, her family would likely rise again with the Qin family providing assistance. Moreover, her family would grow to be even stronger than before. Her parents were exhilarated and wanted her to grab hold of the opportunity to become Wang Xian's girlfriend. Although this made her speechless, she was secretly happy about it as her parents were no longer against her being together with Wang Xian. I haven't. Have you eaten? Wanna head out to grab some food? Wang Xian smiled and asked. I have already eaten. You could go by yourself. Guan Shuking looked at him and smiled. Wang Xian nodded his head and headed out. The traffic on the old street was huge. Even though it was a morning in the summer, there were still quite a number of pedestrians in the surrounding area. Wang Xian looked around before heading towards a breakfast shop. Longshuan restaurant will be opening in 5 days, sir. Please come and take a look. At this moment, a girl walked to him with a flyer and handed it to him. Longshuan restaurant. He took the flyer from the girl's hand inquisitively and took a look. Longshuan restaurant will be opening in 5 days. On the day of the opening, everything will be sold at 50 of the original price. Subsequently, it will be 60 on the second day, 70 on the third day, 80 on the fourth day and 90 on the fifth day. Longshuan restaurant mainly sells all kinds of seafood and definitely has more variety than first-rate restaurant. We have all kinds of valuable and precious seafood. At that time, we will be selling 2-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi, delicious caviar and Australian lobsters. We welcome all guests to visit and taste our exquisite and delicious seafood. We would also be giving out attractive prizes. Wang Xian looked at the advertisement flyer in his hand before lifting his head to look at Longshuan restaurant, which was just a short distance away. At this moment, the renovation of Longshuan restaurant was complete. Looking at its exterior, it wasn't inferior to first-rate restaurant at all. In fact, it looked a little more luxurious, as it was a newly renovated restaurant after all. Everything at half price on opening day 5 days later, claiming to have a wider variety of seafood than first-rate restaurant. Wang Xian's eyes flickered and a faint cold smirk appeared on his face. Hey, isn't this our director Wang? What's the matter? Coming to learn more about your competitor at this moment? A teasing voice sounded from beside him. He turned his head over and saw a young man followed by 3 other guys. The lips of the young man curved into a smile when he saw Wang Xian holding onto the advertisement flyer. Wang Xian looked at the young man and gave a cold smirk. I don't have to resort to finding more about your restaurant. My first-rate restaurant has never been afraid of anyone. Haha. Great. Director Wang is really confident. The young man looked at Wang Xian and smiled. His expression turned heavy as he continued. However, I wonder if Director Wang could stay as composed when his restaurant goes bankrupt. Bankrupt? That's interesting. Let us wait and see who will be the first to declare bankruptcy. Wang Xian smiled and looked at them. Let's wait and see then at that time. I'll let you know the strength of our Longshuan restaurant. The young man gave a cold smile. If you go bankrupt, I'll buy it from you for cheap. Arrogant Wang Xian looked at the young man and said in an emotionless tone, Lad, you are still lacking a lot in comparison with my brother. As to what you are capable of, we have already investigated thoroughly. This time, we would hand you a complete defeat. At this moment, the teenager beside the young man lifted his head and spoke to Wang Xian in a condescending manner. My capabilities, it seems like you guys have been investigating me. Wang Xian's face sank. He. No, your enemy, and you will not be defeated in 100 battles. You are just a lucky brat. After this experience, you will be left with nothing. The young man said coldly. Sure. Wang Xian sneered. In that case, I'd like to see who will be the one who is left with nothing. Tisk. The young man sneered and headed out. Brother, this time we will teach this brat a good lesson, and let him know the consequences of going against our Longshuan restaurant, the teenager said to the young man. In 5 days' time, he will be crying over this. Our Longshuan restaurant's branch in this city is coming to this town like a hurricane and will triumph over the local first-rate restaurant regardless of how strong it might be. Furthermore, he is just a worm after all. The young man revealed a confident look. If he wasn't capable, he wouldn't have come to the area to set up his restaurant. In his eyes, the first-rate restaurant was just a worm. Haha, that's right, big brother. In 5 days' time, we will know who's the dragon and who's the worm. The teenager laughed excitedly. Longshuan restaurant. Wang Xian looked at them as they left before looking at Longshuan restaurant once again. He smirked coldly and mumbled, You guys dare to claim to be Longshuan restaurant claiming to be a dragon one. In 5 days' time, Wang Xian smiled and threw the advertisement into the rubbish bin. Director Wang. When he returned to first-rate restaurant after finishing his breakfast, Manager Huang walked to him, looking flustered. In his hand was an advertisement flyer. What's the matter? Wang Xian saw his flustered look and asked. Director Wang. Longshuan restaurant has just started a strong and massive advertisement campaign by giving out flyers and employing the media at the same time. Their reach is really wide. Manager Huang replied in a hurry and passed the flyer to Wang Xian. This was a flyer that I received from them. I knew about this. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head upon seeing the flyer. Director Wang. You knew about this? Manager Huang was a little shocked, but quickly added. Director Wang. We need to get prepared. Longshuan restaurant is a famous restaurant in the nearby city and they have strong capabilities. Moreover, their boss is a distant sea fishing group and has supplies with a range of top-quality ingredients. Please take a look at the menu that they are advertising. Relax, I have thought of how to handle this. As for now, the operations of first-rate restaurant shall remain the same as before. It's just a Longshuan restaurant. I'll make them close their shop quickly, Wang Xian said plainly. Director Wang. You are confident? Manager Huang asked again, feeling a little doubtful. Just go and do what you have to do. Wang Xian looked at him and smiled mysteriously. He had not brought over the large lobsters from the chaotic reef areas and the abalones from under the island. This was because the time wasn't right yet. There were 5 more days and this was ample time for him to make some preparations. End notes. The title has a symbolic meaning. Dragon is to worm like the strong are to the weak. One literal translation of long is dragon. Chapter 69 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 1. Chapter 69 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 1. Days passed by, and soon it was only 10 days left before the school reopened, and 1 day before the Longshuan restaurant opened for business. Director Wang. The things you wanted are ready. When Manager Huang saw the arrival of Wang Xian early in the morning, he was worried sick. He could not help but ask. Director Wang. Almost everyone in the river town knows that the Longshuan restaurant will be opening soon. Given the market responses, many people will turn up in their restaurant on the first day. How should we deal with this? It's okay. Make sure the things are ready. Wang Xian did not answer his question directly as he looked at the entrance with a smiling face. These few days, Wang Xian got Manager Huang to prepare a few showcase boxes like those that could be seen in the market. However, The showcase boxes that came with frozen storage were much more high class and exquisite. The 4 showcase boxes were located on both sides of the entrance while a huge aquarium was situated in the center. However, there was no ornamental fish in the aquarium. It's done. Director Wang. Look at all the imported equipment. They neither obstruct the visual nor the passageway, said Manager Huang. Frowning. Shuking. Have you printed out all our promotions? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Yes. They are done. We can start our promotions anytime, said Guan Shuking with a grin. Great. You'll get the people to move in the stuff in the afternoon. Wang Xian nodded. Zhao Xian. Are you confident in winning against the Longshuan restaurant? Guan Shuking asked with some concerns. No problem. Wang Xian nodded. Seeing Wang Xian acting so secretively, both Guan Shuking and Manager Huang did not ask anything further. All they did was wait quietly. Longshuan restaurant in the distance had already hung up huge red lanterns with fabulous decorations at the entrance. Just on advertising and promotions alone, Longshuan restaurant had spent millions in 5 days. With such a substantial investment in marketing, the results were visible. Some passers-by even made inquiries in the daytime today. At 3 in the afternoon, an old man, together with 6 young men, walked in. The old man was burly while the rest of the young men exuded fearsome auras. They were carrying things in their hands. Our operating hours start at 5 p.m. All of you are here. Move the things over here. Wang Xian intercepted the receptionist when he saw Mo Qinglong and the dragonians. When Mo Qinglong saw Wang Xian, he quickly walked over and addressed him respectfully. Wang Xian requested him to address him in this way. After all, addressing him as Dragon King was way too high profile, and Wang Aka the King seemed like a shorter nickname. Wang Xian. Bring the things over. Wang Xian stood up and said. Guan Shuking, Manager Huang, and the rest of the chefs did not rest. They all stood up and checked out curiously. We're ready. Mo Qinglong waved to the rest of the 6 young men behind him. Put it in that showcase box, said Wang Xian to them. Yes. The rest of the young men nodded. 2 of the young men moved over a huge foam box with ice in it. They opened the box, revealing a fish in it. The body size of the fish was about 3 meters long. It was beefy and sleek, flickering with silvery radiance. Atlantic bluefin marlin. It's the Atlantic bluefin marlin. Gosh, it's an Atlantic bluefin marlin of at least 400 catas. Such a huge and beautiful Atlantic bluefin marlin. This one is worth at least 3 million and above. The group of chefs standing around could not help but exclaim as they quickly surrounded the box in astonishment. This was the best fish in the world, Atlantic bluefin marlin. Yet, another box opposite them was already opened while they exclaimed. It was a yellowish of 1 meter, weighing around 100 catas. Chinese bahaba fish. It's the Chinese bahaba fish. The fish gelatine is just beside the Chinese bahaba fish. That's just huge. Gosh. There's another Chinese bahaba fish. When the Chinese bahaba fish was out, another round of commotion broke out from the surrounding chefs. Chinese bahaba fish. It's the Chinese bahaba fish. Director Wang. Boss. You're awesome. An Atlantic bluefin marlin and a Chinese bahaba fish. Gosh, Manager Huang exclaimed dumbfoundedly. With these 2 top-rated fish, would the first-rate restaurant be afraid of the Longshuan restaurant? They did not seem to exist. Guan Shuking parted her lips slightly in astonishment as she looked at the expensive fish. She had not even have a chance to eat such expensive fish before. What a huge abalone! Gosh. The abalones are huge. Just as everyone was staring at the Atlantic bluefin marlin and the Chinese bahaba fish, the abalones were unloaded one by one, among which a few of the palm-sized abalones drew surprising cries from the chef. The chef pointed unbelievably at those abalones that were taken out from the box with eyes agape. This one-headed abalone. One-headed abalone. Gosh. This is incredible. Too incredible. When Wang Xian saw their reactions, he smiled. Put the ornamental fish into the fish tank. Yes. Wang. A young dragonian nodded, opened the foam box, and stored the arowanas in it. There was a total of 9 arowanas, and each of them was about 80 centimeters long. Precious chili red arowanas. Noble Asian arowana. domineering silver arowana, elegant yellow arowana, and radiant blue arowana. Each of the arowana exuded a faint and imposing aura. They were the top-rated arowanas. Definitely the ultimate top-rated arowanas. Manager Huang stared unbelievably at those arowanas with eyes agape. He was not an expert in arowana, but his ex-boss borrowed several arowanas some time ago. Those arowanas were said to be worth more than $1 million each, but he was sure that those arowanas back then were far inferior to these arowanas here. The 9 arowanas were sweeping its body from left to right in the aquarium. Its domineering mightiness was fascinating. Just these arowanas would cost more than $10 million. Manager Huang was a little stupefied. Lastly, hundreds of lobsters were taken out, relieving the group of people who were still stunned. Luckily, the last 100 lobsters were worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which were incomparable to the rest of the fish. In Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish, 2 one-headed abalones, 10 two-headed abalones. Bring out those wild giant yellow croaker which I caught some time ago, and put them in the showcase. Wang Zhan looked at a chef impassively. Yes, boss. You'll get it. That chef quickly rushed to the kitchen. Soon, the 10 wild giant yellow croakers were in place. The Chinese bahaba fish and Atlantic bluefin marlin were situated on both sides of the door, while the abalones were put beside the Chinese bahaba fish. On the other hand, the wild giant yellow croakers were placed beside the Atlantic bluefin marlin. Finally, the ornamental arowanas that were worth over $10 million were placed at the center position. The shock on Manager Huang and the chef's faces did not subside. Anyone who just walked into the shop would form an illusion that they were in a museum, which housed the world's best seafood. This was a fish castle. Chapter 70 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 2. Chapter 70 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 2. Let's have a toast to eating well, drinking well and having a good time today. From tomorrow onwards, our Longshuan restaurant will start its operations officially and mark a new page of history for Longshuan Restaurant in Rivertown. In the future, people will definitely speak of us when discussing restaurants in Rivertown. As for that first-grade restaurant, it will become history soon. That's right. Director's Eye. With Director's Eye's capabilities and the publicity we have done over the last few days, first-rate restaurant is nothing to us. They will just be a part of history soon. In the evening, the boss of Longshuan Restaurant brought all his employees to a luxury hotel for a starting work feast. Longshuan Restaurant would be opening the next day. In other words, they were having a celebratory feast today. They were celebrating the upcoming success of Longshuan Restaurant and for the name of Longshuan Restaurant spreading throughout Rivertown. That's certain. With the ingredients that we have prepared, it will definitely shock the entire Rivertown. I have never seen first-rate restaurant as a threat to us. Director's Eye revealed an arrogant and cocky expression. First-rate restaurant hasn't been doing any publicity recently. Could it be that they are so arrogant to believe that their reputation alone is enough to compete with us? That's really naive. A plump middle-aged man that looked like the chef chuckled. First-rate restaurant naturally has to pay for its arrogance. As I have said, it'll make that brat regret. Recalling the arrogant Wang Zhan, Director Zai revealed a cold look. Come, let's have a toast to the success of Longshuan Restaurant. Director Zai stood up and said to the crowd around him, Cheers! Our Longshuan Restaurant will definitely shoot to stardom tomorrow. Haha, shoot to stardom. Just as the people of Longshuan Restaurant were having the celebratory feast, what they didn't know was that there was a commotion that broke out in first-rate restaurant. Welcome! A group of 5 people walked into the restaurant in the evening. Wow, you guys have made some changes to the entrance. A middle-aged regular patron noticed there was a new setup the moment he stepped into the restaurant. He looked at it inquisitively while asking the greeter at the side. Yes, sir. The greeter smiled. However, the changes aren't significant. It's just changing the arrangement of some of the things. The middle-aged man looked around and shook his head slightly. This won't do it. Longshuan Restaurant will be opening right beside tomorrow with a 50% discount on everything. Moreover, they have a wider variety of seafood than first-rate restaurant. I heard that you have a new boss. If this isn't handled well, your business will be snatched away by Longshuan Restaurant. Sir, we will also be having a 50% discount on all items tomorrow. The greeter replied with a smile. Just having discounts isn't enough. Do you know the range of seafood that they have? Longshuan restaurant will be having Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi, precious sea cucumber and many other types of deep-sea fish. I heard that there will be an unlimited amount of Australian lobsters and king crabs. The middle-aged man shook his head as he spoke. He looked to the group of people with him and continued, "Let's go try the food of Longshuan restaurant tomorrow. Their publicity has been really strong recently. I have also heard about Longshuan restaurant. From their publicity, it seems that it is indeed better than first-rate restaurant and has lots of top-quality seafood." Another middle-aged man by the side smiled and commented. When the greeter heard the words of the middle-aged man, she revealed a faint smile. "Sir, Longshuan restaurant is still a far cry from us. We have a new boss and it's only natural that we have made improvements. Sirs, please take a look inside." "Alright, let's go and take a look." The middle-aged man nodded his head initially, but smiled and shook his head soon after. "But I still feel that as compared to Longshuan restaurant, you guys are a little inferior." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw the nearest display platform to him. There were 10 yellow croaker fish that weighed about 3 to 4 kgs each on the display platform. Looking at the colors and the gloss of their bodies, it was clear that they were wild yellow croaker fish. The middle-aged man was taken aback and commented in shock, "Wild giant yellow croaker, and there are 10 of them. I would never have expected you guys to be able to get your hands on 10 wild giant yellow croaker fish. Sirs, feel free to take a look. All the taupe and seafood on our 4 display platform are for sale. You could choose from them, and we would cook for you on the spot." A beautiful female waitress standing by the platform said to them, "These 10 wild giant yellow croaker fish are really precious. Who would have thought that first-rate restaurants would be able to get 10 of these?" This time, he did not complete his sentence. This was because just a short distance away, he saw a whole Atlantic bluefin marlin. It was a 3 meters long Atlantic bluefin marlin. His eyes stared wide open as he said, "Oh my gosh, what a move by first-rate restaurant. Just this Atlantic bluefin marlin alone would be comparable to Longshuan restaurant." The waitress at the side simply smiled and didn't comment. "Old Liu, take a look at this. Oh my god, Chinese bahaba fish. It's a whole Chinese bahaba fish. This is still the first time I have seen a Chinese bahaba fish. This fish alone is worth several million. These are fish gelatine. Fish gelatine from the Chinese bahaba fish is the most precious of all fish gelatine. The gelatine alone would fetch several hundreds of thousands. Don't just look at the Chinese bahaba fish, take a look at these. Oh my gosh, I have never seen abalones that are so large. This is just like a dream. One-headed abalone, and there are 2 of them. There are also 10 two-headed abalones. Since when are one-headed and two-headed abalones so common? Each one of these is worth over $1 million. This is crazy. 2 one-headed abalones and 10 two-headed abalones. These are worth close to 10 million. Furthermore, those are Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish, and wild giant yellow croaker fish. All these together are worth close to 20 million. First-rate restaurant is too awesome. This is just like a dreamland. Wow, Mr. Liu. Welcome." At this moment, Manager Huang saw them the moment he stepped out of the office. He smiled and immediately walked over. "Manager Huang, these Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba, and abalones are for sale." The dumbfounded middle-aged man asked Manager Huang, "Of course. If Mr. Liu would like to have some, feel free to choose from them. Our chefs would cook for you immediately. These are definitely the most premium food in the world." Manager Huang smiled and replied, "Moreover, we will be having a grand sale tomorrow. Everything will be sold at 50 of the original price. This would naturally include what you have seen here. In other words, if one would like to have a one-headed abalone, he would just need 1.2 million and could save half of the original cost." The 5 middle-aged men were dumbfounded. What the hell, an abalone still costs 1.2 million after a 50 discount? Gulp. As the middle-aged man looked at the top-quality seafood around him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Manager Huang, you guys are really having a showdown with Longshuan restaurant." A showdown. Manager Huang smiled and said with indifference, "Mr. Liu, what do you think of our first-rate restaurant relative to Longshuan restaurant?" Manager Huang, Your new boss is truly awesome to be able to get these world-class top-quality ingredients. The middle-aged man smiled and continued. This isn't even a contest with Longshuan Restaurant anymore. You guys are simply holding them down and rubbing their faces against the floor. Too awesome. Rub rub. Chapter 71 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 3. Chapter 71 First-Rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 3. Apart from Mr. Liu and his clique that night, close to hundreds of people who turned up for dinner at First-Rate Restaurant saw the luxurious lineup of the seafood. Every customer who walked in was dumbfounded by the world's best seafood. What's more, these seafoods could only be found on the news. They thought the recent improvements from Longshuan Restaurant were already impressive. But now, they simply paled in comparison. That night, Wang Xian instructed that all the promotion events of the first-rate restaurant be sent to the customers on their contact list via their phones. No other message was sent except for the 50 off. Yet, those images were shared on the social media feed among people within River Town that night. Crazy. Do you know what the best seafood in the world is? Australia lobster. King crab. Those are crappy. Let me tell you what the best seafood in the world is. Below the caption were some pictures with one-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish. Splendid. This is the most awesome restaurant I have ever seen. The first-rate restaurant is going the hell out of the way. All one-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish are now 50 off. The photos and the information were shared on the WeChat feeds, which subsequently gave rise to some online jokes. I'll marry any nouveau riches who treat me to a meal at first-rate restaurant. Bro, follow me to a feast at first-rate restaurant. I'll bring you, and y'all bring the money. How much does it cost to go all out eating at the first-rate restaurant? The price of your house. I'm sitting in the private room of first-rate restaurant while having abalone, sashimi and Chinese bahaba fish. I envy those who are having street food outside. Sigh. My life is tough. Within a short period, the godlike first-rate restaurant was plastered all over the WeChat feeds. Many people were prepared to check the restaurant out. The next morning, the entire old street was filled with a festive atmosphere as Longshuan Restaurant opened their doors early in the morning. The dancing lion and dragons were performing non-stop on the road outside the Longshuan Restaurant. At the entrance of Longshuan Restaurant stood 10 gorgeous-looking models who were smiling all the way. Director Zai, his brother and the manager of the Longshuan Restaurant were standing in front of the restaurant with smiles all over their faces. They were happy to see the crowd gathering at their door. Director Zai, it's only 9 a.m. now and what a crowd we have. There will be more people when we officially open at 9:30 a.m. I bet they will start having their food at 9:30 a.m. Haha. Of course. We're having a promotion of 50 off today. It will be a pity if you are not eating the top-grade seafood at half price, said Director Zai, laughing out loud. Brother, the first-rate restaurant is not even open yet. Interesting. The juvenile next to Director Zai said with a smile. That restaurant will be closed forever, said Director Zai confidently. Director Zai, the beauty. Lin Qingying is here. More people might be coming later at this time. The manager of Longshuan Restaurant saw a pretty girl with a pair of big sunglasses. An assistant was following beside her too. Oh, get her to come over now. Ask her to sing a song later and participate in the opening ceremony of Longshuan Restaurant, Director Zai said while beaming. Got it. The manager nodded and went over immediately. Brother, we should hire a top star for our opening. Why would we get someone who is a blister? The juvenile asked Director Zai. Lin Qingying might be a blister, but she is a special case. She's a star who loves food, and her reviews are spot on. Hence, she has a huge base of fans who are foodies. Getting her is much more appropriate than hiring other Alistairs. Director Zai beamed as he spoke. You've got great foresight, brother. The juvenile smiled and replied. Zhao Feng, you're still young. There are things you need to learn. Director Zai smiled at his younger brother. Yes, brother. A simple stage was set up at the entrance of the Longshuan Restaurant. Hi, Miss Lin Qingying. Director Zai greeted Lin Qingying with a face full of smiles when he saw her walking over. Hello. Director Zai. Lin Qingying smiled and nodded with slight arrogance. Director Zai did not mind at all. He knew that Lin Qingying was quite well off. She gained her popularity from being a foodie and from the 2 songs she sang. She was not the one who was short of money. Now, he was the one who needed her help. Miss Lin Qingying, we'll need you to sing a song for us and introduce the Longshuan restaurant later. Is there any problem? Asked Director Zai with a smile. No problem, Director Zai. Since I promised to take on this job, I'll definitely do my best. Lin Qingying tidied her hair and nodded. She was 1.7 meters tall with a perfect figure, and she looked fit. Her lips may have been thin, but they were seductive in their own way. Welcome, everyone, to Longshuan Restaurant. Today is the opening of the Longshuan Restaurant. We are officially announcing our arrival in Rivertown with the most top-grade seafood and the most delicious food. In this opening ceremony, we have invited the renowned foodie star, Miss Lin Qingying. Next, let's invite Miss Lin Qingying to introduce the Longshuan Restaurant, which has a rich history. The host stood on the stage with a microphone as he did the introduction. The beautiful and enchanting Lin Qingying walked up to the stage with a handheld microphone and a smiling face. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Qingying. I'm very honored to be invited here for the opening ceremony of Longshuan Restaurant. The Longshuan Restaurant. Lin Qingying, she's pretty. Let's go over now. Lin Qingying was invited to this restaurant's opening ceremony. This restaurant is splendid. The publicity of the Longshuan Restaurant these past few days was strong. I have also heard that it is a high-class seafood restaurant with lots of expensive seafood ingredients. They are quite awesome. The presence of Lin Qingying on the stage drew all the people on the street instantly. Director Zai curved his lips into a smile when he saw the crowd, which almost blocked the entire Longshuan Restaurant. This time, I want the entire Rivertown, or even the nation, to go crazy with my restaurant opening. Director Zai held his fist tightly as he revealed a confident look. He looked at the first-rate restaurant, which had yet to open, with his lips slightly drawn. At this time, a bunch of food lovers who had nothing to do rushed over when they heard the news. The first-rate restaurant opens at 9:30, since they are not open yet. Let's check out the Longshuan Restaurant first. Longshuan Restaurant might have strong publicity, but they seem to lose out to first-rate restaurant by a lot. In any case, we can check them out since we've got nothing to do. I think there's a celebrity over there. Some customers joined the crowd at Longshuan Restaurant, which was not far away, when they saw the closed door at the first-rate restaurant. Chapter 72 First-rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 4. Chapter 72 First-rate Restaurant vs Longshuan Restaurant 4. 9:20 a.m. 10 more minutes to the official opening of Longshuan Restaurant. At this moment, Director Zai and Lin Qingying were standing on the platform with the restaurant manager, the chief chef and Director Zai's brother. Everyone had a bright and radiant smile on them. And now we will have the ribbon-cutting ceremony to commemorate Longshuan Restaurant's opening and to wish them a bright future ahead. The ribbon-cutting ceremony is complete. Director Zai's face was wreathed with smiles as he took over the microphone and looked at the densely packed crowd in front of him. At this moment, the streets had been congested with people. There were at least 700,800 people gathered here, and this made him pleasantly satisfied. First, I'd like to welcome everyone who is here to witness the opening of Longshuan Restaurant. As the beautiful Lin Qingying has introduced, our Longshuan Restaurant has a long history and a range of top-quality seafood. Today marks the beginning of Longshuan Restaurant in Rivertown, and this will signify Longshuan Restaurant becoming the best, the most luxurious and the most delicious seafood restaurant in Rivertown. Our Longshuan Restaurant has always liked to prove it with our strength. In 5 minutes' time, we will be opening officially. Everyone could come in and try our food. I believe that the top-quality seafood in our Longshuan Restaurant will be far superior to those in the nearby first-rate restaurant. Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi, we have it. Two-headed abalone, we have it. Top-quality caviar, we have it. Australian lobsters and king crab, we have them too. We have every kind of top-quality seafood you can imagine. Director Zai spoke confidently. He was in a state of exuberance and had a confident disposition, following which, the doors to Longshuan Restaurant were opened as he waved his hand. A huge fish was placed right at the main door. This is a little benefit to commemorate the opening of our restaurant. Large-sized grouper, it weighs over 300 kgs, and the market price of it is more than 100 per caddy. As long as you eat in our restaurant today, we will be giving you a serving for free. Wow, what a big fish. Grouper. The price of grouper isn't cheap. It's over 100 per caddy. This grouper is really huge. Doesn't this mean that this alone is worth 30? Yet a 40. Longshuan restaurant is really generous to give it out for free. Rich. This Longshuan restaurant is simply rich, disregarding the publicity over the last few days. One could easily tell its strength by its ability to invite Lin Kinging over. Moreover, the range of top-quality seafood is really wide here. Some people looked at that huge grouper in awe. How extravagant, awesome. The lips of Director Zai curved into a smile, and he was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. He smiled faintly at the people below the platform who were busy taking photos with their mobile phones. However, there was a batch of people who were surprisingly not shocked. On the contrary, they were commenting softly, "It's just a grouper. This is a far cry from first-rate restaurant." Yeah. Is this all they got? Why does it feel that they are miles behind first-rate restaurant, yet they dare to claim to be far ahead of first-rate restaurant? This group of people was puzzled while looking at Director Zai acting cocky on the platform. "Boss, is everything going at 50 of its original price?" A voice of a middle-aged man sounded suddenly. The crowd looked towards Director Zai and was waiting for his reply. "Everything in our restaurant is going at 50 of the original price. This includes the drinks." Director Zai smiled. However, he quickly added, "Naturally, some stuff couldn't possibly be going at 50. For example, the two-headed abalone. We have spent a lot of effort to get them from Australia, and therefore these will be sold at the original price of 450. Besides that, Atlantic bluefin marlin and caviar will also not be at 50. I believe everyone knows the prices of these." However, Director Zai's face was still brimming with confidence. "Our Australian lobsters and king crab will be going at 50. Just think about being able to have these for slightly over 1. When one typically costs 2. Isn't this great? Our Longshuan restaurant is really extravagant and generous. The price of a meal would be just 5. If it costs 10. Initially. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Moreover, our promotional activities will only be for today and over the next few days. Today, we have the highest discount of 50. The manager added from the side. "That's a really good deal. It's a perfect deal. Even Australian lobsters and king crab are going for half price. This is simply too cheap. Longshuan restaurant is taking a loss with each sale." Awesome. Awesome. The crowd couldn't contain their surprise as they exclaimed. Director Zai had also invited some members of the media to record this event. They were taking photos constantly to prepare for future publications. They had already thought of the headlines. For example, extravagant Longshuan restaurant, everything at just 50 on the opening day, to quality seafood waiting for you to enjoy. The most extravagant restaurant, the most luxurious restaurant, the most delicious restaurant to quality restaurant awaits your arrival. However, there was a group of people looking at Director Zai and the manager with a weird expression. A middle-aged man couldn't contain himself and remarked loudly, "Please pardon me for my honest words if this is all you have. I'm afraid Longshuan restaurant has a long way to go to overtake first-rate restaurant. Yeah, to exclude Atlantic bluefin marlin, two-headed abalone and other top-tier ingredients from discounts. You guys are miles behind first-rate restaurant. Yeah, first-rate restaurant is also having a promotional event today and all the ingredients in the restaurant are going at half price. Even a one-headed abalone is at half price. Think about it, a 2 million one-headed abalone going at half price. I thought Longshuan restaurant would be generous. What a huge discrepancy from expectation." When the middle-aged man spoke, those customers that were waiting for first-rate restaurant's opening couldn't hold back anymore and seconded. After 5 to 6 people had spoken, the crowd was stunned. Director Zai was also taken aback and looked sternly at those people. "You guys are probably hired by first-rate restaurant to cause trouble here with first-rate restaurant's capabilities. There's no way it has the strength to compete with Longshuan restaurant. We are at least 2 tiers ahead." Director Zai's words angered those people. "We were hired." They naturally wouldn't be happy about being accused of being something that they weren't. We are hired, what a joke, we are just regular customers and would go to wherever has the most delicious food and widest range of top quality ingredients. We are just speaking the truth. That's right. I really wonder where you find the courage to say that you guys are 2 tiers above first-rate restaurant. You guys should take a look at others before saying that. Ignorance, it's you guys who are inferior by several tiers as compared to first-rate restaurant and have to rely on a large amount of publicity to gain reputation. You guys should have checked out the difference between longshoen restaurant and first-rate restaurant. The customers below the platform grumbled angrily. Since they were accused of being hired, they wouldn't have to be courteous with longshoen restaurant. Who would have expected that first-rate restaurant would send these troublemakers? What a despicable group of people. Security, throw these people out. A young man from below the stage was outraged upon seeing the few middle-aged men shouting. Interesting, we are just speaking the truth. How do you even dare to be so presumptuous in claiming first-rate restaurant is inferior to you when you haven't even recognized the true strength of first-rate restaurant? I'm just going to say this, and it isn't because I'm biased towards first-rate restaurant. In my opinion, longshoen restaurant is just trash as compared to first-rate restaurant. You guys are just trash. Chapter 73, First-rate restaurant vs longshoen restaurant 5. Chase them off. Chase these troublemakers away. Director Zai turned and said to the security guard. He darkened his expression as soon as he heard the comments on the stage. I don't need you to chase us off. We'll walk out ourselves. In any case, the first-rate restaurant is going to open soon. A middle-aged man spoke to Director Zai coldly as he walked towards the first-rate restaurant. You'll find out who is the best when you walk into the restaurant. How dare you claim yourself as the most generous and luxurious restaurant? You're far from that. Sigh. I can't even bear to look anymore. The top-rated ingredients of the first-rate restaurant were shared frantically on the WeChat feed. 50 off everything in the shop. Even the one-headed abalone that is worth 2 million is selling at half price. They even have 10 two-headed abalones. Some people commented while shaking their heads. They left the place and headed to the first-rate restaurant. About 80 people left the place with disdainful expressions on their faces as they commented. Some of the people around were stunned as they had no idea about it. They knew nothing about the top-rated seafood of first-rate restaurant and the half-priced promotion. After all, someone had only spotted the top-rated seafood of first-rate restaurant last night. Despite how fast it was propagated on the feed, many people remained unaware of it. The surrounding people were somewhat stunned as they watched the group of people departing. Just then, the door of the first-rate restaurant was opened. Subsequently, they took out their advertising signboards and set them up in front of the door. 50 off everything including one-headed abalone, two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish, and even the wild giant yellow croakers. 50 off everything. A simple advertising signboard with pictures of abalones, Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish, and wild giant yellow croakers. Finally, they are opened. Let's go. I heard they placed all the top-rated ingredients at the entrance. If we get them, the chef can cook it on the spot. Let's hurry. The first-grade restaurant has a 50 off promotion, and the place will soon be fully booked. We should start to queue now. Otherwise, we can't get to eat even if we want to. Hurry. I heard that the boss has arowanas that are worth millions of dollars inside. Gosh, this is way too awesome. Those people who left were excited as they ran off hastily when the first-rate restaurant opened their doors for business. Why don't we check it out too? Those people in front of the longshoen restaurant asked hesitantly when they saw the crowd streaming towards the first-rate restaurant. I'll check it out to see if what they said was real. Me too. It should not be possible for the first-rate restaurant to find about 90 people just to act as shills. If what they said was untrue, then they would be smearing their own brand name. That's right. I'll check them out too. Well, wait and see if it is really as awesome as they claimed it would be. Some of the people popped over to the first-rate restaurant while some people were prepared to sit around and observe. For a moment, no one entered the longshoen restaurant. On the stage, Director Zai turned sulky as he held his microphone tightly with killing radiance flickering in his eyes. Don't push. Everyone, line up orderly. Manager Huang was excited to see the influx of customers at the restaurant entrance. Sorry. We're really sorry. We're still in the midst of preparation. So, if you want to have your meals, you might need to wait for more than an hour. You can wait if you're patient enough. Manager Huang yelled at the top of his lungs. His chin was slightly lifted as he was feeling proud. Let's take a look at these displays in front of us. Check out the one-headed abalone and the Chinese bahaba fish. Yes. Let's check these out first. Damn. I have never seen one-headed abalone. Not even a Chinese bahaba fish. Manager Huang. Even the one-headed abalone that cost more than 2 million. It is also at half price if someone buys this. Won't the shop be losing money? The group of people asked curiously as they marched in. 50 off for everything. This is not empty talk. But all our seafood has to be cooked in the restaurant after purchase to prevent people from reselling our one-headed abalones. Manager Huang answered in a loud voice. Gosh, it's true. This is a godlike promotion. A one-headed abalone at half price means we save over $1 million. Wow. They are really Chinese bahaba fish. Wild giant yellow croakers. 2 one-headed abalone. And 10 two-headed abalone. This is simply amazing. What a huge abalone. One of these costs more than 2 million. This is incredible. Too incredible. What a sight. What a goddamn sight. Everyone took out their phones to take photos as they exclaimed in disbelief. And these arowanas? Gosh. Manager Huang. Where did your boss find so many precious arowanas that are worth a few million each? You're kidding me. Are they really that expensive? Of course. My friend sells ornamental fish. So, I know something about it. These arowanas looked really impressive. They are worth at least $1 million. Gosh, then all this seafood and the ornamental fishes would add up to a value of 20 to 30 million. I heard that first-rate restaurant is owned by someone else now. Is the current boss that wealthy? People in front, please wait inside after viewing. Give the people at the back a chance. The customers who were waiting behind said in anticipation as they heard the exclamations from the customers in front. No hurry. No hurry, the people in the front answered. The people queuing behind are blocking the road. Can the people in front hurry up? The crowd was overwhelming. Some of them entered slowly as they revealed shocked expressions while gazing at the top-graded seafood. All of them took out their phones to snap pictures and share on their WeChat feeds and the internet. How is it true what those people just said? Some of the ignorant people asked the people in front. It's true. Damn. A huge one-headed abalone, rare Chinese bahaba fish, and a 3 meters Atlantic bluefin marlin. This is simply incredible. Compared to the first-rate restaurant, the Longshuan restaurant is totally crap. The grouper is a joke in front of all these top-rated seafoods. The people in the Longshuan restaurant are idiots. How could they have the cheek to say the first-rate restaurant is incomparable to them? It should be the other way around. The two of them are not of the same class. How dare they claim to be generous? They are a disgrace in front of the first-rate restaurant. Yes. I don't understand how they have the guts to make such proclamations. They even invited a celebrity over. They are obviously not on par with them. What can they do? Even if they get the top stars here. Many people were talking about it. Soon, the news spread outside. Those people were not shills. What they said was true. The people outside were dumbfounded when they heard the description from the people inside. Just like what the angry man had said. Compared to the first-rate restaurant, Longshuan restaurant is crap. The two of them are not of the same class. Chapter 74 First-rate restaurant vs Longshuan restaurant end. Chapter 74 First-rate restaurant vs Longshuan restaurant end. The old street was more buoyant than normal today. It was especially so in the vicinity of first-rate restaurant. Just a while ago, all the traffic was gathered at the well-decorated entrance of Longshuan restaurant. However, at this very moment, it looked a little deserted. This is crazy. This is crazy. First-rate restaurant is full right now. I couldn't even squeeze in if I wished. I was still thinking of going to take a look at the one-headed abalone. I have never seen a one-headed abalone in my life. One-headed abalone, two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin, Chinese bahaba fish, yellow croaker fish, and several precious ornamental arowana. First-rate restaurant's promotional activity is truly shocking. First-rate restaurant truly deserves its name. However, Longshuan restaurant is in an embarrassing situation now. They have been publicizing fervently and even invited a star over. During the opening speech, they even claimed to be much better than first-rate restaurant. This is simply a slap to their own face. Yeah, a slap to their own face. Longshuan restaurant publicized that everything is going at half price, but exclude two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin and some top-quality ingredients. However, everything is going at half price at first-rate restaurant. First-rate restaurant is clearly to take a loss with each sale. This is a contest between first-rate restaurant and Longshuan restaurant, but it seems like Longshuan restaurant has been handed a complete defeat. At the entrance of Longshuan restaurant, some customers took a glance at Longshuan restaurant. They shook their heads and walked towards first-rate restaurant just a short distance away. Director Zai was shivering in anger while standing by the side and hearing their conversation. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fist tightly. Defeat. Utter defeat. From the beginning to the end, the boss of first-rate restaurant had never shown his face. And from the beginning to the end, first-rate restaurant had never done any publicity, relying on just strength. First-rate restaurant had completely rolled over Longshuan restaurant. How can this be possible? How did he get his hands on such precious seafood? Director Zai's eyes were filled with disbelief. He thought that he was already great to be able to get two-headed abalone and Atlantic bluefin marlin. However, just a simple comparison and it was clear that he was far from it. Director Zai. The middle-aged manager of Longshuan restaurant walked out and stammered with sorrow. Damn it! Director Zai turned his head over and stared at the middle-aged man with murderous intent. Didn't I ask you to investigate the background of the boss of first-rate restaurant? Didn't I ask you to keep a lookout of their actions? These are the results of your investigation. Director Zai. This really isn't my fault. I had not expected this either. They only brought out these ingredients last night. At that time, we were having the celebratory feast, the manager said righteously. Celebratory feast. When Director Zai heard these words, it felt full of mockery. Celebratory feast, a celebratory feast for this darn outcome. Brother, what should we do? The young man from the side walked over and asked Director Zai with a face of sorrows. After investing close to 20 million, we can't just let it be. Director Zai clenched his fist tightly as a violent look flashed past his eyes. The young man was taken aback, but soon revealed the same expression. Brother, I also feel that we shouldn't just let this go. Brother-in-law's strength could be considered really strong in Rivertown. Should we look for him? Director Zai took out a cigarette and lit it. He'll go make a call. Longshuan restaurant will operate as planned. The victory of this showdown will belong to us. Director Zai sneered at the people around and headed directly to the office in Longshuan restaurant. The surrounding members of the media and publicity personnel took a look at Longshuan restaurant before looking at first-rate restaurant just a short distance away. Suddenly, they were lost as to how to write their articles. Lin Qinging also looked inquisitively at first-rate restaurant and her eyes were shimmering. Boss, we have succeeded. There are barely any customers at Longshuan restaurant and we have a full house right here. There's still a lot of people waiting to come in to take a look. At this moment, Manager Huang spoke excitedly to Wang Xian within the office in first-rate restaurant. As expected, Wang Xian's lips curved slowly into a smile. Since we have started the activity today, we better do it well. This will be tough on the employees. Get something good for lunch. It's not tough. It's not tough. After this incident, it wouldn't be easy for Longshuan restaurant to get up again. On the contrary, with the seafood that boss had brought over, our business would only get better and better. Manager Huang said joyously. Definitely. Oh right. Manager Huang, reserve a private lounge for me tonight. I'll like to invite some friends over for dinner. Wang Xian said to Manager Huang. All right, Director Wang. Manager Huang nodded his head. Xiao Xian, you are really awesome. The moment Manager Huang left, Guan Shuking looked at Wang Xian with total respect. Haha, that's a given. Wang Xian smiled satisfactorily. It was a little beyond his expectations to be able to win this showdown so easily. Although he brought over quite a substantial amount of top-quality ingredients from the ocean the last few days, and Longshuan restaurant was miles away from first-rate restaurant. Longshuan restaurant shouldn't have been defeated so utterly. However, their mistakes were on the discounts given and that they were too petty about the discounts. first-rate restaurant was also providing 50 off like Longshuan restaurant. However, first-rate restaurant's 50 discount was on all ingredients. As for Longshuan restaurant's 50 discount, it did not include those top-quality ingredients. Besides that, they were still emphasizing how extravagant they were at their opening ceremony. In the end, this became a tight slap on their own faces. Comparing would only reveal one's shortcomings. If Longshuan restaurant did not compare themselves with first-rate restaurant, they were indeed really awesome. However, in a simple comparison, the difference between them was stark. Even Wang Xian had not expected that the arrogant director's eye would be such a Scrooge. However, Wang Xian was able to do so because these top-quality ingredients did not cost him anything, as he caught them from the seas. However, director's eye had to spend real cash to purchase his ingredients. Wang Xian lied on the chair leisurely and was smiling as he witnessed the rise of first-rate restaurant. What happened on Old Street today was soon spread to the majority of Rivertown. Many group chats, Weibo, chat groups and forums were discussing first-rate restaurant. The reputation of first-rate restaurant had also quickly spread to other cities as it became sensational over the internet. In this era, a Chinese bahaba fish would be enough to make the headlines, let alone a restaurant in possession of such a range of top-quality ingredients. As for Longshuan restaurant, who had been publicizing fervently over the past few days, they had now become the joke. A showdown ended with Longshuan restaurant's complete defeat. Late at night, some media houses who caught the news carried their cameras over to first-rate restaurant to visit the hottest restaurant in Rivertown. Wang Xian saw it from his office, after which he sent manager Huang over to receive them. When it came to interviews from the media, Wang Xian was still very willing to accept them. This was a very good way to achieve publicity. Let's go and try the food of first-rate restaurant. More importantly, have a taste of the legendary fish gelatin from the Chinese bahaba fish that is rumored to be a great beauty supplement. Kaining. First-rate restaurant is probably full today. It's fine. With this face of mine, the boss would definitely give us a table. Hee. We might even get it for free. At the entrance, Lin Qingying wore a huge face mask and entered first-rate restaurant with her assistant. Chapter 75 Even a celebrity must queue. Chapter 75 Even a celebrity must queue. The first-rate restaurant at night was not only fully occupied, many people were also queuing in the waiting area near the entrance. Many customers were gazing at the expensive world-class seafood. When Lin Qingying walked into the restaurant, her brows slightly knit together as she looked inside. The people were overwhelming such that the restaurant seemed overcrowded. However, it was normal since the first-rate restaurant was too famous. Lin Qingying raised an eyebrow as she looked at the front desk staff. She asked the staff over at the counter, "Are there any seats available?" "Nope. You can take a queue number, but I don't recommend you wait if there are too many people in front of you," the front desk staff said with a smile. Lin Qingying frowned and continued, "Please get your boss here." What's the matter? Babe." Wang Xian had just walked out of his office when he heard Lin Qingying. Hence, he looked at her with a puzzled look. "Are you the boss over here?" Lin Qingying stared at Wang Xian with surprise. "Yes." "What's the matter?" Wang Xian asked with a smile. "Can you give me a seat? I would like to taste the delicacy of the first-rate restaurant and the fish gelatine of the Chinese bahaba fish." Lin Qingying removed her sunglasses, revealing her look as she smiled at Wang Xian. Lin Qingying. When Lin Qingying took off her sunglasses, the staff at the side exclaimed and took her phone out for pictures. Lin Qingying revealed a confident look as soon as she saw the reaction of the staff. Lin Qingying. Wang Xian recognized the beauty in front of him. She was the renowned food celebrity who had taken part in the opening ceremony of Longshuan restaurant this morning. "Can we?" Lin Qingying raised her eyebrows slightly as she continued asking Wang Xian, "How many people are there in the queue?" Wang Xian did not answer her. Instead, he asked the staff at the side, "Director Wang, there are 25 more people in the queue." The staff replied, 25. Wang Xian nodded and turned to the sexy Lin Qingying. Regretfully, he said, "I'm sorry, Miss Lin Qingying. There are 25 tables in front of you. I'm afraid today is not possible. Please come early tomorrow." Wang Xian had stunned Lin Qingying with his statement as she looked at him with disbelief. Lin Qingying was not expecting such an answer from the other party. She was a celebrity of food celebrity. Her presence in any restaurant would be its best publicity. Yet, this young man had turned her down flat. This was embarrassing to her. She looked at Wang Xian with radiance flickering in her eyes. Do you know who I am? The question posed by Lin Qingying stunned Wang Xian. He chuckled and replied immediately. What has that got to do with it? You. Wang Xian's reply infuriated her. You actually reject me from dining in here. Lin Qingying looked at Wang Xian with a dirty look. In the past, all the managers or bosses would deliver their dishes personally wherever she had her meals. All of them were hoping to receive good reviews from her. If she could post their restaurant on her Weibo, that would be even better. Yet, the first-rate restaurant had the cheek to ask her to return tomorrow. This boiled the blood of the prideful girl. This beautiful lady over here has a funny way of talking. I guess the restaurant is full now. If you want to have your food here, you can wait. But we'll stop receiving guests at 9 p.m. Till then, if it's not your turn, too bad. Celebrities are all the same. They don't get to enjoy any privilege here. Wang Xian looked at the prideful Lin Qingying and spoke to her impassively. Subsequently, he walked to the front desk. Ignoring her, Lin Qingying was infuriated, as her anger was written all over her face after hearing what Wang Xian said. Some of the customers who were waiting spotted the commotion. When they saw Lin Qingying, all of them had a surprised look on their faces. When they overheard the conversations between Lin Qingying and the boss, they were stupefied. The boss is really superb. You need to wait if you want to eat. That goes for the celebrities. The first-rate restaurant doesn't even need celebrities to promote them. Lin Qingying, who would have thought that the boss would keep her waiting when she wants to dine in this restaurant? But yes. So what if you're a star? The first-rate restaurant is capable on their own without the need for any celebrities promotions. The first-rate restaurant lives up to its name. They are domineering. With such capability, you need to queue for their food even if you're a food celebrity. Some customers praised Wang Xian for the way he dealt with the situation while some looked at him with a sneer. There were several media members, not far away from them, who recorded down the scene with excitement on their faces. They were not expecting to meet Lin Qingying when they were only here for the coverage of the first-rate restaurant. The news was simply too juicy. They already thought of ways to publicize it. Headlines. Breaking news: Lin Qingying was told to wait in the queue by the boss when she was here for the food. Even celebrities need to queue. No privilege. Or, shocking, the first-rate restaurant is so capable that they do not need the celebrities' promotion. So what if you were Lin Qingying? Queue up. Lin Qingying had a complicated facial expression when she heard the surrounding comments. Qingying, let's leave this place. The media are here too. The assistant next to her said to her anxiously when she noticed the media snapping photos of them. Lin Qingying took a deep breath. She put on her sunglasses and walked out, embarrassed. Wang Xian lifted his head. As Lin Qingying departed, he had a faint disdainful look on his face. So what if you were a star? Longshuan restaurant might need publicity, but not first-rate restaurant. One by one, Wang Xian's friends turned up at about 7 o'clock in the evening. Old Qin brought along his wife, Qin Lian Hui, as well as Little Kite. 4 members from Old Zhu's family, including Zhu Jing's mother, were here. Lan Qingyu showed up too. When Wang Xian had invited them over for a meal, both Old Zhu and Old Qin agreed without any hesitation. Guan Shuqing came over happily too. Today, I would like to invite everyone to have a taste of the food in the first-rate restaurant. Wang Xian beamed at everyone as the dishes were brought to the table. Looking at the dishes that were worth over $1 million on the table, Old Zhu exclaimed, "Tisk tisk. Buddy Wang Xian, you're too generous. Two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi, wild giant yellow croakers, and Chinese bahaba fish gelatine soup. This is too extravagant. This is the first time in my life to have such extravagant dishes. All thanks to Buddy Wang Xian." Old Qin laughed out loud as he said to Wang Xian, "I have to bring out the best when I'm hosting my friends. If not, that would be too stingy of me." Wang Xian chuckled. The fish gelatine of the Chinese bahaba fish is good for the ladies. It enhances the beauty and enriches the blood flow. Zhao Xian, you're sincere in buying us a meal. Lan Qingyu, who was sitting on the left of Wang Xian, laughed as she said, "Hee hee, it's half price today. I don't feel bad with some orders," Wang Xian joked while Guan Shuking on his right smiled. "Buddy Wang Xian and the two beauties over here. Let's have a toast. In the future, you can look for me if you need any help. The Qin family will definitely help you out." "Thank you, Grandpa Qin." Both Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu quickly raised their glasses. Wang Xian and the rest of the people finished their drinks in a gulp. The Zhu family and the Qin family were great friends. It was only courteous to reciprocate their friendship. Wang Xian bought them a meal to strengthen their bond. On the other hand, the two influential families, Qin and Zhu families, were very happy to befriend Wang Xian. Chapter 76 Whose Fireworks? Chapter 76 Whose Fireworks? When the dinner ended, it was already around 11 p.m. Wang Xian was surprised to see two beautiful girls still around after sending off old Qin and old Zhu. "Are you not going home too?" Wang Xian gave a gentle smile and asked Lan Qingyu. Wang Xian wasn't very familiar with Lan Qingyu. The number of times they had met and chat could be counted with a single hand. Nonetheless, his impression of Lan Qingyu was still very good. It was especially so after the incident at the banquet. With regard to this cold-looking girl, he did have some good feelings for her. However, such feelings hadn't reached the level he had for Guan Shuking. "It's late now. You'll probably head back to the dormitory to sleep." Lan Qingyu smiled, looking to Guan Shuking before asking Wang Xian, "Are you heading back to the dormitory too?" "Yeah. I can't possibly be sleeping in the restaurant." Wang Xian smiled and turned to Guan Shuking. "Let's go. It's pretty late now. Let's head back." "All right, in that case, let's walk back. Your motorcycle is unlikely to fit 3 people," Guan Shuking joked. "That's true," Wang Xian replied with a smile. This darned heavy-duty motorcycle had problems fetching an additional person, let alone ferrying 2 people. "Let's walk back together," suggested Wang Xian. "Sure. I'm feeling so full from the dinner. Walking back can help in the digestion." Guan Shuking nodded her head. Lan Qingyu felt a little uncomfortable listening to the conversation between the two of them from the side. Nonetheless, she squeezed out a smile on her face. "The night skies are really beautiful today. Let's walk back together. I wonder if the people from the school would kill you with their gazes if they saw you walking with 2 beautiful girls." "Haha, that's true. You two are well-known beauties of our school, and considered as goddess-like existences. I'll probably walk slower on our way back in a while," Wang Xian chuckled. Lan Qingyu was to his left in a black dress and had the disposition of a cold-looking goddess. Guan Shuking was to his right and had a faint smile on her. She had the disposition of a cute and adorable goddess. Both of them were very tall, because of their fine family backgrounds, and were considered by many as goddesses. Guan Shuking rolled her eyes at Wang Xian before commenting, "Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, boss, for treating us to such a great dinner today." "Yeah. Zhao Xian, if there's something so delicious in the future, don't forget to call me along," Lan Qingyu added in a hurry. "Sure. That's not a problem. If there's anything delicious in the future, he'll call you along." Wang Xian walked between the 2 beautiful girls and could smell 2 different fragrances. This made his face light up with impish glee. "Zhao Xian, I really have to thank you for this. Because of you, our Lan family has gotten closer to Qin family." "Oh yeah, Zhao Xian. My father has been thinking of apologizing to you for that incident. He would like to ask you out for dinner, but I told him that you aren't free." Along the way, Wang Xian realized that Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu had many things to talk about. All he could do was to nod his head in approval while listening. They started from their families to interesting incidents that happened in school. Throughout the journey, it was an enjoyable experience for all of them. After sending the 2 girls to the girls' dormitory, Wang Xian waved and bade goodbye to the 2 of them. "See you tomorrow." Guan Shuking looked to Wang Xian and waved back. "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head and waved at them before heading back to his dormitory. Looking at the back view of Wang Xian, Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking suddenly quietened down. A unique atmosphere started forming around them. "Junior, I wouldn't just give up." Suddenly, Lan Qingyu broke the silence. She flicked her long and silky hair and exhibited a strong sense of confidence. I have more interactions with him and that's an advantage. Guan Shuking smiled radiantly and said to Lan Qingyu. She was also exhibiting the same confident disposition. Fair competition. Lan Qingyu looked at Guan Shuking before walking up the stairs. Looking at her back view, Guan Shuking suddenly had a bitter feeling. She mumbled, although I'm confident. My mum said that all men would eat from their bowl, but stare at what's inside the pot. It is especially so when there's such a tasty piece of meat in the pot. Wang Xian didn't know about the conversation between the two girls after he left. When he got back into the dormitory, he took a shower and stretched his back. It had been extremely tiring for him over the last few days as he was actively looking for Chinese bahaba fish and Atlantic bluefin marlin. However, just as he was about to get into bed, his expression changed. Damn it. Disturbing my rest. Wang Xian immediately put on his clothes, walked out of his dormitory and ran quickly towards first-rate restaurant. In the wee hours of the day, he moved like a phantom. If one simply used his naked eyes, all he could see was a black figure flashing past him. Brother-in-law, would there be a problem if we burned down his restaurant? At the entrance of Old Street, a luxurious Bentley was parked at the left side of the road. Within the car, a young man was sitting in the driver's seat. Director Zai was sitting beside the driver's seat and a young man was sitting in the back of the car. Rest assured, a restaurant catching fire is just a small issue. Moreover, what can they possibly do even if they can find some traces? The young man in the driver's seat said with indifference as he smoked. Thank you, brother-in-law. If we didn't have you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Director Zai was sitting beside and kept a very low profile. This is just a small issue. Look for me if you encounter any issues in Rivertown. I'll settle it for you. The young man said nonchalantly as though burning down a famous restaurant was nothing in his eyes. Brother-in-law is from one of the top ancient martial arts family in Rivertown. We weren't intending to disturb you initially and wanted to invite you over for a meal. However, we encountered this troublesome incident. Director Zai smiled. Hee. It isn't too late if you invite me a few days from now. Come, let us enjoy the fireworks. The young man retracted the roof of the Bentley. Fireworks. Fireworks. The juvenile sitting in the back seat revealed an excited expression. Director Zai's lips curved slightly and gave a cold and faint smirk. He was already thinking of going to witness the despairing look on that brat the next day. Mess with me, you aren't qualified. Although Zai family's influence isn't in Rivertown, I could still easily crush you. Director Zai took out a cigarette leisurely and waited patiently for the fireworks to start. Swoosh. However, they hadn't noticed a figure charging over from the side. Wang Xian was still able to see the surroundings clearly while running. When his gaze swept past the Bentley convertible at the road junction, he had a thought. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xian had appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. There wasn't anyone around Old Street in the wee hours of the day and all the shops were closed. At the location of first-rate restaurant, two figures were lying down on the floor. Dragon King. These two people tried to burn down first-rate restaurant. A burly old man stood at the entrance of first-rate restaurant and he was none other than Mo Qinglong. With goods worth several tens of millions in first-rate restaurant currently, Wang Xian naturally wouldn't feel safe. Therefore, he had arranged for Mo Qinglong to guard this place at night. As Mo Qinglong was his bloodline descendant, he could contact Wang Xian through a unique method within a 3-kilometer radius. Martial artists. Wang Xian was surprised to see the two unconscious people on the ground. Yes, Dragon King. Both of them are level 5 martial artists and could be considered to be quite strong, Mo Qinglong said. Two martial artists. When Wang Xian recalled the luxurious Bentley convertible at the road junction previously, an image of a young man surfaced in his mind. Who would have expected you guys to employ such despicable means? In that case, Wang Xian's eyes flickered and looked away from first-rate restaurant. In that case, I'll give you guys a firework show. Chapter 77 Beautiful Fireworks. Chapter 77 Beautiful Fireworks. Crack. Immobilize the two of them and follow me to meet the culprit behind this. A blazing fire suddenly rose as Wang Xian walked out from the Longshuan restaurant. With a scoffing look on his face, he walks towards the Old Street. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong. with a pair of passionate eyes, nodded respectfully. With just an arm swing of the Dragon King just now, the place was engulfed by the blazing fire. Such formidable superpower. Even if his cultivation attained the inborn level, he could never duplicate that. Wang Xian enveloped the entire Longshuan restaurant with his fire attribute. Soon, the restaurant was burning. The fireworks are up. Haha, it's so beautiful. When the flames rose, the juvenile sitting in the Bentley sports car stood up as he watched the fireworks in the old street from a distance. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Director Zai had an intoxicated look on his face. Haha, first-rate restaurant. How dare you fight with me? This is your end, brother-in-law. Thanks to you this time. No big deal. The young man flicked the ash off his cigarette with a slacking face. This was a piece of cake for him. He did not care about burning down a restaurant. When that young man finds out that his restaurant has been turned into ashes tomorrow, he probably will hug himself and cry. The juvenile stared at the firework in the distance with excitement. This is his end. Director Zai took a deep puff. Satisfying. Yes. The fireworks are beautiful. Stunningly gorgeous. Just then, an unfamiliar voice was heard suddenly from the car. Of course. When the juvenile heard this, he responded instinctively. But soon, he realized that something was amiss. The voice seemed to be coming from the seat next to him, but there should be no one beside him. He spun his head around and revealed a shocking look in his eyes. You. He pointed at Wang Xian with a look of disbelief. Who are you? The young man who was sitting in the driver's seat sensed an oppressive danger instantly. He stood up immediately and looked at Wang Xian with disbelief. He then swept his gaze across Mo Qinglong, who was standing next to the car. He had not sensed anyone near him. Wang Xian revealed a playful expression when he saw the young man staring at him. Shocked. Let them introduce me. How did you come in? Director Zai was also stunned when he turned around and saw Wang Xian in the car. Hey, don't be panicked. Look at the fireworks. They are so beautiful. Wang Xian looked at the distant fireworks with a smile. That place. No, that is. Director Zai noticed his composure, so he turned around to look carefully again. Subsequently, his body trembled as he spun and stared at Wang Xian with his bloodshot eyes. How dare you burn down my Longshuan restaurant? What Longshuan restaurant is the one on fire? The juvenile was shocked, with mixed expressions on his face. Brother-in-law, kill him. Kill him. How dare he? Shut up. At this time, Ren Anjai stared at Wang Xian and Mo Qinglong with wariness on his face. When he heard the juvenile's voice, he yelled at him in a cold voice. Immediately, the juvenile shut up upon hearing him, but he glared furiously at Wang Xian. Yes, that's the Longshuan restaurant. Look, now it has turned into fireworks. How beautiful. Wang Xian looked into the distance with a beaming face. Which family or sect are you from? Asked Ren Anjai with a cold face. He did not dare to make any reckless moves as he could sense significant threats from them. Which family are you from? Then Wang Xian turned around and looked at him with smiles on his face when he heard Ren Anjai's question. Ren family in Rivertown. Ren Anjai said emotionlessly. Oh, Ren family ranked second in the ancient martial artist families of Rivertown. Quite a formidable family. Wang Xian drew his lips slightly when he listened to him. From Old Zoo, he had already found out the rankings of the families in Rivertown. Ren family was in second place. The strongest martial artist was a level 8 elder in the Ren family, together with another 2 level 7 martial artists. They made a powerful team. But to them, they were nothing if he just flicked his finger. Well, that's the end of the fireworks. Finish them off. Wang Xian slowly opened the door and instructed Mo Qinglong next to him. Yes. Dragon King Mo Qinglong nodded as he stared at Ren Anjai. Finish me off. Ren Anjai was infuriated when he heard what Wang Xian said. With a cold face, he said, let me tell you this. No matter who you are, the Ren family will not be afraid of you. You talk too much. Mo Qinglong said impassively as he stretched out his arm to seize him. Seeking your own death. Ren Anjai was furious when he sensed Mo Qinglong's contempt. He curled his fingers into a fist and hurled at Mo Qinglong. Too weak. Mo Qinglong shook his head gently. Without any additional movements, he grabbed Ren Anjai's fist with no difficulties. Oh no, Ren Anjai was horrified. With eyes full of disbelief. He was a level 5 expert. Ren family regardless of which family you're from. You'll need to pay a hefty price for provoking the Dragon King, Mo Qinglong said impassively. With a pair of fearful eyes. Ren Anjai felt a powerful stream of internal energy gushing towards his elixir field. Ka ka ka. Sounds of cracks were heard. Ren Anjai could not help but spit a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of despair. You ruined my elixir field. You are actually a half-step too inborn. Feeling the intense pain from his body and the vast internal energy from the elder before him, he trembled in fear as the oppression continued to lurk in his heart as if something heavy had fallen from the sky onto him. Killing you or wiping the entire Ren family out is not a big deal, Mo Qinglong spoke to Ren Anjai nonchalantly. No, I beg you. Ren Anjai narrowed his eyes as he pleaded desperately. HMPH, Mo Qinglong scoffed at him. With a swing, Ren Anjai fell heavily on the car. Mo Qinglong then spun around to look at the remaining two people. No. Don't. Director Zai was appalled to see his mighty brother-in-law torpified. It's too late. Mo Qinglong swung his arm again and hit the limbs of Director Zai with his immense energy. Director Zai was screaming in despair. No. Don't kill me. No, the juvenile was so petrified that he knelt in the car quickly. He was only 19, and he was about to enter the university. He had yet to experience so many wonderful things in life. Useless thing. Mo Qinglong revealed a disdainful look. He swung his arm again, and the immense energy entered his body. All his limbs were crippled. Looking at the three people who were rolling in pain in the car, Wang Xian sneered and headed to the school. Let's settle the Underworld matter in the Underworld. You're welcome to seek revenge from me. If you dare to do any despicable things, this would not be the end. Mo Qinglong said coldly and returned to protecting the first-rate restaurant. I'm doomed. I'm completely destroyed. Half-step to inborn. He's actually a half-step to inborn expert. Ren Anjai stared in the air blankly as he went into a trance. The previous slack, casual look was long gone. The fireworks in the distance seemed to be burning their souls away. Chapter 78 Famous throughout the country. Chapter 78 Famous throughout the country. First-rate restaurant is on fire. Longshuan restaurant has caught fire. First-rate restaurant's reputation had spread throughout the whole country. As for Longshuan restaurant, it was burned to ashes. On the night of the fire, someone reported it. After the fire was put out, the insides of Longshuan restaurant were blackened and charred. Everything had been destroyed in the fire. Boss, we are famous, we are famous. The next morning, just as Wang Xian and Guan Shuking arrived at first-rate restaurant, Manager Huang exclaimed in excitement. He passed the newspaper over and continued. Boss, take a look, this is the morning paper of Rivertown. Our first-rate restaurant is now known throughout the town. Moreover, Longshuan restaurant is completely finished after they caught fire last night. They are unlikely to reopen in the future. I already know about it. Wang Xian smiled. We might be getting a little busier for the next few days and we'll have to trouble Manager Huang to supervise the situation. Not a problem. Not a problem. Manager Huang smiled as he shook his head. Wang Xian nodded his head and went into the office. With nothing to do, he switched on his computer and started playing. As a boss, he could do as he wished. Now that first-rate restaurant had started off well, he could just come over to play games. A first-rate restaurant is in the headlines. Wang Xian clicked on a news article and had a radiant smile as he read about the introduction of first-rate restaurant. The article was titled, Although I was surprised. I'm not exaggerating. When Wang Xian looked through the contents of that article, he smiled. After which, he continued browsing the internet and saw several news articles reporting about them. Among them, there were also articles from large media houses. One of the news articles was about Lin Qingying and first-rate restaurant. In that article, it was mentioned that Lin Qingying came to first-rate restaurant for a meal. She tried to use her fame and reputation of a food blogger to ask the boss to arrange a table for her. However, she was asked to wait by the boss directly. Even stars wouldn't receive special treatment. There were lots of comments under the news article, among which, the most popular one was, First-rate restaurant is incredible. In a food magazine, first-rate restaurant was promoted as the most incredible, most extravagant and most luxurious restaurant. The three most clearly showed the strength of first-rate restaurant. Within a single day, first-rate restaurant was known throughout the country. There were even many customers from other cities who wish to head to first-rate restaurant to try out their food and take a look at the most incredible restaurant in the country. Amongst the media reports from Rivertown, there was also an assessment of the showdown between Longshuan restaurant and first-rate restaurant. The gist of the content was that first-rate restaurant completely ran over Longshuan restaurant. There were even videos of Lin Qingying being rejected directly by the boss circulating on the internet. Longshuan restaurant was utterly defeated. Together with that fire at night, one could only pity Longshuan restaurant. For the following days, the business of first-rate restaurant exploded. People who came here for meals weren't just from Rivertown. Tourists in Rivertown would all come to first-rate restaurant to try the food as long as they had the economic capacity to do so. Besides that, through some connections of old kin, first-rate restaurant was placed in the introduction of Rivertown's tourist spots. Currently, first-rate restaurant was classified as a must-go restaurant for anyone who came to Rivertown. With the local authorities' publicity, coupled with the reputation of first-rate restaurant, first-rate restaurant had a full house each day. Its sales had also doubled from before. Two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin, wild giant yellow croaker fish, and Chinese bahaba fish were all sold out. Sao Zion. These are the sales figures over the last few days. I have also calculated the profits. Do take a look. On the fourth day, Wang Shuking brought over the sales report to Wang Zion. Wang Zion took a look at it after receiving them from Guan Shuking. First day's sales 770. Inyo. Second day's sales 830. Inyo. Third day's sales 970. Inyo. Fourth day's sales 102. Inyo. When Wang Zion saw these figures, excitement flashed in his eyes. These figures were really high and were several times as compared to before. However, from a different perspective, they weren't that high either. This was because they were achieved in a discounted period. Sales were 770. With 50 discount on the first day. Without discounts, it would be 1.54 million. There were also 40 discounts on the second day, 30 discounts on the third day and 20 discounts on the fourth day. On the fourth day, sales had broken through the $1 million mark. Moreover, with the current popularity of first-rate restaurant, the sales figures of 1 million a day would likely last for some time. It was especially so during the festive days when sales might be even higher. If he was lucky to have a customer order 3 two-headed abalone in a day, that would be over 1 million. Moreover, these abalones, lobsters, Atlantic bluefin marlin and other variety of fish were all caught from the sea. There were no costs associated with them. Excluding the costs, I have earned approximately 2.5 million in 4 days. Wang Zion's lips curved into a smile. Although he was giving generous discounts over the last few days, he wasn't too concerned as there was no cost associated with the world-class ingredients. Based on this pace, he could earn more than 10 million in a month. Naturally, this had to be based on having a steady supply of world-class ingredients. Wang Zion's mind was thinking quickly and a smile appeared gradually. The issue with the supply of ingredients could be left to Roving Girl. With Roving Girl's current strength, catching some world-class seafood shouldn't be a problem at all. BZZ. 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 At this moment, Wang Zion's phone rang suddenly. He took it up, took a look and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yu. Brother. He'll be going to the University of Rivertown with Xiao Mai and some other friends who got in too. At that time, come and fetch me. From the phone, the voice of his sister, Xiao Yu, sounded. What time are you arriving tomorrow? Wang Zion asked. Unknowingly, the semester of the university was about to start and his sister, Xiao Yu, would also be going to the same school as him. We will be reaching Rivertown High-Speed Rail Station tomorrow at 10 a.m. At that time, you have to bring us around. Relax, your brother. Guarantee to be there on time. As he hung up the phone with a face of smiles, Wang Xian looked at today's date. The first-year students of the University of Rivertown had 3 days to report to the school. This was to ensure that students who were from a more distant place would have ample time. Xiao Yu and her friends were a little early and would be arriving a day in advance. There would also be a few other high school students who made it into the University of Rivertown. To be precise, there were 8 of them. Xiao Xian, your sister will be arriving tomorrow. Guan Shuqing overheard his phone conversation and asked inquisitively. Yeah. Wang Xian nodded his head. For the following 2 days, I'll be bringing my sister around to have some fun. Therefore, I won't have time to come to the restaurant. In that case, have a good time with Xiao Yu over the next 2 days. There's still 3 days to the official start of school after all, replied Guan Shuqing. Yeah. Wang Xian nodded his head and sank into his thoughts. He was thinking of giving her a huge surprise this time. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Wang Xian arrived at the high-speed rail station to wait for the arrival of his sisters. At 10 a.m., a group of young guys and girls walked out from the high-speed rail station. There were 8 of them, 3 girls and 5 boys. One of the girls was around 1.6 meters in height. She wasn't very tall and was slightly slim. However, she had an exquisite face. She did not have any makeup on, looked very quiet and gave others the feeling of a girl next door. Chapter 79 The Admirer of the Younger Sister. Chapter 79 The Admirer of the Younger Sister. Xiao Yu, brother. At the exit of the high-speed railway station, Wang Xian called out to his sister, who was carrying a backpack. When Xiao Yu saw him, she was so thrilled that she dashed towards him. Brother. Xiao Yu jumped onto Wang Xian. With an exhilarated face, she hugged his neck and called out happily. Alright, you're a big girl now. Why are you still so clingy? Wang Xian patted her head and put her down. Hee. Xiao Yu chuckled as she got down from him. Brother, let me introduce you to our hometown friends who were admitted to University of Rivertown this year. Xiao Yu smiled as she introduced the 7 people who were walking over to Wang Xian. Hello. Senior Wang Xian, a pleasant-looking girl, greeted Wang Xian immediately. Hi. Xiao Mai. Wang Xian nodded as he smiled at the girl. Xiao Mai was his sister's best friend, and her family was quite well-to-do. Hence, she often took care of Xiao Yu. Hello. Senior. The rest of the people observed Wang Xian and greeted him. Where are you guys heading to? The school doesn't provide accommodation today, so you may need to stay outside for a night. Wang Xian looked at them. He then turned to Xiao Yu and asked, Are you hungry? Do you want to have something to eat? No. I'm not. We're going to find a motel near the school and stay for a night. Then, we intend to tour around Rivertown during the next 2 days. Oh, where are we going now? Asked Xiao Yu to the people behind her. Let's get some stuff today. We'll do our tour after we report to the school tomorrow. A juvenile with a sling bag asked. We didn't bring many things with us, so we need to get stuff like computers. Senior Wang Xian, do you know where we can get them? It would be a lot of fun to play tomorrow if we settled our things today. Yes, we can get our things today and put them in our dormitory tomorrow. Senior, please take us to places where we can shop for our stuff. Another juvenile echoed in agreement. Sure. Wang Xian looked at them and nodded. He reached out for Xiao Yu's bag and said, Let's go. We'll have something simple in a restaurant, and I'll bring you guys to the city center to shop for your stuff. Yes. Senior. The rest of them nodded their heads and headed outside. Senior, how's life at the university? Is it fun? A juvenile walked beside Wang Xian and asked. It's alright. You will have some freedom since the school is not that strict. Wang Xian chuckled. Senior, you can take us to a better restaurant. I'll be buying lunch for all of us. At this time, a juvenile spoke. He was dressed in trendy clothes with a pair of golden frame spectacles without any lenses. On his back, he carried a Hermes bag. As he spoke, he turned to look at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, what would you like to eat? It's okay. Chia Wenrui. I'll eat anything. Sensing the attention of the juvenile, Xiao Yu shook her head with uneasiness. It's okay. Well, eat whatever you want. Jia Wenrui continued with a thick skin. Ask them what they want. I don't have any preference. Xiao Yu shook her head and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at her. He was not surprised when Xiao Yu had admirers. After all, his sister was pretty too. I want to have Japanese food. Let's have Japanese food. Wenrui. A girl walked beside Jia Wenrui and replied as she leaned closer to him. Jia Wenrui hesitated when he saw the tall and slim girl. She was a totally different kind of girl from Xiao Yu. She was tall with a height of 1.7 meters. And her figure was hot. She had a pretty face, sharp chin, tall nose, and a slim face. Even though she looked pretty, her face looked as though it was from a mold, just like those online celebrities with plastic surgery faces. Moreover, the traces of plastic surgery were evident. She had makeup on her face with Chanel clothes and bag on her. She was a girl who came from a wealthy family. Forget about having Japanese food in the afternoon. It's a waste of time. Besides, we've got too many of us. It's a little troublesome. Wang Xian suggested. Let's have something simple first. And I'll take you to seafood tonight. Upon hearing Wang Xian, the girl frowned slightly with unhappiness flashing in her eyes. How would having Japanese food be a waste of time? Besides, it's delicious. I bet you haven't had it before. Forget it. Let's not have Japanese food. We will have something simple for lunch, Jia Wenrui told the girl. Let's do the Japanese food tomorrow. Fine. The girl was displeased, but she did not refute Jia Wenrui. Instead, she continued to chat beside him. While Jia Wenrui was chatting beside that girl, his eyes often drifted to Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu was talking happily with Wang Xian and Xiao Mai as they were sharing their funny stories about their driving lesson during the summer break. Let's take a cab to the city center. We can take a rest after lunch and shop for stuff over there. The group of people nodded to Wang Xian's suggestion. The group divided into 3 per cab. Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mai shared a cab. Xiao Yu, that handsome guy just now seems to like you when they were in the cab. Wang Xian beamed to Xiao Yu as he spoke. Heh. Xiao Yu lifted her chin with some pride, but shook her head subsequently. I don't like Jia Wenrui. He seems cheeky and thick-skinned. I prefer the type of people similar to my brother. Brother, I haven't seen you for such a long time. And you have become even more good-looking. Isn't it so? Xiao Mai. Senior Wang Xian really became more attractive. Xiao Mai looked at Wang Xian and replied with her cheeks blushed. Hee hee. Of course. My brother is the most handsome and kindest person. Xiao Yu smiled and continued. If I am getting a boyfriend, I must find someone like my brother. Wang Xian chuckled. He turned to Xiao Yu and reminded her. I'm telling you, you are allowed to date when you're in the university, but the guy must be good enough. Otherwise, you know me. Yes, brother. But I'm not preparing to date when I'm schooling unless I meet someone like you. Hee hee. Xiao Yu laughed. The happiest thing for her was to be able to attend school with her brother. A boyfriend was nothing to her. I have my brother. Right. Wang Xian nodded with satisfaction. The cars reached the city center. The group of 9 people came to a building and had some lunch. After the generous Jia Wenrui fought to pay for the bill, the bunch of youngsters began to shop excitedly. All the girls traveled here lightweight. Their parents must have given them money to shop for their clothes and stuff. Wang Xian also noticed those youngsters were quite well off. Let's go shopping. I want to buy a computer and some clothes. After lunch, everyone was excited. Let's buy some clothes first. They are lighter to carry. Wang Xian suggested to them. Yes. Senior. Jia Wenrui nodded and asked with a smile. Senior, where can we buy branded clothes here? I also want to get a bag. I've been carrying this for half a year. It's time to change. The girl that looked like some online celebrities said with a sense of superiority. After some chats during lunch, Wang Xian found out that this girl was called Jiang Shuang. Wenrui. Jiang Shuang. Both of you are nouveau riches. We can't afford branded stuff. But we can join in for fun. The rest of the boys said with envy. Hee hee. It's nothing. Let's see if we have time in the afternoon. I'll buy a car. I took 200 for my parents to buy a car for daily transportation. Jia Wenrui smiled as he spoke, but his eyes were full of egotism. Wow. You're rich. The boys exclaimed in surprise with an envious look. I'll take you guys there. Let's go. Wang Zan gazed at the few people who were showing off. With a faint smile on his face. Chapter 80 Luxurious Shopping 1. Sunan Shopping Mall is the largest mall in Rivertown and carries many worldwide brands. Let's go to this mall. Wang Xian led them into the mall. He had been to this mall once and spent over 50 on 3 sets of clothes. Alright, let's go then. Jia Wenrui smiled and walked in. The guys section is on the 2nd floor and the girls section is at level 3. Let's head to the 2nd floor first. I'd like to get 2 sets of clothes. Jia Wenrui's lips curved into a smile as he spoke to the group behind him. Alright. Let's follow and take a look. The other guys smiled and followed Jia Wenrui. It was clear that Jia Wenrui was rich and had treated them to meals. Therefore, they were seeing him as the leader of the group. Let's go. Jia Wenrui waved his hand and walked at the front of the group. Xiao Yu held on to Wang Xian's arm and followed behind while looking at the surroundings. When the group arrived at the 2nd floor, Jia Wenrui headed to the Armani specialty store and walked in confidently. The group followed. When they saw the price tags on the clothes, the group of guys couldn't help but shake their heads. It's so expensive, just a casual shirt costs 700,800. There are even some that cost a few thousand. Xiao Yu said to Wang Xian. Yeah. It's a worldwide brand and it's natural that the price isn't cheap. Wang Xian nodded his head. Yeah. It's really expensive. Even I can't afford such luxurious clothes. Xiao Mai stuck out her tongue and said. Is it expensive at this moment? Jiang Xuan's voice sounded from the side. She gave an indifferent look at Xiao Yu and commented. A 700,800 shirt is common. Armani is worldwide. Wearing it naturally allows one to have a different disposition. One's disposition has a lot to do with the clothes they are wearing. You wouldn't understand even if I explained to you. Yang Shuang had a slightly arrogant look on her, and was clearly looking down on Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai. It was especially so for Xiao Yu. All her clothes together wouldn't cost more than 200, and yet she was able to attract the attention of Jia Wenrui. This made her really jealous of Xiao Yu. When Xiao Yu heard her comments, she pouted slightly. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that she couldn't compete with others when it came to money and she didn't want to make such comparisons. Wang Xian looked plainly at Jiang Shuang. Xiao Yu, what do you think about these clothes on me? At this moment, Jia Wenrui had just changed into a new set of clothes. He walked in front of Xiao Yu. It's pretty good. Xiao Yu answered perfunctorily and nodded her head. Wenrui, I feel that a blue shirt would look better on you. Although white matches well with black, blue would be more suitable. Jiang Shuang immediately walked over to Jia Wenrui from the side and suggested to him. It's alright. I'll just take these. Jia Wenrui smiled and shook his head at Jiang Shuang, after which, he turned to Wang Xian and said, Senior, let me pick a set of clothes and gift them to you. When Wang Xian heard the sudden words from Jia Wenrui, he shook his head and replied, Thank you. That's not necessary. It's fine. It's fine. Jia Wenrui smiled and looked to Xiao Yu. You are Xiao Yu's brother and you'll need to get on your good books moreover. A set of clothes only costs a few thousands and that's nothing to me. I hope that our relationship could be better. He. As Jia Wenrui spoke, he had a confident smile on. He knew the family conditions of Xiao Yu and Wang Xian. Therefore, he was very confident. He believed that he was really outstanding to the point that Xiao Yu, and even her brother, wouldn't possibly reject him. Therefore, Jia Wenrui didn't say it in a more subtle way. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Wang Xian also raised his eyebrows. He noticed Xiao Yu's response and said directly, It's alright. You are not the type my sister is fond of, so you wouldn't have to do so. He knew that Xiao Yu wasn't fond of Jia Wenrui, but was too shy to reject him. Therefore, he said it for her and rejected him directly. Jia Wenrui's face stiffened upon hearing Wang Xian words and was speechless. A face-to-face rejection moreover. It's a direct and clear rejection. This made him feel shameful. The surrounding people were also slightly shocked. They had not expected Wang Xian to be so direct in his rejection of Jia Wenrui. When Jiang Shuang heard Wang Xian's reply, A tinge of joy flashed in her eyes. However, when she saw the embarrassment on Jiao Wenrui's face, she quickly walked in front of him and said, "Wenrui, you are really outstanding. It's her who is not deserving of you. Your family conditions are great and you are good looking. There would be many girls who would be fond of you. Senior, aren't you going a little overboard by being so direct? You should at least give him some face." A guy by the side said to Wang Zan after noticing the displeasure on Jia Wenrui's face. I was just speaking the truth. Wang Zian said with indifference. Tisk. Alright. I thought too much into this. Jia Wenrui looked a little embarrassed. He stared at Wang Zian and sneered. Since Senior couldn't tell who's sincere, forget it then. Wang Zian smiled and didn't say another word. In his eyes, these guys in front of him were still too young and childish. Arrogant. Show-off. Childish. Materialistic. Wenrui, why go and try to get on the good books of an inferior person? Do you still want to get some clothes? He'll help you pick some. Jiang Shuang looked at him and tried to console him. It's fine. Jia Wenrui shook his head while looking at Jiang Shuang. Let's go get your clothes. He'll buy a set for you. Really, you are the best. Wenrui. Jiang Shuang was taken aback and spoke in ecstasy. Let's go. Jia Wenrui took a glance at Wang Zian and Xiao Yu with a heavy expression before heading to the third floor. Jiang Shuang was full of smiles as she followed behind and the group of guys quickly followed too. Wang Zian saw that the group had left before looking to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai by her side. He shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Do you all still want to follow them?" Xiao Mai had a bitter look and looked to Xiao Yu. "We don't belong to the same circle as them. Why don't we go on our own?" "Yeah." Xiao Yu nodded her head. She hesitated before adding, "We are really not the same kind. Let's not follow them. After all, we will not be in the same class in the future." Alright. Let's go. Didn't I say I'd get you a big gift before school starts? Let's go up too. Wang Zian looked at her and smiled. Brother. Why don't we head back? Bring us to somewhere more interesting. Xiao Yu lifted her head and looked at him. We can leave that for tomorrow. Let's get you some stuff today. Wang Zian's lips curved into a smile as he said to Xiao Yu, "It will be fine. Just follow me." Brother. What are we doing upstairs? Xiao Yu asked in doubt. Of course. To buy things. Wang Zian smiled and pulled her to the lift. Hi, it's alright, brother. The clothes here are too expensive. Xiao Yu shook her head immediately. Don't argue. Just follow. Wang Zian turned his head around and spoke with a strong tone. Oh, seeing her brother acting this way, Xiao Yu pouted and simply followed. The third floor was entirely for the ladies. Various worldwide brands were all gathered on this floor. When they arrived at the third floor, Wang Zian looked straight to a shop. Prada. There's a rather famous movie called The Queen Who Wears Prada. Prada was a luxury brand among luxury brands. It was in existence of the highest tier. It shall be this shop then. And note, the expression of giving one some face is similar to showing respect for the other party and not making things embarrassing. Chapter 81 Luxurious Shopping 2. Chapter 81 Luxurious Shopping 2. Come over. Both of you stay beside me. Wang Zian tugged on Xiao Yu's arm as he spoke to her. Brother. Forget it. I know you're making some money. But it's too expensive here. Xiao Yu looked at those luxury brands around her with her eyebrows knit. She knew that her brother was making some money. But she also understood how hard it was for her brother to work for it. She had remained thrifty since young. Hence, she had no desire for these branded clothes except for the practical stuff. Moreover, the clothes here were too expensive. How much money could her brother have? Just follow me. Wang Zian's heart ached for his sister as he stroked her hair. Girls at her age often asked for money to buy clothes and makeup, but his sister was unwilling to spend money on expensive food just to save up. Xiao Yu, stop being naggy and follow me today. I know how much I have and how much I can spend. I'm not spending it blindly. Wang Zian stared at Xiao Yu and said solemnly, Well, fine then. Upon seeing the serious look on her brother's face, Xiao Yu was touched as she held his hand. That's better. Follow me. With a smile on his face, Wang Zian walked straight into the Prada store. Welcome. The greeters at the door immediately greeted them. Wang Xian brought them around as he looked at the clothes. He nodded with satisfaction and told the salesgirl, "Get them a set of clothes each. I want pretty clothes that are suitable for their age." The salesgirl was slightly stunned as she looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai. Hastily, she nodded. "Yes, sir. Ladies, please come over here. It's the summer season now, and girls look the best in skirts. This is the most popular Prada skirt series this year. Both of you look like students. This series suits students the most." The salesgirl introduced the clothes to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai enthusiastically. Xiao Yu was stunned. She saw the dresses which the salesgirls were holding onto. They were pretty, but her gaze drifted to the price tag. 33,299. That was the price of the skirt. "Brother, this place. We better go to other." Xiao Yu was anxious when she saw the rocky thigh prices. How could she afford such expensive clothes? Wang Xian stroked her head and took out a bank card from his pocket. "Today, let's just finish off the money on the card." It was the diamond card from Agricultural Bank of China with more than 5 million. Wang Xian was not short on money now. When he treated little Kite the other time, the card that old Qin gave him had 20 million on it. With the revenue his first-rate restaurant was earning, he had difficulties spending his money away. As Wang Xian spoke, he handed the salesgirl the card. "Bring them the clothes." The salesgirl was stupefied with the diamond card Wang Xian handed to her. As an experienced salesperson, she knew the card well. Forget about how much money was stored inside. It was definitely enough even if it was overdraft consumption. "Yes, sir. I'll be choosing the clothes for them," said the salesgirl excitedly. "Brother, did you make a fortune?" Xiao Yu could not help but ask when she saw his generosity. "Here, ladies. Let's try on the clothes and see which skirt looks the best," the salesgirl said to them. Wang Xian smiled at Xiao Yu. Without answering her question, he beckoned to her to go with the salesgirl. "Senior Wang Xian, you can get the clothes for Xiao Yu. I don't need it." Xiao Mai shook her head. She knew that Xiao Yu had only her brother to depend on, and their life was tough. "It's okay. Go ahead. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yu for such a long time." Wang Xian smiled at her and said, "Just go." "This." Xiao Mai hesitated. "Xiao Yu, drag your best friend along." Upon seeing Xiao Mi's look, Wang Xian instructed his sister. Xiao Mai was a nice and innocent girl, and both of them were on good terms. Xiao Yu had been staying in Xiao Mi's house for the entire summer holiday. He would treat anyone good to Xiao Yu nicely. The salesgirl called upon another 2 salesgirls before they began to let Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai try on the clothes. After she changed into a refined dress, Xiao Yu became more beautiful and gorgeous. Wang Xian was delighted with the look. "Sir, look at the clothes your sister is wearing. After school reopens, she can wear them for a very long time." The salesgirl beamed at Wang Xian. "Good. I'll take this. The one on Xiao Mai looks good too. What do you think if you think they are good? Just get them packed for you." Wang Xian said directly. "This is not bad too. Pack it for me, Senior Wang Xian. I'll take this one. The rest are fine." "It's too expensive." "Okay. I'll buy a bag for you when I get one for Xiao Yu later." Wang Xian nodded to Xiao Mai. After paying for their items, the 3 sets of clothes cost a total of 100. 300. "Let's go. After these 2 dresses, we need to get other styles too. Let's get another 2 more sets." Wang Xian smiled and spoke with the bags of clothes in his hand. After shopping in the Prada shop, Wang Xian dragged Xiao Yu out while she was still in bewilderment. "Brother, why do you have so much money?" Xiao Yu asked in disbelief. "I own a restaurant now." You'll find out tonight. Today's mission is to finish off the card." Wang Xian flashed his card again and laughed. "Xiao Yu, your brother is really awesome now," Xiao Mai exclaimed in bewilderment. "Let's go. This one. Louis Vuitton." Wang Xian headed to the shop in front of him. Louis Vuitton, the world's biggest luxury brand, also known as the often said LV. Wang Xian was a traditional man. Once he was rich, he wanted to get the best things for his sister. "Welcome." The salesgirl immediately greeted them with a smile as soon as she saw them strolling in. Wang Xian observed the shop. Women's clothes. Bags. Just nice. You would get them all. Pick 2 sets of clothes for her. Wang Xian told the salesgirl and turned to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai. Take a look and choose your favorite bag. Soon, they got 2 sets of clothes and 2 bags with more than 140. Knefla has spent on the card. After they came out of the shop, Xiao Yu recovered slightly from the shock and asked Wang Xian with a smiling face. Brother, how much money does your card have? Do you intend to make me into a little princess? You'll know it after you're done. Let's go. We have clothes and bags now. Girls must have shoes. Oh, and some accessories and cosmetics even though you're a natural beauty. Wang Xian smiled at Xiao Yu. Let's go. Little princess. Off to level 4. Charge, my brother has become a rich man. I'm a rich man's sister. Xiao Yu was thrilled as she regained the sweet and adorable side of her. She skipped her way up to level 4 for more shopping. Chapter 82 Luxurious Shopping 3. Chapter 82 Luxurious Shopping 3. Brother, we have already spent over 70 on skincare products. How much money is left on the card? All items we have bought add up to over 300. Walking out from the Lenkme shop, Wang Xian had a few other things in his hands. Currently, his hands were full of bags. However, with his current strength, it was an easy task to carry all these. Let's go on. We haven't gotten any shoes. Wang Xian smiled. He was also very delighted to see his sister being so jubilant. This was the first time he could buy her things without reserve. There's a watch shop right there. You guys can go and take a look first while I organize the things in my hands. There are too many bags right now. Wang Xian said to his sister. Senior, let us help you with some of those. Xiao Mai said, feeling a little embarrassed. Wang Xian shook his head and smiled. It's fine. These aren't heavy anyway. Go and take a look first while I organize these. Alright, I'll go with Xiao Mai then. Brother, you can be our bodyguard today, hee hee. Xiao Yu smiled as she pulled along Xiao Mai into the Patek Philippe watch shop. When the two of them entered, they saw a group of familiar people immediately. Jian Chuan was in front of the cabinet, trying out the watches. The price of this watch is a little over 37. It's a discounted item in our shop and looks great on you. The store attendant said to Jian Chuan. Jian Chuan looked at the watch on her and was truly fond of it. However, her family only gave her 60. This time, if she bought this, she would be a little tight on money. Therefore, she was a little hesitant. Why did they follow us here? At this moment, a guy behind her was surprised to see Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai walk into the shop. We didn't follow you guys here? We are here to take a look at our own accord. Xiao Mai looked at them and said. Xiao Yu saw Dia Wenrui and the group look over but didn't pay attention to them. She walked over to the cabinet in front of her and started looking at the watches within it. These watches are so expensive. Xiao Yu was a little shocked by the prices of these watches. As compared to luxury bags, the prices of watches were even more eye-popping. Just a casual watch would cost 30. 40. There were even some that cost over 100. Or even several hundreds of thousands. Patek Philippe is a world-class watch brand. A good watch could cost as much as a luxury car. Xiao Mai reminded her from the side. Xiao Yu's jaw dropped open. She looked into the cabinet and saw a watch that cost 80. This watch is so beautiful. Hey salesgirl, can you take this out for us to take a look? Xiao Mai said to a salesgirl standing at the side. Shameless. At this moment, Jiang Chuan, who was sitting a short distance away and trying out a watch, looked over at Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai with deep contempt. You guys should take a look at the price of the watch. Can you guys even afford it? Taking a look, can you all pay for it if you scratch it? When the salesgirl heard what Jiang Chuan said, she looked at Xiao Mai and Xiao Yu with hesitation. They were wearing very ordinary clothes. It was especially so for Xiao Yu. In fact, one could say that her clothes were of rather poor quality. They weren't wearing any accessories and didn't look like they could afford the watch at all. Are you sure you were buying? The salesgirl in front of Jian Chuan asked them. Xiao Mai and Xiao Yu were furious upon hearing this. This was their first time in such a luxury watch shop, and it was natural for them to feel angry when being questioned in such a way by the salesgirl. Can't I try it if I'm not sure? Xiao Mai replied angrily. She knew that Xiao Yu's brother was rich and could afford it. Hee hee. Not sure. Jiang Chuan laughed in a condescending manner. She looked at them and added, can you guys afford it? Can't you see the price on it? You should have taken a look at yourself. If you can't afford it, it's better if you don't try it on. The salesgirl said after hearing the words of the customer in front of her. Did you see this? If you don't have the money, don't shop around here and waste everyone's time. Jiang Chuan mocked. The words of the salesgirl and Jiang Chuan made the faces of Xiao Mai and Xiao Yu turn red rapidly. They were all 1,819 years old girls and naturally wouldn't have encountered such mockery and belittlement. Who says that we can't afford it? Xiao Mai was seething in anger. Her eyes had turned a little red, from both anger and embarrassment. Tisk. Jiang Chuan sneered and stood up directly. She said to the salesgirl in front of her, You'll be taking this watch on me. Please wrap it up for me. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. That salesgirl was thrilled and immediately walked over. You'll be paying by card. Jiang Chuan held out a bank card. Xiao Yu. At this moment, Jia Wenrui suddenly walked over to Xiao Yu, who looked ghastly. He took a glance at the watch in the cabinet. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. But you have to be my girlfriend. Jia Wenrui put on a strong front. He stared intensely at Xiao Yu and continued. I can give you a life that you could never imagine. All you have to do is to agree to be my girlfriend and you wouldn't have to suffer with your brother. All you have to do is to agree and you will never have to be looked down on by a salesgirl in a shop. Jia Wenrui revealed a confident look. He knew that his words could definitely move a girl. To him, no one would choose to not pursue a better life. As long as she was with him, he was able to provide. Wenrui Jiang Chuan was shocked upon hearing Jia Wenrui. Her face quickly sank and turned hideous as she walked over. Wenrui, she's just a little brat from a village. Her dressing is bad and her family is poor. Why would you? Shut up. At this moment, a cold shout pierced through the atmosphere. Even the temperature in the whole shop seemed to have fallen by several degrees. Wang Xian happened to overhear Jia Wenrui's words when he walked in after organizing the bags in his hand. He also heard what the girl with the online celebrity's face said about his sister. This made his face twitch with anger. Brother Xiao Yu saw Wang Xian and immediately walked to him. Her face was still a little red with embarrassment and anger. Senior Wang Xian. Xiao Mai also walked over. Wang Xian looked condescendingly at Jiang Chuan and Jia Wenrui. Thrash, that is so full of yourself just because your family is rich. Wang Xian looked coldly at Jia Wenrui and continued. Tisk. Give my sister a life she cannot imagine with how you are currently. Do you know how much these things in my hands are? Did your parents give you enough money? Salesgirl. Get me the most expensive and the best female watch in this shop. Wang Xian placed the things in his hands on the cabinet as he spoke coldly. Clothes from Prada. Bags and clothes from LV. Skincare products from Lancome. All of them were the latest design. One of the salesgirls saw the 78 bags on the cabinet and was surprised. These things would most likely cost 200. 300. Alright, a salesgirl quickly replied. Sir, these are the best female watches we have. This watch has diamonds embedded at this spot and sapphire here. This watch. Payment by card. Wang Xian said as he pointed to the watch he felt looked the best. Sir, are you really going to buy this watch? Costs 888. Are you sure? The voice of the salesgirl was trembling. Wrap it up. Wang Xian threw the card on it directly. Yes, sir. That salesgirl was thrilled. What a rich tycoon to spend 888. Without batting an eye. Get your manager here. Wang Xian said coldly to the salesgirl. Yes, sir. That salesgirl was shocked and quickly ran to a small storage room at the back. A middle-aged woman walked out and looked at Wang Xian. With a warm tone, she greeted, Sir, thank you for visiting Patek Philippe. Is there anything you need? My sister was here a while ago and was looked down on by your salesgirl. Give me an explanation, Wang Xian said to the middle-aged manager with an indifferent tone. The middle-aged manager was shocked and frowned at the salesgirl. As an international brand, They had very high demands for the quality of service and cared a lot about word of mouth. Now, this young customer who spent 888 without batting an eye was questioning her directly and wanted her to give him an explanation. In such a scenario, she really had to give him an explanation. Everyone around was dumbfounded. When Jia Wenrui heard Wang Xian calling him thrash, he had wanted to retort. However, when he saw the luxury goods in his hands, he was stunned. He knew very clearly about these things. The prices of these items in Xiao Yu's brother's hand weren't cheap. He was even more shocked when he saw Xiao Yu's brother buy a female watch that cost 888. Immediately. At the same time, Jiang Shuang was watching Wang Xian's actions in disbelief. He bought an 888 female watch without batting an eye. The other young men were even more shocked. 8,880 for a single watch. Didn't they say that Xiao Yu and her brother only had each other since young and had a tough life? This is what they consider tough. Chapter 83. What's the gap? Sir, I would like to apologize on behalf of my staff. I'll also answer to you. The manager made a bow to Wang Xian, apologizing before he turned to the salesgirl and inquired on the incident. Xiao Yu, come over. Wang Xian beckoned her. Which salesgirl despised you just now? Brother, it's nothing. She was just asking if we can afford it. If we can't, then don't bother to try it on. Xiao Yu was slightly embarrassed when she repeated the incident again. We can't even try when we're not buying. Wang Xian sneered at the manager. Of course not. Those who walk into our shop are our customers. Well, let customers try on the watches. The manager was looking woeful when he was being accused by Wang Xian. He looked at those salesgirls and asked coldly, who was the one who said no trying? Manager? I thought they were. The salesgirl whimpered as she tried to explain to her manager with a pale-looking face. Don't explain to me. If all our staff behaved like you, could we even do any business? Who told you that customers cannot try on the watches? The manager cut her off without any emotion. Pack your things. Our store has no means to keep such an employee like you. Manager? I am in the wrong. Please give me a chance. The salesgirl pleaded. The manager frowned and looked at Wang Xian, who was watching everything with his impassive look as always. The manager gritted his teeth. Cut your words and resign now. What a snob, said Wang Xian to the salesgirl emotionlessly. The salesgirl looked over with a pale-looking face as she was filled with regret. Just then, the other salesgirl packed the watch and said to Wang Xian, Sir, your watch. Wang Xian nodded his head and took over the bag before he passed it to his sister. Take it. Everyone says girls need to be pampered when they are growing up. Even though you're a grown-up now, it's not too late now. Wang Xian smiled as he handed the watch to Xiao Yu. Then, he looked at Jia Wenrui and Jiang Shuang. You think you're rich and you can act snobbish, huh? I didn't want to say it, but you're just brats. Many people are richer than you and your family. As he said this, he walked to Jia Wenrui and patted his shoulder. Never mess around with my sister. You're not qualified yet. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll make sure the consequences are unbearable for you. After Wang Xian finished his sentence coldly, he turned to Xiao Yu and smiled. Let's go, sister. We are still short on shoes. Oh, do you want to get a necklace? Shall we go and get one now? No, brother. Let's go. Seeing her brother standing up for her, happiness and admiration crawled all over Xiao Yu's face. Her brother had always protected her like this. In the past, he would beat up the people who bullied her. Now, it was even more interesting. If anyone bullied her, he would slam them with money. Let's go. I have too many things in my hands. You'll have to carry some of them later. Wang Xian carried the shopping bags and headed outside. How did Xiao Yu's brother become a rich man? Gazing at their back views, a guy behind murmured in shock. Jia Wenrui was looking sulky as his mouth twitched. What Wang Xian had said just now was in outright contempt, humiliation for how he was behaving on the first story just now. Yet, he did not dare to say anything, since Wang Xian could take out 880 like a breeze for a watch. He could be someone formidable in the river town. He dared not rebuke as he was afraid Wang Ziyan would find someone to hurt him. Jiangchuan, on the other side, gazed at the back of Xiao Yu with jealousy. Why does Jia Wenhui detest herself and like Xiao Yu? Why does she have such a formidable brother? She took a glance at the watch she bought with heartache. Her face paled when she thought of the expensive watch Xiao Yu's brother had bought without thinking. It was futile to make a comparison. Okay, brother. We've got enough stuff. Everything is in. After getting the shoes, they even bought a few sets of lingerie. Xiao Yu was carrying some shopping bags when she spoke to Wang Ziyan. Yes. Everything, including the clothes, is in. Wang Ziyan pondered as he observed the things in his hand. We're still short a notebook, a phone, and another iPad. That should be done. Oh, Xiao Yu, what else do you need? Gosh, my dear beloved brother, it's enough. The computer and such. You will get to use the computer. There's an Apple store here. Let's go. Wang Ziyan interrupted her and walked out on his own. Xiao Yu looked at her brother and followed behind with a happy smile. The gadgets were not expensive. A laptop, a phone, and an iPad cost only 30. Brother, we're really done with the shopping. Let's put these things in your dormitory. Shall we? Xiao Yu smiled as she looked at Wang Ziyan, whose hands were full of shopping bags. I'll get you girls a hotel. Let's put the things inside and take a rest. Wang Ziyan smiled and said, All right, brother. Xiao Yu nodded. Wang Ziyan looked around and fixed his gaze on the Summer Sun International Hotel, the hotel owned by Zhu family. Come on, follow me. As Wang Ziyan spoke, he took the lead in front and headed towards the Summer Sun International Hotel. When Xiao Yu was at the entrance, she gazed at the hotel's name and murmured, Summer Sun International Hotel, 5-star hotel. If it were in the past, she would never allow her brother to let her stay in such an expensive accommodation. But now, she has seen how her brother behaved like a nouveau rich. Hence, she was adapting to it slowly. Babe, give me a presidential suite. Wang Ziyan came to the reception desk and said to the receptionist, I'm sorry, sir. Our presidential suites are all fully booked. Would you like to choose another room? The receptionist apologized to Wang Ziyan. Brother, Xiao Mai and I can stay in a standard room. There's no need for a presidential suite. Don't waste your money. Xiao Yu tugged his hand immediately. Fine, just get me any room. Wang Ziyan nodded his head reluctantly. He took out the family membership card that the Zhu family gave him and handed it to the receptionist. When the pretty receptionist received the family membership card, she was slightly stunned as she was shocked to see the Summer Sun membership card. When she swiped the card on the machine, the computer immediately sounded off. Welcome our distinguished members for the family membership card. You'll enjoy the best service in the hotel. The pretty receptionist was stunned while the other two receptionists popped over immediately. They were shocked to say, it's the Homeland card, the most prestigious membership in the Summer Sun Hotel. Members will get to enjoy the best service in the hotel for free. Gosh! The pretty girl who was holding the card recovered from her shock. She immediately said respectfully, Sorry sir. Our hotel has reserved a separate presidential suite dedicated to the members of the Homeland card. I'll take you there now. Sure. Thanks. Wang Ziyan nodded. You're welcome. The pretty receptionist replied immediately. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai were staring at Wang Ziyan with surprise. Chapter 84 Getting a Car 1. Chapter 84 Getting a Car 1. Brother, this hotel. When Xiao Yu saw the enthusiastic, or rather respectful, actions of the front desk receptionist, she couldn't contain her curiosity and asked, Oh, this hotel belongs to a friend of mine, the Zhu family. They also have another holiday resort by the sea. This membership card was a gift from them. With this, everything will be free in this hotel and the holiday resort. Moreover, we will be able to enjoy the best service. Wang Ziyan explained to Xiao Yu nonchalantly, I'll find some time to bring you guys over to the holiday resort to play after tomorrow. It's pretty good. It's also a 5-star holiday resort. Xiao Yu's mouth opened and had a shocked expression. Seeing her expression, Wang Ziyan caressed her head and said, There's nothing your brother can't settle in Rivertown in the future. Therefore, don't be scared. Be confident because you are my sister. Brother. You are so awesome now. Xiao Yu's eyes shimmered as she stared at him. I guess I'm doing pretty alright. Wang Xian smiled. Mr. Wang. We are here. This is a room we use to receive our most important guests. There will also be a personal assistant. If there's a need, you could press the service bell and your personal assistant will arrive within 2 minutes. The beautiful female front desk receptionist brought them to the highest floor after opening the door to a room. Alright. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded his head and walked in. The entire apartment consists of 3 rooms and a living hall. The decorations were extremely luxurious and one could see the beautiful city center by simply drawing the curtains and looking out. Wow! What a huge room. Xiao Mai looked around with surprise. Not bad. You guys could stay here tonight. Wang Xian put the things down, sat on the sofa and poured a cup of water for himself. Take a break for now. It's only 3 p.m. Let's go get something else in a while. We are still getting more, brother. We already have all the things we need. Xiao Yu sat beside him. She held onto Wang Xian's arm and said, Brother, you are so nice to me. Great that you know your brother is nice to you. Take a 10-minute break. What we are getting in a while will be useful to me too. Moreover, I have said that we are going to spend all the money on the card. Wang Xian smiled. After taking a short break, Wang Xian brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai out and called for a car. Sir, please take us to Cheyenne Street. Wang Xian said to the driver. Taking a look at the car exhibition, the driver smiled at them and asked. Car exhibition. Wang Xian was surprised and asked. Sir, is there a car exhibition today? Yeah. Don't you know about that? I thought you were going to the car exhibition. Today's the last day of the exhibition. There are quite a number of people at the car exhibition. Hee. And a lot of beautiful models. The driver raised his eyebrows. Oh, are there a lot of cars on exhibition? Wang Xian asked. Yeah. How could there not be? There are lots of supercars. The scale of this car exhibition is really big. You will know once you see it in a while. The driver nodded his head. Cheyenne Street was where the 4 showrooms for cars in Rivertown were gathered. Anyone who wished to buy a car in Rivertown would typically come to this place. After alighting the car, Wang Xian brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai and looked ahead. In the direction they were facing, there were many banners hanging around. The biggest one of all read Rivertown 5th Car Exhibition. The exhibition hall was huge and one could see many people shopping in it. There were cars of various brands on display. Let's go and get you a car. The reason why I've asked you to learn to drive in the summer is so you could become brother's driver. Hee. Wang Xian chuckled. How could you let your sister be your driver? You are so thick-skinned. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him, but still followed Wang Xian in. Isn't that because I have no time to get a license? Wang Xian laughed and walked ahead. There are quite a number of people at this car exhibition. There are a lot of models here too. Wang Xian looked around and saw many people. Some were looking at the cars while many others were looking at the car models. In front of each car brand, there were 34 car models. These car models were wearing seductive clothes that complemented their great figures. The cleavage they were showing added heat to the already hot summer. There were also quite a number of people taking photos, amongst which many were taking photos of these car models. Wow, there are so many people in cars. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai looked around them and were observing the surroundings in curiosity. This car's look is so beautiful. Right ahead of Xiao Yu and at the entrance, there were several luxurious cars that were worth several million on display. Xiao Yu pointed to a Rolls-Royce and exclaimed, Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car costs at least 67 million. Wang Xian looked at the Rolls-Royce and was getting a little excited too. Men always had a love for supercars. Therefore, it was only natural that he would like such a domineering-looking car. However, he didn't have a license and couldn't drive a car, and the Rolls-Royce was clearly not suitable for Xiao Yu. Let's go take a look around, Wang Xian said to them before walking further in. Wow, this sports car is so cool. Xiao Mi's eyes lit up when she saw the Lamborghini beside her. Yeah. However, it would probably be hard to drive if the road conditions are bad. That Benz ahead looks pretty domineering. Benz G-Series. The love of every man. Senior Wang Xian, why don't you get a car like this? It would be so cool. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai looked at the same car fervently as they commented raucously. Wang Xian simply smiled and agreed with what they were commenting as they looked through the collection of cars. This car exhibition was indeed pretty large-scale. One could easily see international luxury car brands in this exhibition. Wang Xian was trying to decide on a car to get for Xiao Yu. He had looked up information on this a few days ago. For a girl, a Maserati would be more suitable and a top-end Maserati would cost less than 3 million. Nonetheless, he still wanted Xiao Yu to make her own decision and would like to see what she would like to drive. Wow, that car is so stunning. Yeah, it's really stunning and it's pink, that's simply beautiful. At this moment, Xiao Yu exclaimed and walked ahead. Xiao Mi's eyes followed Xiao Yu as she walked over too. Wang Xian lifted his head and looked over. It was a pink Bentley Continental. A look at it was enough to capture the hearts of any young girl. The elegance and luxury of a Bentley paired with its pink color made it a classic car that fair, rich and beautiful woman would prefer. Seeing Xiao Yu's excited expression, Wang Xian followed behind. Wow, stunning. A Bentley is very expensive and would cost at least a few million. Nonetheless, this pink Bentley is really breathtaking. Yeah, however, driving this car around would be a little too eye-catching. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai were discussing and couldn't help but take out their phones to take a few photos. Wang Xian simply smiled by the side and didn't comment. After looking at this car for several minutes, these two girls continued walking forward. At the display area of Maserati, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai exclaimed in unison. Girls typically preferred this car brand, and this car model was also more suitable for a girl to drive. And note, 14 stands for sales, service, spare parts, shop for body and paint. Chapter 85 Getting a Car Too. Chapter 85 Getting a Car Too. Those are the common brands inside. Wang Xian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mai were shopping around the car show. All the luxury cars were placed at the entrance. As they walked further in, the cars in the show were mostly low to mid-range brands. The three of them walked one round briefly. Which car looks better? Asked Wang Xian to Xiao Yu with a smile. In terms of appearance, the pink Bentley is the nicest. Maserati is pretty. But if we're getting a car, I suppose a BMW or Mercedes-Benz will do, said Xiao Yu to Wang Xian with a smile. Come with me. Wang Xian nodded and smiled. He thought that since he was still left with over 4 million in his card, it should be enough to get that pink Bentley. When they returned to the pink Bentley, many people were gathered around, and the majority of them were ladies. The pink Bentley gave off youthful vibe amid elegance. Indeed, it was attractive to the ladies. Hubby, when you have the money, you can get me the pink Bentley. Right, no problem. Wifey, tomorrow, if I got the lady of luck tomorrow, I'd buy it for you. Tomorrow, hubby. Why do we have to wait till tomorrow? I bought a lottery ticket, and the result will only release at night. If I win the first prize, we can come and collect the Bentley immediately. You go to hell. When they walked over, they overheard the young couple's conversation. Everyone around them was smiling amiably. This car is lovely, but it's too expensive. The entire car would cost 2 million. Alas, a middle-aged man who dressed like a successful businessman in his suit shook his head. It's Bentley. Even slightly cheaper ones will cost 3 million. The price of this pink Bentley can buy 2 decent houses. A girl next to the car mumbled as she could not stop taking pictures of the vehicle. Many people fancied the car, but they were being put off by the price. 2 million? Wang Xian observed the car carefully. He made a decision after he noticed that Xiao Yu took a fancy to the car. Hey, handsome, Wang Xian called upon the salesman who was standing next to the car. Sir, how may I help you? The young salesman looked at Wang Xian puzzledly and asked with a smile. Can we do a test drive? As Wang Xian asked. He took out a bank card. Well, buy it immediately if we're satisfied with it. That young salesman was slightly taken aback as he looked at the bank card in Wang Xian's hand. Immediately, he replied. Sir, hang on. You'll get my manager here. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Brother. After the conversation, Xiao Yu tugged Wang Xian's arm and shook her head. Brother. This is too expensive. Besides, it's too striking. I told you to finish the money on the card. After getting this car, the card should have about 30 yen left. Just nice for your pocket money. Wang Xian chuckled. You still have more than 4 million on it. Yu's eyes were agape with her lips slightly parted. She looked cute with her shocked look. This afternoon, they had already spent almost 300 on their clothes and bags. After paying for a watch that cost nearly 900 yen, the card still had more than 4 million on it. Gosh. He's a nouveau rich indeed. Diamond card from the Agricultural Bank of China. To get that card, you'll need at least 5 million in your account. Someone is really buying the pink Bentley. He's rich. This is the true blue nouveau rich. Buying a Bentley for his sister. Why don't I have such a good brother? He's the rich second generation. I'm sure. It seems like they spent the money on the card in just a day. Oh gosh. The crowd stared at Wang Xian shockingly. A slender and tall figure with good-looking appearance. At the same time, he had a unique demeanor which gave off a noble vibe, but the two girls beside him were somewhat ordinary even though they were pretty. After all, there were too many pretty girls in this era. Xiao Yu, your brother is filthy rich now. He is actually buying you a Bentley that is over 4 million. If you drive this to school, I really can't imagine. So Mai shook Xiao Yu on her arm as she spoke with her eyes bright. Xiao Mai, do you think I've become rich overnight? Asked Xiao Yu dumbfoundedly. You're a swan that turns into a phoenix now. I envy that you have such an awesome brother, Xiao Mai said with envy. Xiao Yu chuckled as she wrapped her arms around Wang Xian's arm. Sir, are you buying this car at this time? A middle-aged man was taking big steps as he followed beside the young salesman. With enthusiasm, he asked Wang Xian. Yes, but can we do a test drive? Wang Xian asked. Money is not an issue. We'll buy the car immediately if there's no problem. Sure. Of course, the middle-aged manager answered without the slightest hesitation. He knew that the young man had the buying power. Great. Where can we do the test drive? Asked Wang Xian. Sir, there's a place outside just for test driving. I'll accompany you guys there. The middle-aged manager replied immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and looked at Xiao Yu with a smile. Let's go for a test drive. Brother, I've only had my driving license for a few days. What if I damage the car? Xiao Yu said with a bitter face. As she did not dare to drive, she knew the repair cost of the car would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's okay. The manager next to you will remind you. Besides, the car is insured after you buy it. If you hit the car, just repair it. Wang Xian smiled as he spoke without much thought. The manager next to them chuckled when he heard Wang Xian. Yes. Babe, don't worry. There was another sentence that he did not spell out. Nouveau riches are rich. You don't need to worry. Fine. Xiao Yu nodded her head and walked to the car. The middle-aged manager sat in the passenger seat to drop reminders to her. Wang Xian and Xiao Mai were seated at the back seats. Here, babe. I'll do an introduction. The middle-aged manager got into the car and began introducing the various functions of the luxury car to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu listened with flickering radiance in her eyes. The functions of this car were not what the cars in the driving school could compare to. Let's go. We'll take a drive out for 2 laps, the middle-aged manager said with a smile. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and spun to look at her brother. Don't worry and drive on. Don't be scared, Wang Xian said with a smile. Yes. Brother. Xiao Yu nodded and drove out cautiously. She was driving with care as she had just gotten her license. But after 2 rounds of the test drive, she got her smile back on her face. Driving a luxury car was better than driving those ordinary cars. To a certain extent, it was a comfortable ride. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu's smile and turned to the middle-aged manager sitting at the passenger seat. I'll get this car. Prepare all the paperwork for us. Sure. We promise to get you all the paperwork done today. The middle-aged manager was excited as his eyes were beaming. Sir, I'll return to the showroom first. You can take a seat over there while waiting. Sure. Wang Xian nodded. They drove the car back to the car show and followed the manager back to the Ford's showroom. Director Kui, you're here. The Bentley showroom was spacious, and the decorations were extravagant with various luxurious Bentley cars in it. After they entered the showroom, the manager saw a middle-aged man speaking to a couple with polite smiles. He was slightly stunned as he hurriedly greeted them. Yes. I just arrived. Director Kui nodded and said. Manager Zhao. Young Master Lin is buying that pink Bentley. Please help him with the paperwork. Manager Zhao revealed a shocked face and said hastily. Director Kui. A customer was about to pay for that car. Is it sold? The young man beside Director Kui knit his eyebrows slightly. Young Master Lin. Not yet. When Director Kui heard the young man asking, he quickly replied. This car was prepared for you. How can we sell it? As Director Kui spoke, he looked at Manager Zhao. Let the customer know that the pink Bentley is already sold. We can recommend other cars for them. Chapter 86 Smash. Chapter 86 Smash. You don't have to inform us. We have overheard everything. Wang Xian frowned upon hearing their conversation and walked over slowly. Director Kui was slightly shocked and looked at Wang Xian in surprise. However, he quickly recovered and maintained a smile on his face. I'm really sorry about this, brother. But this pink Bentley has been ordered by someone. If you would still like to have it, you could wait a month and I'll get the Bentley headquarters to custom make one for you. There should be a sequence in buying a car. When we want to buy it. This car hasn't been sold. Now that we are about to buy it. You're telling me that it has already been booked. Isn't this out of line? Are you fooling with me? Wang Xian looked at Director Kui and spoke indifferently. When Director Kui heard his words, his eyebrows knitted together. He was also wary of offending Wang Xian, as one who could afford a car over 4 million definitely wouldn't be a simple man. However, he was more wary of offending the young men beside him. Let's do it this way. Brother, why don't you take a look at other models of car, or perhaps you could wait for a month. I'll get one made for you from the headquarters. Director Kui looked at him and said, you can say this to the young man beside you. Wang Xian replied. Wang Xian's reply made Director Kui's face sink. His eyebrows were closely knitted together. In that case, I'm sorry, brother. There's nothing I can do. This car has already been booked by another customer. You haven't even paid for it. He's free to sell it to whoever he wants. What's there to quarrel about? The beautiful girl beside the young man looked at Wang Xian and said, clearly annoyed. That pink Bentley was for her, and she naturally wouldn't allow anyone to snatch it away from her. The young man looked on nonchalantly and didn't say a word. That's not wrong, but I'm not happy about it. Wang Xian smiled and said slowly. I'm a consumer and I'm not here looking to suffer such unjust feelings. There are many unjust things in the world. What can you do about it? Hee. Brad, it's good for you to go through these experiences. The young man sneered when he saw how Wang Xian reacted. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and looked to the manager and Director Kui. We are here to buy a car and not for this. After trying out for so long and being just about to buy, you're telling me it has been booked. Moreover, it's clear that the other party hasn't bought it yet. Hey, brother. We are the seller. When Director Kui heard his words, his expression got even heavier. We are free to choose who we would like to sell to. Don't you hear them? They are free to choose who they want to sell to. What are you blabbering about? Annoying. They have already said that they aren't selling it to you. The beautiful girl at the side crossed her arms and remarked sarcastically. Great. A cold look surfaced on Wang Xian's face as the anger in him had built up. He was angry over what Director Kui had said. After trying the car for half an hour and being just about to pay for the car, he was told that the car had been sold to another person. Moreover, they weren't the slightest bit apologetic about it, saying that they were free to sell to whoever they chose was the final straw. Whoever encountered such an incident naturally wouldn't feel good about it. In that case, he'll let you pay a price for it, Wang Xian remarked coldly. Since they had made him unhappy, he would also make them unhappy. Price. When Director Kui heard him, he smirked coldly and stared at Wang Xian with contempt. I would like to see what price you could make us pay. Tisk. Get out of my shop immediately. So arrogant. I wonder where he was from. Young Master Lin looked at Wang Xian from the side. Don't be so arrogant in Rivertown. Otherwise, you might not even know how you will die. I sure would like to know how I would die in Rivertown. The vibes of a divine dragon started spreading from his body gradually. Brother, let's just let it go. I'm not interested in this car anymore. Xiao Yu looked at the crowd around her. She started feeling a little worried and pulled Wang Xian's arm. He. When Wang Xian heard her sister, he released his aura and joked. Xiao Yu, just stand aside and watch. I'll let you see what your brother is capable of today. There's no one we need to be afraid of in Rivertown. Brother. Wang Xian caressed her head before turning his attention to Director Kui, young Master Lin and the girl. Didn't you hear me? This is my territory. Get out of here. You brazen brat. Director Kui met Wang Xian's gaze. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. An arrogant brat like you would suffer a terrible death. Young Master Lin lit a cigarette and looked at Wang Xian as though he was watching a show. In that case, let's see if I will have a terrible death. Wang Xian smirked and noticed a large hammer used for repairs at one side. He walked towards it directly. Brat, what do you think you were trying to do? When Director Kui saw Wang Xian go and pick up the hammer, his expression changed as he roared loudly. Young Master Lin also raised his eyebrows and stared coldly at Wang Xian. What am I trying to do since you made me unhappy? I'll just have to vent it out a little. Wang Xian's lips curved into a smile and he turned his attention to within the shop. There were approximately 10 Bentleys in the shop. He carried the hammer and walked to the nearest one to him. Bang! The hammer smashed heavily on the Bentley, forming a huge dent from the ginormous impact. You! Director Kui's expression turned ghastly upon seeing Wang Xian smash the Bentley. Bastard! Stop it right now. Otherwise, I won't hold back. I'm going to smash this shop and would like to see what will happen to me. Wang Xian glanced at him with murderous intent. The hammer in his hand smashed down on the Bentley once again. A huge dent appeared after a single smash. After smashing the Bentley 45 times, the Bentley looked completely wrecked. However, Wang Xian didn't stop and simply walked to the next Bentley to continue smashing. Stop! Call security. Get the security over here and kill him. Seeing that Wang Xian had smashed 2 Bentleys, Director Kui's eyes had turned red in anger as he roared loudly. The young man by the side threw the cigarette on the floor and stared at Wang Xian callously. Wang Xian smiled plainly and said, after I've smashed all the cars, do show me what will happen to me. Currently, Wang Xian wasn't afraid of anyone in Rivertown. Qin family's influence could help him settle anything in the society. As for the Underworld, he was even less wary of anyone. Bam bam bam. Incessant thumping pierced through the atmosphere. Wang Xian had already smashed 5 Bentleys when the security guards arrived one after another. Stop! You better stop. When the 4 security guards saw Wang Xian smashing the Bentley, they were shocked. These are Bentleys that cost over 3 million each. Yet, he dared to just smash, and he had already smashed 5 of them. Wang Xian saw the group of security guards and smiled. He threw the hammer in his hand on the floor and stared at the red-eyed Director Kui. Come! I have just smashed 5 cars. Let me see what will happen to me. Bastard! You are dead. You are as good as dead. Seeing the fearless look on Wang Xian, he pulled out a phone directly. He didn't call for the police but dialed another number. The young master of the Ren family was here, and it seemed that young Master Ren wasn't in a good mood. If he knew that there was someone causing trouble here, he would definitely cripple the troublemaker. The Ren family was strong and had interests in half of the 4 showrooms. This place was just one of them. It's over. This brat is as good as dead. Chapter 87 Ren Anjai's Actions. Chapter 87 Ren Anjai's Actions. Ren Anjai was feeling despair and had been irritated these past few days. When he recalled what had happened the few nights before, he felt immense fear. His elixir field was destroyed. And now, he had become a useless man. The one who ruined him was a half-step to inborn expert. He shuddered at the thought of the old man and the young man. He told his father, the current master of Ren family. When his father heard about this incident, he almost killed him to make amends with that expert. But under the persuasion of his mother, his father gave up the thought eventually. His father wanted to bring him along and apologize to them, but he gave up the thought as his father did not wish for anyone in the family to find out about this. If other elders in the family found out that had gotten into trouble with such a formidable expert, he would be beaten to death to atone for his sins even if his father did not do so. Blood and brutality filled the world of ancient martial arts. Even though Ren Anjai escaped the calamity, his cultivation was totally ruined. Initially, he had the chance to inherit the family as the leader. But now, it was completely out of the question. His elixir field was completely destroyed, and it was only possible to recover with the help of an inborn expert and some medicine. Obviously, the Ren family was not capable of inviting an inborn expert to treat him. After he lost all his cultivation, he was sent to one of the organizations in the family to manage some businesses. Damn. If it was not for those two idiots, would I have ended up in such a state? Ren Anjai was sitting in the office, staring at his computer. When he recalled what happened that day, he was fuming. If it was not for those two idiotic brothers-in-law, how would he have ended up in such a state? However, the two of them were also leading a tough life. Their limbs were crippled, and they had to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. Besides, his brother-in-law's family also compensated him with half of their assets. However, no matter how much money they compensated him with, it could never be enough in exchange for his cultivation. Buzz! Just when Ren Anjai was feeling vexed, the phone suddenly rang. He displayed an impatient look when he saw the caller's name on the phone. Speak out now, Ren Anjai screamed with an unpleasant expression. Director Ren, I'm sorry to disturb you. Something happened in our showroom. Someone smashed 5 of our Bentleys. 5 of them. That person even taunted us. What? Director Quiz voice stunned Ren Anjai for a while. He raised his voice with rage. Has the person left? Ren Anjai darkened his expression as he asked with radiance flickering in his eyes. Not yet. Director Ren. He's still in the showroom. Great. He'll be there. God damn it. He's asking for it. Ren Anjai revealed a killing expression. He was feeling grumpy. Yet, someone dared to make trouble in his showroom. That person was going to be a piece of dead meat. In the entire Rivertown, everyone knew that the Rivertown 4 showroom had the backing of the Ren family. What a fusing fellow. Ren Anjai stood up immediately with a cold expression as he walked to the showroom. He was going to teach that outrageous fellow a hell of a lesson. Lad, you're doomed. You'll make sure you regret what you did for the rest of your life. Just you wait. You're dead. Back at the 4's automobile showroom, Director Kui spoke to Wang Xian with a hideous look once he got the reply from Director Ren. Director Kui, who did you call just now? Young Master Lin asked with doubt when he heard how Director Kui addressed the person on the line. I called Director Ren, the son of the Ren family. Director Kui answered. He continued coldly. Director Ren will be here in no time. You are dead. The son of the Ren family. Young Master Lin was surprised as fear filled his eyes. Ren family was a huge and influential family in Rivertown. Lin family was far more inferior to them. The son of the Ren family was definitely not someone he could compare with either. Director Ren will be here in no time. You're dead. Young Master Lin looked at Wang Xian as though he was a dead man. The pretty girl beside young Master Lin grabbed his arm and scorned at Wang Xian. Lad, you're too arrogant. You actually bashed their cars when they didn't want your business. How ill-educated you are. Wang Xian swept his cold gazes when he heard them, his flickering gaze fixed on the pretty girl and young Master Lin. Just then, a voice suddenly cut the air before the person could arrive. Who the hell dares to create trouble in the Ren family's turf? Are you sick of living? When Director Kui heard the voice, his eyes flashed with happiness as he hurried over to greet the person. Director Ren, that fellow is inside. He's simply too arrogant. He bashed our cars when we didn't want to sell the car to him. Director Ren, you must teach him a lesson, Director Kui explained as he ran. With a cigarette in between his fingers, Ren Anjai was looking cold as he saw Director Kui running to him. He nodded his head and walked inside. After he entered the showroom, he froze when he saw a young man, leaning haughtily against a Bentley. Hello, young Master Ren. I'm Lin Feng. When young Master Lin saw Ren Anjai, he quickly went over and greeted him. Yet, Ren Anjai could not hear what Lin Feng was talking about now. He could see darkness in front of him as if he had fallen into the abyss. This young man, he would never forget him. His serene smile, his taunting look in the eyes. He recalled that night when even that domineering half-step to inborn expert had to listen to his commands. He felt suffocated. Why? Why is it him? How could I be so pitiful that I have to meet this devil-like young man again? Ren Anjai shuddered in his shoes when he saw the curious and playful look in that young man's eyes. Director Ren. He's the one who smashed 5 of our cars. Director Kui pointed at Wang Xian as he howled angrily to Ren Anjai. Ren Anjai paused his breathing, and his expression changed dramatically when he heard Director Kui. Fuck you, are you trying to get me killed? Ren Anjai jumped up and slapped Director Kui hard on his face. He almost exerted all his force on it. If his internal energy was still around, Director Kui could be dead with that slap. Ren Anjai looked at Wang Xian with bitterness as he trotted over. Boom! Next, Ren Anjai did something that shocked everyone. He ran over and knelt in front of that young man. That's right. He knelt. And the sound of getting down on his knees was loud. Everyone was blown away by Ren Anjai's series of actions. He slapped Director Kui hard. Then, he ran over and knelt before the young man. He was the young master of the Ren family, the son of the leader of Ren family. Moreover, the Ren family was ranked as the number 2 ancient martial artist family in Rivertown. Yet, when he was confronted by the young man who smashed their cars, he actually ran over and got down on his knees. He got down on his knees. Chapter 88 Feared like a demon, revered like a god. Chapter 88 Feared like a demon, revered like a god. Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. I didn't know it was you. I have nothing to do with this, it's all these damned guys who offended young Master Wang. I have nothing to do with them. Young Master Wang. I'll apologize to you. We are at fault in this incident. I'll apologize. Wang Xian had initially wanted to wait for the person Director Kui had called before calling Old Qian or trying to settle it by himself. However, it was beyond his expectations that the person who came was Ren Anjai. He naturally remembered him very clearly. He was from the Ren family. Previously, he was asked by Longshuan Restaurant to burn down his first-rate restaurant. At that time, he was crippled by Mo Qinglong directly. What he had never expected was that Director Ren, whom Director Kui was talking about, was none other than Ren Anjai. Seeing Ren Anjai kneel down beside him, on the verge of tears, Wang Xian was speechless. Am I so scary? Is it fine for a guy to act like this? If Ren Anjai knew what Wang Xian was thinking currently, he would definitely cry out loud. How was he not afraid? Not only are you horrifying, but you are also the embodiment of the devil. Damn it. With a half-step to an inborn expert as subordinate. How horrifying your background is. A single kick from you is sufficient to finish off the Ren family. If I let my father know that I just offended this devil again, he'll probably be killed by him. I was wondering who Director Kui would call. So, it happens to be someone I know. Wang Xian looked at Ren Anjai. He rubbed his nose and found this to be a little hilarious. Young Master Wang, I didn't know it was you either. If I knew, I wouldn't have dared to come. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare to. Ren Anjai was shivering as he broke into tears. Since we know each other, I believe this matter could be settled easily. Wang Xian looked at him, smiled and squatted down. Young Master Wang, we are at fault in this. I'll apologize. I'll kill Director Kui as apology. Please calm down. Ren Anjai trembled at the sight of Wang Xian squatting down. He was completely petrified. At the other end, Director Kui, who got slapped so hard that he bled, finally started to recover from the shock. However, when he heard what Ren Anjai said, he blanked out and lost consciousness. The security guards around couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they witnessed this unbelievable twist of events. When young Master Lin and the beautiful girl beside him saw this, their eyes were in a daze and their faces paled. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai were dumbfounded. Wang Xian looked around before turning to Ren Anjai. I'm not an unreasonable man. You can be the judge for me. Young Master Wang. Please carry on. Please carry on. Ren Anjai replied immediately. Yeah. This is how it happened. I brought my sister here to buy a car, and we had our eyes on a pink Bentley. After trying it out for several rounds and making the decision to buy it, Director QE told me that the car has been sold. He said that the car was provoked by that young Master Lin and wouldn't sell to me. However, it was clear that at the moment we were trying out the car and had confirmed that we wanted to buy it. This car wasn't sold yet. In other words, I wanted to buy it first, but he sold it to another person. Tell me if you would be angry about it if you were me. Moreover, Director QE wasn't apologetic at all and asked me to get out. That young Master Lin and the beautiful girl beside him even said that I was arrogant. I was courting death and was uneducated. Hee. Tell me now, can you blame me for what I've done? I can't blame you. We are at fault in this. Young Master Wang. He'll definitely give you an explanation that you could be satisfied with. When Ren Anjai heard Wang Zan finish his illustration, he gritted his teeth and replied quickly. He repeated, Young Master Wang, he'll definitely give you an explanation you could be satisfied with. Rest assured, it's those damned brats who have not followed the rules. Yeah, they are the one who did not follow the rules. I'm not an unreasonable person. Wang Zian smiled, nodded his head and extended his hand over to pat Ren Anjai's shoulders. No, young Master Wang, please don't. When he saw Wang Zian extending his hand over, he thought that Wang Zian was meting out punishment. His face paled as he begged for forgiveness. However, he suddenly felt a warming feeling from his elixir field. To his pleasant surprise, he noticed that his elixir field was recovering gradually. This made him stare at Wang Zian in disbelief. I'm a very reasonable person. As long as you don't offend me, I wouldn't offend you. Wang Zian patted on his shoulders and smiled. Ren Anjai felt the power returning to his body. His face turned red in agitation and his mucus was almost spit out. Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you, young Master Wang. Ren Anjai was kowtowing to Wang Zian. He was unexplainably agitated as he had not expected that this devil in front of him. No, this godlike young man could heal his elixir field. He had never expected this to end in such a fortunate way. Wang Zian smiled, stood up and signaled for him to stand up. Ren Anjai stood up immediately and stood beside Wang Zian with his head lowered like a servant. For these Bentleys that I've smashed, put it on the tab of Director QE and that young Master Lin. Also, young Master Lin and the beautiful girl beside him threatened me, saying that I wouldn't even know how I died. Hee. I leave them to you. Wang Zian smirked as he turned his attention to young Master Lin and the girl beside him. Rest assured, young Master Wang, leave this matter to me. He'll definitely not disappoint you. Ren Anjai lifted his head and guaranteed solemnly, since they dare to offend young Master Wang, he'll let them know what is meant by not knowing how one died. Ren Anjai was speaking very loudly. Young Master Lin and the beautiful girl beside him could definitely hear him clearly. When they met Ren Anjai's murderous stare, they felt a shudder down their spine and were petrified. Young Master Ren, don't. It's our fault. Please, young Master Ren. Young Master Lin's voice was trembling and he looked horrified. Ren Anjai looked coldly at young Master Lin, smirked and said, how dare you offend young Master Wang and behave arrogantly in front of him? Just wait and see. We will have a good time together. Young Master Ren, you can't do this to me. It's my fault. Young Master Wang, it's all my fault. I didn't recognize that it was you. I deserve death. When Lin Feng heard the words of Ren Anjai, he was completely flustered. He looked towards Wang Zian in horror. In his eyes, this young man was the equivalent of a devil. He was petrified. Even young Master Ren kneeled down in front of him and begged for forgiveness. Just a word from Wang Zian was enough to make young Master Ren decide to mess with him. Looking at how young Master Ren behaved, he might very well be killed. His body was trembling as he begged for forgiveness. The beautiful girl beside him had turned as white as sheet and her whole body was shivering. Who the hell did I offend? Wang Zian glanced at them without emotions. In the eyes of those who offended him, Wang Zian was feared like the devil. Similarly, he could also make others revere him like a god. All of this depended on his mood. If he was in a bad mood, he could cripple Ren Anjai. Ren Anjai's actions made him satisfied and he could cure him with a wave of his arm. Feared like a devil and revered like a god. With regard to the control he had, Wang Xian enjoyed it greatly. Your life or death is all in my hands. Everything shall be as I wish. Chapter 89 Your brother is a legend. Chapter 89 Your brother is a legend. Young Master Wang, I've got the paperwork done for the car. Here's the key. No, young Master Wang, I cannot take your money. Just take it as a gift from me. Thank young Master Wang for treating my injuries. Take care and goodbye. Back in the showroom where the Bentley 4 showroom was, Ren Anjai was thanking Wang Xian with respect and enthusiasm. Wang Xian smiled when he saw his look. Good. I'm going off now. Young Master Wang, take care. Ren Anjai continued with a polite smile. Wang Xian nodded and handed the car key to Xiao. Xiao, I'll drive. Let's go. Oh, Xiao nodded. She took over the key hurriedly and unlocked the pink Bentley. They'd gotten the luxury car without paying a single cent on it. Wang Xian sat in the car and watched smilingly at his sister who drove the car out. Ren Anjai watched as the car dove away. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with a complicated expression on his face. What a domineering existence. I wonder if I should feel fearful or lucky to meet someone like him. Whatever it is. Never provoke him, never. He could destroy you when he is unhappy and heal you easily when he is in a good mood. Radiance flickered in Ren Anjai's eyes as he spun his head around slowly. He gazed at Lin Feng and the pretty girl, who were standing at the entrance. Just then, Lin Feng slapped the girl furiously. Because of her head provoked that terrifying existence. Lin Feng, count yourself unlucky to have provoked young Master Wang, Ren Anjai said with icy cold eyes as he walked in slowly. Not many people knew what had happened in the Four showroom. Those who knew did not dare to spread the word around. Gosh! Aren't they? Aren't they Xiao and her brother? However, a group of young people saw what had happened just now not far away. They saw Xiao driving out with a brand new pink Bentley. It was a high-class luxury car. Bentley, Jia Wenrui, Jian Chuang and the rest watched in surprise as the pink Bentley disappeared before them. Her brother is rich, he actually bought her a Bentley. That luxury car costs about 5 million. Gosh! This is incredible. Too incredible. Several young people could not help but exclaim. They never thought that Xiaoyu's brother was that awesome. Jia Wenrui stood there with a mixed expression of fascination and awkwardness. Jian Shuang was dumbfounded. Apart from being jealous, there was nothing else left for her. Bentley. Her dad was unwilling to buy a Bentley for her. Senior Wang Xian, you're way too suave. The person whom Director Qi called was so terrified of you. He even gave us a free car back in a car. Xiao Mai spoke to Wang Xian with admiration. Brother, you have become so awesome now, Xiao Yu exclaimed too. Haha. Don't you know who your brother is? Your brother is a legend. Wang Xian laughed and replied loudly. Xiao Yu also beamed. My brother is the best. Where are we going now? Brother, it's almost evening time. I'll take you to my restaurant for dinner. Wang Xian looked at the time. He gave Xiao Yu the directions too. Restaurant, brother. Where is your restaurant? Is it near the school? Asked Xiao Yu curiously. Yes. It's near the school. After talking to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai, the car reached the entrance of the old street half an hour later. Cars are prohibited inside. You've got to park the car in the parking lot. Wang Xian told his sister. Yes, brother. After they walked out of the car, Wang Xian began to introduce the old street to them. This street is known as the Old Street. You can shop for stuff and have your meals on this street in the future. My restaurant is inside. As they walked, he introduced the delicious breakfast places and some street food to his sister. Xiao Yu nodded her head continuously as she asked questions curiously. Holding her brother's arm, Xiao Yu felt relaxed and happy. This is my restaurant, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu when they arrived at the entrance of First Ray Restaurant. Both of them looked up and were slightly stunned when they saw the restaurant's name. First Ray Restaurant. Such a familiar name, Xiao Yu murmured. Xiao Yu, isn't this the restaurant that gained popularity on the internet lately? It was known to be the country's best restaurant. Xiao Mai thought of the news she read recently and spoke in surprise. Yes, I remember. First-rate restaurant. Brother, never did I expect that the first-rate restaurant belongs to you. This restaurant is famous now. Xiao Yu stared at Wang Xian and cried out in surprise. Come on in. I'll treat you to a big feast tonight. Wang Xian chuckled as he led them inside. Director Wang. Boss. As soon as the greeters saw him, they immediately greeted him. Okay. Wang Xian nodded at them as he looked inside. It was only 6 p.m. and there were almost 80 people in the queue. It was not hard to imagine the popularity of the first-rate restaurant. Director Wang, upon seeing the arrival of Wang Xian, Manager Huang hurried on his way over. Did you reserve the seat I asked you to? I'm going to treat my sister to dinner. Get the kitchen to prepare two-headed abalone, Atlantic bluefin marlin sashimi, and Chinese bahaba fish gelatine. On top of that, prepare some specialty dishes too, said Wang Xian to Manager Huang. Yes, the seat has been reserved for you. You'll get the kitchen to prepare your dishes. Manager Huang nodded as he swept his gazes across Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai behind him. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. Then he went into the office and got Guan Shuking out. Xiao Xian, is this your sister? Xiao Yu asked Guan Shuking with a smile. She walked out and spotted Xiao Yu, who looked somewhat alike to Wang Xian. Yes. This is Xiao Yu, and this is her best friend, Xiao Mai. Xiao Mai. This is Guan Shuking, and she's your senior from now on. Wang Xian nodded. Hello. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai. Guan Shuking grinned as she waved and greeted them. Hello. Sister. Xiao Yu looked at the beautiful and elegant Guan Shuking. She leaned to Wang Xian and whispered in his ears. Brother. Is she my sister or sister-in-law? What are you thinking? Wang Xian patted her head. Let's go for our dinner, brother. I've realized that I'm simply too happy right now, with good food and nice clothes. Hee hee. I'm so happy to be attending university. My Xiao Yu will be the little princess from now on. Brother. You are wonderful. Enough of the sweet talk. I'll send you back after dinner. You've been running around for the entire day. Rest well tonight. Report to school tomorrow first thing, and I'll bring you out again. Wang Xian and Xiao Yu grinned at each other. Guan Shuking was also gazing at them with a smile on her face. Chapter 90 Starting School. Chapter 90 Starting School. The time to report to the university had arrived, and the students turned up at the school one after another. Today was the first official day to report for the freshmen. Nonetheless, the Year 2 and Year 3 students were also rushing back to school. Just like the freshmen, the Year 2 and Year 3 students also had 3 days to report to school. However, there were some students who were responsible to receive the freshmen and had to arrive before their reporting dates. By around 10 in the morning, the entrance of the school had gradually seen students gathering. Moreover, there were cars parked everywhere in the vicinity of the entrance of the school. Scenes of parents bringing their children and walking into the university were common. Several young faces were carrying their luggage while looking around constantly at the campus where they would be spending the next few years of their lives. A pink Bentley drove over and stopped beside the school, drawing the attention of a substantial number of students. Let's find a place to park the car first. The school forbids us to drive the car into the school today. Wang Xian looked at the surrounding cars and spoke to Xiao Yu, who was driving. For the first 3 days of school, many parents would drive their children to school. In order to prevent congestion, the school forbid cars from entering the school. All right, brother. Xiao Yu nodded her head, found a spot and parked the car. Let's go. I'll carry the things and lead you all to the reporting area. After which, we will head to the dormitory to unpack your luggage, Wang Xian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai as he dragged along their luggage. Other than some clothes and their laptops, they didn't have many other things in their luggage. Blankets were all issued by the school. After locking the car, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai followed behind Wang Xian eagerly, as they looked at the school in front of them with anticipation. Xiao Yu had changed into the new clothes she had bought the previous day. It was a beautiful long dress from Prada that revealed her fair arms. On her wrist was a watch from Patek Philippe which cost over 880. She didn't put on any makeup and had a natural, confident and beautiful smile. If Xiao Yu was a swan the previous day, she was a beautiful phoenix today. An action or a single smile was enough to attract others' attention. It seems like our University of Rivertown will have another beautiful girl. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Yu and joked. Hee hee, brother. I have always been an adorable and beautiful girl, chuckled Xiao Yu. Let's go and report. After which, we are going to the dormitory to put down your things, Wang Xian said as he led them to the reporting area. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai had the same specialization, and therefore Wang Xian brought them to the same reporting area directly. There were teachers and students sitting at the reporting area. Seeing Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai walking over, one of them spoke to Xiao Yu. Junior, take out your enrollment notice and show it to us. You'll get some students to bring you to your dormitory and inform you of the location of your classes. Alright. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai took out the notice letter while the student at the side checked for the information of their allocated dormitory room. Wang Yu. Room 303. Jiang Xiao Mai. Room 305. You'll get some students to bring you there. Let me go. Let me go. When one of the boys saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai, his eyes lit up as he volunteered enthusiastically. It's alright. I'm Wang Yu's brother and I'm also from this school. I know the location. I'll bring them over. Wang Xian stood behind and smiled upon seeing the enthusiastic senior. In university, seniors were like wolves and juniors were little lambs. Many seniors would wait for the arrival of the juniors, ready to pounce when the opportunity arose. Wang Xian dispelled the ideas of that senior immediately. That guy looked at Wang Xian and was speechless. Let's go. I'll bring you guys over. Wang Xian smiled and led Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai towards the dormitory. So beautiful. That junior is really beautiful. Behind them, the enthusiastic guy looked at the back view of Xiao Yu and remarked sadly. Hee hee. Liuan, I think you should just give up on that idea, the girl sitting in front of the table said to the guy with contempt. Wang Mei, what do you mean by that? Why did you ask me to give up on the idea? I'm known to be attractive. Hee hee. You should take a closer look at that girl. The Prada dress is at least 30. 40. Her shoes are at least 40,005,000. More importantly, if I didn't make a mistake, the watch on her wrist was the latest female model from Patek Philippe and costs more than 800. How would such a fair, rich and beautiful girl be fond of you? The girl replied with contempt. That guy was dumbfounded and swallowed his saliva. She's so rich. Xiao Yu didn't pick up the comments from the girl behind her. She was full of smiles while observing the surroundings of the school. Wang Xian stood by her side and was explaining to the girls about the school. This is the female dormitory. Let's go to the third floor. The first few days of school were the only days when a guy could enter the female dormitory legally. Wang Xian brought them to the third floor. This is 303. Xiao Mai. 305 is right there. Wang Xian pointed to another room and said to Xiao Mai. We aren't in the same room. Xiao Yu commented grumpily. It's fine. We are still staying really close to each other. Xiao Mai smiled before continuing. I'll go unpack my luggage. You should hurry too. Xiao Yu nodded her head and entered her own room. Each school dormitory room was for 4 people. The beds were at the top while the study desks were below the beds. When they got in, they noticed that the other 3 girls had arrived. Oh, the last lady is here too. Everyone is here now, all 4 of them. When they just stepped in, a rough manly voice chuckled. Hi. Uncle Xiao Yu looked over and smiled radiantly at the ordinarily dressed middle-aged man. Hi. Uncle Wang Xian also greeted and looked to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an honest smile on him and was probably from the rural areas. However, people like this were also the easiest to get along with. Hello. The girl beside the middle-aged man greeted Xiao Yu and Wang Xian shyly. The girl looked young and was very shy. Her eyes were bright and had an exquisite look. Her dressing was a little old-fashioned. A classic example of a village girl. Nonetheless, she looked natural. Hello. I'm Wang Yu. This is my brother, Wang Xian. My brother is also from our school and is in year 2. Xiao Yu smiled. I'm Yuan. Yuan smiled nervously. Come. Let's chat after unpacking. The middle-aged man smiled and said as he extended his hand over to help. It's all right, Uncle. We don't have a lot of things to unpack. We can handle it ourselves. Wang Xian smiled and replied. Alright. There's still some space here. The middle-aged man laughed. Wang Xian nodded his head. There was a blanket on the bed that wasn't spread open. Wang Xian crawled up the ladder to prepare the bed. As for Xiao Yu, she remained at the bottom to sort out her clothes and computer. They didn't have a lot to unpack and therefore finished quickly. When they were done, the other 3 girls had also finished tidying up with the help of their parents. Come, try some sweet candies from our hometown. We made them ourselves, and they taste really good. The middle-aged man took out a bag of snacks from his bag. After opening it, he passed it to the people around him. Come, have a try. It's delicious. Chapter 91 Spoiled Girl. Chapter 91 Spoiled Girl. Okay, thank you, Uncle. Wang Xian and Xiao Yu took a look at the stuff that the middle-aged uncle passed over. Both of them smiled and took some when they saw the fried brown sugar inside. We don't have much at home, so I got my daughter to bring some of the hometown specialty for her classmates. Here, try it. The middle-aged uncle gave a good-natured smile and passed on the food to the other 2 families. Another 2 girls came with their parents. One of them was slightly plump, and so were her parents. Given their dressing, their family must not have been too poor. The family closer to the balcony was obviously a wealthier family. The girl was tall and slender with a good-looking face. She wore a large white tee with hot pants, revealing her fair thighs with a tattoo on her leg. Her lips were brightly colored with lipstick. Her mother's dressing was trendy and she maintained her figure well. Her father had a slight beer belly with a lavish dress sense, just like the way bosses would dress. Thank you. The family members of the slightly plump girl nodded to the middle-aged uncle with a friendly look as they took some of the food. It's okay for us. The mother of the tall and slender girl gestured. You guys have it. Well, Skip, try them. Don't stand a ceremony. They are tasty. The middle-aged uncle raised his voice as he laughed. The taste is really good. Wang Xian tasted some and nodded his head smilingly. I told you, this is our hometown specialty. But we've got a secret recipe, so they taste better than the rest. When the middle-aged uncle heard what Wang Xian said, he beamed as he explained happily. He raised the bag to the family who had declined earlier on. No, really? The plump middle-aged man took a look at the cheap and unrefined plastic bag, frowning as he gestured his rejection. It's okay. Try it. I'll pour you some for you to taste it. The middle-aged uncle stood up to share some of the food with them. I told you not to. However, an impatient voice sounded off at this time. The middle-aged uncle froze with an unnatural expression on his face. You kid. The lady spoke as she glared at her daughter. She laughed and said, Fengyia is not someone good with words. Uncle, give it to me. It's delicious. Hee hee. Wang Xian chuckled as he stood up when he saw the middle-aged uncle was somewhat embarrassed. Great. Go ahead. It's nothing. Hee hee. The middle-aged uncle squeezed out a smile on his face, pretending that he did not hear what that girl had said. He rubbed his palms together when he saw Wang Xian was eating. Feeling embarrassed, he said, My daughter, Yuan, is a little shy. I hope her classmates will take care of her and that they'll get along well with each other. If you wish to have more sweets, let me know. He'll get Yuan to bring you some. Yes, my daughter is Su Kaiyan. She has a sweet tooth. Next time, Yuan must get along with each other, along with other roommates. Su Kaiyan's mother said with a smile. Yes, let's get along with each other. The middle-aged uncle chuckled and nodded. My sister and I are studying in this university, but I'm a year 2 student now. If you need any help in Rivertown, you can look for me. Wang Xian smiled. Young lad, you're also from the same school. You must be incredible since both of you made it to the University of Rivertown together, Su Kaiyan's father exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Wang Xian chuckled. That's good then. The middle-aged uncle agreed with a beaming face. We're local people over here. Fengyia knows nothing. I hope the rest of the roommates can help her out. The mother of the tall and slender girl said smilingly. Who said I know nothing? The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. What do you know? Kid, do you know how to do your laundry? Wash the toilet? The lady stared at her. The girl was slightly displeased as she took out a box of ladies' cigarettes and lit one. Cut the smoking and get along well with your roommates. The plump middle-aged man looked at his daughter before he turned to look at the rest. My kid is pampered. I hope the rest of the roommates can help out in things like cleaning. Thank you. What he said caused the parents of Su Kan to frown, but they did not make any remarks. The middle-aged uncle said nothing either. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the girl who was smoking. He then turned to her father and asked, "Since you are a local, why doesn't she just stay at home so that it is convenient to take care of her?" Wang Xian was hinting, "Our house is far from the school. It would take about an hour to come here from home." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Oh." Wang Xian nodded and continued, "I think the 4 ladies should be responsible for the things in their room. They should do their own cleaning and keep their own things. The room is not big. It won't be tiresome to do these." And Wang Xian looked at the girl who was smoking and said, "It would be best not to smoke in the dormitory for girls. That will affect other people." The atmosphere suddenly froze after Wang Xian spoke. The middle-aged lady frowned immediately. The girl who was smoking was staring unhappily at Wang Xian. "You're right. My daughter is too pampered. What has my smoking got to do with you? You're such a busybody." At this time, the girl who was smoking suddenly glared at Wang Xian and rolled her eyes at him. "Fengya, how can you say such things? I told you to get along with other roommates." The lady told her daughter off hurriedly. But when she turned to them, she said, "It's just a lady cigarette. It won't stink." The middle-aged man darkened his expression. He looked at the time and stood up suddenly. "It's going to be noon. I'll treat all of you to lunch. It's also a kind of destiny for the kids to be sharing a room together. Let's have lunch together." "Yes. Let's have lunch together so that the kids can get to know each other." The lady by the side agreed. "Well." The parents of Su Kan hesitated as they looked at the middle-aged uncle and Wang Xian. "Let's go and have something outside." The middle-aged man stood up again and said, "Okay, then let's have lunch together." After much consideration, Su Kan's parents agreed to it. "Sure." The middle-aged uncle also agreed. But apparently, they had a bad impression of that family and that girl. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and stood up with Xiao Yu. HMPH. The middle-aged man and the lady took the lead and walked out first. Their daughter followed behind. When she walked past Wang Xian, she stared and snorted at him. Wang Xian looked at her as he raised his eyebrow. "Brother, this girl is not easy to get along with." Zhou Yu stuck her tongue out to Wang Xian as she whispered, "Let's go. We can talk over lunch. I also want to see what they want by treating us to lunch." Wang Xian sneered. Chapter 92 Who Dares to Say It's Not Appropriate? Chapter 92 Who Dares to Say It's Not Appropriate? "Dad, just leave your things here." "It's alright. It's alright. I'll be going off directly after the meal and will not be coming back. I still have to head to the construction site. At the latest by tonight." "Alright then. Dad, be careful at the construction site." The middle-aged man and Yuan walked at the back of the group. Her father was carrying a gunny sack with some living necessities in it. Wang Xian turned his head over, smiled at the middle-aged man and asked, "Uncle, are you working in Rivertown?" "Yeah. I'm working at a construction site. Yuan happened to be in Rivertown and I thought I'd drop by since it's near." The middle-aged man smiled. From his gunny sack, he took out a box of cigarettes. "Son, do you smoke?" "No, I don't." Wang Xian shook his head. "It's good to not smoke. It's good." "This isn't a good thing." The middle-aged man smiled and put back his cigarette. The group of people headed out of school. The middle-aged plump man and lady were constantly instructing their daughter on some matters. Su Kan and her family walked together with Wang Xian and the middle-aged man, chatting along the way. Xiao Yu and the other 2 girls seemed to have gotten along well as they smiled and chatted. The group of people headed towards Old Street. Although it was already September, the sun was still very vicious. However, they weren't too far and the whole journey took only 5 minutes. "Let's go. I'll bring you guys to the most famous restaurant in the country. First-rate restaurant. For a simple meal." The plump, middle-aged man turned his head around and said to the crowd, First-grade restaurant. Is it the same first-rate restaurant that is insanely popular on the internet recently? Soo-Kian's father exclaimed with amazement. Yeah, it's that first-rate restaurant. It is also the most luxurious restaurant in Rivertown. The middle-aged plump man smiled and nodded his head, with pride written on his face. He continued, a meal would easily cost several thousand. Let's head there. Our kids will be roommates in the future, and it's also fate that brought us together. It's too expensive. Too expensive. Let's just find another place and have a simple meal. Yuan's father quickly remarked. It's alright. It's alright. It's just a meal. Let's go. This meal is on me. The middle-aged plump man waved his hand nonchalantly as he walked ahead. When Xiao Yu heard where they were going, she raised her head and looked at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at her, but simply followed behind the middle-aged plump man, who seemed to feel that he was above others, towards first-rate restaurant. This is the most well-known first-rate restaurant in Rivertown. Come, let's go in. At the entrance, the middle-aged plump man spoke to the group and led them in. Welcome. As they entered, the greeters remarked passionately. Are there still tables available? The middle-aged plump man asked. There's only one more left at the main hall, the greeter replied. Your business is really good. It's not even 11:30 a.m. Let's go in. The middle-aged plump man led the way. Wang Xian and Xiao Yu also followed the group in. Director. When the two greeters saw Wang Xian, they were surprised. Just as they were about to greet him, Wang Xian immediately waved at them, signaling for them to not greet. Wang Xian simply followed behind the middle-aged plump man. The two greeters looked inquisitively at him and didn't continue. Look, these are world-class ingredients. Hee. So incredible. The middle-aged plump man looked at the world-class ingredients as he smiled and explained. Yuan's and Soo-Kian's father walked over inquisitively and were shocked by what they saw. Let's go. Let's have lunch now. When the middle-aged plump man saw their expressions, he nodded his head in approval and walked further in. Arg! At this moment, a scream sounded from the side. My clothes, what are you doing? Don't you open your eyes when you were walking? Look at what you did to my new clothes. Following this, a sharp shriek pierced the atmosphere. Wang Xian looked over in surprise and saw a tall girl sweeping her hands on her clothes with contempt. She had a ghastly expression on her face. I'm sorry. The middle-aged man quickly turned around and apologized when he saw the stain on her t-shirt. Why are you carrying this? Why did you carry such a dirty bag to eat? Don't you know that this is a high-class restaurant? The girl was furious and launched a barrage of insults at the middle-aged man. What's the matter? Fengya, the lady by the side, looked over and asked. Concerned? Mom, look at my clothes. These are new and cost over $2 billion. They are stained now, the girl replied furiously. Uncle is walking in front of you. You probably knocked into him when you were distracted from playing on your phone. Wang Xian looked at this unreasonable girl and spoke with an unfriendly expression. If he didn't carry this, how would I knock into it? The girl stared at Wang Xian. We are in such a high-class restaurant to eat. Tell me, why did he bring along such a damned bag? Why is my father's bag a damned bag? It's clear that you knocked into him. Seeing the girl insulting her father furiously, Yuan's face turned red and she wanted to speak up for her father. Do you know where we are? This is first-rate restaurant. You group of country pumpkins, have you ever been to such a high-class place? Can this thing be brought in? The girl retorted angrily. Alright, Fengya. It's just a little dirty and it will be fine after washing. The lady by the side quickly interrupted. Who says that first-rate restaurant doesn't allow him to bring this in? Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at the girl before turning around and seeing the nervous and lost middle-aged man and the unapologetic lady with her husband. Shouldn't he know that he shouldn't bring such a dirty bag here? The girl rebutted. What poor upbringing, you knocked into him and yet tried to blame him for it. Wang Xian spoke to the girl coldly. This time, he had no intention to be polite and shouted directly. What are you saying? You were the one with the poor upbringing. Have you been here before? This is one of the highest class restaurants in the entire country. Can this damned thing be brought in? The girl pointed at Wang Xian. Alright, Fengya. Stop it, brat. You should stop too. The middle-aged plumped man frowned and shouted. Shut up. When Wang Xian heard his words, he was enraged. He had never thought that he would encounter such a unique family. Who said that you cannot bring a gunny sack and tell me it's the fault of the parents if the child makes a mistake? Teach your daughter well, Brett. Since when are you qualified to criticize my daughter? The lady exploded upon hearing Wang Xian. What's wrong with complaining a little after my daughter's shirt got stained? Besides that, is it appropriate for him to carry a gunny sack here? He can if he wishes. Why is it inappropriate in this place? Who dared to say it's inappropriate? Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at them. At this moment, the quarrel between Wang Xian and them had drawn the attention of the surrounding crowd. Manager Huang was shocked to hear his boss' voice. He immediately ran over. Director Wang. What happened? Manager Huang walks to Wang Xian and asks nervously after seeing his fuming boss. Chapter 93 Get Out. Chapter 93 Get Out. It's okay. Wang Xian shook his head to Manager Huang, who came in and checked on him. Then he turned to look at the middle-aged lady and her daughter. With a cold voice, he said, "The first-rate restaurant is my restaurant. What's wrong with my customers carrying a bag when they are dining in my restaurant? Tell me who forbid the bag to be carried here. You know it very well yourself if your daughter is ill-mannered. She was spoilt by you. But I'm telling you this. You can pamper your daughter, but others will not so. Don't boss people around. No one is giving in to you here. If you have a temper, I'll beat you till your temper is gone." Wang Xian looked at Manager Huang impatiently and said, "Throw the three of them out. I get annoyed when I see them." "Yes." Director Wang. Manager Huang nodded his head and looked at the three of them. In a cold tone, he said, "Please leave the first-rate restaurant. Otherwise, we'll chase you out personally." "You." The middle-aged couple was stunned with mixed expressions on their faces. They did not expect that the young man before him owned the first-rate restaurant. Isn't he just a Yurtwo student? How could he be the boss of the first-rate restaurant? However, the manager who was staring at them coldly wanted them to get out. The middle-aged man had an embarrassing expression as he clenched his fist tightly. Their daughter was shocked to witness this, and her facial expression changed dramatically. "If you are not going out, don't blame us for it." Seeing that the three of them were keeping still, Manager Huang warned them again. "Fine. You're good." The middle-aged man stared at Wang Xian with a darkened expression as he headed out. The lady was fuming with redness flushing to her cheeks. She glared at Wang Xian angrily as she pulled her daughter out of the restaurant. The girl also stared at Wang Xian ferociously as she followed her parents. "Never did I expect that this lad is the boss of the first-rate restaurant." The middle-aged man walked out with a sullen look. His facial expression continued to change. Given the current strength of the first-rate restaurant, he could somewhat guess how influential the boss was. He was only running a construction business for a property company. Even though his status was not too low, he would not dare to provoke the first-rate restaurant's boss. Just when the plump middle-aged man walked to the entrance, he saw a familiar figure at the door. He stopped walking as an idea came to him. Immediately, he put up a smile and greeted him. "Director Sun, I wasn't expecting to see you here." "Hey, old Zhao. You're here with your family, have you eaten?" asked a man with a smile. He was in his 30s, and he was slightly taken aback when he looked at the middle-aged man. "No, not." The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "I'm meeting a few business friends. Since all of us know each other, let's have lunch together." Director Sun smiled as he invited him. "Director Sun, perhaps you can help me out with one thing." The middle-aged man looks towards Director Sun hopefully with cold radiance flashing in his eyes. Director Sun and he were quite familiar with each other. To be exact, he was relying on the property developers under Director Sun for his livelihood. Director Sun was working in the property developing company as high management with waters that ran deep. His networking power was extensive as he got dozens of helpers at hand to settle those stubborn households who were reluctant to move. Apart from that, Director Sun owned 3 to 4 nightclubs, bars, and KTV. Many people who were working in Rivertown had to lower themselves and address him as Second Master Sun respectfully. Director Sun could almost call the shots in the Rivertown. So what if he was the boss of the first-rate restaurant when he could ask for help from Director Sun? "Help? What is it about?" Director Sun looked at the middle-aged man, puzzled. "Director Sun, just now the boss of the first-rate restaurant threw us out of the restaurant. I hope you can settle this for me," said the plump middle-aged man with a bitter face. The boss of the first-rate restaurant director's son was slightly shocked as his expression darkened when he heard it. He looked at the middle-aged man with radiance flickering in his eyes. Why did he chase you out? This, director's son. This is a long story. That lad was rude, and he actually scolded my daughter. This is simply too much. Director's son. I can't swallow this down, since you're so formidable. I hope you can avenge me. I'll repay you handsomely, the middle-aged man said with a solemn face. You're kidding your father. Director's son looked at the girl beside him and said slowly. What? The middle-aged man asked puzzledly, hearing his weird remarks. It's all right. Wait for my news here. Director's son said to the middle-aged man with a disdainful look in his eyes. Great. When he heard director's son's promise, sharp radiance filled his eyes. Thank you, director's son, for avenging for me. Tomorrow night, I'll treat you to a sumptuous dinner. Okay. Director's son gave a gentle nod. Director's son, please have your lunch. I shall not disturb you any more. The middle-aged man gave a polite smile as he spoke. Director's son nodded and entered the restaurant. Hubby, is this the formidable director's son that you mentioned? The lady beside them overheard their conversation and asked with a pair of beaming eyes. Yes, he's the one. The middle-aged man revealed a thrilled expression. Director's son has promised that he would avenge for me. HMPH. A restaurant owner. No matter how famous his restaurant is, he can never outfight director's son. Dad, you should get someone to bash that lad up. He's too arrogant, said the girl ruthlessly as she clenched her fist tight. That's enough. The middle-aged man looked at his daughter and frowned. Can't you stop throwing your temper around with such a character? How can you make friends in school? I wanted to treat them to lunch, so that your roommates could take care of you. Now, you ruined everything. But, since director's son has agreed, that lad is either going to lose his arm or his leg. Who wants them to take care of me? I'm not befriending them. Don't meddle in my affairs, will you? And Dad, don't let that arrogant fellow get away that easily. The girl waved her hands impatiently. You imp! The middle-aged man walked out. What an ignorant fellow! Director's son turned and looked back at the family who just left with cold-looking eyes. But I have to thank this idiotic fellow. Director's son raised his eyebrow and grinned as he looked inside the restaurant for Wang Xian. There his eyes brightened up as he walked to a table in the hall immediately. He still remembered clearly how the young man had shouted at the banquet that night. You might want to ask if Qin Guo Hui dares to say this to me. Back then, everyone was shocked, including him. In particular, old Qin showed up and chased second Master Qin out of the Qin family. Not only this, but old Qin even bowed and apologized to him. That scene left a deep impression on him. How formidable could this young man be, such that even old Qin needed to bow and apologize to him? He was only someone from high management under the ruling of Qin family. It was not an exaggeration to say that he looked highly upon this young man. Since there was a chance to fawn upon this young man, he must seize it for sure. Chapter 94. I don't have to do it myself. Chapter 94. I don't have to do it myself. Uncle, please let Manager Huang keep your stuff in the office while we have our meal. On the other side, Wang Xian smiled and spoke to the middle-aged man who was still in shock. Hey, son, thank you. You are a really nice person. The middle-aged man recovered and replied. His eyes were a little red from the incident. It's just a small matter. It's fate that brought us together. Wang Xian smiled at the middle-aged man. Let's go and find a seat. With regard to this simple middle-aged man, Wang Xian was fond of him. He still remembered vividly that while living with his sister and grandmother, there was a middle-aged man called Uncle Shang who took great care of them. Uncle Shang was a very nice guy and had been very caring towards him. He also had an honest smile at all times and was passionate about everyone around him. During the harvesting season, Uncle Shang would always help them, as he knew that Wang Xian's grandmother couldn't take the toll after their grandmother passed away. It was also Uncle Shang who helped them with the funeral matters. He had even spent a lot of money because of that. I wonder how Uncle Shang is right now. I should return and repay him for what he has done for me. Wang Xian thought to himself. The middle-aged man in front of him right now was polite, followed the rules and was similar to Uncle Shang. A look at him and one could tell that he was a great person. I really hadn't expected you to be the boss of this restaurant. Incredible, really incredible to be so outstanding at such a young age. Sukane's parents were shocked, and their eyes lit up while complimenting Wang Xian. I'm just lucky. Wang Xian smiled. Come, let us all take a seat. Let's forget about the unhappy events. As for the girl with a poor upbringing, just ignore her in the future. It will be fine as long as the three of you get along well. Yeah. Su Qian and Yuan nodded their heads while looking at him with eyes of worship. Handsome and righteous, this is the type of guy that every young girl would fall in love with. Yuan, remember to get along with them. These two girls are great friends to have. The middle-aged man said emotionally while caressing his daughter's head. I know it, Dad. Rest assured, and don't worry about me. Yuan was sensible and cared a lot about her father. Wang Xian smiled and said, if you encounter any issues in school or River Town in the future, feel free to look for me. Thank you, son. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. The middle-aged man and Su Qian's parents immediately thanked him. It's a small matter. We are all from the same school after all. Wang Xian waved his hand, and the seven of them walked to a table. Young Master Wang. At this moment, a young man walked over suddenly and greeted Wang Xian. You were Wang Xian looked at the young man who had appeared suddenly. Young Master Wang. We met once at the banquet of Old Kin. Perhaps young Master Wang doesn't remember me. This person was none other than Director's son. As he said respectfully, oh, I'm sorry about it. Wang Xian smiled apologetically but still had doubts about his intentions. Young Master Wang, this is what happened. Director's son said immediately. I bumped into Zhao Jingshan and he told me something. Director's son saw the doubtful eyes of Wang Xian and quickly clarified. Zhao Jingshan is the slightly plump middle-aged man. I just bumped into him and his family at the entrance. You know them? Wang Xian frowned. I'm not close to him. Not even close. Director's son explained immediately. Zhao Jingshan is a construction materials supplier under Qin family's property company. I'm a manager of the company and am capable of some things. He wanted me to cause you some trouble when I bumped into him at the entrance a while ago. Such a despicable person has to be punished. Young Master Wang, I suggest that I let the company stop working with him. Moreover, I'll ask all the developers in Rivertown to not work with him. What do you think of this? Director's son asked. I leave this to you. Wang Xian nodded and said to Director's son, thank you, young Master Wang. You are too courteous. It's just a small matter. In that case, I shall not take up any more of your time. Director's son replied immediately with a smile. Wait a minute. How do I address you? An idea struck Wang Xian as he stopped Director's son. Young Master Wang, you can just call me Xiao Sun. When Director's son heard Wang Xian stop him, he was thrilled. I'll just call you Director's son. Director's son, I have something to trouble you with. Wang Xian looked at him and smiled. This is the father of my sister's classmate. He is currently working at a construction site. Help me keep a lookout if there are any suitable jobs for him. Work. Director's son was taken aback, following which excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes, there is. Young Master Wang, we are looking for a security department head and there are also many vacant slots in the quality inspection department, which is recruiting. The salary isn't particularly high, but is still around several tens of thousands a month. Director's son remarked. He turned to the middle-aged man and said enthusiastically, brother, come look for me. This is my name card. And can I get your number? I'll give you a call after lunch. At that time, I'll bring you over. The middle-aged man was stunned. Looking at this well-dressed young man, he was at a loss as to what to do. Although the middle-aged man was from the village, he wasn't silly. He could roughly deduce the ability of this young man in front of him. The parents of the girl a while ago were just a small partner of his and they were already doing so well. Currently, this even more incredible person was being so enthusiastic to him. This had completely thrown him off. This, Director's son. The middle-aged man stood up immediately. He looked at Wang Xian and waved his hand constantly. Hey son, this wouldn't do. I know what I'm capable of. It's alright if you want me to do some menial work. As for others, I wouldn't be able to do it. It's alright, uncle. You can learn while doing. If you really can't, you are free to switch to a more ordinary job. Wang Xian stood up and patted the shoulder of the middle-aged man. He looks to Director Sun and said, Director Sun, take down my number. If there's anything, you can call me directly. He'll contact you directly with regard to this uncle in the future. Sure. Sure. Director Sun nodded his head gladly and took out his phone. Alright, let's talk again after lunch. Wang Xian nodded at Director Sun. Sure. Sure. In that case, young Master Wang, have your lunch first. We are going for lunch too. Director Sun nodded his head and smiled. Looking at the shocked look on the middle-aged man, he added, Uncle, take a seat. It's just a small matter. Sigh, son, you are truly a great guy. Really thank you. I have to thank you. The middle-aged man was so moved that he became incoherent. It's really a small matter. Uncle, you are a great guy and I was just helping you within my means. Wang Xian shook his head and continued. Let's eat. Let's eat. If you all are free in the future, ask Xiao Yu to bring you over. Don't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Senior. Yuan replied gratefully. You're welcome. We are roommates and will be living together for 4 years. This is just a small matter. Xiao Yu held on to Yuan's arm and chuckled. Su Kaiyan's parents, who were sitting at the other end, looked at the young man in shock. Without having to do anything, there were people coming over to help eradicate that cocky family. With just a request, he could give the middle-aged man a job that many others desired. They were convinced that they should ask their daughter to be good friends with his sister. Chapter 95 Underworld Affairs. Chapter 95 Underworld Affairs. Brother, where are we going? After Wang Xian settled the middle-aged man, Xiao Yu, Yuan, and Su Kaiyan questioned him after their lunch. It's about 2 o'clock. Why don't we buzz? Just when Wang Xian was about to take them to the summer sun resort to relax, his phone suddenly rang. Old Zhu. Wang Xian took out his phone and looked at the number with surprise. Old Zhu seldom called him. It was always Zhu Jing who contacted him the most. Hello. Oi Zhu. Wang Xian picked up the phone and greeted doubtfully. Wang Xian. Are you busy? Old Zhu's voice was heard on the phone. What's the matter? Old Zhu asked Wang Xian curiously. There is something that I would like to discuss with you. Old Qian is with me too. I wonder if you're free in the afternoon. Wang Xian hesitated before he nodded. Okay. I'll pop by. I'll send you the address. Or I can get someone to pick you up. I can go over on my own. You can just send me the address. Sure. See you later. Wang Xian nodded and hung up. He glanced at Xiao Yu and the other 2 girls with a shrug of his shoulders. Xiao Yu, I can't keep you company in the afternoon. I've got something going on. That's great. It would be inconvenient for the 3 girls to follow you around too. Hee. Besides, we can check out the school too, said Xiao Yu to Wang Xian with a smile. You little one, go ahead and have fun. I've got to go. Wang Xian patted her head and followed them to the school. He came to the back of the dormitory and rode on his Harley motorcycle before he headed to the place old Zhu sent him. Wow, Xiao Yu, the Harley motorcycle that your brother is riding is so cool. Do you think I could stand a chance with him after I slim down? Su Kaiyan looked at Wang Xian with affectionate eyes. She then looked at her plump figure with dissatisfaction. Hee. My brother seems to have a girlfriend, but if you slim down, I'm sure you will be gorgeous. Zhou Yu chuckled as she spoke. You're very kind, said Yuan gratefully as she gazed at Wang Xian, who had left, and Xiao Yu, who was right by her side. That's enough. I wanted to get my brother to bring us out, but since he has something on, we can walk around and get some daily necessities. We should also decorate our room too. The address that old Zhu sent him was not Summer Sun Resort. It was another place. An area that was near the sea with many villas, bamboo forest estate. When he reached it, Wang Xian made a call, and Zhu Jing rushed over soon after. Brother Wang Xian, you're here. My grandfather and old Qian are waiting for you. What did old Zhu and old Qian ask me here for? Wang Xian asked Zhu Jing curiously. Zhu Jing paused before he said, should be something to do with the underworld affairs. Underworld affairs. Zhu Jing nodded slowly. There were two ecosystems in the current modern world: society and Underworld. Underworld was a place for people who possessed domineering powers. Wang Zan followed Zhu Jing into the villa, which was surrounded by a bamboo forest. Along the path, he found a quiet stream with a small bridge that made a picturesque scene. From the wooden door, he entered into a courtyard where he could see some nostalgic and posh-looking houses. In the courtyard were some ponds with ornamental fish. Old Qian and Old Zhu were sitting under a willow tree on the left, drinking their tea. Wang Zan is here. Both Old Zhu and Old Qian smiled and greeted him as they saw him. Sorry to keep both of you waiting. Wang Zan smiled and sat on the seat beside them. Zhu Jing was filling a cup of tea for him. I just arrived not long ago too. Old Qian smiled and shook his head. We wanted to discuss something with you today. Hence, we invited you over. What is it about? Wang Zan took a sip of tea and asked. Let me explain. Old Zhu straightened his posture with a solemn expression. It has something to do with the Underworld. Something has been brewing in the Underworld these past 2 days. Those hidden clans and sects revealed themselves one after another. I'm afraid there will be upheavals in the Underworld soon. Oh, Wang Zan expressed his curiosity. Hidden clans, hidden sects. That's right. The #1 ancient martial arts family in Rivertown, Yan family, returned yesterday after staying out of Underworld affairs for 20 years. The Lingyuo sect of the provincial city began their recruitment of disciples all of a sudden. Fierce battles broke out between the two sects in the north due to some cultivation treasures. A sect in the Eastern Sea announced that they will be expanding and recruiting more disciples. The Sacred Followers Guild began their recruitment too. Old Zhu explained this slowly to him. Yan family disciples recruitments. Wang Zan was deep in thought. Why did these hidden clans and sects start their recruitments all of a sudden? Because they wanted to compete for resources in advance. Old Zhu frowned and continued. Currently, the cultivation resources are lacking. It is even scarce when we're now in the modern era. These hidden clans needed more people to search for resources, tackle other living creatures, and refine medicines. Other living creatures. Wang Zan was stunned as he raised his eyebrows. Yes. Wang Zan, you may not know these. Humans are not the only domineering ones on Earth. There are also other creatures around. Let's not go into the mysterious ocean. Numerous spirits and monsters lie in the mountains and rivers too. Creatures like sea monsters that lurk around various lakes, and the well-known monsters in the mountains are all spirits and monsters. Just like Jianghai Lake in the river town. I'm sure you would have heard of all the tales about the sea monsters in Jianghai Lake. Upon hearing that, Wang Zan nodded his head gently. Jianghai Lake was a lake that connected to the sea. The lake was huge with a depth of 178 meters. He knew about the tales with regards to the sea monsters in Jianghai Lake, but he did not pay attention to it. The tales about the water and sea monsters have always been around, but not all are rumors. They really exist. Currently, we're lacking cultivation resources. Hence, we need to find other ways to them. Just recently, someone caught some powerful creatures to enhance their own strength, and the effect was significant. Currently, various ancient martial artist families surface just to compete for these resources. The Underworld will be greeted with bloodshed and brutal fights again. At that time, not only the hidden ancient martial artist families will be involved, but ancient sects might also join in too. Wang Zan listened quietly to the conversation between Old Qian and Old Zhu. From the conversation, he had a deeper understanding of the cultivation techniques of the various clans and sects in this world. Currently, not only the ancient martial arts existed, but there were also ancient yoga, ninjutsu, Western bloodline art, and beast transformation art. But, in actual fact, all cultivation arts may seem different, but they were similar to each other. Towards the later stages of the cultivation, all the goals of the cultivations were the same. Wang Zan not only learned about the cultivation arts, but he also found out a lot of anecdotes about the Underworld's mountain spirits and sea monsters. That's interesting. Sea monsters. Currently, my cultivation speed is too slow. Perhaps I can devour them or recruit some sea monsters to build up the Dragon Palace as soon as possible. Wang Zan pondered to himself. He was not concerned about those hidden clans which surfaced in the underworld again. He trusted himself and the dragon sect which was developing rapidly. Chapter 96 Prime Minister Turtle 1. Chapter 96 Prime Minister Turtle 1. There was still another reason why Old Kin and Old Zoo invited him over for a discussion, and that was strength in numbers. They hoped that Wang Xian would ally with them, and that they could help one another out. When Wang Xian understood their thinking, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the suggestion. The reason as to why Wang Xian chose to ally with Old Kin and Old Zoo wasn't because of their strength. Instead, he felt that Old Kin and Old Zoo were nice people and worthy friends. Otherwise, with his current strength and the powers of the dragon sect, it wasn't necessary for him to ally with them. When he walked out of the meeting with Old Kin and Old Zoo, it was already 8 p.m. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before heading towards the sea. He hadn't been back for a few days and was wondering about the progress of the establishment of Dragon Sect. At the seaside, Wang Xian removed his clothes and easily jumped out over 10 meters. Splash! After letting out a light roar, Wang Xian transformed into a 5 meters long divine dragon. 5 elements divine dragon with 5 different colors. Wiggling his body, Wang Xian swam towards the island in the middle of the sea at an incredible speed, executing water-controlling techniques along the way. He arrived at the island 5 kilometers away in a single minute. There are quite a number of boats around. Wang Xian noticed a few boats around the island. The island was brightly lit and he could see some figures moving on the island. With a thought, an invisible dragon power spread towards the island. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon, several figures descended by the seaside. Dragon King, Mo Qinglong and his disciple, together with all the dragonians, rushed over and kneeled down in front of Wang Xian with respect. Martial Artist Level 6. Not bad. To be able to reach Level 6 in such a short time. Wang Xian looks towards the group of dragonians before turning his attention to Mo Qinglong and his disciple. Mo Qinglong had already reached the inborn realm and his disciple had reached Martial Artist Level 8. What's the progress of establishing Dragon Sect? Wang Xian looked at the island and asked. Dragon King. We are right on track. In just about another month, Dragon Sect will be established. At that time, our might will definitely spread through the world. Mo Qinglong's eyes lit up as he reported. Great. Cultivate diligently. Wang Dahai nodded his head. Flipping backward, he dove back into the sea. Sending off the Dragon King, the group of dragonians kneeled down and shouted in unison. Wang Xian went over to the clam girl. Clam girl opened her shell slowly and revealed her human form. She immediately greeted him. Wang Xian nodded his head before devouring the marine animals in the sea. Bohai Sea is too shallow. The variety of fish is too limited. After devouring a small shark, Wang Xian sighed emotionally. Currently, he was about 80 kilometers from land. However, the seas were only about 18 meters deep. There were barely any schools of fish around, as compared to the other sea regions where the depth of water could reach over 1,000 meters. Bohai Sea was too shallow. If he wished to increase his level, Bohai Sea would be hard to satisfy his desire. To increase my level, it would be more effective to look for higher level marine animals. Higher level, Wang Xian pondered. Suddenly, a place appeared in his mind. Jianghai Lake. There was a rumor about a huge sea monster in Jianghai Lake 4 years ago. Some people reported seeing a huge sea monster that resembled a grinding disc. It had a huge oval-shaped body. Some people caught it in a photograph where one could vaguely see a monster larger than boat surfacing from the water. However, as the distance was too far, some said that it wasn't a sea monster, but just some reflections. There were also people speculating that it should be some giant sharks or similar marine animals that had swam into Jianghai Lake. Everyone had their own explanations and this even attracted a group of researchers. They conducted a search of the entire Jianghai Lake, but didn't detect any ginormous animal. Therefore, this ended without a conclusive answer. However, the rumors of a sea monster in Jianghai Lake didn't just stop there. There were still people claiming to encounter the sea monster from time to time. However, none had concrete evidence and no one had seen how the sea monster really looks. Old Kin an old zoo talked about the sea monster of Jianhai Lake today. In that case, there might really be a powerful sea monster, Wang Xian thought. Based on his impression, he swam quickly towards where Jianhai Lake was located. Jianhai Lake was connected to the Bohai Sea. However, since it was deep between the lands, many simply referred to it as Jianhai Lake. Jianhai Lake covered an area of approximately 20 kilometers. After passing through an entrance of over 100 meters in length and 4,050 meters in breadth, Wang Xian entered Jianhai Lake. Who would have expected Jianhai Lake to be deeper than Bohai Sea? It's at least 20 meters deep here. Wang Xian was slightly shocked. The waters of Jianhai Lake were a little murky. Moving his body, he dove in directly. The dragon energy I needed for cultivation is too high now. Ordinary fish don't provide sufficient dragon energy. If they're higher level marine animals, my cultivation speed would also be quicker. Wang Xian thought. Swaying his tail, he swam towards the middle. The distance of 20 kilometers wasn't far from Wang Xian. He swam to the middle and started observing the surroundings. There were few marine animals around. This was a little strange for a lake so huge. A golden light shot out from Wang Xian's eyes as he looked at the surroundings carefully. He swam in the vicinity while searching, but couldn't find anything unusual. How can there be nothing if it is like what the people on the internet have said? The sea monster should be at least 10 meters long. I should be able to find it. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together, but he continued swaying his tail slowly. Growl! A dragon roar resounded in the Jianhai Lake. Wang Xian released all his aura to announce his arrival at Jianhai Lake. The current Wang Xian could spread his dragon power to cover a radius of 2 kilometers. All the marine animals within the area were shivering and didn't dare to budge an inch. The water of Jianhai Lake was ravaged without cause. Growl! Wang Xian swam to another person and let out another roar. His dragon roar resounded throughout the entire Jianhai Lake. Swish! At this moment, Wang Xian could sense something to his back. He immediately turned over and stared at the bottom of the lake. Indeed, this sea monster truly exists. Wang Xian looked forward and in the direction he was facing. A huge animal was floating up gradually. It seemed to have been lying on the bottom of the water with its entire body sunk into the mud. As he floated upward slowly, the mud on his body slowly fell off. The image of the giant shell became clearer and clearer to Wang Xian. On the shell, there were small sharp edges that looked like it was made from mud. So big! So big! At the front of the large shell that spanned at least 10 meters, a head slowly extended out. His head was black and had sharp edges on it. Although its eyes were black, it had a glow that could be seen through the water in the middle of the night. Roar, who are you? He opened his mouth and let out a roar, showing creepy-looking teeth. He looked directly at Wang Xian. It has intelligence. When Wang Xian heard this dinosaur-like turtle's growl, he was slightly shocked. Spiritual turtle level 10. Extractable dragon energy 123. 272. A level 10 spiritual turtle that's equivalent to an inborn realm expert. Wang Xian was shocked, and his eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at the spiritual turtle. Chapter 97 Prime Minister Turtle 2. Chapter 97 Prime Minister Turtle 2. I am the Dragon King, the world's only true dragon. Wang Xian slightly lifted his head and stared at the spiritual turtle. Succumb to me, or you'll get devoured by me. Succumb, the turtle ancestor. You're just a mere dragon king, and you have the cheek to ask me to succumb to you, ignorant. The spiritual turtle had a high intelligence as he stared coldly at Wang Xian with a tilting head. His eyes had a disdainful look in them, even though he could sense the domineering strength from the odd creature in front of him. He was not afraid as his physical size was larger than it. Besides, he had lived for thousands of years. As the ancestor of the turtles, how could he succumb to anyone? Turtle ancestor. Wang Xian was a little stunned when he heard the spiritual turtle calling himself the turtle ancestor. It was unexpected for him to encounter a cocky spiritual turtle. If that's the case, you're choosing the second alternative. Wang Xian swung his tail gently as he gazed at the gigantic spiritual turtle. Courting your own death. Since you interrupted my sleep, I'll eat you up. The spiritual turtle opened his mouth wide as he attacked Wang Xian without any fear. He shook his body, and the mud around the area spread out. The entire region turned murky, and the visibility dropped. Earth control. Once again, Wang Xian displayed a surprised look when he saw the fluctuation in the surrounding earth. This was the most formidable marine animal that he had ever encountered. Not only did the creature have intelligence, it even had superpower. I know earth control too. Wang Xian displayed a cold smile on his face. He slightly wriggled his body, and the soil in the murky sea was filtered from the water. The soil then gathered and formed into a ball of dirt. When the surrounding water was cleared, Wang Xian saw the spiritual turtle, which had swum to a location within 5 meters away from him. A smirk surfaced on his face. Earthy Thorn. Earthy Thorn was a simple technique in his earth control arts. The current Wang Xian was still too weak, and he had yet to master his control of the 5 elements. If he grew stronger, he could control all the surrounding earth and bury everything around it. You can control the earth too. The spiritual turtle was taken aback when he saw the incoming earthy thorn. However, there was no fear in him as he lowered his head slowly. Bam! The earthy thorn landed on the durable shell of the spiritual turtle, leaving no trace on it. Go to hell! The spiritual turtle suddenly accelerated as he opened his enormous mouth to bite Wang Xian. Upon seeing the dense and sharp teeth in his mouth, Wang Xian knew that he could bite off a piece of meat from him if he were caught in it. Go and die. Wang Xian looked at the spiritual turtle with a disdainful look in his eyes. Even though he was only level 6, he had no fear when confronted by creatures who were of inborn levels. As a 5 elements divine dragon, level and marine animals could not pose any threat to him. Metal counters wood. Wood counters earth. Earth counters fire and fire counters metal. The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. The colors on Wang Xian's body changed and turned green eventually. The azure dragon with wood attribution can counteract all earth in the world. Wang Xian stretched out his dragon claws with thistles and thorns slithering and twining themselves around the mouth of the spiritual turtle. Roar! Wang Xian let out a dragon roar while exhaling a gush of green breath. As the green breath hit the aquatic plants in the surrounding area, the plants began to shoot up frantically. The water plants entangled themselves to form ropes. They slid towards the spiritual turtle and entwined the spiritual turtle. In an instant, the spiritual turtle was trapped within the woody field which spanned across a radius of 20 meters. Such a powerful 5 elements reinforcement. Looking at the woody field that he created, Wang Xian was rather surprised. When he was in the human form, he was 5 times weaker than he was in dragon form. Hence, he was unable to create such a powerful woody field. Moreover, he was unable to interchange the 5 elements when he was in human form. Hence, he was even weaker, and his combat skill would be weaker by 10 folds. Let me go! Let me go! The spiritual turtle struggled violently, but he realized that the seaweed around him was not giving way except to tighten its grip on him. Besides, the counteract of the 5 elements made it even more difficult for the spiritual turtle. With a heavy body, to break free, turtle meat makes a great tonic. Ha ha! I'll chop off your limbs and barbecue them. Then, I'll cook your head for the soup. Hee hee! Oh, no! The head cannot be used for the soup. I'll throw it away. Ha ha! Wang Xian revealed his creepy teeth as he observed the turtle with a thought in his mind. I'll surrender to you. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Great King. The spiritual turtle hid his head in his gigantic shell with eyes full of fear as he pleaded. Just now, I asked you to surrender to me. You refused. Now, you're surrendering to me because you can't win against me. Wang Xian stared coldly. Great King, I'll give all the treasures that I've collected to you. Please spare my life, said the spiritual turtle hurriedly. Treasures? What treasures? Wang Xian quickly asked with eyes brightened up. I'll get them for you. But please, don't kill me. Fine. Don't think of running away. I can easily kill you. Wang Xian nodded. He was not afraid that the spiritual turtle would escape. With a thought, the surrounding seaweed retracted rapidly and turned into ordinary seaweed again. With a pair of wary eyes, The spiritual turtle looked at Wang Xian before he swam to the back. Wang Xian followed him and came to the place where had been just now. Ka ka ka. The spiritual turtle came to the place where had been and manipulated the earth below him. As he did that, individual items began to surface and float up. What are all these things? Wang Xian looked at the floating things that resembled turtle shells with shock. Trophies. King, these are my trophies. Those little turtles who fought with me were all killed by me. These are their shells. The spiritual turtle shifted his gigantic body as he spoke. Pervert. Wang Xian looked at the pile of turtle shells beside him and blew his dragon beard. Among these turtle shells, there was one that was about 5 meters in size. It must have been a formidable one before it was slaughtered by this spiritual turtle. Unfortunately, King, formidable, the spiritual turtle said proudly. Fine. I have no interest in your trophies. Swallow this blood essence and do not think of resisting. Wang Xian moved his claw, and a drop of dragon blood entered the spiritual turtle's mouth. The dragon blood was no longer gold in color. Instead, it was 5 different colors. The spiritual turtle closed his eyes without putting up any resistance. It's done. From now on, you'll be the Prime Minister Turtle of the Dragon Palace. The moment Wang Xian spotted such an enormous spiritual turtle, he had already made up his mind. The Dragon Palace needed a Prime Minister Turtle. Ding! You've subdued 3 marine animals and fulfilled the criteria for constructing the Dragon Palace. Level-own Dragon Palace can be established deep in the seabed with resistance to floods and fires. It will form a region of its own. The required materials to build 100 tons of gold, 100 tons of silver, 1 million of brass, 10 of refined iron, 1 million of coral reef, 1 ton each for gemstones with 5 different colors and 1 ton of spiritual stones. At this moment, the system notification sounded off, which made him freeze. He seldom heard the system notification apart from the beginning where he had just become a dragon. Now, the system actually prompted him about the Dragon Palace. Initially, Wang Xian thought he needed to build his Dragon Palace by mastering the Divine Dragon transformation. Never did he expect that the system was building it for him. Surprise. Chapter 98 Wang Dahai. Chapter 98 Wang Dahai. It seems like the system still has a lot of functions that aren't unlocked, and only would be when I've reached a certain level. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Name Wang Xian. Race 5 elements Divine Dragon able to transform into a human. Level 6. Dragon Energy 563. 421,100. Inyenyo. Superpower dominate the marine animals ability to rule any marine animals that are lower than your own level. Devour any form of marine animals for extraction of dragon energy. 5 elements control. Art of cultivation Divine Dragon transformation. Level 1 Dragon Palace not built required materials to 1 view. Dragon Palace subordinates Turtle Race 1 Clam Race 1 Lobster Race 1. It has changed. My personal information has changed. There are additional line items of Dragon Palace and Dragon Palace subordinates. Divine dragons exist in this universe. However, I'm not just an ordinary divine dragon, but also possess a godlike divine dragon system. The cultivation of divine dragons couldn't extract divine energy by devouring marine animals. Instead, they have to cultivate diligently. As for me, due to the system, I could make use of the system to convert them directly into dragon energy. As compared to the divine dragon race, there's a huge difference. Similarly, I could build the strongest dragon palace directly through the system. Wang Xian's eyes flickered. Divine dragon system was relatively more unique. It couldn't make one become an unparalleled divine dragon directly, and required that he take one step at a time. The focus of Invincible Divine Dragon cultivation system was in cultivation. Only by going through each step could he become an invincible divine dragon. One should know that the strongest races of the universe weren't just the dragon race. However, he could make use of the system to become an invincible existence. But Wang Xian had a million thoughts running in his mind. In the end, he had a bitter look on his face and couldn't help but curse. Isn't the material required to build the Dragon Palace a little too much? Disregarding others, just 100 tons of gold would be an astronomical sum. 100 tons of gold would be 100 million grams. Taking the price of gold to be 330 b gram, he would need 33 billion. The 33 billion was even before he considered other materials. The total sum required to build a dragon palace would be astronomical. Wang Xian's expression darkened. He couldn't even take out 100 million currently, let alone 30 billion. Poor. I'm still too poor. Wang Xian pulled a long face and took a deep breath. This is forcing me to rule the world so as to look for the resources. Forget it. I might not need to rule the world, but I do need to earn some money. Once I have the money, the gold and other materials could be bought. It is just that spiritual stone wouldn't be easy to get. Spiritual stone was a condensed form of pure energy. However, he hadn't seen one previously. Therefore, it was most likely very valuable. Wang Xian shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He wanted to take this step by step. As it hadn't even been a month since he became a divine dragon, the money would come and so would the dragon palace. King! At this moment, the spiritual turtle disrupted Wang Xian's thoughts. Wang Xian looked at the spiritual turtle. The spiritual turtle was drastically different from when he first saw it. Its shell looked a little sturdier and wasn't like the ground beetle previously. It even looked rather majestic. Not bad. Not bad. I'll call you Prime Minister Turtle in the future. Don't address me as King. Call me Dragon King. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle thanks Dragon King for the name. Sure. Sure. Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Turtle with satisfaction. Although its current appearance wasn't great, it was highly intelligent. A Prime Minister Turtle that doesn't know how to bootlick isn't a good Prime Minister Turtle. Why don't you head into the seas? Why do you choose to stay in this lake? Wang Xian asked peculiarly. It's more comfortable here, and I won't be disturbed, Prime Minister Turtle answered honestly. Alright. Wang Xian was a little speechless. Waving his arm, the Earth Dragon cultivation arts of the Divine Dragon transformation was imprinted in his mind. Cultivate diligently here. I'll make my move now. After finishing his words, Wang Xian headed out immediately. Time flew past quickly, and he had to return. He had a fruitful night. Not only did he manage to subdue a Prime Minister Turtle, but he had also gotten an idea of the process of building his dragon palace. However, no one would have imagined that the sea monster of Donghai Lake was actually a large and horrifying turtle that spanned over 10 meters. When he arrived at school from the seaside, it was already past 9 a.m. Just as he stepped into the dormitory room, a rough voice sounded. What the? Old Wank, you are finally back. I called you so many times but you didn't pick up. Come, accompany me to buy some clothes today. Wang Xian lifted his head and immediately saw a fat head extending out of the bed. Dahai. Why are you so early? What a rare occasion. Wang Dahai had the same surname as him and was a year older than Wang Xian. He weighed around 190 katas. He had all the strengths of a fatty, such as being honest, upright, and conservative on the outside but passionate on the inside. He was the closest friend Wang Xian had in the dormitory. Wang Dahai was a local of Rivertown. Typically, he wouldn't report to school before school started. It would seem that he had arrived the previous day and was acting a little strange. I have something in mind. Hee. Wang Dahai chuckled. Looking at his horny look, it must be related to a girl. Old Wank, I'll get up right now. Accompany me to buy some clothes. Wang Dahai stood up as he spoke. Speaking of Wang Xian's nickname, Old Wank, there was a meaning behind it. The story was from the beginning of freshman year. At that time, there was a guy from the opposite dormitory block who liked a girl from their class. However, that girl was more interested in Wang Xian. After that guy confessed and got rejected, Wang Xian got another nickname. Old Wank. The neighbor, or in short, Old Wank. Almost everyone in the dormitory addressed him as such. Buy clothes. I have to accompany my sister today. My sister has arrived. Wang Xian chuckled. Your sister? Xiao Yu. Has arrived. Wang Dahai was a little surprised. Why don't we ask your sister, Xiao Yu, along? Let me ask her about it. Wang Xian didn't reject the suggestion. Wang Dahai was a great guy and had been taking good care of him. He had treated Wang Ziyan to multiple meals and even lent Wang Ziyan his motorcycle over the summer holidays. After getting Wang Ziyan's call, Xiao Yu replied, "Brother, I'm going to take a look at the school clubs with Xiao Mai, Yuan and Su Kaiyan. I guess I won't be going." Wang Ziyan nodded his hand. "Alright, have fun. I'll accompany my roommate to get some stuff. Give me a moment to wash up." Upon hearing Wang Ziyan's words, Wang Dahai immediately jumped up and started washing up. "Where are we going to get clothes?" Wang Ziyan asked. "City center." "Why do you want to go to the city center to get clothes? Can't you just get them from the shops beside the school?" "Oh right. You haven't told me why you arrived at school so early." Wang Ziyan looked at Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai chuckled. He stuck his head out of the washroom and said, "Let me bring you to have some fun tonight." "Eh? You got a date? Is she from our school?" Wang Ziyan asked in shock. "She's a senior." It was initially last night, but she went out with her roommates for dinner. Therefore, it was postponed to tonight. "Old Wang, you are lucky. Damn. Why does it feel like you've gotten more handsome since the last time I saw you a month ago? If only you were a little uglier. You would then be able to show how tall and mighty I am." "Sigh. It's okay. Who asked me to be so kind?" She said she would be bringing her roommates along. Perhaps they might find you handsome and have a relationship that lasts for a single night with you. End note. Old Wang. The neighbor was a comic strip character. He took on many roles, among which was a guy who got into an affair with the neighbor's wife. Chapter 99 Brother Zion. Brother Zion. Chapter 99 Brother Zion. Brother Zion. As Wang Dahai nagged, Wang Ziyan gave a funny look. After bathing, Wang Dahai changed his clothes and made a few poses in front of the mirror. "Not bad. Even though I'm slightly plump, my features are perfect," giving off a sense of security. Wang Dahai looked into the mirror as he was satisfied with his look. "Will this work this time? Don't get disappointed again." Wang Ziyan looked at him and chucked. Wang Dahai had an experience of dating a girl from the internet. In the end, the petite girl left after seeing him. "There's hope this time, I'm sure." Wang Dahai's eyes brightened up. "I met this girl before. So, I'm not afraid that she will run away after she sees me." "Alright, let's go." Wang Ziyan laughed as he went down with Wang Dahai. "Give me the keys. I'll drive you," Wang Dahai told Wang Ziyan. Your motorcycle was damaged by me, so I bought another one." Wang Ziyan smiled and said. "Damaged?" Wang Dahai was stunned and shouted at him. "If you've damaged it, just let it be. Why do you still have to buy another one? Look, you should have told me earlier. I have two at home. Why did you have to buy one?" Wang Ziyan felt warm in his heart. Wang Dahai said these things because he knew about his family situation. Wang Dahai's family was so-so and was considered to be middle class. They were not of high status, but neither were they poor. With a sum of 3 monthly allowance, it was considered an average amount. "Let's go. I'll show you a new bike." Wang Ziyan arched his lips slightly as he brought him to the back of the dormitory. "Wow, Harley. It's the Harley motorcycle. This is my dream heavy-duty motorcycle. You'll get one when I'm rich." Wang Dahai brightened his eyes as he stared at the Harley motorcycle with an envious look as soon as he was at the back. With a face full of smiles, Wang Ziyan took the keys and walked up. "Do you want to try?" "Sigh. I can only look at it. This Harley costs at least a few $100,000. I wonder who the rich guy is who put it here. Envy. If tonight." Wang Dahai was talking with a face full of regrets. However, his face stiffened up as he spoke. He saw Wang Ziyan take out the key, unlock the bike, and push it out. "Gosh, old Wang, Brother Ziyan, this." Wang Dahai looked at Wang Ziyan with astonished expressions. "What's the matter? Look at my dressing. Don't I deserve this bike?" Wang Ziyan smiled and pointed to his clothes as he put on the flashy sunglasses kept in the motorcycle. Givenchy's clothes, it's authentic." "Old Wang, did you win some lottery?" Wang Dahai had just noticed the brand on Wang Ziyan's clothes. He jumped immediately, shocked. "There is one thing that I have never told you. I'm actually an affluent second generation in disguise. I can inherit the family's assets now since I've turned 20. Wang Xian joked with a smiling face. Really, didn't you have only one sister? Wang Dahai seemed to buy his words as he looked at him. Let's go. You just have to know that I'm not a pauper anymore. Wang Xian beckoned him and asked him to sit at the back seat. Gosh. This is so cool. Wang Dahai rubbed his palms together as he got excited. Can I try it too? You can ride around the school. But you can forget about riding it in the city center. You don't have a license. That's true. But you got to let me enjoy it during the normal days. Get lost. Enjoy my ass. Brother Xian. Y'all be the big brother from now on. Im Xiao Hai. Wang Xian started the engine and rode to the city center with Wang Dahai. As soon as Wang Dahai entered the mall, he began to shop. The reserved Wang Dahai even bought a pair of golden rimless glasses. What a flashy look. Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly. Looks like you really took a fancy to the girl tonight. She's the true love of my life. Brother Xian. Tonight is the night. Wang Dahai patted Wang Xian on his shoulder. It's still early now. Where are we going? Wang Xian looked at the time. Let's go back. I want to dress myself up, then recharge myself in an internet cafe. Wang Dahai was full of fighting spirit. Wang Xian followed Wang Dahai back to the dormitory helplessly. After they rested for a while, they came to the internet cafe. In the evening, Wang Dahai called the girl, but the girl asked him to wait. Wang Xian asked if the other party would stand him up tonight. Wang Dahai patted his chest and said she would never do that. In fact, the later they met, the better. Wang Xian could not figure out his train of thought. But when it was 8 p.m., the girl called him. Let's meet at the school entrance. Let's go. Haha. 8 p.m. Let's have fun tonight. Wang Dahai had shiny hair with exhilarating expressions all over his face. It's so late. Where are we going at such an hour? Asked Wang Xian speechlessly. The pub. Of course. Wang Dahai raised his eyebrows. Let's go. Well, take the Harley motorcycle. And the remaining 3 ladies can take a cab. Alright, let's go. As Wang Xian arrived at the entrance with Wang Dahai on the bike, the 3 trendy-looking girls were standing there. The 3 girls were all in miniskirts. One of them even wore a pair of black stockings. Temptations in the air. Rongron. This is my roommate. Wang Xian. We're heading to the place on our bike. The 3 of you will share a cab. Is that okay? He spoke with a smile. As soon as Wang Dahai saw them, he hopped off the bike before he came to a girl whose face was round. Sure. Then I'll see you at the pub. Sure. I'll get you a cab before we leave, said Wang Dahai with smiles all over his face as he acted like a gentleman. The other 2 girls next to them observed Wang Dahai before they turned and looked at Wang Xian, who was on the bike. It's here. 3 beautiful ladies. You may leave first. We'll wait for you at the entrance. As soon as the cab arrived, Wang Dahai spoke with a smile. Sure. We'll meet you at the pub entrance. The girl named Rongrong waved to him as she sat inside. Rongrong. Is he? Wang Dahai? He's fat. But his roommate is quite handsome. Yes. That's him. I turned him down yesterday. But he kept pestering me to hang out with him. Since we've got nothing going on today, let's go out and get high. Then let's enjoy ourselves today. I saw them riding the Harley motorcycle. They should be quite loaded. Let's have a feast today. I'm telling all of you in advance. Don't get yourselves drunk like the other day. No. We won't. That roommate of his is handsome. Do you want to seduce him later on? Damn you. I've got a boyfriend. The girls were laughing and chatting in the cab. Charge my life, happiness depends on today. Wang Dahai sat on the bike and yelled at Wang Xian excitedly. Fine. For your happiness. Charge. Chapter 100 Love Bar. Chapter 100 Love Bar. Love Bar was a bar on a street of River Town that was relatively more well-known, relatively well-received, and had a relatively better atmosphere. Wang Xian and Wang Dahai reached the entrance of the bar before the girls. Wang Dahai waited by the side anxiously. Why are you so excited? You look just like a bowl that's in heat. Looking at Wang Dahai, Wang Xian found it hilarious. You wouldn't understand. This is true love. If you encounter the girl you really like, you would be the same as me. Rongrong is the cutest girl I've ever seen. I definitely want her to be my girlfriend. Wang Dahai spoke resolutely. Wang Xian was taken aback. This was still the first time he had seen Wang Dahai being so serious about chasing after a girl. He patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, "All the best. She's here." "She's here." Wang Dahai saw them walk out from a rented car and quickly went up to receive them. When Rongrong saw Wang Dahai, she spoke with a smile. "Let's go. We can reserve a table for the 5 of us to chat and drink." "Sure. Let's go in." Wang Dahai nodded his head and the group of 5 walked towards the bar. Once they entered the bar, deafening music overwhelmed their ears. Wang Xian's eyebrows knitted together. This was the first time he had visited a bar and wasn't used to such an atmosphere. Looking towards the dancing platform, he saw a group of young men and women fooling around. Some were even grinding on each other. Under the faint and shimmering lights, there was a sense of vileness filling the atmosphere. Wang Xian looked at Wang Dahai and noticed that he was also frowning. The 3 girls seemed to be familiar with the place as they walked towards a long table. Immediately, the waiter walked over. "Girls, which set meal would you like to have?" the waiter asked as he handed over a price list to the 3 girls. Rongrong took a look at the price list before ordering. "The 1,888 set meal. Besides that, we want 2 bottles of Chivas Regal 1. Alright, please wait a moment." Wang Dahai and Wang Xian sat down. When he saw the prices on the price list, he frowned. "Dahai, a 1,888 set meal with 2 bottles of Chivas Regal of 400. That's already more than 2,600. 2,600. Wang Dahai put aside the price list and whispered, "Old Wang, since I'm here, I've made preparations. If I don't spend this, how could I get the girl?" "Alright then, all the best." Wang Xian smiled and patted his shoulders. "Come, Rongrong. I had not expected your roommates to all be so beautiful." Wang Dahai quickly started flirting. As for Wang Xian, he simply sat quietly and observed. The waiter quickly brought over the alcohol, fruits, and nuts. Wang Xian took a bottle of alcohol and poured some for himself. After trying a mouthful, he put it down. "Fake alcohol. Handsome. Are you from the same class as Wang Dahai?" Just as Wang Xian was feeling bored and looking around, a girl sat beside him. The girl had a good figure, but her face was a little long. She gave off a vixen vibe and could be considered as good-looking overall. "Yeah." Wang Xian nodded his head before looking toward Wang Dahai. "Hey pretty, do you think Dahai has a chance with Rongrong?" "This." The girl thought for a while before continuing. "I'll tell you if you finish 2 more cups." "Alright." Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders helplessly and gulped down 2 cups of alcohol. "I believe you can tell me now. I don't know about it." "Haha. If Wang Dahai works hard, he might have a chance." Wang Xian was speechless upon hearing her reply. It was equivalent to not saying anything. "Come handsome. Let's have a toast." That girl leaned over and had half of her body on Wang Xian. At this moment, Wang Xian could even smell her perfume. Wang Xian frowned. "I'm not good with alcohol. Just have a little." "Oh right. Handsome, do you have a girlfriend?" the girl asked directly. "Yeah." Wang Xian hesitated for a while. "I do." "Hi, you have a girlfriend, do you mind changing one?" The girl looked at him with her pair of large eyes and even blinked flirtatiously at him. Looking at the girl, Wang Xian felt as though he was a weak little lamb. The other party had ample experiences with flirting. Although Wang Xian was being picked up by the girl, he wasn't feeling happy at all. The girl in front of him couldn't be compared with Guan Shuking or Lan Qingyu at all. She was just like a prostitute to Wang Xian, shameless and revealing. Wang Xian wasn't too interested in continuing chatting, and simply said a few perfunctory words in response. That girl saw how Wang Xian acted and started frowning. Contempt flashed in her eyes and she went back to her previous seat beside the other girl directly. At about 10 p.m., Wang Dahai said to Wang Xian, "Let's go to the bathroom." "Old Wang." "Sure." Wang Xian nodded his head and followed him to the bathroom. The girls behind them took a look at them, but soon went back to playing among themselves. How was it? Entering the washroom, Wang Xian glanced at Wang Dahai and asked, "This?" Wang Dahai frowned. "Rongrong is pretty good. But, Doesn't feel like a student and was very open. Wang Xin hesitated for a moment and added, yeah. Wang Dahai didn't know how to describe it and simply nodded his head. For a female university student to be so open in such a place. It was clear that she was a frequent patron. This made Wang Dahai, who was a little chauvinistic, a little uncomfortable. That's how I felt too. Dahai, you've got to think about it. I know. Let's see how it goes. It was very comfortable to chat with her. Wang Dahai replied after thinking for a moment. Wang Dahai took out a cigarette to smoke. After he was done, he signaled to Wang Xian to return. The two of them walked towards their seats. There were a lot more people at the bar than when they had arrived. This was natural, as the nightlife had just started after 10 p.m. To their surprise, they saw 4 other men when they were back at their seats. These 4 young men were sitting in their seats and chatting happily with the 3 girls. On the table, there were 5 bottles of imported wine and over 20 bottles of beer. Wang Xian and Wang Dahai exchanged gazes before finding another place to sit. Come Dahai. Let me introduce them to you. This is Lingling's boyfriend and our friends. We happened to bump into them so I asked them over. It's livelier with more people. Rongrong moved towards Wang Dahai and spoke to him with smiles. Rongrong, is this the handsome guy who is wooing you? He's not as handsome as me. A young man beside Rongrong took a glance at Wang Dahai and chuckled. You are handsome. Rongrong rolled her eyes at him. Am I not? The young man leaned over towards Rongrong. Scram, get further away from me. Rongrong stretched over to whack him. Don't. Seeing the two of them flirting with each other, Wang Dahai's eyebrows twitched and wasn't looking well. Dahai. Shall we go? Wang Xian saw everything. He moved towards Wang Dahai and spoke softly. All right. Wang Dahai took a deep breath and forced out a smile. He looked at Rongrong and said, Rongrong, I'm sorry. We just received a call and have something urgent to attend to. We will be going off now. Rongrong frowned upon hearing Wang Dahai. However, she immediately remarked, in that case, get the bill before you go. All right. Wang Dahai nodded his head unwillingly. He shouted to the waiter at the corner. Waiter, bill please. All right, sir. A waiter walked over. Your total bill. Wait a minute. Get us 2 more cartons of beer and 2 bottles of whiskey at this moment. One of the young men interrupted. All right, sir. The waiter nodded his head. After recalculating, he continued, adding those that this Mr. ordered. Your total bill is 9,380. What 9,380? Wang Dahai was shocked and looked at the water in disbelief. End note. 1 Chivas Regal is a type of blended Scotch whiskey. Chapter 101 Fight. Chapter 101 Fight. Yes, sir. 9,308. This is your receipt. You may check. The waiter nodded and passed him the receipt. Wang Dahai took the receipt with an embarrassed look. When they started to drink, the cover and a few drinks had cost just more than 2. Even after a second round of drinks ordered, he calculated that it would only add up to not more than 4. How did it end up at 9,308? But when he looked at the drinks that were ordered while they were away in the bathroom, Wang Dahai darkened his expression. 5 bottles of alcohol that cost more than 4. On top of that, those fruit and snack platters they ordered added up to the 9,308. The price was clearly stated, and the pub was not at fault. Wang Xian looked at the bill and darkened his expression. Wang Dahai did not have over 9 with him. His family was well off, but not to the extent of getting more than 10 for his monthly allowances. 9 was peanuts to Wang Xian. He could pay without batting his eyes. But he was unhappy with what the 3 girls did. They probably treated Wang Dahai as someone who could be bullied by his generosity. It is right to treat and pay for the 3 of you. But your friends tagged along. What does that mean? Wang Xian looked at Wang Dahai, who was looking embarrassed. Wang Dahai was a person who did not want to shame himself. He could not bring himself to say something as he would rather not disgrace himself. More than 9. Wang Xian took over the bill and put it on the table. He told the waiter, when we were here, we only ordered drinks that cost about 2,600. Well, pay for that. We did not order the rest. This. The waiter looked at Wang Xian. So who will pay for the rest? You'll have to ask them that. We are only paying for what we drank, Wang Xian said nonchalantly. Her 3 girls and 4 young men looked over at Wang Xian. What you want us to pay? The girl who seduced Wang Xian just now frowned at them and asked. The drinks and fruits that we treated the 3 of you to will be paid for by us. The ones that you treated your friends to should be paid for by you guys. Wang Xian stared at the girl and said. What do you mean by this? Upon hearing what Wang Xian said, Rongrong stood up angrily and glared at Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai, what do you mean by this? You asked us out to the pub, and now you want us to pay for ourselves. On hearing Rongrong's question, Wang Dahai's expression was even more awful than before. He gritted his teeth, lifted his chin, and stared at Rongrong. He'll treat you to your drinks, but not your friends. Besides, you guys just ordered the drinks that amount to 9. While we were in the bathroom. Do you think him a fathead? Wang Dahai had finally seen the true colors of Rongrong, so he spoke without giving her any face. Fathead. Rongrong jeered at him. Hey! You were the one who asked us out. Now you think we've ordered too much, and you refuse to pay for it. Do you count yourself as a man if you don't have that kind of money? Don't woo any girls. 9. Is considered expensive. Then why are you here? A girl next to Rongrong criticized with a sharp remark. That's right. You two paupers. If you had said that you're broke, we would not have come out with you. Now you refuse to foot the bill. Are you a man? How dare you ask people out when you're acting this way? Aren't you a joke? The 3 girls took turns to mock him as they looked at him disdainfully. Upon hearing their remarks, coldness flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He looked at Wang Dahai, who was quivering, and took a step forward. We're buying drinks for the 3 of you, not your friends. So you need to bring your friends along to get the treats. Don't they have money? Hey, lad, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that we are so broke that we have to get free drinks from you? A young man rolled up his sleeves as he stood up. He stared coldly at Wang Xian when he heard what he said. If you have the money, how about paying for what you've ordered? Wang Xian stared at the young man and said emotionlessly. Well, pay for the beginning round of drinks. You can pay for the rest that you've ordered. I finally got it. Both of you are just too broke, and you guys are finding excuses to leave. If you are broke, why did you ask us out? How funny. Guys like you actually want to woo girls. What a dumbass. A girl scorned Wang Dahai and Wang Xian. Wang Dahai, I never expected you to be someone like this. Guys like you should be made known in the school forum. Let everyone witness what a pauper you are. You're broke, and you acted tough by asking us out. I bet you borrowed that motorcycle of yours from someone else. Rongrong said to Wang Dahai coldly. You. Wang Dahai stared at Rongrong, who was unkind with her words. With his eyes red. We were blind as we thought you were just ordinary students. Never did I expect that. He he. Wang Xian scoffed and continued. Well, pay for the starting orders. Those that you added on. You'll pay for yourself. Waiter. Well, pay 3. The rest you can get from them. We didn't order that. The waiter frowned as he looked at the girls and the 4 young men. Hey, what do you mean by that? Rongrong pointed at Wang Xian and asked furiously. Am I not being obvious enough? Whoever ordered the drinks pays for them. Wang Xian said coldly. Pauper, you're penniless and yet you tried to woo a girl. You're a thrash, the young man said to Wang Xian in a cold tone. Ha ha. Wang Xian sneered. Since you're not a thrash, you can pay for it. Damn you. I have the money. The young man took his wallet from his pocket and slammed it on the table. But I don't like what I see. He'll not pay for the bill. You guys are leaving without paying after you asked the girls out. I have the money too. But I'm not spending it on thrashes. Wang Xian put his foot on the table as he swept his gaze across the 3 girls. Eventually, he stopped at the young man and spoke coldly. Damn, are you seeking trouble? FCKU. Didn't you find out who I am? I can beat the shit out of you guys. FCK. You're arrogant. Let me tell you this. Today, you're paying it whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I'll make sure you guys can't walk out of the door. 2 jerks are running away without paying after asking us out. Upon seeing the conceited look of Wang Xian, The young men and girls stood up and glared at him. One of the young men even removed his shirt, revealing his vest. The areas that the vest could not conceal were filled with tattoos. Fine. Wang Xian wet his dry lips. He picked up an unopened bottle of wine from the table and smashed it at the middle young man. Bam! Chapter 102 A Man Stopping 10,000 Men. Chapter 102 A Man Stopping 10,000 Men. Arg! A blood-curdling scream propagated throughout the bar and even overwhelmed the deafening music. Tragic. Really tragic. The whole bottle of alcohol smashed into the head of a man, making him bleed profusely immediately. The other 3 young men and girls were stunned. They looked at their companion, whose head was bleeding profusely, in disbelief. Damn it. How dare you start the fight? That young man with tattoos behind his back looked viciously at Wang Xian and growled angrily. Start the fight. Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at this young man and grabbed another bottle of beer from the table. He did not make use of his great strength and did not bother to talk to them. This was because this group of people wouldn't require him to use his full strength. Moreover, he did not like to talk while fighting. Scumbags, you guys are too much. Seeing that Wang Xian had started the fight, Wang Dahai, who was standing behind Wang Xian, was initially hesitant. He clenched his fist tightly before grabbing another bottle of beer. His brother had already started the fight for his sake. How could he possibly just stand there and watch? What kind of brother would he be if he just stood by? The other few young men found it hard to accept, as they had never expected these 2 young men to start the fight the moment they couldn't agree on things. Furthermore, they were so ruthless. The moment Wang Xian saw Wang Dahai readying himself, he revealed a smile. That's how a brother should be. They should fight together, carry guns together, sleep together and visit prostitutes together. 1. Fuck bastards, don't think I'm afraid of you. The other 3 young men were looking hideous, and immediately charged towards Wang Dahai and Wang Xian. However, there was no way their power and strength could be compared with Wang Xian. Bam bam. The 2 bottles of beer landed on 2 other people. As for Wang Dahai, he was 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 190 kgs. Most people wouldn't be a match for him. Therefore, the 3 young men were put to the ground easily. They must be eager to die. How dare they touch us? A young man held onto his head and looked menacing. You guys. How dare you guys cause trouble here? Rongrong shrieked and pointed to Wang Xian and Wang Dahai. Her face had turned as white as a sheet. GRR. Fight. Don't stop. Can't even defeat 2 when there are 4 of you trash. Get up and fight. The crowd in the bar noticed the fight and started cheering loudly. They were here for fun and it was better for them when the bar was livelier. Weak and fragile. Wang Xian looked coldly at the 4 young men struggling to get up. He grabbed another bottle and taunted. Come. Let's continue. How dare you? You're going to die. The tattooed young man, whose head was covered in blood, stared at Wang Xian. He was seething with anger. If you can walk out of Love Bar tonight, I wouldn't be able to show myself here in the future. What's the matter? Who's fighting? Who's fighting? Get out if you want to fight. At this moment, 56 security guards of the bar rushed over and shouted loudly. Fuck, wait here if you dare. Although the tattooed young men saw the security guards rushing over, he showed no fear and roared loudly. What's the matter? Still want to fight? When the middle-aged security guard heard him, he frowned and walked over. If I don't cripple these 2 brats, my name wouldn't be 5th Master Gong. The young man with the tattoo took out his phone, ignored the security guard and dialed a number. The group of security guards frowned as they turned their attention to this young man with tattoos. Boss, it's me, 5th Master Gong. One of the security guards was shocked and murmured to the middle-aged man beside him. 5th Master Gong, if you are causing trouble, please get out. Don't do it in the Love Bar, the middle-aged security said to the young man with tattoos. I'll leave after crippling these 2 brats. They dare to touch me, I'll kill them. 5th Master Gong's face sank and he roared loudly. Wang Xian. What should we do now? Wang Dahai could sense the savage vibes from 5th Master Gong. He wasn't even afraid of the security guards at this moment. Wang Dahai felt a little flustered. The reason why he joined the fight was also because he was in the heat of the moment. However, The other party was clearly calling for reinforcements and had threatened to cripple them. This made him a little scared. What should we do? It's obvious to continue whacking them before their reinforcement arrives. We couldn't be waiting for them to be here to beat us up. Right. Wang Xian smiled at Wang Dahai. To Wang Dahai's astonishment, Wang Xian charged towards Fifth Master Gong directly. Everyone was shocked. They had not seen anyone who fought in such a manner, under normal circumstances, when the other parties were all put to the ground and were calling for reinforcements. The one who started the fight would typically run or just wait. However, this young man started the fight once again. When Wang Xian charged over, he saw that Fifth Master Gong was filled with shock and disbelief. He smiled at him. Aren't you calling people over in that case? I shall see if I can kill you before your guys arrive. The moment he finished his sentence, he smashed the bottle in his hand on Fifth Master Gong's arm. Arg! Fifth Master Gong let out a horrifying shriek. His arm had already been deformed. His face was filled with horror. He isn't playing by the rules. Continue. Wang Xian smiled again at Fifth Master Gong. Under his horrified gaze, he smashed towards the other arm. Bam! Crack! Crack! The sound of bottles and bones cracking propagated once again. The crowd was all shocked by the development. That young man really wants to kill Fifth Master Gong. The expressions on the other three injured young men were as white as sheets as they looked towards Wang Xian. As for the other three girls, they were lost and flustered. They cuddled together and were filled with fear as they looked at Wang Xian. Your guys are a little slow. Wang Xian smiled sarcastically as he spoke to Fifth Master Gong and grabbed another bottle. No, 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 please. Fifth Master Gong was completely petrified. He was truly afraid this time. Who the fuck dared to touch my brother? At this moment, an angry growl sounded. Fifth Master Gong was thrilled and stared at Wang Xian menacingly. You are finished, haha. Over 10 people rushed over. Everyone in the group was burly, and a middle-aged man in front of the group looked coldly over. Bam! Wang Xian still smashed the bottle over as the shriek of pain sounded once again. Fuck! You dare to continue? The group that charged over saw Wang Xian smashing the bottle down and heard the wail of Fifth Master Gong. Among them, one burly young man dashed towards Wang Xian directly. Bam! With a simple sweeping kick, the young man that was dashing over was sent flying back and landed heavily on the sofa by the side. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Expert. This young man isn't simple. No wonder he wasn't afraid of anything. Wang Xian looked emotionlessly at them before revealing a faint smile. Just a dozen people. I'm afraid this might not be enough. The group that arrived with momentum frowned when they saw how calm Wang Xian was. This young man had just sent one of them flying away with a single kick. Moreover, the man that was sent flying didn't get up after the kick. It was clear that the young man was strong. The bar quietened down suddenly as everyone looked to the young man standing in the middle. He had the vibes of being able to stop 10,000 men. And note, one not to be taken literally. This is a common saying to emphasize that brothers are those who do everything together and share the most intimate experiences. Chapter 103. Is it over? Chapter 103. Is it over? Get Brother Panther here. The middle-aged man who was standing in the middle told a young man. A dozen people did not make a move against Wang Xian. Lad, there are not many fearless people like you. Aren't you afraid of death? The middle-aged man threw a glance at the dreadful Fifth Master Gong before he spoke to Wang Xian while staring at him. Heh, just a few of you. Wang Xian sneered at them. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows as he looked at the young man in front of him with bewilderment. Fearless and composed, disregarding all of them. An ordinary young man could not possibly possess such a demeanor. The middle-aged man, unlike Fifth Master Gong, knew how to think. The young man in front of him must have some backings. However, he took out a cigarette casually and lit it. Lad, arrogant people will not have good endings. Once Brother Panther arrived, this lad would have to pay the price regardless of how formidable he was. On the other hand, a young man trotted to a private room along with the security guard of the pub. Brother Panther, someone beat our buddies up. As soon as the door was opened, that young man quickly reported to the middle-aged man inside. What, there were about 6 people in the room. The one who was known as Brother Panther was rather muscular. He was slightly stunned before he stood up. "Where are they?" Brother Panther calmly asked. "They are in the pub now." Fifth Master Gong fought with two young men, and he got beaten up badly. The young man replied at once. "Oh, in my pub." A young man sitting in the middle lifted his chin puzzledly. With a smile, he said, "Interesting. Let's check it out." Brother Panther. Second Master. The one who beat Fifth Master Gong was a juvenile. "He is formidable. He can send a person flying with just a kick," said the young man at the side. "Regardless of how formidable he is, I'll not let him off for beating up my buddy." Brother Panther said coldly. He turned to the young man at the side. "Second Master. Sorry to cause you trouble over here." "It's all right." The young man gestured as he did not seem to be bothered by it. "Looked like you was in a good mood today." "Fine. I want to see who dares to lay his finger on my buddy." Seeing that Second Master was not mindful, cold radiance flashed in Brother Panther's eyes as he looked at the place where people were gathering. He bellowed, "How dare he beat up my people? Let me see how formidable he is." The surrounding people were shocked as they quickly turned around and looked at the source of the voice. "It's Brother Panther. Brother Panther. It's really Brother Panther. I guess that juvenile is doomed." Some people exchanged whispers in fear when they saw Brother Panther walking over. As Wang Dahai listened to the whispers around him, he displayed an anxious look on his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Wang Zan watched the approaching people emotionlessly, but he raised his eyebrow when he spotted someone. The second master who was next to Brother Panther froze as the smile on his face slowly disappeared. "Were you the one who hit my buddy?" Brother Panther glared at Wang Zian coldly as he pointed his finger at him. Brother Panther. "It was him, Brother Panther. You must avenge me." Fifth Master Gong, who was lying in a pool of blood, said with a hideous face. However, the second master who was standing beside Brother Panther quickly trotted towards Wang Zian while they were exchanging conversations. "Young Master Wang, I did not expect to see you here. This is my fault." The second master ran over and greeted him with fear. He was gritting his teeth. "Damn. This bunch of useless things." He called some friends here for a celebration as he managed to pull some strings with Wang Zian. Never did he expect that he would encounter such a thing. He swept his gaze across Fifth Master Gong, who was lying on the floor, with a strong desire to destroy him for good. "It's nothing. I just fought with some of them. I'll leave this in your hands. My friend and I will go back now. Let's meet for lunch someday," said Wang Zian to the young man before him, who was the director's son had met yesterday. Wang Zian peered at Wang Dahai, who was looking worried and gloomy. "Yes, young Master Wang, leave this to me, and I'll make sure you're happy with the outcome." Director's son nodded hastily in assurance. "Okay." Wang Zian nodded. He walked to Wang Dahai and said, "Let's go." Dahai. Wang Dahai was stunned as he followed Wang Zian outside in bewilderment. Everyone was stunned. "What's going on?" Brother Panther was dumbfounded too when he saw the second master running to the juvenile and speaking to him respectfully. Eventually, he witnessed the departure of the juvenile. He had a mixed expression when he saw the juvenile walking past him, but he remained silent as second master walked towards him. "Second master. He. Brother Panther pointed shockingly at the juvenile who left. Director's son took out a cigarette slowly. "Panther. Don't you know how to manage your subordinates?" Brother Panther froze as he panicked while looking at Director's son. "Second master. What have I done wrong? Please let me know. Break their limbs and make sure they disappear from Rivertown. Teach these 3 girls a lesson too," Director's son said slowly. What Director's son said shocked everyone around him. What's going on? Why did the second master give such instructions? "That juvenile. I know you have a lot of questions in your head. What's the reason for the celebration tonight?" Director's son looked at Brother Panther and asked impassively. Because you befriended such a formidable expert." As Brother Panther spoke, his eyes were agape. "Second master. Could that juvenile be?" Director's son nodded his head slowly. "I wish I could save some face for you, but it was your men who courted their own death." Brother Panther was appalled as trepidation filled his eyes. Today, second master's son had invited them out to have some drinks. Obviously, he was in a chirpy mood. Hence, They were puzzled and asked him about it. In the end, the second master told them proudly that he had befriended a formidable person who was one of the supreme people in the entire river town. His remark shocked them. They would look up to anyone who was favored by the second master. On top of that, the second master made another remark which startled them the most. He was someone who could make old kin bow and apologize. They were unable to stay composed after hearing these words. That person is old kin. The second master could enjoy his current status because he worked for the kin family. I know what to do. Brother Panther took a deep breath and stared coldly at the fifth master gong. Fifth master gong. You're gonna get us killed. Break their limbs. A resentful bellow shocked the rest of the bar. What's the situation now? Fifth master gong and his bunch of friends, including the three girls, stared at Brother Panther with disbelief and despair. Is it over? Asked Wang Dahai, who was following behind Wang Xian as he looked over his shoulder dumbfoundedly. Yes, it's over. What else do you want? All of a sudden, Wang Dahai hugged Wang Xian and cried, Sob sob, old Wang. I'm out of love. Out of love. I never thought that Rongrong was such a person. Chapter 104 Military Training. Chapter 104 Military Training. Wang Dahai had just gotten dumped. Using his own words, it was being dumped before getting into a relationship. Rongrong was the girl had liked the most since he was born. However, the shame was that her character was poor. Nonetheless, this didn't stop Wang Dahai from feeling like he got dumped. He dragged Wang Xian along to drink for the entire night in memory of his failed relationship. They drank from the wee hours of the day until dawn broke, and Wang Xian accompanied him for the entire night. When he woke up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Dahai. Dahai. Wang Xian tried to wake Wang Dahai. No. Shit. It's already 4 p.m. I still have to report to class at night. Wang Dahai exclaimed and quickly sat up. My head is aching from the drinking. Let's get up and go get dinner. Let's go. I'll treat you to something good. First-rate restaurant. Wang Dahai's eyes lit up. They'd had a long conversation the previous night and Wang Xian told him about the fact that he was the boss of first-rate restaurant. Brother Xian, let's go and have something good to relieve my sorrows of being dumped. Wang Dahai jumped up immediately. From his excited looks, he didn't look like he just got dumped. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. He changed into another set of clothes before giving Xiao Yu a call. I've also called my sister and her roommates. Oh right. Where's Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng? Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng were the other two people in the same dormitory. In his dormitory, Wang Dahai and Wang Xian were closer to each other. Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng were closer to each other. Nonetheless, the four of them had a cordial relationship. I don't know. They must be with their girlfriends. Wang Xian nodded his head, but still called them to verify. However, they were accompanying their girlfriends and couldn't come. Wang Xian didn't press further and headed towards the girls' dormitory with Wang Dahai. Brother, Xiao Yu. Yuan and Su Qian walked over. Xiao Yu walked to his side joyously and held onto his arm. Before we go get dinner, let me introduce him. He is my brother, Wang Dahai. Wang Xian explained to the group of girls. After which, he introduced the girls to Wang Dahai. Hello, pretty. Wang Dahai chuckled. However, his attention fell on Su Qian and remained there for some time. Let's go for dinner. Wang Xian laughed. Xiao Yu, are you guys starting on military training tomorrow? 1. Yeah. 20 days of military training. That's horrible. Xiao Yu pouted and said grumpily. After the military training, we probably will tend too. The group chuckled and arrived at First-Rate Restaurant. First-Rate Restaurant had returned to normal operations by today. However, it was still filled with customers and the popularity of First-Rate Restaurant hadn't subsided on the internet. Currently, the net profit of First-Rate Restaurant could reach approximately 1 million a day. It could be considered very high. However, when he recalled the materials he needed to build the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian could feel his head starting to ache. During dinner, Wang Xian called Guan Shuking over too. This made Wang Dahai a little dumbfounded as he gave a thumbs up to Wang Xian. After the group finished their dinner, They headed back towards the school. The school was starting officially today. Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing were chatting happily. After not seeing each other for 2 days, they had a lot to talk about. As for Wang Dahai, he got closer to Su Qian and was trying to impart onto her his experiences at the University of Rivertown. After parting with the girls, Wang Dahai looked at the back view of Su Qian and suddenly blurted out, "Haze! Old Wang, I feel that I'm in love again." PFFD. Wang Xian was drinking from a bottle. When he heard what Wang Dahai said, he almost spit it out. "Brother, you are in love again?" Wang Xian looked at him in astonishment. "I'm serious about it this time. Did you notice how cute Su Qian is? It's especially so for her plump face." "Old Wang, my spring is coming again. I've made up my mind I'm going to woo her." Wang Dahai spoke passionately. However, when he saw Wang Xian simply walking towards the classroom, he quickly asked, Hey, old Wang, do you think I stand a chance?" "Yes, you do," Wang Xian replied helplessly. "That will do. I've decided to bring water to Su Qian during her military training period and show her warmth." Wang Xian was speechless. When the two of them arrived in the class, most of the students were already there. Wang Xian specialized in international economics and trade. Therefore, the guys far exceeded the number of girls. Moreover, beautiful girls were few and far between. The prettiest of them all was Su Meyer. However, she was very flirtatious and many did not have a good impression of her. When he stepped into the room, Wang Xian immediately felt gazes upon him. Turning around, he saw Su Meyer shifting away her gaze in a hurry. In her eyes, there was fear. Wang Xian smiled and found 2 seats for him and Wang Dahai. Soon, the school counselor walked in. The school counselor was a young man. After taking attendance, going through the questions they did for examination last year, and reminding the students to study diligently, he left. The second year was much easier than the first year. There weren't many miscellaneous matters to attend to and they had more free time. After 2 lessons in the morning the second day, Wang Dahai rushed to Wang Xian. "Let's go. Old Wang, have you found out what I've asked you about? Didn't you add her on WeChat? Can't you ask her yourself?" Wang Xian looked at him, feeling speechless. "You don't understand. I couldn't make it so obvious. It would be horrible if she thinks that I am the same as those casual guys. Quick. Wang Dahai was pressing him and Wang Xian had no choice but to walk ahead helplessly. "Let's go. I'll bring you over." Seeing Wang Dahai regaining the vitality of spring, Wang Xian was still very happy about it. At the very least, Wang Dahai wasn't severely affected by being dumped. The sun was vicious today and this was something that the Year 1 students wouldn't like to see. As the intense sunlight shone down, this group of spoiled students all felt miserable. Wang Xian brought Wang Dahai to a spot in the field, found a place and sat down. "This is where my sister and her classmates are having their military training. Su Qian is also here. Let us wait a while. When it's their break time, we will go bring them some water." Wang Dahai chuckled as he looked around fervently, trying to spot Su Qian. Wang Xian looked across and noticed that, after the girls put on the military cap, it wasn't easy for him to see the girls' looks. Therefore, he took out his mobile phone to play. Perhaps the students just had their break. Therefore, the tutors didn't give them a break despite Wang Xian and Wang Dahai waiting for half an hour. Under the intense sun, one could see that every student's face was turning a little red. Wang Dahai was a little plump and didn't take the heat well. He wiped off the perspiration on his forehead. "It's so hot today. Luckily, there was rain for a few days during our military training last year. Only by going through trials and tribulations can you get your girl." Wang Xian looked at him and chuckled. "Oh no, someone has fainted." At this moment, a scream sounded from the side. Wang Xian and Wang Dahai immediately looked over and saw a student lying on the ground. The military officer immediately carried her up and ran towards Wang Xian and Wang Dahai's location where there was more shade. End note: 1 university students in China have compulsory military training at the start of their university life. Chapter 105 Sacred Followers Guild. Chapter 105 Sacred Followers Guild. Get out of the way. Can those 2 students give up their seats? The instructor yelled at Wang Zan and Wang Dahai as he carried the student over. She must have fainted from the heat stroke. Wang Dahai was shocked as he stood up hastily and gave up his seat. Wang Zan also stood up when he saw the instructor lay the girl down on the ground. At this time, 2 doctors ran over. Apart from the school doctors, the regular hospital doctors were present during the military training at the University of Rivertown to prevent any accidents. 2 doctors, a middle-aged man and a 27 to 28-year-old female doctor, sprinted over. "Dr. Sun, let me take a look first. She must be suffering from heat stroke," said the middle-aged school doctor to Dr. Sun as he carried his medical equipment. "Sure. Dr. Song, you can examine her first." Dr. Sun nodded. At this time, Wang Zian felt Wang Dahai tugging his arm. He peered over with doubt. Wang Dahai was pouting his lips in a direction. Wang Zian looked over. That doctor was about 28 years old. She wore a white gown that couldn't hide her bosomy figure. Her white gown was pushed up at the chest area. She had a fair and refined profile. With bun-up hair, she looked just like a goddess. Wang Zian was in a stupor for a moment as he found her familiar. He then recalled the same Dr. Sun at the previous accident the other time. "Her body feels hot. It doesn't seem like she got heat stroke." The anxious voice of the middle-aged school doctor was heard. "Give her some cold water before we apply some medicine on her. She's not having a heat stroke." Didn't the students have their checkup in advance check her heartbeat to see if there are any problems? Dr. Sun continued. "Let me do it since it's more appropriate." "Sure," the middle-aged school doctor agreed immediately while Dr. Sun took over. Dr. Sun took out her stethoscope immediately and placed it at the girl's chest area. "Gosh, her heart is beating very slowly." Dr. Sun's expression had a drastic change. She flipped the eyelid of the girl. "Her eyes are red. This is not a heat stroke. Her breathing is weak. We must send her to the hospital immediately," said the middle-aged school doctor as he placed his finger on the girl's nose. "What's going on? Is she alright?" Just then, 2 school in-charges rushed over and consulted. "It's not a heat stroke. It should be some other illness. We need to get her to the hospital now for an examination," the middle-aged school doctor replied immediately. "How serious?" the 2 school teachers frowned. "Hurry. Get the car now. We're sending her to the hospital before it's too late." Upon seeing the motionless girl, Dr. Sun spoke anxiously. "Okay. You'll get the car now," said the 2 school teachers who were panicked too. The impact would be huge if students had any accidents during military training in school. "Let me take a look." At this time, Wang Zian spoke when he saw the frail-looking girl. "You." Upon hearing Wang Zian, everyone turned to look at him. "Don't you fool around," said the middle-aged school doctor impatiently as he realized how young and inexperienced Wang Zian was. "Wait. You." Dr. Sun looked at Wang Zian as she observed him carefully with a pair of refined eyes. "You were the one in that accident?" "Yes." "Let me take a look." Wang Zian nodded and said to Dr. Sun, "Okay. Go ahead." Radiance flickered in the eyes of Dr. Sun as she stared at Wang Zian with curiosity. Previously, they did a detailed examination of the young men and the young lady from the car accident back in the hospital. What shocked all of them in the hospital was that the broken leg of the young girl had miraculously healed by itself. On the other hand, the young man's injuries were even more severe as his ribs were fractured. Yet, the bones had been fixed in some unique way. It was shocking to all the doctors. Such a situation could be considered a miracle in the medical field. When Dr. Sun learned about the report, the first thing she thought of was that juvenile. She did not expect to meet him here. The middle-aged school doctor and the 2 school teachers were slightly stunned by what Dr. Sun had said, but they did not stop him. "He'll do it." However, a juvenile in his military uniform walked out suddenly just when Wang Zian stood up. The juvenile was 1.8 meters tall, looking cheerful and handsome. His confident vibe was even more intense when he was in a military training outfit. "Out of my way. Let me do it." The juvenile looked at Wang Zian and spoke immediately while he fished out an ID from his right pocket. "This is..." The middle-aged school doctor opened his eyes wide with a shocked expression. He exclaimed, "Sacred Followers Guild. Medical saint. I'm not a medical saint yet. I'm just an apprentice." The juvenile gave a faint smile as he held his chin high when he heard the exclamation from the middle-aged school doctor. Confident. Handsome. Imposing. Unexpected. Unexpected. The middle-aged school doctor was overwhelmed with surprise. Little miracle doctor, come and take a look. Sacred Followers Guild Dr. Sun was also taken aback as she gazed at the juvenile. Sacred Followers Guild was one of the two sacred places in the medical industry. Almost everyone in the medical industry knew about Sacred Followers Guild. At the same time, all the medical students were hoping to have a chance to learn in the sacred place. However, only very few doctors managed to pass the test. Any apprentices who walked out from the Sacred Followers Guild were equipped with formidable medical skills. The middle-aged school doctor spoke respectfully to the juvenile. And the juvenile was enjoying such treatment. He wriggled his finger, and the silver needles appeared in his hand. Awesome! The middle-aged school doctor was amazed by the appearance of the silver needles. Excuse me? The juvenile pushed Wang Xian away and squatted down immediately. Little miracle doctor, please take a look at this student to see what's wrong with her, said the two school teachers respectfully. Apparently, they had heard of the reputation of the Sacred Followers Guild. Okay. Don't worry. If it's not something serious, I can cure her with a silver needle. The juvenile drew his lips and spoke confidently. That'll do. The two teachers heaved a sigh of relief as they smiled. Then they looked at Wang Xian and Wang Dahai who were gathering around them. Two of you, please give way. Don't interrupt the little miracle doctor while he is treating. Sacred Followers Guild. Wang Xian took 2 steps back as he gazed at the juvenile with surprise. He had heard old Zhu mentioning the Sacred Followers Guild. They were like the ultimate existence in the entire medical industry. The members of Sacred Followers Guild came from a mix of the underworld and society. Some of them were commoners while some were martial artists. However, the majority of them were mainly martial artists since they would circulate their internal energy during their treatment. The juvenile placed his hand on the young girl's hand and closed his eyes. Heard the juvenile knit his eyebrow slightly. What is it? Little miracle doctor, is her illness serious? Asked the two teachers when they saw the juvenile frowning. It's a little tricky in a flash. The juvenile took the silver needle in his hand and inserted it into one of the acupoints on the girl's arm. I can treat her, but it will take some time. Chapter 106 Technique. Chapter 106 Technique. Chapter 106 Technique. This girl's body is deficient and lacks a type of element. This made her body weak and made her suffer from breathing difficulties. She will still need some time to recuperate. The juvenile wiggled his fingers and another dozen silver needles appeared in his hand. He continued with a smile. I'll execute silver needle treatment on her to first wake her up. When the juvenile completed his sentence, he moved his hands so quickly that they formed after images which confused the onlooking crowd. Incredible, absolutely incredible. You are indeed from the Sacred Followers Guild. The techniques of hidden needles and laying out needles are truly incredible. Yeah. I would have never thought that the University of Rivertown would have such an incredible expert. Looking at the medical skills of this young miracle doctor, you are more than qualified to become a tutor in our medical branch. The middle-aged school doctor and lead each exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a simple trick and isn't anything. The juvenile revealed a satisfied look, but still replied in an arrogant manner. If this is a simple trick for this young miracle doctor, my medical skills will be nothing in comparison. Incredible. The middle-aged school doctor gave him a thumbs up. Hee hee. The juvenile smiled faintly as he controlled the silver needle in his hand. Soon, the girl opened her eyes gradually. This. What happened? The girl looked around, feeling a little lost. Awesome. Awesome. You are indeed worthy of the name of Miracle Doctor. The two leads were thrilled and remarked excitedly. All right, for the coming week, rest well and have some beef and fruits. Together with my silver needles treatment, I can guarantee that you will recover within a week. As the young man waved his hand, all the silver needles were kept within his hand. So strong. Dr. Sun, who was on the side, also looked at the girl with amazement. Basic operations. The arrogant juvenile nodded his head and suddenly looked to Wang Xian. This student seemed to be thinking of providing treatment a while ago. Did you learn medical skills previously? Wang Zian was taken aback, shook his head, smiled and replied, I know a little about healing. Tisk, if you don't understand it well, it's better than you don't try providing treatment to others. Otherwise, you might make it worse if you misdiagnose the symptoms. The juvenile spoke in a tone similar to how a senior would guide a junior. This young miracle doctor is right. Misdiagnosing would only harm the patient. If you aren't confident, it's better if you don't act rashly. Not only does this young miracle doctor have extraordinary medical skills, but his medical ethics are also worth respecting, the middle-aged man said as he tried to lick the juvenile's boots. I'm just a little more gifted than others. The juvenile shook his head and continued, please send this student to the dormitory to rest. Give her something to eat in an hour or two, and she should be recovering well. For the following days, he'll perform a few additional rounds of treatments and she will recover fully. Alright, thank you. Young miracle doctor, thank you. Young miracle doctor, the two leads quickly replied. Why don't we excuse the young miracle doctor from training and let him be a doctor here if any students are to encounter any issues. We would also be more assured with this young miracle doctor with us. Yeah, that will work too. The juvenile nodded his head and revealed a prideful smile. With me around, there wouldn't be any issues. Yeah, definitely with you around. We will feel more reassured too. The middle-aged school doctor quickly seconded. Hayes, you two students, if you guys are free, can you help us bring this girl back to her room? One of the leads said to Wang Zian and Wang Dahai. All right, Wang Dahai nodded his head and squatted down, ready to help the girl up. Let me do it. Wang Zian extended his hand over to stop Wang Dahai. He bent down and placed his hand on the stomach area of the girl. What are you doing? When the middle-aged school doctor saw Wang Zian placing his hand on the girl's stomach, he immediately frowned. I'm just taking a look. Wang Zian lifted his head and smiled. What are you looking for? You can't possibly be thinking that you could cure her, the middle-aged doctor said sarcastically. Hurry up, the young miracle doctor has already seen her. Stop causing trouble. Don't move recklessly. If you don't know anything, do you think you could tell her condition just by placing your hand on her? Childish. The young man looked at Wang Zian with contempt. Wang Zian laughed and had a cold expression. I was still wondering how incredible one from the Sacred Followers Guild is. It seems that you are just average. What the hell are you saying? Do you even understand what Sacred Followers Guild represents? When Wang Zian completed his sentence, the middle-aged school doctor standing by the side immediately shouted at Wang Zian mercilessly. What did you say? I dare you to repeat it. When that juvenile heard Wang Zian, his face sank too. Sacred Followers Guild isn't something you could humiliate. What the hell are you saying? Hurry and apologize to this young miracle doctor. The two leads also condemned Wang Zian solemnly. If everyone in Sacred Followers Guild is at your level. Wang Zian looked at the group of people shouting at him and his expression turned chilly. He looked to the girl and moved his finger, tapping on over 10 spots on the girl. Brat, are you humiliating me? The juvenile's eyes flickered as he stared at Wang Zian. He moved his fingers and needles appeared within his hands. Wang Zian ignored him and simply injected vitality of the wood element into the girl's body. With his current strength, he wouldn't have to exhaust dragon energy for treatment and could simply rely on the vitality of the wood element to cure the girl. The fatigued girl suddenly felt strength returning to her body. She opened her eyes and looked at Wang Zian in astonishment. Brat, I'm talking to you. Saying that, Wang Zian wasn't replying to him. He remarked, Get up. Wang Zian stood up gradually and gave the juvenile a harsh stare. He then extended his hand over to the girl. Thank you. The girl nodded her head and grabbed onto Wang Zian's hands. She was blushing and stood up with Wang Zian's assistance. The crowd was stunned. Their attention was all on the girl. Dr. Sun, who had been by the side all along, was thrilled. She immediately asked, Are you feeling any discomfort? Nope. When brother tapped on my body, I felt very comfortable. Moreover, I'm feeling a lot better than before. The girl replied as she stole glances at Wang Zian with a blushing face. You just have a small issue and it could be solved with a little treatment. Have regular meals in the future and don't lag behind on your military training, Wang Zian instructed directly. The truth was that he didn't know the source of the girl's problem. However, it didn't matter. The dense vitality of the wood element had eradicated the issue at the source. Besides that, the girl's body composition was a little weak, and military training would be beneficial for her. All right, brother. Thank you. The girl nodded her head. Wang Xian nodded his head in response and turned to the juvenile beside him. He lifted his head and said with contempt, "If members of the Secret Followers Guild are like you, they aren't anything special. Trash. You." When the juvenile heard Wang Xian, he held onto the silver needles in his hand tightly and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The middle-aged school doctor and the two leads were stunned. This time, they didn't comment anything when they heard Wang Xian. Wang Xian had simply tapped a few times on the girl and she was cured. As for this juvenile from the Secret Followers Guild, he claimed that the girl required a week of treatment. One could easily tell the difference between them. Recalling how they had chided Wang Xian just a while ago, the group was feeling embarrassed currently. "You are from the medical saint sect. What techniques did you just use?" The juvenile stared intensely at Wang Xian and questioned him. "Brett, I'm not from the medical saint sect. As for medical techniques, I only understood a little and am not as well known as your Sacred Followers Guild." He. Wang Xian looked at the juvenile with mocking eyes. "As for the technique, it's called anyhow pressure points technique. Brat, don't be so cocky when you don't have the capabilities. Otherwise, you are just bringing shame to the Secret Followers Guild." Wang Xian imitated how the juvenile had acted previously and chided as though he was simply educating a junior as a senior. Chapter 107. You can't woo a girl like that. Chapter 107. You can't woo a girl like that. Anyhow pressure points technique. When the juvenile heard the technique he mentioned, he trembled and stared hard at Wang Xian. What the hell was that? Wang Xian looked at the self-conceited juvenile with a smile on his face. "Acting tough in front of me. Using me as a stepping stone. Serves you right." As for what Wang Xian did just now, it was true that he was doing it without any thoughts. That was also done deliberately to maintain a low profile. Otherwise, the girl would be fully recovered with a swing of his arm. "Fine. Just you wait." The juvenile stared fiercely at Wang Xian. Wang Xian put away his smile and looked impassively at the juvenile. Slowly, he said, "I'll be waiting." HMPH. With a cold snort, the juvenile went back to his military training. The doctor and the two leads next to each other parted their mouths. With some hesitation, they dispersed into the crowd. Dr. Sun did not leave as she observed Wang Xian with curiosity. Just now, the juvenile from the Sacred Followers Guild had already displayed formidable medical skills, but this young man here was much more powerful than him. When Dr. Sun thought about it, she had some desires for the astounding medical skills. "Hey, this is the second time that we meet," said Dr. Sun, looking at Wang Xian. "Yes." Wang Xian smiled to Dr. Sun. "You are formidable in medical skill." Dr. Sun stared at him with passionate eyes as she wanted to know him better. Wang Xian smiled and said modestly, So. I'm not that skillful. I'm a little ashamed of myself if your standard is considered so. Dr. Sun gave a bitter smile. "You're the most skillful doctor I have ever seen." Haha. "It's nothing." Wang Xian chuckled with embarrassment since he was admired by a beautiful doctor who was older than him. Wang Dahai was dumbfounded as he observed the look of the beautiful doctor. He then shook his head slowly and found himself a seat. Wang Xian brushed Dr. Sun off with a few words before he sat down beside Wang Dahai. Wang Xian wanted to chat with the beautiful girl, but Dr. Sun posed some medical-related questions to him. Wang Xian felt awkward as he knew nothing about it. So, he briefly answered her. Dr. Sun bit her lip when she noticed that Wang Xian did not seem to welcome her. Hence, she blatantly asked for his phone number and left. Seeing Wang Xian walking towards him, Wang Dahai gave him a thumbs up. "Bro, you're terrific." Wang Xian smiled. "Your Sukayan has rested enough. Send her the drinks now." "Haha. We can do it together. You deliver drinks to your sister while I will give mine to Sukayan." Wang Dahai pulled him immediately and headed to the ladies where a crowd had just dispersed. After fawning over the ladies, Wang Dahai went back to the dormitory with Wang Xian, feeling satisfied. "Do you want a game?" asked Wang Dahai when they were back in the room. "Nope. You go ahead." I'll just lie down for a while. Wang Xian shook his head. He lay on his bed, thinking about the Dragon Palace. To construct the Dragon Palace, he would require a substantial amount of materials. These materials would be worth at least hundreds of billions if they were to convert into monetary value. Some of these resources could be found in sinking ships or minerals from the ocean floor in the sea. But he would need to purchase some of the materials like fine iron and silver by himself. This would cost a bomb. Now, I need to think of a way to earn money. The first-rate restaurant is only earning about $1 million in a day. Compared to what I need, it is way too little. Wang Xian knit his brow slightly. Finding ways to earn money was a problem for him. Medical skills. Should I open a medical hall? An idea came to him when Wang Xian thought of the girl who had treated just now. Opening a medical hall seemed viable. Given his current 5 elements divine dragon strength, treating ordinary illness was a piece of cake to him. Moreover, he could open a high-class medical hall where one consultation would cost about 2 to 3 million or even higher. Once the reputation of the medical hall is established, Wang Xian could take in 2 to 3 patients a day. In a month, he would be able to earn hundreds of millions, or even more. Wang Xian drew a smile at the corner of his lips. He immediately took out his phone and made a few calls. First of all, he called Old Kin, asking for his help to get a certification to practice medicine. Opening a medical hall required certification. Otherwise, the medical hall would be operating without an official license. At the same time, he got Old Zhu and Old Kin to promote and refer some clients to him. Finally, he called manager Huan Tu. He recalled that a shop was put on lease right beside the first-rate restaurant. He could buy that place over and turn it into his medical hall. It would also be convenient for him to pop by the first-rate restaurant to have his lunches and dinners. After making 3 calls, Wang Xian's plan to open the Divine Dragon Medical Hall had finally begun. It's 11:30 a.m. now. I'll ask Guan Shuking out for lunch. Guys should take the initiative. Wang Xian climbed out from his bed. Hi. I'm having lunch with someone. You can have lunch by yourself. What a beast. Who are you going out with? Asked Wang Dahai, who was playing his game. Wang Xian waved his hand and ignored him. He took out his phone and sent a message to Guan Shuking. Today, Guan Shuking had 4 lessons in the morning. So, Wang Xian headed straight to her classroom. The University of River Town was a huge school. It took Wang Xian 5 minutes to walk from the male dormitory to Guan Shuking's classroom. Wang Xian looked at the building with classrooms. He then walked over and waited for Guan Shuking downstairs. Vroom! When he just arrived, the sound of a sports car was heard from behind. Wang Xian looked back with curiosity. He spotted a young man coming out from an Audi R8 sports car that was parked beside him. The young man was wearing formal attire. Looking charming, he opened his boot and took out a bouquet of red roses. With a face wearing smiles, he stood beside the car and waited. Wang Xian looked at the young man and smiled. The young man also noticed Wang Xian, who was next to him. He drew his lips and glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist. 10 more minutes until class dismissal. Hey, are you waiting for your girlfriend? The young man asked Wang Xian, as he was bored. Well, she's not my girlfriend yet, Wang Xian said with a smile. Oh, are you wooing the girl? The young man looked at him and asked with a smile. Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Are you going to lunch with her? Asked the young man smilingly. Yes, we're going to the canteen for lunch. Wang Xian nodded. Canteen. The young man was slightly stunned as he curved his lips slightly. Bro, since you're wooing the girl, you should treat her to something good. In this way, the girl will feel your effort. The canteen. The young man shook his head as he talked. You need to be sincere in wooing the girl. If you want to impress her, learn from me. You're still far from it. As he said this, he patted Wang Xian on the shoulder. He was earnest in his words. Girls are vain. She will be touched by my formal confession. It's not going to work if you do it like you did now. This is your shortcoming. Chapter 108 Shocking Rumors in School. Chapter 108 Shocking Rumors in School. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. He. Wang Xian looked at the young man and shook his head. He found it a little hilarious and commented. Love in school is simpler. Simpler, brother. I wouldn't call that simpler. It's brainless. Tell me. If we confessed at the same time to the same girl, who do you think the girl would accept? The young man replied in contempt. You are still a far cry from me. However, there's nothing you could do about it as you were born with it. Your looks are still all right and you are still better than ordinary students. He added this with a faint sense of superiority. He took out his phone to play and no longer paid attention to Wang Xian. Wang Xian looked at the young man and wasn't fond of him. However, he did not take his words to heart and simply waited there. 11:50 a.m. The bell that signaled the end of the lesson rang. Students walked out of the classrooms one after another. Some students who had just walked out immediately saw the Audi R8 sports car by the classroom block. Wow! A sports car. It's an Audi R8. What a stunning sports car. It would be great if I could get a sports car in my lifetime. That guy has a bouquet of flowers in his hand. It seems like he's here to make a confession. Isn't he the third-year senior? Liu Feng. I've heard that his family is filthy rich and that he always drives his sports car to school. I wonder who he is confessing to today. That girl would be so lucky. If only I was her. Some students looked at the young man beside the sports car and started commenting. Many students looked towards him with eyes of envy. A rich family, drives a sports car, and good-looking. A guy like him is the envy of all men and the dream guy for all girls. Hearing the comments from the surrounding students, Liu Feng revealed a satisfied smile. He took a glance at Wang Xian, lifted his head proudly and kept one of his hands in his pocket. More and more students walked out of their classrooms. Some students had no intention to leave the area, as they would like to see who that lucky girl would be. She's here. At this moment, Liu Feng took out his hand from his pocket and had his eyes locked in front of him. His eyes sparkled with joy. Guan Shuking's lesson had ended and she was carrying a bag. She tiptoed as she looked around her. When she saw Wang Xian, she walked over excitedly. Wang Xian also spotted Guan Shuking as he extended his hand and waved at her. Shuking. Just as Wang Xian was about to walk over, he suddenly saw the young man walk directly towards Guan Shuking. Guan Shuking was clearly taken aback as she looked at the young man in shock. Shuking, from the very first time I saw you, I've fallen in love with you. Today, I finally mustered the courage to confess to you. Liu Feng suddenly went down on one knee. He handed the fresh flowers towards Guan Shuking and spoke with sincerity. Wow! Who would have expected that the one he is confessing to would be Guan Shuking? Oh! Guan Shuking is one of the 5 goddesses of our University of Rivertown. She has a great disposition, a good figure and a great character. Liu Feng isn't bad either, and is pretty handsome. I believe Guan Shuking might accept him. Liu Feng is so rich and even drives a sports car. I guess Guan Shuking will most likely accept him. Oh my goodness. Could it be that a beautiful girl like her is going to be attached? There were over 100 students that had gathered. Some of them even took out their mobile phones to take pictures and videos. Shuking, would you be my girlfriend in front of over 100 students? I promise that I will treat you well forever. I'll love you and protect you. Liu Feng said loudly. I'll get you whatever you want. If you want a sports car, I'll give one to you. If you want a bag, I'll get you the best out there. Extravagant and a confession fully associated with materialism. A sports car that costs over 2 million by the side. A handsome Liu Feng and a sincere confession. Many girls around them were looking on in anticipation. If only they were the female protagonist. How great would it be? What a shame. A matching couple say yes. At this moment, a girl shouted loudly. Say yes. Say yes. Following this, 7 to 8 other students joined in with the chanting. Guan Shuking, who was in the midst of this, looked at Liu Feng in shock. She had not expected him to confess to her all of a sudden. Moreover, he did it under Wang Xian's attention. This made Guan Shuking frown, and she replied directly, I don't like you. Please don't disturb me. After completing her sentence, she walked directly towards Wang Xian. I'm sorry. Zhao Xian. I don't know him well and had not expected him to confess to me all of a sudden. Please don't take it the wrong way, Guan Shuking quickly explained to Wang Xian. It's alright. Let's go get lunch. Wang Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. Considering that Guan Shuking was so beautiful, having people confessing to her wouldn't be uncommon. What was different was that this young man did it in a more high-profile manner. And at this moment, Liu Feng, who was still on his knee, was completely shocked. His eyes opened wide in disbelief as he turned his head around. He saw that the girl he just confessed to was walking towards the school canteen with that teenager he saw previously. The surrounding students were also shocked by the development. What the? Guan Shuking just went for lunch with another guy. Is that Guan Shuking's boyfriend? Why didn't I hear about it previously? Liu Feng was rejected. He was actually rejected. He drives a sports car and had a bouquet of fresh flowers in his hand. Yet, Guan Shuking didn't even take a further look at him and even went for lunch with another guy. Shocking news, it looks like Guan Shuking likes that guy. What the? Why, who's that guy? It must be really embarrassing for Liu Feng. It isn't embarrassing to be rejected by Guan Shuking, but to see Guan Shuking go to the canteen with another guy for lunch must be heartbreaking. The surrounding students were discussing fervently. No one had expected this to end in such a way. Listening to the comments of the crowd and seeing Guan Shuking's back view, his face was red from embarrassment. Recalling what had said to the young man previously, a surge of heat flooded to his face. Damn! Liu Feng stood up angrily and threw the bouquet of flowers in his hand into the rubbish bin by the side. Under the mocking eyes of the surrounding students, he drove off. This time, he had really embarrassed himself badly. If this incident is posted to the school forum, it will definitely cause a huge hoo-ha. Some students who were filming previously exclaimed, "Haha, I've already uploaded it to the school forum. Things are going to get interesting." Wang Zan didn't know that he was about to get really famous. A simple love while in university and having lunch with Guan Shuking alone at the school canteen made him feel really comfortable. The lunch lasted for half an hour and the couple walked around the school campus for another half an hour. What they didn't know was that within the school forum, the incident that had happened in the afternoon had been spreading like wildfire. Afternoon. Just as Wang Zian entered the dormitory room, 3 pairs of eyes that were filled with jealousy stared fervently at him. "Old Wang, you are finally here. There's no wonder why they called you Old Wang." Wang Zian looked at them in shock and joked, "What are you guys doing?" "Old Wang. No, it should be Brother Zion. Take a look at the school forum quickly, you are famous now." Chapter 109 The Fight Between Two Women. Chapter 109 The Fight Between Two Women. Liu Feng, the third-year student, drove a sports car. With flowers in his hand, he was rejected by Guan Shuking for his confession. Guan Shuking turned down Liu Feng's confession flatly and went lunch with another guy. Who is this guy? Guan Shuking actually rejected Liu Feng, who drove a sports car and went to the canteen for lunch with him. Bro, Liu Feng, are you heartbroken? Did you throw your face? As his roommates looked at him with bewilderment, Wang Zian opened his computer and read the messages one by one. The entire school forum was flooded with dozens of threads regarding Liu Feng's confession for Guan Shuking. Wang Zian clicked on a thread randomly. Our third-year senior, Liu Feng, was in his formal attire, driving his Audi R8 sports car that was worth more than $2 million in the school. He held a beautiful bouquet of flowers and confessed to the goddess Guan Shuking. Just when all the students thought he was going to succeed, Guan Shuking rejected him without hesitation. She then walked off to the canteen and had lunch with a guy who was waiting for her with empty hands. All of you did not witness the mixed expression on Senior Liu Feng's face back then. A loaded person like him actually lost to a nobody. Heart-shattering. This is too heart-shattering. In addition to the text, some pictures were uploaded too. With one knee down, a guy was holding flowers with a luxurious car beside him. In the end, the girl who received the confession left with another guy. The photos were clearly taken. Guan Shuking, Liu Feng and another guy were clearly captured in the photos. I look handsome, but Wang Zian looked at himself in the photos and gave a bitter smile. Old Wang, you're going to be famous. Damn, you are courting goddess Guan Shuking quietly. You need to give us a treat. A treat, Zhang Wen was yelling from the bottom bunk. I don't want to be famous. Wang Zian shook his head. As he continued scrolling down, he was surprised to find a video clip. The entire incident that had happened in the afternoon was recorded in the video. This made him speechless. At the same time, Lan Qingyu was sitting in front of the computer on her desk as she browsed the school forum in the female dormitory. Her face paled, and she bit her lip tightly when she saw Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing walking side by side to the canteen. Eventually, her face revealed a determined expression. Wang Xian had gone famous. Other classes might not know him, but his own classmates would definitely recognize him. As such, all his classmates were staring at him when he arrived at his class in the afternoon. The guys were half envious, half jealous of him. Some even gave him a thumbs up. Awesome, Wang Xian chuckled. In the afternoon, he had 2 lessons. With a divine dragon's body, Wang Xian's memory had attained a daunting level. Learning was far too easy for him, just when he was in class. His phone rang suddenly. He checked his phone and realized it was a WeChat message from Lan Qingyu. Can we have dinner tonight? A shy emoticon was attached behind the text. Wang Xian got used to how Lan Qingyu chatted in a girly manner. He pondered and replied, Sure. Great. Do you have class in the afternoon? Yes. I'm in the midst of it. But it is going to be over soon. Okay. I'll look for you then. Okay. After he chatted with Lan Qingyu for a while, Wang Xian looked at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. Time for dinner. At this time, Lan Qingyu was dressed elegantly in a blue dress. She had a slim figure and a refined profile. She bunned her hair up, which gave her a youthful and noble vibe. While waiting for the class dismissal, Lan Qingyu stood quietly in front of the building with a bottle of water in her hand. 5 p.m. The school bell rang. Old Wang, let's have dinner together. I'm starving, Wang Dahai shouted loudly as soon as the class was over. Let's go together, Zhang Wen said in agreement. Hey, Wang Xian might not be going with you guys. With the company of a beautiful girl, who still would want to stick around with you guys? Damn, old Wang, are you that kind of person who forsakes friends for love? 3 of them, Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen, and Zhang Feng, raised their voices as they stared at him. Wang Xian looked at them speechlessly. He said, not tonight. He'll treat you guys to dinner tomorrow. Gosh. Zhang Feng is right. Old Wang, I never expected you to be such a person. Geez. If I had such a pretty girlfriend like Guan Shuqing, I would want to stick with her all day long. Let's go and ignore this ungrateful fellow. The 3 of us will have dinner on our own. They walked out as they talked. Wang Xian shook his head without any words. He followed behind them and sent a message to Lan Qingyu, where are you? However, he spotted a blue figure in front of the building when he walked out of his class. Wow, Lan Qingyu. It's Lan Qingyu. Lan Qingyu is extremely gorgeous. Her beauty is beyond comparison. We could only appreciate her from afar. Lan Qingyu is a well-known goddess in our school. She's even more famous than Guan Shuqing. I heard her family owns billions of assets. She's way too awesome. If I could marry a goddess like her, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 20 years. The rest of the guys, including Zhang Wen, Zhang Feng, and Wang Dahai, were commenting on her as they looked at the blue figure fervently. Guan Shuqing was a goddess, and she was known as one of the 5 goddesses in school. Same for Lan Qingyu. But Lan Qingyu enjoyed a higher reputation than Guan Shuqing in the University of Rivertown. Firstly, she was the vice-chairman of the student council. Secondly, she was a billionaire princess. Elegant, aloof, and she made people feel ashamed of themselves. Guan Shuqing received many confessions, but not Lan Qingyu, as not many guys had the confidence to do it. Even the children of the wealthy families did not dare to fool around in front of her. Elegant, aloof, this was Lan Qingyu. Hey, Lan Qingyu rarely makes an appearance in school. I wonder who she is waiting for, Wang Dahai said curiously. Perhaps it has something to do with the student council. Zhang Feng made a guess. The rest of the surrounding students were staring at Lan Qingyu with interest. Wang Xian chuckled when he overheard their conversations as he walked towards Lan Qingyu. Hey, old Wang, where are you meeting Guan Shuqing? Asked Wang Dahai curiously as he spotted Wang Xian walking out. I'm not having dinner with Guan Shuqing. Wang Xian spun around and smiled at him. Without any words, he came to Lan Qingyu. Sorry to keep you waiting. Wang Xian looked at her and said with a smile, I just got here too. Let's go to the canteen. There's a new delicious hot plate rice. Lan Qingyu smiled as she handed the beverage to Wang Xian. This is for you. Wang Xian was a little stupefied when he looked at the pretty and gentle Lan Qingyu. Thanks. Let's go. It's been a long time since I last ate in the canteen. Lan Qingyu was tagged closely to Wang Xian as they made their way to the canteen. Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen, Yang Feng, and the rest of the classmates were behind them. They watched them walking off with their eyes wide open. All their faces wore unbelievable looks on them. Chapter 110 Known throughout University of Rivertown 1. Chapter 110 Known throughout University of Rivertown 1. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Shocking news after one of the 5 goddesses, Wan Shuking, was seen having lunch with a guy and had seemingly fallen in love. Our goddess Lan Qingyu was also seen having dinner with a guy. Moreover, the guy they ate with is the same person. Their actions were intimate and looked just like a couple. The male protagonist is none other than the immoral Yirtwa Wang Xian. What does the immoral Wang Xian truly possess to allow him to eat with 2 of our goddesses in the same day? What kind of scumbag is the immoral Wang Xian? Please follow our thread as we bring you into Wang Xian's life. Oh my goddesses, please take a good look at him. He is an immoral beast to go out with 2 of you in the same day. That's a disgraceful breach of norms. The immoral Year 2 Wang Xian, a godlike existence deserving of our worship. The school forum was a lot more ruckus today than normal. However, the comments on the forum also made countless people dumbfounded. The first was Guan Shuking rejecting a guy's confession and going to the canteen with another guy for lunch. And the second was their goddess, Lan Qingyu, meeting up with the same guy for dinner. This was a tragic development as it dealt consecutive blows to the fragile minds of many male students. However, what made countless male students enraged was that the one who accompanied goddess Wan Shuking for lunch and goddess Lan Qingyu for dinner was the same person. The same Yirtwo guy. If there were 2 different guys, the other male students might just drown their sorrows with alcohol in memory of their crushes. However, if there was only one guy, that's a different story. What they wanted to do the most currently was to turn that scumbag, the immoral Wang Xian, into memories. That's right. He's an immoral beast. It would have been fine if he had just gone out with one of their goddesses. However, he went for both goddesses at the same time, having lunch with Guan Shuking and dinner with Lan Qingyu in the same day. This asshole. They couldn't even get one and now a guy had gotten both of them. Who could tolerate this? No one could. They had to expose this immoral beast and let their 2 goddesses see the true character of this man. And to also let the huge female cohort in the University of Rivertown know the existence of this immoral beast, Wang Xian. If the incident in the afternoon made Wang Xian famous, what happened at night made his name known throughout the entire University of Rivertown. When Wang Xian returned to his dormitory room, he immediately sensed 3 pairs of intense eyes looking towards him. Ayo, our immoral beast, old Wang, is back. A voice filled with jealousy and envy sounded from Wang Dahai. Huh? Wang Xian paused and looked at Wang Dahai, feeling puzzled. Damn, and you were still looking at me with those innocent eyes, old Wang. I believe it will be better for you if you lock the door to the room. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be people charging in to beat you up. Looking at how Wang Xian had reacted, Wang Dahai gritted his teeth in anger. Having lunch with Guan Shuking in the afternoon, having dinner with Lan Qingyu at night. Immoral beast. Haze. Comparing would only make one feel inferior. Old Wang, if you weren't our roommate, we would definitely beat you up severely. Zhang Wen exhaled slowly and looked as though he wanted to eradicate the scourge for the greater population. What exactly happened? Wang Xian looked at them and still had no idea what was happening. Take a look at the forum yourself. When the 3 of them saw his innocent expression, they gritted their teeth and remarked in unison. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders, walked to his study desk immediately and loaded the school forum webpage. What the hell? When he saw the entire forum being overwhelmed by the same message, he couldn't help but blurt vulgarities. It was especially so when he saw the word in front of his name. He was on the verge of spitting blood. Immoral beast. Wang Xian. Asshole. When he clicked into each thread, all the comments were condemning him. They were condemning him for being a two-timer and for overreaching for someone way beyond his league. Some threads even published his personal particulars. However, they were quickly removed by the moderator. Wang Xian saw the liveliest thread had over 8 comments. What the hell, there are only a total of 10 plus students in the University of Rivertown. I'm not a two-timer. Wang Xian shook his head bitterly and mumbled. You are not. Explain yourself then. Why did you eat lunch with Guan Shuking in the afternoon? Why did you eat dinner with Lan Qingyu at night? At this moment, 3 grudgeful voices sounded. Wang Xian turned his head around and saw 3 guys staring at him with resentment. Even though Zhang Wan and Zhang Fang already had girlfriends, this fact did not stop them from condemning Wang Xian. After all, the 2 goddesses of the University of Rivertown had rumors with the same guy, and this infuriated many others. After listening to them, Wang Xian twiddled his fingers. He was feeling complicated in his heart, and undoubtedly, he had seen Guan Shuking as his girlfriend. As for Lan Qingyu, although it wasn't at the level of a girlfriend, Wang Xian naturally wished to be together with this girl from the bottom of his heart. He could also sense Lan Qingyu's admiration of him. But, with today's laws and societal norms, this was clearly difficult. It was especially so as the 2 girls would most likely find this hard to accept. Even if the 2 girls could agree, their parents would not. It was especially so for Lan Qingyu. Her family was wealthy, and she would be the future successor. Why would her parents allow her to suffer such grievances? Can you give me a cigarette? Wang Xian felt irritated all of a sudden. Although he didn't know how to smoke, he still asked for one from Wang Dahai. Damn. Still want a cigarette? You better tell us everything now. What are your relationships with the 2 goddesses? Wang Dahai looked at him, feeling speechless. But he still gave him a cigarette. He even lit it for Wang Xian. Wang Xian took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The smoke lingered around him. Wang Dahai and the group found this to be very pretentious. If you let me choose. Wang Xian took another puff. In his mind, 2 figures appeared. Nonetheless, he would have a clear answer if he had to make a choice at this moment. Guan Shuking. Wang Xian answered. You were choosing you. The trio didn't really care about his final decision. What they cared about was Wang Xian's reaction. Choose. You were actually thinking of choosing. Both goddesses were the dream girls of any man, and they would work their hardest just to be with either one of them. Bzz. At this moment, his phone rang. It was the notification sound of WeChat. Wang Xian looked across and saw 3 pairs of burning eyes staring at his phone. Coincidentally, another message was sent over. These messages were from 2 people, Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. Wang Xian could feel 3 pairs of cold eyes staring at him. He felt helpless and revealed a bitter look. Taking his phone with him, he jumped onto his bed. Alright. I'm sleeping now. He yelled and unlocked his phone. Guan Shuking's message was, what are you doing now? Are you not going to the library tonight? Lan Qingyu's message was, I'm sorry Wang Xian. I might have caused you trouble. Looking at these 2 messages, Wang Xian felt conflicting emotions. Guan Shuking couldn't possibly not know about the school forum. However, she didn't question Wang Xian. She ignored those comments and didn't condemn Wang Xian at all. This was trust and unconditional belief in Wang Xian. Lan Qingyu was apologizing to him for what had occurred at night and wasn't concerned about how this would affect her reputation. This was sacrifice. With 2 girls sacrificing so much for him, what else could he possibly ask for? Chapter 111 Known throughout University of Rivertown 2. Chapter 111 Known throughout University of Rivertown 2. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Xian did not sleep a wink last night. His thoughts kept him awake until 3 a.m. And he continued with his cultivation until 7 a.m. When the 4 of them, including Wang Xian and Wang Dahai, arrived at the canteen in the morning, Wang Xian could see people pointing fingers at him. He could even sense the gazes from people who could not wait to kill him off. We're sworn enemies now that you've taken our goddesses away. The trio distanced him instinctively. In their words, they said, Old Wank, you are notorious in the university now. We have to distance ourselves from you. Otherwise, It will be hard for us to find girlfriends. Wang Xian was speechless when the four of them came to the canteen to have a high-profile breakfast. Wang Xian was feeling helpless. He should not have taken lunch and dinner with the girls. When he was back in class, Wang Xian felt all eyes on him again. The envy, hatred, and jealousy coming from his male classmates annoyed him. He had 2 classes today. After his class, he went out of school instead of going to the field with Wang Dahai. You are Wang Xian. All of a sudden, a few guys were in his way, glaring at him when he had just left the classroom building. Wang Xian froze for a while. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the people in front of him. Eventually, his eyes fixed on the student who was at the center of the group. The guy was about 185 meters tall, good-looking, and looked charming. Wang Xian knew his name. Zhu Qingsheng, a Year 3 student. He was the president of Taekwondo Club with a 4th Dan black belt. He had also won the championship of the Rivertown Taekwondo District competition. If it were not for age limit, his black belt Dan would be higher. In the University of Rivertown, not only the 5 goddesses were the famous ones. They had 3 rather well-known guys that were commonly known as the campus hunks or the Prince Charmings. There were several good-looking guys in the school, but only 3 of them were the official recognized Prince Charmings. Zhu Qingsheng was one of them. Being the president of the Taekwondo Club, he enjoyed high popularity in the school. The other 2 were a famous internet celebrity and a mystery student who was known as Mr. Feng among the students. Can I help you? Asked Wang Xian as he looked at Zhu Qingsheng emotionlessly. Nothing. I just want to check out what kind of guy you are. Who can date 2 goddesses in a day? As Zhu Qingsheng spoke, he circled Wang Xian and observed him from head to toe. Upon seeing his brazen behavior, Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. I don't like guys. He continued his way out after he spoke. Zhu Qingsheng hesitated after hearing him. You're humorous. How? As he spoke, he stopped in front of Wang Xian and blocked his way. Get out of my way. Wang Xian was already feeling irritated. When he saw Zhu Qingsheng's provocative behavior, he could not help but bawl at him impatiently. When Zhu Qingsheng heard that, his face sank as he stared at Wang Xian with cold eyes. Lad, you're bold. How dare you speak to me like this? Brother Cheng, he's so arrogant. Tisk. I wonder how he managed to take the 2 goddesses out. A guy walked over and said as he glared at Wang Xian. If you have something to say, spit it out. If you don't, then get out of my way. I don't have time for you, Wang Xian said impatiently. Seeing the 4 playful and impudent guys around him, he would have given them a slap if they were not in school. How arrogant. When Zhu Qingsheng heard what Wang Xian said, he clenched his fist slightly. Of course. I have something for you. I just wanted to check out what ability you possess, such that you can date the 2 goddesses. In particular, Lan Qingyu. I need to see if you're worthy of them. Show me your capability or your background. While Zhu Qingsheng was talking, he stretched his body. He looked at him with a cold smirk at his lips. Otherwise, I'm going to embarrass you. Currently, many people were pissed off with Wang Xian, but the majority of them only expressed it on the forum. Even though some mentioned that they wanted to fight with Wang Xian, none of them really did. However, others might be afraid of doing so. But not Zhu Qingsheng. He was one of the few guys who had wooed Lan Qingyu before, but he failed in the end, which made him a sour grape. Yesterday, Zhu Qingsheng was surprised to hear about Lan Qingyu having dinner with a guy. He wanted to see how the guy looked. He wanted to see how this guy got into the book of Lan Qingyu. What are you picking a fight? Wang Xian stared coldly at them. No. As a student, how can we pick a fight? This is called sparring. Come to our Taekwondo club for sparring. A smile surfaced on Zhu Qingsheng's face again as he spoke with a casual expression. I have no time. Wang Xian had a disdainful look in his eyes. You want to spar with me with your Taekwondo? Haha. Wang Xian ignored him totally and walked forward again. Zhu Qingsheng did not give way to him. Neither did Wang Xian stop. So, he went on to knock into him. When Zhu Qingsheng saw him coming, his eyes were filled with sarcasm. He moved away and stepped out of Wang Xian's way, gazing in the direction he left. Brother Cheng, this fellow is too cocky. Why don't we teach him a lesson? The three guys next to him pointed at Wang Xian and spoke as he left. Zhu Qingcheng stared at the guy who spoke with an unpleasant look. Sorry, Brother Cheng. I forgot about it. When that guy saw Zhu Qingcheng's displeased eyes, he quickly apologized. Zhu Qingcheng had been a troublemaker in the school since year 1. In the beginning, the school was lenient to him since he was the champion of the Rivertown's Taekwondo district competition. Subsequently, he made frequent troubles, affecting the school's reputation. Hence, the school gave him a warning. If he continued to create trouble, he would be expelled from the school. This finally stopped him. However, it did not mean that he could not spar with others. He is arrogant, but he must be capable of being arrogant. If that's the case, he'll make sure you lose your face utterly. Zhu Qingcheng looked at Wang Xian and let out a faint smile. Go to the school forum and issue a challenge on it. Then, Zhu Qingcheng smiled. If he could teach Wang Xian a lesson at this time, he would gain higher popularity. At the same time, he could show Lan Qingyu that the guy she favored was totally useless. He wanted to prove that he was the best. Sure, Brother Chang, leave this to us. This time, we'll show him the power of our Taekwondo in the University of Rivertown. Okay. Zhu Qingcheng nodded with confidence and walked away. Wang Xian was not even thinking about Zhu Qingcheng as he walks to the first-ray restaurant. He needed to speed up the preparation of the medical hall and quickly get the business running. The speed of constructing the Dragon Palace would depend on the business of the medical center. However, Wang Xian did not know that the school forum was set ablaze again with the topic of him. This time, it was the challenge from Zhu Qingcheng. Chapter 112 Known throughout University of Rivertown 3. Chapter 112 Known throughout University of Rivertown 3. Director Wang, I have negotiated the terms with the boss of the shop next door. As the floor area isn't that big, the sale price would be 7 million. If you want to rent it, it will be 50 a month. In the office of First Ray Restaurant, Manager Huang reported to Wang Xian. Try to negotiate the price down a little and buy it directly. After which, find a good interior designer for me. Inform me again when everything's done. Wang Xian said to Manager Huang. Alright, Director Wang. Leave this to me. Manager Huang nodded his head. Wang Xian nodded his head. Looking at the earnings over the last few days, the earnings had remained at the level of approximately 1.5 million. Now that First Ray Restaurant had basically reached its maximum capacity, it would be hard to improve on these earnings. This was because the restaurant size was fixed and the number of customers they could get each day was limited. After having lunch in the shop, Wang Xian headed back to the school. Hey, that's Wang Xian. Look, it's him. Yeah, it's him. He's pretty good looking. However, it's unreal that he could make two goddesses fall in love with him. Perhaps Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyu weren't really interested in him and were simply having a meal with him. Did you see it? Zhu Qingcheng said that he wants to challenge him on the school forum. He's interested to see why he is qualified to have dinner with Lan Qingyu. Really, Zhu Qingcheng is a black belt Taekwondo expert. No one is a match for him in the entire University of Rivertown. In fact, not many people in the entire Rivertown could possibly defeat him. Challenging Wang Xian would be like toying with him. I believe Wang Xian wouldn't be that dumb to accept the challenge and spar with Zhu Qingcheng. Zhu Qingcheng has only said he would like to have a simple sparring with him. Sparring could be in other aspects. However, if Wang Xian did not accept, he would be a coward and be the butt of the joke in the University of Rivertown. He has to accept it. Walking on the pathway through the campus, Wang Xian could vaguely hear the discussions of the surrounding students. He frowned slightly as he walked towards his dormitory. Old Wang, you are back. Just as he stepped into the room, Wang Dahai immediately turned over and greeted him. There was only him in the room. Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng must be accompanying their girlfriends currently. As for Wang Dahai, it was a rare occasion that he wasn't playing games. Instead, he was staring at the computer. How did something happen again? Wang Xian asked directly. While he was walking back, he had heard a little about it. Old Wang, don't be angry when you see this. Zhu Qingcheng is being too arrogant just because he has some strength. I despise this type of person the most. Wang Dahai rambled on. Wang Zan walked to his study desk and switched on his computer. Wang Dahai immediately brought his chair over and sat beside Wang Zian. Old Wang, I feel that you shouldn't have to entertain this guy. One of the three Prince Charmings. Aw shucks, he's still not as incredible as our old Wang. Wang Dahai was commenting from the side while Wang Zan clicked into the forum to take a look. One of the threads had over 9 replies. Once again, there was a thread that had a relatively large number of replies. Wang Zan clicked into the thread. It was created by Zuking Sheng. The content of the thread was as follows. There's a man of the hour in our school recently. Yeah. He's the second-year student. Wang Zian, who ate with 2 goddesses in a day. I won't be going to the details as I believe everyone would have known about this. Currently, he is given the nickname Immoral Beast. Wang Zian. Hee. That's an elegant nickname. Today, I would like to invite the Immoral Beast. Wang Zian. Oops. A slip of the tongue. Haha, I'd like to invite him to spar. I would like to see what you are capable of. Sparring is not limited to just violence. It could also be in many other aspects. Show me what you are capable of. I'm really curious. Haha. If you aren't a coward. Look for me. Zuking Cheng. At the Taekwondo gym. It wasn't a very long thread but fully showed how Zuking Cheng had taunted Wang Zian. It was full of mockery. In the comment section, there were also a lot of people supporting the idea. Wang Zian eating with their 2 goddesses had ignited the anger of the majority of the male student population. It was especially clear from the pictures taken that Wang Zian was acting very intimate with Guan Shuking and Lan Qingyu. This further infuriated many. It's fine if you just date one of them. However, you are a scumbag for being a 2-timer. Unforgivable. Wang Zian looked through the thread but kept his composure. Zuking Cheng. Wang Zian sank into deep thought. In that case, I'll just make him the example. I'll probably save myself a lot of trouble too. Wang Zian thought to himself and stood up gradually. Hey, old Wang, where are you going seeing that emotionless look? Wang Dahai quickly asked him. To the Taekwondo club, said Wang Zian. What you are really thinking of going, old Wang? Forget it, just forget it. That Zuking Cheng is really strong. We don't have to entertain him. They are just a bunch of jealous dudes. Wang Dahai spoke immediately. He was really worried that Wang Zian would go. Zuking Cheng had a black belt in Taekwondo after all. If Wang Zian went ahead and sparred with him, even if Wang Zian wasn't severely injured, he would likely be humiliated. Relax. I wouldn't go if I was not confident. Wang Zian shook his head slightly and smiled. You. Wang Dahai knew Wang Zian was a little stubborn. He shook his head and said, all right then. I'll go with you. Let's go. Wang Zian nodded his head and walked straight to the Taekwondo club. Taekwondo club was a relatively large club in the University of Rivertown. Taekwondo originated from Korea but was very popular within the country. This was because of the way of thinking of the past generations. Martial arts from the country wouldn't be imparted to external parties, let alone ancient martial arts. As for Taekwondo, Wang Zian had no comment on it. The clubs in Rivertown had their activities congregated in an area. When Wang Zian walked towards the Taekwondo club, he immediately attracted many people's attention. Hey, isn't that the year was student? Wang Zian, could it be that he is heading to the Taekwondo club? Looking at where he is heading, he must be going to the Taekwondo club. Zuking Cheng just issued him a challenge recently. Could it be that he's going there to accept it? This is interesting. Let's go. Let's follow and take a look. Wang Zian is accepting Zuking Cheng's invitation. This is going to be interesting. If he chooses to fight with Zuking Cheng, this will likely turn out to be tragic for him. Hurry, let's go, we can post it on the forum later and it will definitely shock the entire school. The students along the way followed behind in excitement as they headed towards the Taekwondo club. Wang Zian didn't mind the growing crowd behind him and arrived at the entrance of the Taekwondo club. Creak. Wang Zian revealed a faint smile. Walking to the door, he pushed the door open directly. The Taekwondo club had a huge room, and there were many students still wearing Taekwondo uniforms while practicing. When the door was pushed open, some members looked out inquisitively. Wang Zian stood at the entrance and swept his eyes across before walking in slowly. Get Zuking Cheng over. Tell him that Wang Xian is here. Some members of the Taekwondo looked over with sarcasm. He's here. It's time to see how our captain will torture him. Chapter 113 known throughout University of Rivertown 4. Chapter 113 known throughout University of Rivertown 4. Sarcastic laughter was heard in the Taekwondo club. Most of the members had only mocking expressions when they saw the young man at the door. They looked relaxed as though they were watching a show. They did not regard Wang Xian highly even though he was here for the challenge. Sparring with their president was as good as getting bashed by their president. Hey, lad, wait over here. You'll get our president here. A burly member gazed disdainfully at Wang Xian from head to toe. Hurry up. I'm busy. Wang Xian looked at that member before he walked impassively to a chair. HMPH. How arrogant. I hope you can remain arrogant later. Seeing the impatient look on Wang Xian, that member snorted and went to the back of the club. People who had followed Wang Xian to the Taekwondo club were standing around with interest. In less than a minute, Zhu Qingsheng appeared with 5 members behind him. All of them fixed their eyes on Wang Xian, who was sitting in the chair. Zhu Qingsheng displayed a mocking expression on his face. He did not expect that Wang Xian would run over here. Some courage you've got. Not a coward. Huh. Zhu Qingsheng slowly walks towards Wang Xian. The way he gazed at Wang Xian was as though he was almighty. Wang Xian hated this kind of person. Self-flattering. I don't have time for you people. Zhu Qingsheng, show me your best. I want to see if you're formidable like what others have said. Wang Xian stood up and stared at Zhu Qingsheng. Brother Chang, this fellow is too cocky. You don't even have to step out. I can take him on. Before Zhu Qingsheng could say anything, the burly member spoke his mind. He stared at Wang Xian with a dismissive look as he stretched his well-built body. Wang Xian was 1.75 meters tall. He was not very tall, and he was quite skinny. As such, none of the longtime members of the Taekwondo club regarded him highly. How can you be such a bully? Zhu Qingsheng gestured for him to shut up. He put on a smiling face and looked at Wang Xian. I've made myself clear on the forum. This is just sparring. There is no restriction to the type of martial arts used. Anything will do. Let me see the capability of this highly acclaimed character. I want to know how qualified he is to dine with Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuking. Wang Xian laughed at his words as he threw a taunting look at Zhu Qingsheng. Save me that look. You asked me here to show off yourself. Since you want to have some fun, I'll do it with you. Let's do some sparring. The smile on Zhu Qingsheng froze on his face when he heard what Wang Xian said. He looked coldly at Wang Xian. Fine. Since you're courting your own doom, I'll grant your wish. Ha ha. Wang Xian looked at the sparring arena in the center of the club. With a face full of smiles, he walks towards it. Enjoy the walk. You might be carried out of this place later. Zhu Qingsheng's cold voice came from behind him. Old Wang. Are you confident? Wang Dahai, next to him, asked him with concerns. Wang Xian gave him an assuring look. They are really sparring. Hurry, let's get a good seat. Before we comment on the fight, Wang Xian is indeed courageous to begin with. Courageous. My ass sparring with Zhu Qingsheng is simply looking for his own trouble. Haha. I really want to see Zhu Qingsheng. The surrounding students were exhilarated as the two of them headed to the arena. All of them quickly circled around the arena. Brother Chang, you don't even have to dirty your hands. This is overkill. A few guys around Zhu Qingsheng looked at Wang Xian and said disdainfully. It's okay. I'll not use both hands and give him some handicaps. If not, someone will think him a bully. Zhu Qingsheng looked at the figure in front of him with a smiling face. An idea came to him. He looked at the few people beside him and continued. Later, I'll go live on the forum so that all students in the University of Rivertown will know him. Live. Some of the members brightened their eyes and chuckled. Sure. Brother Cheng. Leave this to us. Going live on the forum did not mean video streaming, but more like updates using images. One of the members took his phone out and snapped a few photos of Wang Xian. Subsequently, he found a few more angles to take charming photos for Zhu Qingsheng. He opened the school forum and drew his lips slightly while starting a new thread. Title: Who will kneel? Zhu Qingsheng. The Prince Charming vs. Wang Xian. The beast with a handicap of 2 hands. He had a smirk when he looked at the headline and photos he posted. Edit. Send. Wang Xian and Zhu Qingcheng walked into the ring, which was surrounded by hundreds of students. Many students took out their phones, ready to record this PK match. The members of the Taekwondo club were spectating the match with ease. They were waiting for their president to abuse his target. You still turn up despite knowing you'll lose. Lad, you aren't really that lousy. Zhu Qingcheng stood around casually in his white Taekwondo robe, criticizing Wang Xian. It was as if a teacher was reviewing a student. Why not this? I'll not use either of my hands. Zhu Qingcheng went on. He placed his hands behind his back, protruding the black belt on his waist. This symbolized his strength. Wow. Senior Zhu Qingcheng is simply too cool. Such generosity by not using his hands. Prince Charming Zhu Qingcheng is too domineering. This is the stance that a powerhouse should adopt. Comparing him to Wang Xian. Wang Xian is just an evil clown. The students outside of the ring were deeply impressed by Zhu Qingcheng. He was looking mighty with his hands behind his back. The member who was posting on the forum took a few snapshots excitedly. His caption was written as the look of a winner. Wow. That Wang Xian accepted the challenge from Senior Zhu Qingcheng. Ah. I'm in the dormitory now. I wonder if I can still make it to watch how Senior Zhu Qingcheng knocks out Wang Xian with a kick. Zhu Qingcheng already gave him the leeway by not using his hands. Wang Xian will be embarrassed if he can't even block 10 strokes from him. Thread owner. Please update soon. We want to see the photos of how Beast Wang Xian was beaten to a pulp. You must take more photos. There were more than hundreds of replies below the thread that was started not long ago. The excitement was all over that member's face. He'll let you start first. Just then, Zhu Qingcheng's voice was heard from the ring again. He tilted his head slightly and sneered at him. Do it. This is your only chance to strike. Haha, President. Let's not talk about giving him a 2-hands handicap. Even if you use just your leg, you can also send him flying with a kick. Confident and sarcastic voices came from a group of Taekwondo members outside the ring. Chapter 1114 known throughout University of Rivertown 5. Chapter 1114 known throughout University of Rivertown 5. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Zhu Qingcheng, why are you kicking up a fuss? In the Taekwondo club, just as Wang Xian was about to cripple this arrogant guy with a slap, a loud roar pierced through the atmosphere. The surrounding crowd, who was ready for a show, turned around and looked in shock. All they saw was a middle-aged man in a Taekwondo suit rushing over. He had the same black belt over his waist and looked worried. Coach! Coach! The members of the club quickly greeted despite being surprised by the middle-aged man. The middle-aged coach was bothered and walked up to the ring with a heavy expression. His gaze swept past Wang Xian and his heart palpitated rapidly. After which, he turned to his student and stared angrily at him. Coach, why are you here? Zhu Qingcheng was startled to see his coach. If I didn't come, would you expect me to accept your actions silently? Yan Hu was furious and gave Zhu Qingcheng a harsh stare. He took a deep breath and walked towards Wang Xian. I'm sorry, Wang Xian. My student couldn't tell what's good for him and has offended you. I'll teach him a lesson personally. The middle-aged coach spoke with great respect. He didn't know much about Wang Xian, but he knew that Wang Xian was a person that even Director Sun had to show great respect to from the incident on that night. Director Sun was a friend of a higher social status that he got into contact with by coincidence. On that night, Director Sun had also invited him. Therefore, he knew what had happened in the bar. After that incident, he heard some information from Director Sun. This young man wasn't from a family with a strong background, but was one with truly incredible strength. This strength was referring to human strength. As a 9th Dan Taekwondo expert who had reached the epitome of Taekwondo, his battle prowess was extraordinary. Even so, he also knew some things that ordinary people didn't. That was none other than ancient martial arts. Against ancient martial arts, the Taekwondo that he practiced was no more than playing house. At this moment, this student of his had offended such an expert. He must be truly eager to die. The other party could even kill you before anyone noticed it. Wang Xian looked at this middle-aged coach with doubts. Yan Hu saw his puzzled looks and immediately explained. Hi, student. You might not recognize me, but I was lucky to have met you at the bar that night. I'm a friend of Director Sun. Wang Xian nodded his head and looks to Zhu Qingsheng. Zhu Qingsheng apologized now, seeing that Wang Xian had turned to Zhu Qingsheng. Yan Hu quickly shouted, "Coach! You! Zhu Qingsheng looked at his coach in disbelief. He couldn't understand why his teacher would be chiding him or why his coach would apologize to the other party. Moreover, he was even doing so with great respect. One should know that his coach was a 9th Dan black belt and had even clinched the title of the national taekwondo champion. It was also because of the teachings of his incredible coach that he managed to achieve what he had today. Apologize to challenge young Master Wang with your strength. Are you courting a beating? Even I am not a match for young Master Wang. Do you think you would be if I hadn't seen the thread in the school forum by coincidence? I wouldn't have known that you were so brazen." Yan Hu chided Zhu Qingsheng angrily. What? Zhu Qingsheng's eyes stared wide open and looked at his own coach in disbelief. What did I just hear? Coach said that he isn't a match for him. How can this be? My coach is a 9th Dan black belt. Are you turning a deaf ear to what I've said? Yan Hu looked at him and continued. Seeing his coach's expression, Zhu Qingsheng looked around unwilling and said with a blushing face, I'm sorry. He didn't dare to defy his coach's words, and his coach wouldn't lie to him. However, he still couldn't understand why his coach wouldn't be a match for Wang Xian. What just happened? What just happened? The surrounding crowd looked at the sudden twist in development in disbelief. They had all believed that Zhu Qingsheng would give Wang Xian a painful lesson. However, before their fight even started, Coach Yan Hu suddenly rushed over. Coach Yan Hu was a pretty well-known figure in the University of Rivertown. He had taken on over 10 street ruffians by himself when they came to school to cause trouble. It was also because of that incident that Coach Yan Hu shot to stardom and made the Taekwondo Club the hottest student club in the University of Rivertown. And now, Coach Yan actually apologized to Wang Xian and even claimed that he wasn't a match for Wang Xian. Everyone was astonished. It was especially so for the members of the Taekwondo Club. They were puzzled over Coach Yan Hu's words. However, since they were from Coach Yan Hu, they had no reason to doubt the authenticity of them. In the crowd, those students, who had come over to watch a show, looked towards the Taekwondo Club members. Some of them were shocked, but there were also some who looked at the members with mockery. Just a while ago, they had seen their disdainful looks on Wang Xian, and now, their coach ran out to apologize and even made Zhu Qingsheng do the same. Major twist of events. Wang Xian hadn't even moved a finger, and the outcome of this matter had been clear as crystal. The Taekwondo Club members sensed the gazes from the surrounding crowd, and their faces turned a little red from embarrassment. As for that student who was using his phone to update the situation on the thread, he stood there in complete shock. Seeing that there were still students constantly replying, his face sank. What should I do now? Continue to update? Am I supposed to say that the sparring did not happen because the coach arrived? That he even apologized to Wang Xian and stated that he wasn't a match for Wang Xian, that he is here to reprimand Zhu Qingsheng for being brazen and courting death, and even made Zhu Qingsheng apologize. If I send this out, Zhu Qingsheng will be completely embarrassed. How could he even lift his head in front of Wang Xian in the future? However, even if I don't post, those students who were here to witness would also spread this out. Damn. At this moment, he suddenly saw someone had updated the situation on his behalf in the thread he had started. Picture after picture and word after word. Just as the two of them were about to fight, Coach Yan rushed over and apologized to Wang Xian personally. He even claimed to not be a match for the other party. Coach Yan made Zhu Qingsheng apologize, and Zhu Qingsheng did so with a flushing red face. Those Taekwondo Club members, who were mocking Wang Xian previously, just got a tight slap to their faces. If their coach isn't a match for Wang Xian, how are they qualified to mock him? The updates continued and many had pictures attached. That student blacked out. He couldn't hide it. This incident couldn't be hidden anymore. I'm sorry. Wang Xian. I'm sorry. At this moment, in the ring, Coach Yan brought Zhu Qingsheng over, bowed and apologized. This action stunned the crowd once again. Wang Xian frowned upon seeing their actions. He didn't say another word and headed for the exit. Behind him, Wang Dahai followed behind excitedly. Even he had not expected things to have developed in such a manner. Wang Zan strolled towards the exit under the gaze of the crowd. When he reached the exit, he suddenly stopped. He lifted his head and saw a signboard 3 meters above the door. On the signboard were 2 words Taekwondo Club. He smirked. Coach Yan had rushed over to apologize to him personally. He was a coach and was acting respectfully towards Wang Ziyan. This made it hard for Wang Ziyan to press on the matter. However, he wasn't pleased with Zhu Qingcheng and the club members. When he walked in, they were all looking at him with despisement. Taekwondo Club? Wang Ziyan smirked. To the astonishment of the crowd, he jumped lightly and smashed violently at the signboard with a kick. Bam! Shattered. Chapter 1 and 15 known throughout University of Rivertown 6. Chapter 1 and 15 known throughout University of Rivertown 6. Nobody was expecting such an end. Zhu Qingcheng bowed and apologized to Wang Ziyan, who was invited for sparring, even though they did not fight. Even Coach Yan, who said he was not a match for Wang Ziyan, he even made a respectful apology to him. How strong is Wang Ziyan? How domineering is he? Did you see how Wang Ziyan leaped 2 meters high when he left the Taekwondo Club? He smashed the signboard with just a kick. That was an outright slap to their faces. Zhu Qingcheng shamed himself much this time. He and the entire Taekwondo Club's members mocked Wang Ziyan just now. Now, they couldn't even make a sound when Wang Ziyan smashed their signboard. What a shame. Zhu Qingcheng will have to avoid Wang Ziyan at all costs in the future. Breaking opening with a dramatic ending. Naughty Zhu Qingcheng challenged Wang Ziyan, but his father liked Coach Yan, who slapped him awake and got him to apologize. How interesting. I wonder how formidable Wang Ziyan is such that even Coach Yan, who admitted that he was not a match. Moreover, from the way Wang Ziyan smashed the signboard when he left, I could tell that he's superb. The school forum erupted into commotion again. Incidents involving Wang Ziyan had become more captivating in the last 2 days. The thread that was posted by the member of the Taekwondo Club had more than 10,000 replies. Since this incident involved Wang Ziyan and Zhu Qingcheng, the Prince Charming, it was expected to draw all the students' attention in the school. However, old Wang, you're simply too domineering, Wang Dahai said to Wang Ziyan with a face full of admiration when they were on their way. Wang Ziyan had arrived at the Taekwondo Club and confronted everyone with composure. Even when he smashed the signboard with a kick, he looked incredibly cool. No wonder both Guan Shuking and Lan King, you goddesses, fancy you. I'm also beginning to like you. Old Wang, get lost. I have no interest in you. Wang Ziyan peered at him. Continue to look for your sister, Su Qian. Hee. There's no need to, since we've been keeping contact for the past 2 days. Now, you stirred such a commotion. I'm sure Su Qian will be curious and find out things from me. Wang Dahai spoke with some pride. He could sense love on its way. Wang Ziyan shook his head without any words. I will be busy for the next few days. Apply for leave from the counselor on my behalf. If you send beverages to Su Qian every day, remember to give one to my sister too. Leave, old Wang. What are you busy with? Wang Dahai was slightly stunned as he asked doubtfully. I have something to attend to. It should take about 1 or 2 weeks. Wang Ziyan replied. He was going to use these few days to search the entire Bohai Sea for any resources that could be tapped, like a sinking ship. In addition, he also needed to proceed with the medical hall. Wang Ziyan did not mind if this delayed his studies now. The school was not important to him anymore. He would have dropped out of school if his sister did not report to school, so he had to keep her company for a while. All he wanted to pursue was the starry sky and the ocean. All right, old Wang. Don't worry about your sister. Leave her in my hands. Wang Dahai patted his chest. He understood that Wang Ziyan was now undergoing tremendous changes. As a buddy, he did not probe further as long as his buddy was doing well. Get lost. What do you mean by leaving her in your hands? I'm just going away for a few days. Wang Dahai patted hard on Wang Dahai's shoulder. Stop it, old Wang. Stop it. You're so formidable now. All my fault. My fault. Wang Dahai screamed immediately and briskly walked to the dormitory. Wang Ziyan chuckled and followed behind him. After 4 to 5 hours of propagation, almost all the students knew about the incident on the school forum. When Wang Zhan walked along the path in school in the afternoon, many people continued to point and gossip about him. What made the difference was the curiosity and respect in the eyes of many. The sarcasm, disdain, and even jealousy in the looks was not as much as before. Wang Zhan came to the office to apply for a week's leave from the counselor. Wang Zhan managed to do so after answering all the curious questions from the counselor. He paused and took out his phone to send a message to Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyu after he walked out of the office. He told both of them that he would be away for 2 days and he might be uncontactable. Guan Shuqing, Lan Qingyu. Wang Zhan mumbled the two names and shook his head. If he had to choose either one of them now, he probably will pick Guan Shuqing. These past few days, Guan Shuqing had been using her free time to settle some of the accounts of the first-rate restaurant. She was a girl who had no complaints about her work, and she was poor in expressing herself. Wang Zhan liked her because he felt comfortable with her. Guan Shuqing was listening attentively to the teacher in her class. When the phone buzzed, she froze slightly when she read Wang Zhan's message. She knew what had happened during the past few days, just like she knew that Wang Zhan and Lan Qingyu went out for dinner. Yet, she did not comment on anything, nor did she question him either. Guan Shuqing felt that her silent effort would eventually pay off. That was her character, and she believed Wang Zhan liked her. Take care, and let me know once you're back, Guan Shuqing replied. Sure. Wang Zhan felt a heartwarming feeling when he saw Guan Shuqing's reply. Buzz. At the same time, his phone buzzed again with the arrival of Lan Qingyu's message. Is there anything I can do to help? I've brought you enough troubles for the past 2 days. No. I'm just gonna be busy for the next 2 days. Just letting you know beforehand, as there might be no signal then. Lan Qingyu's reply was totally different from Guan Shuqing's. Back at the office building in the city center, Lan Qingyu was sitting in front of her computer in her formal attire. She was frowning when she looked at Wang Zhan's message. She knew what had happened during these 2 days in school. Was it me who made him feel irritated? Hence Lan Qingyu was thinking a little too much. She bit her lips. Blame it on those people who love to gossip in school. She took a deep breath and logged into the school forum. Since she was the vice chairman of the student council, all the students knew her forum ID. Create post. 1. I hope everyone will stop discussing Xiao Xian and me. 2. Whatever that happened between Xiao Xian, Guan Shuqing and I is only between us. I hope no one will make any wild guesses or even slanderings. 3. Fair competition. After Lan Qingyu wrote 3 lines, she posted out immediately. She was in a daze when she looked at the thread that was posted out. She thought she should not have brought troubles to Wang Zhan. At the same time, she would not give up. Even though she might get hurt in the end, all she wanted was a fair competition. Chapter 116 Water Monkey. Chapter 116 Water Monkey. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Wang Zhan rode his heavy-duty motorcycle from the school. What he didn't know was that his name had once again caused an uproar in the school forum. A thread from Lan Qingyu had made Wang Zhan's name known throughout the University of Rivertown. As for Wang Zhan, his name had truly spread to the entire University of Rivertown. Everyone would know about him and hear about him. He had captured the hearts of 2 goddesses, and even made Lan Qingyu made the comment on fair competition. This made all the male students spit out a mouthful of blood. Why? Why isn't it me whom the goddess has fallen in love with? If I was the one, you wouldn't have to compete with anyone. Wang Zhan's name was even known by the new batch of Year 1 students. Xiao Yu was naturally thrilled to see 2 goddess-level beauties pursue her brother and was trying to find out more about Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyu. She would like to know which sister-in-law would be better. However, what she got was the same 2 words: perfect goddess. After riding his motorcycle to the seaside, Wang Zhan walked towards the forefront of a fish farm. There was a vessel that was parking by the side. Dragon King. On the vessel, the 4 dragonians immediately greeted with great respect the moment they saw Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan nodded his head and boarded the vessel. The vessel spanned approximately 40 meters. It wasn't huge and wasn't a luxury yacht. It was simply a shipping vessel used for transportation. The vessel moved quickly and soon they arrived at the deserted island in the middle of the seas. At this moment, There were over 1,000 people constructing on the island. When the construction was completed, Dragon Sect would enter the ranks of the ancient martial artist families and make its name known throughout the country. Wang Xian alighted at the island and observed the surroundings. Has the Dragon Sect platform been built? Wang Xian asked the dragonian beside him. Yes. It's completed. Dragon King the dragonian immediately replied. Great. Wang Xian nodded his head. Dragon Sect platform was similar to the general's conferment platform of ancient times. To put it simply, it would be similar to a jetty. However, this jetty wasn't for ships to park, but for the subordinates of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian arrived at the location of the Dragon Sect platform. The location was a deserted area of the island and spanned over a kilometer. It was built from concrete and extended towards the sea. At the middle of it was a platform with 3 words written in ancient-style Dragon Sect platform. Wang Xian stood on it and looked to the sea. With just a thought, he spread his dragon power towards the surroundings. In less than 2 minutes, a giant clam appeared at the surface of the sea in front of the Dragon Sect platform. Dragon King. The clam opened and roving girl appeared on the sea surface. Around her, the waters were circulating. She has a figure similar to a human and greeted Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly and didn't say a word. In less than 5 minutes, a golden lobster-like organism surfaced from beneath the water in front of the Dragon Sect platform. It stood on the surface of the water and had a pair of giant golden claws that had the glow of metal. The golden metallic exterior shimmered under the sunlight. It bowed and greeted with great respect. Dragon King. It was none other than roving lobster of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian nodded his head and still didn't say a word. At this moment, the waters in front of the Dragon Sect platform started moving violently and caused huge waves. A ginormous object that spanned approximately 10 meters emerged from the seas. Dragon King. The giant animal lifted his dull yellow head and greeted Wang Xian. It was none other than Prime Minister Turtle of the Dragon Palace. The 3 marine animals floated on the surface of the seas. Any one of them, if discovered by a human, would have caused a huge uproar. Wang Xian stood on the Dragon Sect platform and looked down on his 3 subordinates. Prime Minister Turtle Level 11. Art of Cultivation Earth Dragon Transformation. Superpower ability to control turtle race whose level is lower than own existing level control Earth. Roving Lobster Level 8. Art of Cultivation Metal Dragon Transformation. Superpower ability to control lobster race whose level is lower than own existing level control metal. Roving Girl Level 9. Art of Cultivation Water Dragon Transformation. Superpower ability to control clam race whose level is lower than own existing level. Control water. Dragon King. The 3 marine animals exchanged gazes before greeting in unison. Currently, the 3 of you are the only members of our Dragon Palace. I will require more marine animals. Besides that, I've got to look for material to build the Dragon Palace. Today, I've summoned the 3 of you to follow me to search the entire Bohai Sea. Wang Xian stood on the Dragon Sect platform, which looked just like the general's conferment platform of ancient times, and spoke to Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl and Roving Lobster. He was satisfied with their current strength. The group had practiced divine dragon transformation and their strength had increased very quickly. The strongest, Prime Minister Turtle, had already attained the level above the inborn state, a level above his former stage. Yes, Dragon King Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, and Prime Minister Turtle answered immediately. Wang Xian nodded his head. Although he had only 3 subordinates at this moment, he hoped that there would be a day where he stood on the Dragon Sect platform in front of tens of millions of Dragon Palace members. He also believed that the day would come sooner than later. Let's go. Wang Xian jumped into the skies and turned into a 5-colored divine dragon. Growl. A soft dragon roar propagated through the atmosphere. The 5 meters long Wang Xian dove into the seas directly, swaying his body. He led the group. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster immediately swam to his left and right while Prime Minister Turtle stayed behind Wang Xian. Dragon King at this moment. Prime Minister Turtle remarked. What's the matter? Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Turtle with doubt. Dragon King. If you are looking to get more subordinates, I know of such a place. Prime Minister Turtle spoke slowly after thinking about the matter. Oh, where would that be? What kind of marine animals are there? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Turtle inquisitively. A group of water monkeys. I remember encountering them at a location near the seas. They lived in a group, had pairs of sharp claws and were annoying. Prime Minister Turtle replied. Water monkeys. Wang Xian was taken aback and sank into thought. He had heard of water monkeys previously. They were similar to apes and were referred to as water spirits by the civilians. Water monkeys looked horrifying and had hair all over their bodies. They also had tremendous brute strength. Are the water monkeys Prime Minister Turtle has mentioned similar to those in folklore? Wang Xian thought to himself. He turned to Prime Minister Turtle and instructed. Lead the way. Yes. Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded his head. He sank to the seabed and executed his Earth control superpower. Under the propulsion of the Earth. The speed of Prime Minister Turtle was unbelievably fast. Roving Girl and Roving Lobster couldn't keep up with him at all. Prime Minister Turtle is still the more competent member. Not only has it lived for several thousands of years, but it also has a better understanding of the surroundings. Moreover, it is also stronger. Wang Xian was very satisfied with Prime Minister Turtle. Perhaps Prime Minister Turtle could truly be competent enough to take on the responsibilities as the Chamberlain of the Dragon Palace. Bohai Sea. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Turtle, they swam approximately 100 kilometers. Along the way, they met a few schools of small fish, but Wang Xian ignored them. Dragon King. They are right ahead. Prime Minister Turtle looked ahead and said. Wang Xian turned his attention forward. This piece of sea region had complicated landforms. The underwater mountains were closely packed. Their peaks were also just a few meters from the surface of the water. The entire region looked gloomy as though even sunlight couldn't shine through. Wang Xian jerked his head and looked to his right. In that direction, there was an emaciated organism of approximately 1.5 meters which had red eyes. It stood at the peak of one of the mountains and was staring at them. Chapter 117 The Destructive Devil Monkey. Chapter 117 The Destructive Devil Monkey. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Jagged peaks of seamounts jutted out from the seabed in the dark. A pair of bloodshot eyes were exceptionally obvious in the sea as it hugged the tips of the peaks with a hideous and horrifying expression. A pair of sharp fangs were exposed from its mouth, with its entire body covered with fur. Wang Xian stared at the water monkey. And the monkey did the same too. Devil Monkey Level 5. Extractable Dragon Energy 544. Devil Monkey. Wang Xian was taken aback as he read the information about the water monkey. A water monkey, standing at 1.5 meters tall, had level 5 strength, which was even more dominating than sharks. Wang Xian rocked his body and swam towards the devil monkey. Sigh sigh. Sigh sigh. The devil monkey screeched the moment it saw Wang Xian approaching. Wang Xian could vaguely hear the message it was trying to convey. Get out of here. The devil monkey told them to get lost. Monkey's IQ is relatively high. Indeed, a mere level 5 devil monkey already has spiritual intelligence. Not bad. Wang Xian's eyes brightened up while displaying his imposing disposition. Roar. With a soft dragon growl, the dragon power enveloped the devil monkey immediately. As a divine dragon, his dragon power could subdue all creatures lower than his level. Now, he was already in level 6. He could subdue all creatures below level 6. Sigh sigh. Sigh sigh. The devil monkey was petrified. It let out a frightenful scream and hugged the seamount peak with uneasiness. Submit to me. Wang Xian yelled softly as the dragon power encompassed the devil monkey. Sigh sigh. Just then, the devil monkey hugged its head in pain. It looked up and let out a sharp screeching sound. The sound traveled far, far away. Bad news. Dragon King. It is trying to summon all other water monkeys here. Upon hearing the sharp shriek, the Prime Minister Turtle behind him had a change in expression. He quickly reminded Wang Xian. Wang Xian knit his eyebrows slightly. How many water monkeys are there? He gazed at the dark waters. The area seemed to span to a dozen kilometers away. Just when Wang Xian finished his question, he suddenly noticed more and more bright red eyes appearing in front of him. These devil monkeys jumped and leaped around the jagged peaks on the seabed just like a great army that exuded ferocious devilish aura. The sharp claws dug into the peaks as they leaped towards them. So many of them. Wang Xian stared at the mighty devil monkeys ahead of him as he was looking shocked. At least 1,000 devil monkeys were glaring at them coldly. Apart from level 5, there are devil monkeys in level 6 and 7. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all the devil monkeys. At the same time, their information appeared in his mind too. Sai, tear them apart. At this time, a sharp cry was heard. Wang Xian looked over immediately. Right in the middle, a devil monkey of 3 meters tall with a burly body squatted on one of the peaks as it let out a roar. Sai. The devil monkeys around it reciprocated with high-pitched cries too. The sound of it was extremely sharp even in the water. One by one, the monkeys leaped and attacked with sharp claws, honed fangs and agile movements, courting your own doom. Upon seeing the charging bunch of devil monkeys, Wang Xian fired his imposing dragon power and encompassed them. All the devil monkeys below level 6 were shuddering and did not dare to move at all. He stretched out his metal dragon claws at the nearest level 7 devil monkey. Courting your own doom. Submit to me or die. The Prime Minister Turtle let out a cold ball. His body was close to the ground as he swept up a massive amount of earth and stones at the dozens of devil monkeys. Surrender. Roving Girl was standing behind. The ocean in front of her swirled and turned into gushes of water currents which she used to attack the devil monkeys. Kuka. Die. Roving Lobster raised his pair of gigantic claws and attacked them, tearing you apart. The level 7 devil monkey was not afraid of Wang Xian's incoming attack. With a pair of sharp claws, it reached out to Wang Xian's head. Since you are disobedient, I'll bash all of you up till you surrender. With a swing, Wang Xian's dragon claws confronted the devil monkey's claw. The metal dragon claws, accompanied by a tearing sound, turned the entire sea in front of him into a vacuum. SSS. As the dragon claws struck across, the level 7 devil monkey was torn into two. Wang Xian opened his mouth and swallowed it up. At the bottom of the sea, the Prime Minister Turtle acted like a stone mountain. Pieces of hard soil blocks around him were thrown at the dozens of monkeys in front of him. Bam! The massive amount of soil blocks hurled the monkeys against the peaks behind them. On the right, the roving girl was controlling the water as she bound 4 monkeys with it. The water current strangled their necks to death. On the left, the roving lobster was surrounded by 8 monkeys. All of them were quick-moving as they struck their claws occasionally at the roving lobster. But the roving lobster had a body of metal. The claws of the devil monkeys were only able to leave a few marks on his body. When the roving lobster expanded his pair of claws, the claws were so sharp that he could snap the devil monkeys into 2 once he caught hold of them. Practicing the divine dragon transformation had allowed them to battle with strengths that were beyond their levels. For a moment, thousands of devil monkeys were entirely suppressed by them. In less than 20 seconds, they had killed hundreds of devil monkeys. Submit to me, or else I'll exterminate all of you. On seeing the dauntless devil monkeys, the color of Wang Xian's body changed violently. Eventually, it stopped at the feared color. As the Inferno Divine Dragon made his appearance, the sea water around him began to seethe. Wang Xian opened his mouth, and a feared dragon ball appeared inside it. After his nurturing, the current Dragon Ball was even more formidable than before. The combined power of the Inferno Divine Dragon and the Fire Dragon Ball doubled. Roar! The dragon roar echoed throughout the waters. He opened his mouth and wrapped the Dragon Ball with immense flames. With the Dragon Ball, he lurched forward to attack. Boom! The boiling waters were rapidly evaporating as the power of the flame from the Dragon Ball was dominating. Bam! The monkeys let out painful cries as the Dragon Ball swept across hundreds of meters ahead. Some of the weaker ones were incinerated. Bam! The Dragon Ball eventually landed on a small peak, crushing the tip of it. One could see a fiery zone with various types of fish within the 1,000 meters, killed under such high temperature outside the sea. Surrender! Wang Xian bellowed angrily once again with his roar resounding through the world. The path to becoming the strongest was built on blood and flesh. Hence, Wang Xian did not have the slightest bit of pity for killing all these devil monkeys. It was his destiny to blaze his way through all obstacles. Blood and flesh paved the way to the peak. Boom! How dare you kill my younger generations? Go and die. Just then, a seamount peak was split open as a fierce cry was heard. A devil monkey of a size of 5 meters came into sight. It was burly and muscular, glaring at them with a pair of bloodshot eyes. Evil aura lingered around it as it held a 7 meters long metal rod in its hand. Like a destructive devil monkey. Chapter 118 9 Divisions of the Divine Dragon. Chapter 118 9 Divisions of the Divine Dragon. Devil Monkey King Level 10. Extractable Dragon Energy 201. 231. It's level 10, and its extractable dragon energy is over 200. Yeah, this Devil Monkey King is really formidable. In fact, he is almost as strong as me. Wang Xian looked at the Devil Monkey King in front of him and had a solemn look. His current level was 6, but in his divine dragon form, he could go beyond his level and challenge level 11 animals. However, that was applicable to ordinary animals. For some level 11 animals, they were able to fight beyond their level and slay level 12 existences. Although the Devil Monkey King was level 10, the aura it was emitting would easily match a level 11 animal. The Devil Monkey King stood on the peak of the mountain that it had sliced off. An unknown metal rod that was about 7 meters long was resting on his shoulders, as he looked down on Wang Xian with contempt. That looks. Wang Xian stared at the Devil Monkey King in front of him, and recalled a character in a popular novel. The Great Sage Equaling Heaven. Sun Wukong 1. They both had the disposition of being the one above all, and both of them used rods as weapons. Surrender or die. Wang Xian wasn't wary at all. The other party wasn't the Great Sage Equaling Heaven, and he wasn't the Dragon King of the East Seas from the popular novel. 2. How dare you kill my disciples and followers? I'm going to slaughter you. The Devil Monkey King held the rod in his hands tightly, and his bloodred eyes were filled with black gas. Water monkeys, if you aren't willing to submit to the Dragon King, he'll kill every single one of you. Prime Minister Turtle lifted his huge head as it started emitting a dull yellow aura. Around him, the earth started churning. His huge body was also emitting a heavy atmosphere. Prime Minister Turtle's strength wouldn't be weaker than the Devil Monkey King. In fact, he might even be stronger. Sigh. The Devil Monkey King gripped onto his rod tightly and gritted his teeth as he looked at the Prime Minister Turtle. He then turned his attention to Wang Xian. A tinge of fear flashed past his eyes. You've got to defeat me to make me surrender. Otherwise, as the Devil Monkey King spoke, he started manipulating the rod in his hand, letting out a roar. He continued, otherwise, I won't be convinced. Great. He'll make you submit to me. Wang Xian stared at the Devil Monkey King. The intelligence of this Devil Monkey King was terrifyingly high. If he could make it a general under him, it would definitely become an important general in the future. If you want me to submit, show me your strength. Otherwise, get out of my region and I forbid you from entering in the future. The devilish aura on the Devil Monkey King started raging and the water around him started turning black. Sure, Wang Xian agreed. Only by completely defeating this obstinate and unruly Devil Monkey King would it be convinced. Otherwise, it would likely choose death over surrender. Wang Xian waved his dragon claws as the metal claws gave off a metallic glow. Charging ahead, he attacked the Devil Monkey King directly. Come to me. The Devil Monkey King moved like a demonic shadow and was surprisingly faster than Wang Xian. Lifting the rod in his hands, he smashed ruthlessly at Wang Xian's head. What incredible speed! Astonishment flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He swayed his tails and the seawater around him started getting denser. With him as the center, the area of 100 meters around him seemed to have been turned into a swamp. Water control. Sigh. Huh! The Devil Monkey King could sense the immense increase in resistance. The devilish flames on him exploded as he forced open a free area. Space-shattering metal dragon claws. The dragon claws that were glowing slashed towards the Devil Monkey King. The devilish aura around the Devil Monkey King was shredded immediately, and 18 golden marks fell onto the Devil Monkey King's body. Sigh roar. Deep cuts appeared on the body of the Devil Monkey King all of a sudden. However, What was creepy was that the Devil Monkey King wasn't bleeding. Instead, dense black gases started flowing out. It lifted its head and growled. Strong and dense dark aura started emitting from the rod in his hands as the Devil Monkey King swung towards Wang Xian, Earth Dragon's Imperial Guard. Wang Xian could sense the powers of the incoming attack and was shocked. He immediately started emitting dull yellow earth energy around his body. Bam! The black rod smashed onto Wang Xian's body directly. His body shook and the dense earth energy dissipated, leaving behind a mark. SSS. Wang Xian gasped as he felt the excruciating pain from his body. The impact of the attack had numbed his entire body. After he flushed his body with wood attributes energy, his injuries recovered rapidly. However, taking on this attack had made him exhaust substantial stamina. Even if your devilish flames could blaze the skies, I'd still defeat you today. Wang Xian swayed his tail. The surrounding waters moved as though they had a will and became extremely dense. Wang Xian stared at the Devil Monkey King in front of him and opened his mouth slightly. The Dragon Ball was spat out once again. This time, the Dragon Ball was wrapped in a layer of water and illuminated the surrounding sea. The Devil Monkey King looked solemnly at Wang Xian. His wounds were still emitting a black gas, and this was proof that his injuries weren't light. The Devil Monkey King clenched his hands tightly around the rod. It's over. Wang Xian extended out his palm and was rotating the Dragon Ball with water control. He stretched his dragon claws forward before slashing down. The Devil Monkey King was shocked. The dense water around him had slowed him down substantially. In fact, his current speed was slower than Wang Xian. If it couldn't dodge, it could only take it head-on. Directly, it lifted the rod in its hands, clenched it tightly with both hands and roared. Take this. I'd like to see how tough your rod is. Wang Xian maintained a poker face. The Dragon Ball started rotating even more violently in the middle of his dragon claw, as the golden-colored dragon claws ripped apart space. Bam! When the Dragon Claw and the Dragon Ball collided with the metal rod, the water around the Dragon Ball dissipated and the Dragon Ball emitted horrifying heat. Arg! The flames of the Dragon Ball started flaking off. At the same time, Wang Xian opened his mouth and spewed out flames that covered several hundreds of meters. The flames raged on as they started overpowering the devilish aura on the Devil Monkey King. Arg arg arg! A heart-wrenching scream sounded. It was as though the monkey was placed in a furnace. I am willing to submit, the Devil Monkey King shouted loudly. Wang Xian opened his mouth once again and devoured the Dragon Ball with the flames. The Devil Monkey King lay on the floor, feeling completely drained. The seawater that was vaporized by the flames gushed and once again, waving his dragon claw, a five-colored blood essence flew towards the Devil Monkey King. Absorb it and don't resist it, Wang Xian shouted. Yes, the Monkey King, am willing to submit. The Devil Monkey King lifted his head and got up with the help of its rod. It was still panting violently. Although the battle wasn't long, it was perilous. The Devil Monkey King had not practiced any cultivation arts and had lost. Ding conquered Devil Monkey King. The notification of the system sounded. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. Waving his dragon claw again, he injected dragon energy into the body of the Devil Monkey King to heal its injuries. Thank you, Dragon King. The Devil Monkey King kneeled down on one knee and spoke with great respect to Wang Xian. He'll form the 9 divisions of the Divine Dragon in the future. Today, I shall bestow upon you the name of Roving Heavens and place you in charge of the Devil Division. Order your subordinates to come over. Wang Xian imparted the cultivation arts of Devil Dragon transformation to Devil Monkey King. Thank you, Dragon King. The Devil Monkey King went down on both knees and felt overwhelmed. Gather your subordinates, Wang Xian instructed. Divine Dragon transformation consisted of 9 different Divine Dragon cultivation arts. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness. These were the 9 different cultivation arts under the Divine Dragon transformation. Wang Xian was preparing to establish 9 battle divisions of the Dragon Palace to fight in wars for him. Devil belonged to darkness. In the future, the Devil Monkey King would be in charge of the Devil Division. End note. One Sun Wukong is the Monkey King from the novel Journey to the West. 2 references being made to the novel. Journey to the West. In the novel, the Monkey King wreaks havoc on the Dragon Palace of the Dragon King of the East Seas. Chapter 119 Devil Flowers. Chapter 119 Devil Flowers. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Dragon King. Wang Xian stood on the summit of a mountain in the dark and gloomy sea. He was pleased with the bunch of devil monkeys before him. Roving Heavens knelt in the center while holding onto his unknown metal rod. The rod was so hard that it was beyond Wang Xian's imagination. During the combat just now, Wang Xian's claw and Dragon Ball did not do any harm to it at all. Divine dragons did not need to fight with celestial weapons. The only celestial weapon that he had was the Dragon Ball. Hence, divine dragons did not know how to make weapons. But in the list of Dragon Palace's constructing materials, there was a pillar known as the Dinghai Divine Rod. Dinghai Divine Rod not only made a strong pillar, but it could also be used as a weapon. When Roving Heavens refined the rod in his hand to Dinghai Divine Rod, his combat power would be extremely domineering in the future. Wang Xian could already imagine the imposing fighting demeanor of a devil monkey blazing in devilish flames with a Dinghai Divine Rod. Behind Roving Heavens stood a bunch of devil monkeys. Among these monkeys, there was only one level 9, which is the highest level among all. The rest were level 8 and below, while most of them were level 5. There was a total number of 800 monkeys. All the devil monkeys bowed on the seafloor respectfully as they worshipped their new king. The devil monkeys were born with intelligence. As they cultivated, their intelligence would improve. Wang Xian did not need to activate their spiritual intelligence at all. He swung his arm and drops of blood essence entered the devil monkeys. Subsequently, he imparted the divine dragon transformation to all the monkeys. Consuming more than 800 drops of blood essence in one go had no impact on Wang Xian. Blood essence was related to dragon energy. He could use dragon energy to restore his blood essence. Thank you, Dragon King. The bunch of devil monkeys thanked him in synchronized voices. Roving Heavens. Yao lead them from now on. Get them to do their cultivation and listen to your orders. All of you will be part of the first division. Devil Division of the Dragon Palace, said Wang Xian to Roving Heavens. Yes, Dragon King. Everyone replied loudly. Let's go. Follow me for a search of the nearby waters. We need to find some can boats and a variety of resources, Wang Xian said to them. Yes. Wang Xian took the lead and swam ahead with Roving Girl and Roving Lobster beside him. Prime Minister Turtle was swimming at the bottom of the sea while Roving Heavens, with a few subordinates, were following behind Wang Xian. Compared to the time when they had just came, they had undoubtedly built up a massive lineup. Wang Xian had many followers after subduing the devil monkeys. But there was one weakness. Most of the devil monkeys were moving too slowly and could not keep up with their speed. Wang Xian could only slow down the speed without much choice. The ocean was vast, magnificent, and extremely mysterious, occupying 70% of the earth. Humans had yet to explore many regions of the ocean. The terrain of the ocean was much more complicated than the land. Some areas were covered by seaweed. Some were barren and desolate. Some had towering seamounts on the bed of the ocean. Wang Xian stormed the ocean with a group of subordinates. In the shallow waters, all the marine animals fled in fright when they met them. There is a Chinese bahaba fish ahead. Seize it, he commanded those at the back. As they wandered around in the sea, Wang Xian was observing the surroundings before he saw a meter-long Chinese bahaba fish. A devil monkey lurched as it seized the Chinese bahaba fish. The devil monkeys could leap as far as 8 meters in the sea. Hence, their speed was much faster than ordinary fish. The devil monkey caught the Chinese bahaba fish easily and returned. Dozens of devil monkeys caught Chinese bahaba fish, giant yellow croaker and other precious fish. Wang Xian was catching the fish conveniently to replenish the top-quality ingredients in the first-rate restaurant. Dragon King. There's a sinking ship ahead. At this time, a devil monkey who was running all over the place reported to Wang Xian. A sinking ship. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's go over there. A sinking ship was the biggest treasure in the ocean. According to records, the gold and silver found in the sea were enough to buy over a developed country. The treasure in the ocean was beyond anyone's imagination. With a jerk, Wang Xian swam rapidly to the sinking ship. Sure enough, After he swam for about 2 meters, a sinking ship came into his sight. It was a modern ship. The ship was about 30 meters long with the front and back of the ship separated in different directions. The center portion of the vessel was covered in sludge. Wang Xian observed the sinking ship, and he was slightly disappointed. The ship was too small to cross the ocean, likely to be a fishing boat. Wang Xian exhaled a dull yellow dragon breath, revealing the entire ship buried under the earth. When Wang Xian looked over, he spotted some chests in the ship. He opened immediately. Gold. It's gold. 5 chests of golds. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed as he saw the shining gold. We found a ton of gold. 10 tons of steel. Do we collect them for the construction of the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian was looking bitter on his face. A ton of gold was worth more than 300 million. If he sold them away, he would instantly become a billionaire. Besides, these golds were more or less 1% of what he required for constructing the Dragon Palace. Collect them. Wang Xian made a decision. And the gold, even the steel on the vessel before him disappeared. Only some wood structures were left. Sigh. Wang Xian shook his head and continued hunting in the ocean. If he persisted, the Bohai Sea was too shallow. Wang Xian was considering whether to proceed to other water regions. As they went deeper into the sea, more fantastic living creatures and treasures could be found. But the sea was too vast. It would be a waste of time if he continued to search. He thought he could send the devil monkeys to explore the ocean for resources when the devil monkeys hit level 10. Dragon King, there's an aqua plant forest ahead. It's very magical and beautiful, said Roving Girl, pointing one direction. After traveling for half an hour, Wang Xian looked over. A huge and magical underwater region was seen on the right. The entire underwater region was in a myriad of colors, full of fantasy, just like how it was on TV and in movies. Many jellyfish were floating around, giving off all kinds of radiances. The underwater wonderland. This was the first time Wang Xian had encountered such a beautiful underwater world with various coral reefs and aquatic plants that exuded different radiances. Let's check it out. Wang Xian swam over with a group of subordinates behind him. We must make our Dragon Palace look as beautiful as this place in the future. Wang Xian swam over and observed the surroundings. Some of the jellyfish gave way to them when they sensed the imposing aura from them. The surrounding plants gently swayed, looking beautiful at the bottom of the sea. What's that? At this time, a pure red coral drew his attention as he looked ahead. Blood coral. The world's most precious gemstone, worth more than diamonds. That blood coral was worth over tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The blood coral was located on top of a reef, looking beautiful with a few flowers of a size of 1 meter surrounding it. Wang Xian swam next to the blood coral. He was full of surprise as he reached out to grab the blood coral. Just then, the bright-colored flower below him suddenly moved. Chapter 120 Flower Sac and Heart-Shaped Blood Corals. Chapter 120 Flower Sac and Heart-Shaped Blood Corals. The more beautiful a thing was, the more likely it became that it would be dangerous. Similarly, the more beautiful a place was, the greater the chances of dangers lurking in the dark. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to the beautiful flowers below him, as his attention was on the blood corals. However, just when he noticed it, it was already too late. 10 bright and gigantic flowers were like beasts on a hunt. In an instant, they launched a lethal attack. Within each flower were densely packed sharp needles. Their roots extended and their petals wrapped around Wang Xian's body directly. Although Wang Xian's body was over 5 meters long, the 10 large flowers were still able to cover his entire body. When he noticed he was attacked by these flowers, Wang Xian was greatly shocked. He could feel the sharp needles of these flowers piercing through his flesh. Although this didn't cause huge damages to him, he noticed that the sharp needles were injecting a poisonous substance into his body. These flowers are poisonous. Wang Xian immediately tried to wiggle his huge body to break free from the flowers. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, tentacle after tentacle extended from the ground and wrapped around Wang Xian. They came one after another at a frantic pace towards Wang Xian. These flowers are trying to absorb me as nutrients. Wang Xian was flabbergasted as he felt his body weakening. He immediately tried to change his elemental attributes. Wood element Azure Dragon. Switching between the 5 elements, Wang Xian turned into an Azure Dragon of the wood element. This won't do. After turning into an Azure Dragon, he was shocked that he couldn't break free from the hold of these flowers. On the contrary, he could sense that these flowers were feasting on his wood attribute's energy. Wang Xian's eyes flickered and attempted an attribute change once again. Metal counters would a metal attribute golden-colored divine dragon appeared. How dare you attack the Dragon King? You must be courting death. At this moment, Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Heavens, and the group immediately attacked the flowers after seeing Wang Xian being attacked by them. Roving Heavens swung his huge rod towards these flowers. Roving Lobster used his razor-sharp claws to attack furiously. Metal Edge Cosmos. Wang Xian turned into a divine dragon with metal attribute. He immediately noticed that the damages these terrifying flowers were dealing to him were reduced substantially. Wiggling his body, Wang Xian shot sharp metal needles at the petals of these colorful flowers. Swish swish swish. The flowers were pierced and Wang Xian immediately shredded the roots off him with his metal claws. Devil Flowers Level 9. Extractable Dragon Energy from the Flower Sac 45. 334. Devil Flowers. What kind of organism is this? It's so scary and it has reached level 9. Wang Xian looked at it in horror. A flower reaching level 9, and even disguising itself as ordinary plants, just the thought of it made him shudder. The 10 devil flowers had actually trapped him for almost an hour. Dragon King, sorry that we are late. Prime Minister Turtle swam over and spoke with concern. It's alright. Wang Xian shook his head and looked to the devil flowers he had killed. He extended his dragon claws over and grabbed onto the roots before pulling them out forcefully. A blood-red flower sac appeared in his sight. Flower sac of the devil flowers level 9. Extractable dragon energy 45. 334. Can be used to restore and strengthen one's heart. Wang Xian looked at the information on the flower sacs of the devil flowers and was shocked. This could be considered a spiritual medicine. Restoring and strengthening one's heart was a powerful ability. Cultivation of ancient martial arts had a lot to do with one's heart. One could strengthen his internal energy by consuming this flower sac. At the same time, his cultivation speed would also increase. This is useless to me. Without a moment of hesitation, he devoured it. The 10 devil flowers provided him with over 40 points of dragon energy. These were also pleasant surprises for Wang Xian. This blood coral. Wang Xian turned his attention to the blood corals. Blood corals weren't big, but looked extremely grandeur in the waters. Blood corals were regarded as auspicious objects and represented the noble as well as authority. They were also referred to as precious treasures and symbolized happiness and eternity. Just a single blood coral was worth over 10 million. Wang Xian kept it and looked across this dreamlike underwater region. I was a little careless previously. Although this place is beautiful, there are barely any fish around. Most of the fish were likely eaten by the devil flowers. These devil flowers emit a very unique scent, which makes one feel comfortable, to attract other marine animals. Wang Xian looked further ahead. He hesitated for a moment before embarking on his search of this region once again. Although the devil flowers were terrifying, he wasn't too wary after turning into the golden-colored divine dragon of the metal attribute. Considering that he was better prepared currently, level 9 devil flowers wouldn't pose much of a threat to him. Moreover, there was a large amount of dragon energy within the flower sacs of the devil flowers. This could provide him with the dragon energy required for leveling up. Lastly, there were also precious blood corals around. Therefore, he wasn't willing to leave this region. Wang Xian continued his search in this region for signs of devil flowers. Devil flowers level 8. Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac 9. 654. There are over 10 of them here, but they are all level 8 devil flowers. Wang Xian looked ahead, and the information about these devil flowers popped up in his mind. He gave a faint smile, swam over and swung his sharp dragon claws through them before extracting the flower sacs. These added up to an additional 100 points of dragon energy, and Wang Xian was feeling great about it. Continue the search. This dreamlike region wasn't very big, but still covered 7 to 8 kilometers. Wang Xian found a total of over 30 devil flowers in the vicinity. However, when he reached the central area, he was shocked by a giant devil flower. This particular devil flower had humongous petals that spread over 7 to 8 meters. Each petal was a different color, which included yellow, red, white, green, blue and others. Looking at the flowers, Wang Xian felt an urge to charge forward. Sigh. Suddenly, the devil monkeys around him seemed a little flustered. Their blood-red eyes turned blurry and they started walking towards the humongous devil flower. Growl! Wang Xian let out a dragon roar which jerked the devil monkeys awake. When the devil monkeys regained their consciousness, they couldn't help but look in horror at the devil flower. Devil flower level 12. Extractable dragon energy from the flower sac 1. 112. 343. Level 12. Wang Xian gasped. Considering what the devil flower could do, he had no way to deal with a level 12 devil flower. In fact, this devil flower could very well devour him. Forget it. Wang Xian looked at this devil flower with fearful eyes. Although devouring this devil flower could allow him to increase his level quickly, it was too dangerous. The seas are indeed mysterious. My current strength still isn't enough to rule the seas. Wang Xian sighed. When his attention landed on the area behind the devil flower, he stopped and had a joyous look. Surprise, a total surprise. It was a patch of coral reefs. The reason why he was so excited was because these blood corals were in a natural heart shape. This is what is really meant by precious. If I put this on auction, it would fetch at least 100 million. Chapter 121 The Girl That Drives a Bentley 1. Chapter 121 The Girl That Drives a Bentley 1. Translator Larbra Studio Editor Larbra Studio. For all 3 days, Wang Xian explored the entire Bohai Sea with his subordinates. 3 days of sleepless nights did not impact him much. When Wang Xian stood on the Dragon Sect platform again, a large number of men had already gathered before him. Prime Minister Turtle, Roving Girl, Roving Lobster, Roving Heavens, and 800 devil monkeys. Apart from them, some sea turtles and lobsters with no spiritual intelligence lined up together too. These turtles and lobsters were captured by order of Prime Minister Turtle as he wanted to groom his own subordinates. Wang Xian thought for a while before he agreed to it. For Prime Minister Turtle and Roving Lobster to groom their own men was a good idea too. Cultivate yourself and enhance your strength as soon as possible. Wang Xian looked at his men as he spoke. Yes, Dragon King. The response was much louder than the previous time had come. Wang Xian was satisfied. All the men from Dragon Palace disappeared in the ocean as soon as he gestured with an arm swing. All of them hunted for nearby spots to start their cultivation. Quite a good haul this time. I can sell them for quite a huge amount. Wang Xian was amazed when he checked out the treasures beside the Dragon Sect platform. Millions of dollars worth of Chinese bahaba fish and rare giant yellow croakers. 4 beautiful blood corals. One of them was ravishing, natural, heart-shaped, and the size of a thumb. Apart from those, they found 15 sunken ships in the last 3 days, out of which, they found 3 ships with treasures. Wang Xian found an emerald ring which was worth a lot from the sunken ships. As for the gold and silver, it was taken by the system to construct the Dragon Palace. It has been 3 days. Time for me to go back. Wang Xian looked at the time and noticed it was already afternoon. He beckoned a few dragonians over and got them to send the Chinese bahaba fish and the giant yellow croakers to the first-rate restaurant. After which, he kept the blood corals and the ring before he followed them back to the first-rate restaurant. Director Wang. Wang Xian heard Manager Huang's voice as soon as he was at the door. He turned around and looked at the shop front beside the first-rate restaurant. As he lifted his chin and gazed at the fascia board, a satisfied smile surfaced on his face. Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Quite a speedy job. Not bad. Wang Xian expressed his satisfaction on his face and walked towards Manager Huang. Is it renovated? Wang Xian asked directly. Director Wang. It's in the process. It will soon be done since the place isn't big. You'll get the contractor to do it within the shortest possible time. Manager Huang answered Wang Xian. Okay. Let's take a look inside. Wang Xian entered. The size of this place was not very huge, with about 170 square meters for the ground and second floor. But as a top medical institution, such a size was good enough. There would not be many patients in the future either. The renovation was done in a retro style, and it would take about 3 or 4 days before it was completed. Wang Xian was very pleased with the medical hall. After which, he went back to the first-rate restaurant to check on the revenue made in the past few days. The turnover for the past 3 days remained at just over 1 million for each day. Buzz. Just then, Wang Xian's phone rang. He received a message from Xiao Yu. Brother, today's Friday. I don't have to do military training after school, so I'm having dinner with my friends. Wang Xian sent a message to Xiao Yu when he came out of the ocean. He looked at the date. Without knowing, it was already Friday. Let's have it together. Just perfect. I can treat my roommates to dinner too. Wang Xian pondered for a while. He had yet to buy Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng a meal yet. The two of them were nice people. He should buy them a meal. Sure. Brother, where are you? We still have half an hour before we end. I'll look for you guys. Wang Xian got on his motorcycle and rode to school as he sent the message. After he entered the campus, he felt the familiar attention on him again as some of the students recognized him. Wang Xian looks really cool on his heavy-duty motorcycle. He's got a good figure too. So handsome. Yes. He's very handsome. No wonder Lan Qingyu declared that she likes him on the forum. Handsome is one thing. I bet Wang Xian has some capabilities too. Otherwise, how could he attract Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuqing? I heard that Wang Xian used to be very poor. He was working his ass during his first year. Now, he looks like he is loaded. He's indeed capable and charming. The surrounding students exchanged conversations in whispers. When Wang Xian heard that, he drew his lips. Looked like after he smashed the signboard of the Taekwondo club, his reputation had changed tremendously. At least those contemptuous and disdainful looks were gone. To stay low profile, Wang Xian took out and put on his sunglasses from the motorcycle. He did not return to his room. Instead, he called Wang Dahai. After the call, the three fellows in the room began to doll themselves up. Wang Xian came to the female dormitory and waited for Xiao Yu and her friends to come down. Xiao Yu and the rest had just ended their military training. They must be dolling themselves up. Girls like to look pretty by nature. Since they had been wearing military attire during the training for the past few days, they would want to show off their most beautiful sides now that they were heading out. Wang Xian took out his phone and waited downstairs. Hey, let me make myself clear. I'll sit beside Wang Yu later when we're having dinner. All of you cannot snatch the seat from me. Wang Yu is the prettiest girl in our class. We don't have hopes, but you still have a chance. We'll support you. Liu Ranran is not bad either. Besides, she's an internet celebrity. Heh, I like her. Liu Ranran seems haughty. She's not as good as Wang Yu. Wang Yu is like a girl next door. She's cute. I heard that Liu Ranran can earn a monthly income of 80 with her dizzy live streamings. She even got a car. Damn. Being an online broadcaster makes you a lot of money. Only rich second generations like you have a chance to woo Liu Ranran and Wang Yu. We can forget about it. Wang Xian wore a pair of sunglasses to prevent himself from being recognized. When he was swiping his phone, he peered over in curiosity when he overheard the conversation around him. There stood 5 guys with tan skin. Obviously, they were freshmen from military training. One of them was rather good-looking with a height of 1.85 meters. Judging from his dress sense, his family should be quite well off. They must be Xiao Yu's classmates. Wang Xian pondered to himself as he listened to them. They are coming. Just then, the voices of the same group of guys were heard again. Wang Xian looked over to the entrance as 6 girls walked out of the dormitory. All the girls were dressed up beautifully after changing out of their military uniforms. A girl in the middle was in her high heels. Her bodycon clothes shaped her perfect figure, making her sexy and gorgeous. Xiao Yu was wearing a flower-patterned dress. Yuan, Su Qian, Xiao Mai, and an ordinary-looking girl were standing beside her. Liu Ranran is so sexy. Wang Yu is so pretty. The guys beside them brightened up their eyes as they whispered. Chapter 122 He Girl That Drives a Bentley Too. Chapter 122 The Girl That Drives a Bentley Too. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. Liu Ranran. Wang Yu. Dang Jing. When the guys saw them walking down, they immediately shouted, Liu Hui, you are here. The luscious Liu Ranran smiled at the group of guys and replied, let's go. Girls, let's head out of school for a good meal. I'm feeling nauseous at the thought of canteen meals after having them for several days straight. That good-looking Liu Hui smiled as he spoke to them. Xiao Yu. When Wang Xian saw Xiao Yu walked out, he smiled and shouted at her. Brother. Xiao Yu lifted her head and looked over. A radiant smile appeared on her face as she walked over quickly. You are so tan now. I almost couldn't recognize you. Wang Xian pinched on Xiao Yu's face as he joked. Who is tan? I'm not even a tinge darker. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at him and grumpily pushed away the hands that were pinching her face. Senior. Xiao Mai. Yuan and Suqian also came over to greet Wang Xian. This senior in front of them was a well-known figure. All of you look tanner now. Wang Xian joked. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Hee. Thank you, senior. Xiao Mai and the group smiled happily. At this moment, Liu Hui and a few other guys looked over in doubt and saw Wang Xian with sunglasses. This is my brother and he's from our school too. My brother is bringing us out to eat. Xiao Yu smiled and said to Liu Hui. When Liu Hui heard Xiao Yu, he frowned slightly. Xiao Yu's brother, this won't be good. Let's not trouble your brother. Shall we just go on our own? Liu Hui smiled and asked. Not at all. I'll get my brother to foot the bill. Hee, replied Xiao Yu. Liu Hui opened his mouth, changed his intention and added, Xiao Yu, let's not make your brother pay for it. I can bring you guys to Heidilao and it isn't too expensive. Let this be my treat today. Since Xiao Yu's brother would be following, he could only choose to use another strategy and act more generously. This was to leave a good impression on him. It's fine. Let me do it. When Wang Xian heard his words, he smiled. It's fine. How could I make our senior pay for us? Come. Let this be my treat today. Liu Hui insisted. Just let this be my treat today. I'm already starting to earn money. Liu Ranran flicked her hair, looking past Xiao Yu and Wang Xian. Let's discuss this after we get there. Seeing them, Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. Let's drive there. Liu Ranran. Don't you have a car? I have one too. 2 cars are just enough. Liu Hui commented. Yeah. Where did you park your car? I'll go get mine. Liu Ranran took out a BMW car key from her bag. At that side, Liu Hui smiled and took out a Benz car key as he pointed to the side. Oh. Liu Hui and Liu Ranran. You guys are really rich. Could it be those with the surname Liu are all rich? The few guys at the side spoke in envy when they saw them taking out keys to a BMW and a Benz. I bought my car with the money I've earned. Liu Ranran looked to Liu Hui and said proudly. Cough. This is a present from my dad when I made it into the university. Liu Hui smiled and didn't find this embarrassing. Let me go get my car. Liu Ranran took another glance at Liu Hui before heading for the car park behind the dormitory block. Seeing that they had gone to get their car, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment before adding, my brother bought me a car too. I'll go get it. Xiao Yu, you got a car too? The few guys looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief and questioned. Yeah. My brother bought it for me. Hee. Xiao Yu laughed and headed for the car park behind the dormitory block too. Senior, I did not expect you to be so awesome. You even bought Xiao Yu a car. The few guys looked at Wang Xian and commented. It was a gift from others. I didn't have to pay a cent for it. Wang Xian shook his head. Oh, no wonder. The few guys nodded their heads. There weren't many students who could afford a car nowadays. Students like Liu Ranran and Liu Hui were part of the extreme minority. However, senior, you still look like someone incredible. Oh, to me, Liu Ranran and Liu Hui are more incredible. They could afford to drive a Benz and BMW while they were still students. If I could even get one in my lifetime, I'd be contented with life. The group of people waited by the roadside, chatting as they walked. Hey, what are you doing here? Wang Yu. At the back of the female dormitory block, Liu Ranran looked puzzlingly at Xiao Yu when she saw her. In their entire class and even the faculty, the two of them could be considered to be the two most beautiful girls. However, she realized that the gentle Xiao Yu, who also had the girl next door image, was more popular among the guys. This made her a little upset. Naturally, girls liked to compare themselves with others. My brother bought me a car and I've parked it here too. Wang Yu smiled and replied to Liu Ranran. Oh, Liu Ranran raised an eyebrow. Not bad. As she spoke, she clicked on the key in her hand. The BMW 5 Series car sounded in front of her. I bought this myself. Which car is yours? As she spoke, her lips curved into a smile. Despite being a student, she had bought a BMW 5 Series with her own hard work. This was the reason why she had the capital to be proud of her achievements. That one. Wang Yu pointed to a car completely covered with a car hood. The car had been left outside for a few days. Xiao Yu wasn't willing to let it be battered by the wind and rain. Therefore, she had covered it up well. Let's go. Liu Ranran stole a glance and her lips curved into a smile. She entered the car, brought down the car window and smiled at Wang Yu. Wang Yu walked to her car, squatted down and started removing the car hood. A pink Bentley was slowly revealed. The car was elegant, breathtaking and grand. That distinct car logo B was so eye-catching. After placing the car hood in the boot, Xiao Yu opened the door and got into the car. Let's go. Xiao Yu also lowered her car window when she replied to Liu Ranran. At this very moment, Liu Ranran stared at Xiao Yu's car, completely dumbfounded. A pink teenage girl's series Bentley. Bentley, it's a Bentley that costs 45 million. Her heart was shaken and her eyes were filled with disbelief. This is your car? Yeah. It was a gift from my brother. Xiao Yu nodded her head, started the car and drove out. Looking at the breathtaking and luxurious Bentley leaving, Liu Ranran held tightly to the steering wheel. How can this be possible? Bentley, that's a Bentley. Liu Ranran looked helplessly at the car ahead. Compare? What could she take out to compare? That car alone would be enough for her to buy 10 BMW 5 Series. At the other side, along the pathway beside the female dormitory, Liu Shui drove a 400 Benz over. He lowered the car window and said to the group of guys, "Come, my car can fit 4 people at the maximum. 3 of you get in. Boss is really awesome, a Benz." The group of guys got in excitedly. Oh my gosh, Bentley, a pink Bentley. End note. 1 Haidilao is a famous hot pot restaurant chain in Asia. Chapter 123 Let's Be Friends. Tycoon. Chapter 123 Let's Be Friends. Tycoon. Translator Larbra Studio. Editor Larbra Studio. A pink Bentley slowly stopped at the roadside next to the girls' dormitory. Rivertown was considered to be the best second-tier city, but top-branded cars were uncommon, especially a pink Bentley. This was the luxury car that all girls dreamt of. But 99.9% of the girls would not pin their hopes on it. Not many people could afford a car that was worth 4 to 5 million. At the very least, no one was driving such a luxury car at the University of Rivertown, let alone the ladies. Hence, when the luxury car stopped by the roadside, it drew all the attention of the surrounding people instantly. What a beautiful car, it's simply gorgeous. Pink Bentley. Which girl is driving it? I'm dying of envy. A Bentley. A girl driving such a car is simply too striking. I'm envious. How nice would it be if I had one too? Must be an 80-year-old boyfriend gave it to her. Otherwise, how could she afford a Bentley? Envy and jealousy echoed in the surroundings. Brother. Sayo Mai. Yuan. Sukayan. Get in the car. Xiao Yu stretched her cute little head and shouted to Wang Zhan and the rest. Sayo Mai. Yuan. And Su Kayan were not surprised. After all, they already knew her brother's capability, but the guys and the other girl were totally clueless. Xiao Yu was also a low-profile girl during military training. From her behavior, she did not portray herself to be a princess. Hence, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw her driving a car that was worth 5 million. Gulp. Liu Shui swallowed his saliva in his Mercedes as he gazed at the pink Bentley with his eyes wide open. Out of expectation. I never thought that Wang Yu came from such a wealthy family. This. He recalled how Head flaunted his Mercedes car key just now. His lips twitched as he squeezed a smile on his face. Wang Yu, I didn't know that you're actually a princess. Hee hee. So Yu giggled to him. She noticed that the people around her were pointing and taking photos of her car. So she quickly said, let's go. We better hurry up. Okay. Let's go now. Liu Hui answered quickly. Now. He did not dare to pretend he was rich anymore. Let's go. Wang Xian sat in the passenger seat inside the car. He did not ride the motorcycle away, as Wang Dahai would be riding it over. The three girls sat in the back. The other girl and a guy took Liu Ranren's car. Brother, this is too high profile. When the engine started, Xiao Yu spotted that some of the students stopped walking just to view her car. They even took photos of it. For a moment, her cheeks blushed. She had never been in the limelight since young. It's okay. Girls should be pampered, Wang Xian said with a smile. Xiao Yu, you are so blessed to have such a brother. Others would be too envious of you. Yes. Xiao Yu, you're too low profile. Just look at Liu Ranren. She can't wait to let the entire school know that she's an internet celebrity. Earning 80 monthly. And owning a BMW. Su Qian said from the back. Xiao Yu smiled and said no more. She just wanted to be herself. The car drove out of the school and headed to the old street. After Xiao Yu parked the car, some of the guys crowded around her car with astonished looks on their faces. Wang Yu, this is awesome. Too impressive. It's a Bentley. A pink Bentley. Gosh, I learned something today, a guy said in exaggeration. Come on. It's just a car. Wang Yu smiled and shook her head. Just a car, we could worship the car. A guy twitched the corner of his lips. We thought Liu Hui and Liu Ranren were already impressive. But Wang Yu, you concealed yourself well. Several of them rattled on. Liu Hui and Liu Ranren at the side were looking embarrassed. But they did not say anything. When the gap between both parties was too huge, they lost the motivation to make a comparison. All they could do was worship. No way could they make a comparison. Let's go. I'll take all of you to dinner. Later, you guys will sit at a table while my roommates sit at a table with me. Wang Xian explains this to them as he led them to the first-rate restaurant. Senior. Anything will do. Anything. The guys quickly replied. The first-rate restaurant. When they reached the door, the guys took a glance and looked at Liu Hui. Senior is awesome. Treating so many of us to dinner here could easily cost over 10,000. Liu Hui drew his lips as he spoke. Liu Ranren nodded her head silently and followed them in. Director Wang. They heard the greeters at the side as soon as they entered through the door. Okay. Wang Xian nodded and continued his way inside. The group of people behind froze as they were all stunned. The first-rate restaurant is owned by Xiao Yu's brother, said Su Qian. Looking at them. Senior owns the first-rate restaurant. All of them stared with astounded eyes, as they were overwhelmed by the shock. First-rate restaurant, looking at the fish that were worth millions on display. The amount of shock they received was hard to put into words. Xiao Mei, get the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Get us a big table for 12 people and a small table for 4 people. Prepare 2-headed ballons for each table. Wang Xian looked at Xiao Mei and said, yes, I got it. Director Wang, the server. Xiao Mei nodded her head immediately. Okay, let's go to the private room, Wang Xian told them as he led them to a private room. 2-headed ballon. Senior just took 2-headed ballons out. Gosh, they are worth 600. Yo. Gosh. We're going to have a meal that is worth a few hundred thousands. Hard to believe. It's hard to believe. All of them were stunned. Even Liu Hui and Liu Ranren were dumbfounded. The cost of this meal could easily pay for their cars. Xiao Yu's brother is a tycoon. Did you all see the watch she's wearing now? She just put it on today. Can you guys guess how much it is? Xiao Mei lowered her voice and asked her with smiles all over her face. All of them looked over. Liu Hui was pondering. That brand should be Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe's watches should be more than a few 100,000. Liu Ranren continued. 880. Mai gestured with her fingers. All of them went into silence as they slowly shook their heads. Impressive. I'm willing to shorten my life by 20 years to have such a great brother. This bunch of students finally understood who were the rich people and who were the tycoons. They stared at Xiao Yu as they could not imagine such an approachable and cute girl to be so filthy rich. First-class branded car, and a watch that cost nearly $1 million. Let's be friends. Tycoon. Chapter 124 Princess Xiao Yu. Chapter 124 Princess Xiao Yu. In a large private lounge in first-rate restaurant, there were 2 tables in the private lounge. Xiao Yu and her classmates were sitting around a table. Wang Xian, Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng sat around the other table. Come Tycoon, let's have a toast. Wang Dahai, Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng raised their cups and signaled to Wang Xian. I had really not expected you to become so rich. If I hadn't heard it from Dahai, I wouldn't have believed it. Incredible. $1 million thanks to the Tycoon. Wang Xian, who was treating us today? I have to eat till I can't even walk today. Zhang Wen and Zhang Feng looked at the dishes on the table and remarked emotionally. Wang Xian smiled and said, Come, let's have a toast. It's fate that brought us together as roommates. Cheers. Wang Xian's table had started eating without holding back. As for the table beside them, Xiao Yu and her classmates had not started at all. Nowadays, girls like to take pictures of their food before they start eating. It was the same for some of the guys. There were also guys who weren't into this. However, everyone resisted the temptation of the food this time. They wanted to take photos before they start eating. Nope, rather. They wanted to show off to others before they started eating. After we upload these pictures to our circle of friends, they will definitely be impressed. Two-headed abalone and Atlantic bluefin marlin for this meal, hee hee. Hee hee. Xiao Yu. This is too extravagant. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for your warm welcome. The group commented as they took pictures and uploaded them to their circle of friends. Even Liu Ranran and Liu Hui, who came from Multodo families, couldn't contain themselves and took a few pictures to show off. Come, let's take a group picture. Liu Hui stood up and said to the group, Hey, take a look at our school forum. There are many people commenting on Xiao Yu's pink Bentley. Really, let me see. It's true, there are quite a number of replies too. Don't just look at the forum. Take a look at our class Weixin group, they were talking about this too. The few guys commented and soon everyone took out their phones to check. In their class group chat, a student had uploaded a few pictures and added, There's a pink Bentley beside the female dormitory block. It's so stunning. Oh damn, who's that filthy rich girl who could actually afford to drive a pink Bentley? Looking at the cup noodles beside me. Haze. Forget it. I'll add a strip of bacon. Who's that girl? Is she single? I'll pursue her. Comparing with others would only deflate myself. I was still considering the brand of bicycle I should get. Now, in the class group, the group of students were chatting raucously and sighing. The group around the table found this to be hilarious. Su Kan laughed and uploaded the picture she took today onto the group. Take a look, who do you think this is? She smiled and clicked the send button. The group got silent for a few seconds. However, it exploded shortly after. Damn. What the hell? Why does she look a little like Wang Yu? She doesn't just look like Wang Yu. It's her. The owner of the pink Bentley is our class goddess. Wang Yu. She has hidden it too well. Wang Yu looks so approachable, like the girl next door. Who would have expected her to drive a Bentley? Worship. I never expected our class to have a hidden princess level existence. The group exploded immediately as the students couldn't help but sigh. Towards the end, even the school counselor commented. No one had expected that demure, cute and beautiful girl would be so incredible. Let's give them another piece of shocking news. One of the male students revealed a smile and uploaded a picture of their meal. Xiao Yu's brother is giving us a treat. First-rate restaurant is her brother's restaurant. This meal alone costs over 100. Inyo. That male student added the comment. Replies flooded in quickly for that comment. Perhaps they couldn't imagine the life of the filthy rich. 100. If you have a meal, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. This is equivalent to a princess-level existence. The students sighed emotionally. After this incident, Xiao Yu had become famous in the class. In fact, The entire school might get to know about her in the near future. Wang Dahei and Wang Xian were chatting joyously while eating. Soon, Xiao Yu and her classmates also started. Towards the end of the day, Xiao Yu's classmates went over to Wang Xian one after another to give a toast to him. No matter what, they had to thank Wang Xian and Wang Yu for treating them to such a luxurious dinner. The dinner ended at around 10 p.m. Wang Xian stood up and walked over to Xiao Yu. You will be having your off day tomorrow. If you'd like to tour around, take this card along. You could stay and play for free in the Summer Sun Resort with it. Wang Xian passed the family membership card of the Summer Sun Resort to Xiao Yu, as he wouldn't be using it himself. Alright, brother. Aren't you coming with us to play tomorrow? Xiao Yu asked while taking the card from Wang Xian. I'll give it a pass. I'll be a little busy for the next 2 days and have things to attend to. You guys could go and have fun. Wang Xian smiled as he replied. Alright then. Xiao Yu nodded her head and didn't question further. The group headed back towards the school with satisfied smiles on their faces. This time, when Xiao Yu drove her car to the car park behind the girls' dormitory block, Liu Ranran went over enthusiastically and even helped her put up the car hood. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that she knew that Wang Xian had rumors with Lan Qingyu and Guan Shuqing, she might have asked for Wang Xian's contacts from Xiao Yu. However, after giving it some thought, she gave up on the idea. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyu were famous goddesses of the school. They weren't something she could match up to. When Wang Xian got back to his dormitory, he had a good night's sleep. He had not slept for the last 3 to 4 days. The next morning, Wang Dahai went over to look for Su Qian at the break of dawn. When Wang Xian woke up, it was already 10 a.m. After washing up, he went over to his medical hall. He would still prefer to take a look at the renovations of the medical hall. Moreover, there were still some things that he had to give instructions about before buying. Currently, Wang Xian liked to wear a pair of sunglasses while in school. It wasn't that he wanted to look cool to others, but rather that he wanted to prevent others from recognizing him. However, when he reached the entrance of the school, he still sensed a sharp gaze looking at him. Wang Xian looked over in the direction and was slightly surprised. It was a juvenile that was looking at him. That juvenile from the Sacred Followers Guild. There was also a middle-aged man beside the juvenile. That middle-aged man was skinny and wore a white shirt and a pair of gray pants. The middle-aged man was also staring at Wang Xian. His gaze was sharp and felt chilly. Wang Xian didn't pay attention to it as he continued walking forward. However, even if Wang Xian didn't want to be bothered by them, it didn't mean that they wouldn't bother him. The two of them headed straight to him. Wang Xian lifted his eyebrows and stopped. He looked at the middle-aged man and that juvenile. Hey son, how are you? The middle-aged man walked over and said to Wang Xian. Do you have something for me? Wang Xian looked at them and asked. Nothing. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian from head to toe. He shook his head and commented. It's just. If you have nothing, I have something going on. I'm not too close to you guys, so don't come and disturb me. Seeing their attitude, Wang Xian interrupted his words directly in a sharp and cold manner. After finishing his sentence, he turned around and left. Chapter 125 Medical Hall is open. Chapter 125 Medical Hall is open. Wang Xian ignored that fellow. He was even more annoyed with the middle-aged man. If both of them came with a good attitude, he would not have any comments. But all they did was stare hard at him and judge him from head to toe without any courtesy. People would have thought that this middle-aged man was a pervert. Wang Xian usually ignored such people. I don't care who you are. Who cares? The faint smile froze on the face of the middle-aged man. He darkened his expression and glared coldly at Wang Xian. Master, this fellow is too arrogant. Last time, he even commented that the Sacred Followers Guild is trash. Too haughty. We ought to teach him a lesson. The juvenile by his side stared at Wang Xian as he spoke viciously. He bore grudges ever since what happened last time. He told his master about this since he was here. Yet his master's curiosity was piqued, and that was not what he had expected. After some investigations into that young man, the outcome took them by surprise. According to the information from the Sacred Followers Guild, he was not a disciple of the Sacred Followers Guild. Wang Xian might have inherited the medical skills from some experts unknowingly. Hence, his master had a plan. Yes, he's arrogant. This lad probably thought he could afford to be haughty. Radiance flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he stared at Wang Xian. He thought he could be arrogant since he has ties with Qin family and Zhu family. Heh, master, he probably didn't know what we're capable of. Should we teach him a lesson? Coldness flashed in the juvenile's eyes. Sacred Followers Guild cannot be humiliated. No spirits or god could save them if they did. The middle-aged man displayed a cold look. Initially, I wanted to recruit him to the Sacred Followers Guild and get him to hand over his medical skill inheritance. Since he is so ignorant, I shall not give him any face. HMPH. Master, what should we do upon hearing what his master said? The juvenile looked surprised. We must teach him a lesson. Didn't he open a medical hall if that's the case? Radiance flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Some lads don't know what's good for them. We need to teach him a lesson. Hee. That's right, master. We need to teach him a lesson. The juvenile showed excitement on his face. Anyone who provokes Sacred Followers Guild is seeking their own doom. No spirits nor gods can save them. Let's go. We'll meet the people from the Yan family. I heard that the old man in Yan family has already attained half-step level, said the middle-aged man. Yes, master. The juvenile nodded and followed behind his master. Yan family was ranked first in the ancient martial artist family of Rivertown. They were the absolute ultimate existence in this town. Even though Yan family had retreated for 20 years and things had changed, they were still known as the first in the Rivertown. The rest of the ancient martial artist families could never be comparable with the Yan family in terms of their capabilities. Wang Xian came to the Divine Dragon Medical Hall and suggested some ideas to the renovation workers. Once the renovation was completed, they could use it immediately since they only used materials of the best quality. In addition, Wang Xian also got Old Qin and Old Zhu to promote his business for him. Publicity was difficult for Wang Xian, but it was a piece of cake for them. Especially Old Qin. Old Qin pulled strings for him. In the future, those eligible patients were recommended here for treatment if they could not get themselves cured in Rivertown's hospital. Wang Xian also fixed a price. Cost of treatment would start from 2 million. No money, I'm sorry. Please leave. The Divine Dragon Medical Hall is not a charity organization. No money. No cure. Wang Xian was not a Virgin Mary that would treat any poor man who came along. There were too many pitiful people around the world. If all of them need treatment, wouldn't he be tired to death? Hence, Wang Xian laid some ground rules. 1. Treatment fees start from 2 million. Subject to conditions. 2. No money. No cure. 3. Appointments need to be made in advance. 4. Open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. These 4 rules, in his opinion, were not harsh at all. They were achievable. Time passed by, and Wang Xian just shuffled between the restaurant and Divine Dragon Medical Hall every day. The weather was rather hot these few days. Xiao Yu had been complaining to him how hot it was during their military training. Seeing her getting darker each day, Wang Xian decided to find a chance to strengthen her body with the dragon energy. With regards to his sister's future, he had some struggles. He wanted Xiao Yu to practice the Divine Dragon transformation with him. But Xiao Yu did not have the Divine Dragon bloodline. Wang Xian could not possibly insert his blood essence into his sister. If she did, she would be controlled by him. Then she would possess the mindset that she was under his command. Naturally, he did not want his own sister to do that. It was possible for her to practice ancient martial arts. However, he did not have the methods. What Mo Qinggong practiced was considered a devilish art. It was not suitable for Xiao Yu to practice, whereas Zhu family's art of cultivation could only be practiced by the men. Hence, he did not mention too much to Xiao Yu. After the Dragon Palace was built, there would be ways. The Dragon Palace had a treasure known as the Dragon Evolution Fruit. After eating that, one could transform into a dragon. When the time came, he would just need to ask his sister to take the fruit and that would do. Boss, all the things are ready. We can open for business tomorrow, said manager Huang after he checked on all the things in the medical hall on the 4th day. Okay, done. Wang Xian nodded. All the renovation was completed. The medical hall was painted in green with wood furniture. Green represents wood attributes. Hence, Wang Xian felt that this was a suitable color. The entire room was very simple, with 3 beds and 4 chairs in the middle. The second floor had the exact same layout with 3 beds. I have invited those who needed to be invited. Tomorrow, the medical hall will be officially opened. Wang Xian smiled. If the medical hall succeeded in the future, the revenue from the first-rate restaurant could not hold a candle to the revenue of the medical hall. The medical hall was open for business the next morning. There was no stage or publicity. Wang Xian put 2 wooden signs on both sides of the medical hall. One said, "May the opening be a success." Another one had the Divine Dragon Medical Hall's rules written on it. The rules were what Wang Xian had set. As a Divine Dragon Medical Hall, there must be some style in it. The 2 signs before the entrance were very eye-catching. The pedestrian traffic was huge on the old street. Some of them looked at the medical hall with curiosity. Medical halls had almost disappeared in modern times. There were only pharmacies, healthcare services, and hospitals. But an ancient medical hall was rarely seen. Some of the people crowded around and looked at the ancient and plain-looking medical hall. A courteous old man walked closer and read the fascia board. He then swept his gaze at the signs near the entrance and got a shock on his face. What does it say? Treatment fees start from 2 million. Subject to conditions. No money. No cure. Appointments need to be made in advance. Open from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily. What kind of medical hall is this? With the cost of treatment that starts at 2 million nowadays. People are crazy about money. Is a deity the doctor? It's so expensive. Chapter 126 Challenge 1. Chapter 126 Challenge 1. That's strange, someone actually decided to open a medical hall here. Medical halls are rarely seen nowadays, although there might still be some in the rural areas. Nonetheless, isn't this medical hall a little too much? Treatment starts at a minimum of 2 million. Are they crazy? This is likely just their publicity stunt. Each of its 4 rules gets more and more absurd. They are probably just fooling around. Look, there's no one here to see the doctor. Moreover, I don't see any medicine in it. Outside the Divine Dragon Medical Hall, a curious crowd had gathered to take a look at this new medical hall. Looking at the notice board placed outside, every one of them shook their head, disregarding the other rules. Treatment fees at a minimum of 2 million could already deter many people. 2 million? What kind of illness would require treatment of 2 million? The crowd exchanged their views and quickly scattered. That old man that had joked that this medical hall was treating deities had also left after seeing the exorbitant price. Wang Xian sat in the medical hall and smiled upon hearing the conversations outside the medical hall. This was what he wanted to achieve. He did not wish that his medical hall would be as noisy as the wet market. His positioning had been set to focus on the high-end market. Brother Wang Xian, you seem to be in high spirits. At this moment, Wang Xian heard old Qin and old Zhu's voice from outside the shop. There were also some family members of the Qin and Zhu families behind the 2 family heads. Congratulations on the opening of your medical hall. 5 to 6 people walked in. They were all wearing smiles as they observed the surroundings. Zhu Jing and Qin Lian Hui each held onto a congratulatory gift which they eventually placed on the table by the side. Wang Xian stood up to welcome them. I'm still waiting for old Qin and old Zhu to direct some business to me. Haha. There's definitely business for you. Old Zhu laughed heartily. I have introduced you to a few ancient martial artists. All of them had hidden injuries on them that require treatment. The directors from several hospitals in Rivertown will also be coming over in a while. They could also help to introduce patients if they fulfill the criteria. Old Qin replied. I really have to thank you guys, then let's have a feast for lunch. Wang Xian smiled and replied. Just as they were chatting, a middle-aged man and an old man arrived at the entrance, carrying the congratulatory gifts in their hands. They took a look at the signboard to confirm the location before entering. Isn't that the director of the number 1 hospital in Rivertown? I recognize him. He's incredible. That seems to be the director of the number 3 hospital in Rivertown. They aren't the only ones. The directors of several other large hospitals are all there. Who's the owner of this Divine Dragon Medical Hall? Why are there so many influential figures? With a dozen plus people suddenly entering a rather unique medical hall, it immediately drew the attention of many people. Passers-by, who were initially curious about the medical hall, were all shocked by what they had seen. Considering that the directors of several large hospitals had come, it was easy to tell that the owner wasn't someone ordinary. Director Lai, you are here, come in. As the group of hospital directors and influential people in Rivertown entered the shop, Old Kin immediately went over to welcome them. Wang Xian smiled and followed. These were all his guests and he had to rely on them to refer business to him. Thank you, directors, for coming. I'm really grateful. Wang Xian went over and exchanged customary words. This must be Brother Wang Xian indeed. Heroes are often developed from youth. May your medical hall prospers in years to come. Congratulations. The group of hospital directors greeted enthusiastically. Wang Xian smiled in response and exchanged customary words. He was clear that they were here because of Old Kin. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to invite this group of people. Old Zhu, I hope we aren't late. Less than half an hour after the arrival of the hospital directors, another group of people entered the shop, different from the first batch of guests. This group of people had a unique disposition around them. All of them had terrifying powers contained within their bodies. Not at all. Not at all, old brother Duan. Please come in. Old Zhu immediately walked over and invited the old man at the front of the group. Old Kin turned his head over and greeted with a smile. Old Duan, I did not expect you to be here. Hee, just coming to take a look. For a miracle doctor that even Old Zhu and Old Kin recommend, I naturally had to come and take a look. The old man smiled in response as his attention fell on Wang Xian. Old Duan, welcome. Seeing how Old Kin and Old Zhu had acted, a thought struck him and he recalled a family. Ancient martial arts family. Duan family. They were the third strongest family in Rivertown. As for this old man in front of Wang Xian, he was most likely the family head of the Duan family. Duan Guaji, he's a martial artist level 8 expert. This must be the young miracle doctor. Wang Xian, I will have to trouble you in a while. Old Duan looked at Wang Xian. Not at all. I'm doing this as a business after all. Wang Xian laughed, took a glance at Old Duan and thought to himself that Old Duan must have some hidden injuries. Haha. Old Duan was injured during a sparring session when he was young and has not recovered since. Brother Wang Xian, you've got to take a good look at it in a while. The Duan family isn't lacking in money, Old Zhu joked. As long as you can cure me, money isn't an issue. Old Duan waved his hand proudly. The ancient martial arts families in Rivertown weren't disheveled. The 7 to 8 families were often not seen or known by the general public. Moreover, there wasn't deep animosity between families. Zhu family was on the rise recently and had formed a good relationship with the Qin family. During this period of time, things were smooth sailing for the Zhu family, and the Duan family had chosen to maintain a cordial relationship with them. Just as Wang Xian was entertaining his guest, a voice sounded from outside the shop suddenly. Divine Dragon Medical Hall, how arrogant! The Divine Dragon serves as our totem. Its prestige should not be encroached or infringed upon. A small medical hall dares to call itself the Divine Dragon Medical Hall. Inappropriate, it has to change its name. Instantly, the lively hall quietened down. Old Zhu frowned and lashed out. Come in, you guys sure are haughty. Hee. That's because we have the strength to back it. The voice sounded again and the crowd immediately looked to the door. There were 5 people standing at the entrance with 2 middle-aged men in the middle. There was also a juvenile and 2 young men by their left and right. The group of 5 people walked into the shop. They looked around arrogantly before turning their attention to Wang Xian. Not bad. I can see that you have invited quite a number of people. The slim middle-aged man smirked and commented sarcastically. The medical hall isn't big, but there sure are quite a number of rules as for the medical skills. It's worth looking into, but you sure are arrogant. Wang Xian looked at the 5 of them emotionlessly. He knew 2 of the 5 people, and they were none other than the middle-aged man and juvenile from the Sacred Followers Guild. It seems like I should have added another rule for my medical hall. Wang Xian looked at the 5 of them and smirked. Uninvited people and dogs are prohibited. Haha. Great. What a sharp tongue you have. Wang Zan's words immediately made the five of them embarrassed. The slim middle-aged man looked coldly at Wang Zian. You are the first person who dares to be so unruly to the Sacred Followers Guild. There's also no one in Rivertown who dares to speak to me. Yan Zhanyuan. In such a way the sturdy middle-aged man beside the slim middle-aged man added in a cold tone, Sacred Followers Guild. Yan family. Exclamations sounded in the medical hall. Chapter 127 Challenge 2. Chapter 127 Challenge 2. Sacred Followers Guild. Yan family. To the people of Rivertown. Each of them represented a supreme existence. In particular, one of the two medical sacred sects, Sacred Followers Guild. Any members from the Sacred Followers Guild possessed huge influence. Greetings to the senior. Those hospital directors in the medical hall revealed an appalled expression. They hesitated before they greeted him respectfully. No choice. The Sacred Followers Guild was influential in the medical field. They were so strong that even directors had to treat members of Sacred Followers Guild with care. This was the power of the Sacred Followers Guild. Yan Zhanyuan, Old Zhu, Old Duan, and the rest of the ancient martial artists fixed their gazes at the sturdy middle-aged man beside the members of Sacred Followers Guild. A burly figure with shoulder-length hair made him look a little out of this world. But none of the ancient martial artists on the spot dared to underestimate him. Yan family. Yan Zhanyuan. Both names were good enough to hold Rivertown in awe. Old Duan clenched his fist as he glared at Yan Zhanyuan with hatred in his eyes. But helplessness took over what was in his eyes. Yan family was too strong. Yan Zhanyuan's reputation was domineering too. Old Zhu had mixed expressions. Eventually, he took a deep breath and spoke no more. The group of ancient martial arts experts did not utter a word. Upon seeing everyone's shocked and respectful manner, the slim, middle-aged man made a prideful gesture. Yan family. Sacred Followers Guild. Wang Zian gazed at Yan Zhanyuan, and that middle-aged man with radiance flickering in his eyes. Both Yan Zhanyuan and the middle-aged man from the Sacred Followers Guild were staring back at Wang Zian with disdainful looks in their eyes. How reputable. Sacred Followers Guild and the Yan family. Ha! Wang Zian was composed as he stared at them scornfully. Yes. How reputable. Old Qin swept his gaze across the directors and spoke slowly with a darkened expression. Those hospital directors dreaded the influence of the Sacred Followers Guild. The ancient martial artist families were afraid of the Yan family. But not the Qin family. No matter how formidable the ancient martial artists were, they were still under the governance of the country. Even the inborn experts could not do anything they pleased. Qin family, the family that had a long history in Rivertown, was not afraid of the ancient martial artist family. Of course, Qin family would not provoke them since it would do them no good. The middle-aged man from the Sacred Followers Guild and Yan Zhanyuan took a glance at Old Qin without saying anything. Both of them were not afraid of Qin family either. I, Fang Huazi, heard that there's a little miracle doctor over here. So, I'm here to look around and spar with him at the same time. When I saw the fascia board on the medical hall, I thought it was inappropriate. I think the medical hall should change its name to Little Worm Medical Hall. Ha, that would suit it the most. Feng Huazi of Sacred Followers Guild jeered as he looked at Wang Zian. Upon hearing him, Wang Zian revealed a faint, cold smile. Does that mean that if I think that Feng Huazi is a bad name, I can call you Jiao Huazi one? Asshole. You better watch your mouth. Your medical hall just opened for business today, and we are here to challenge you. If you lose, you'll have to smash your signboard and close down this place. In medical learnings, there's no first or last. But don't disgrace yourself when your skill is lousy. As soon as Wang Zian finished his sentence, a juvenile jumped out and pointed at him as he bellowed. Sacred Followers Guild is here to challenge. This is getting out of hand. Sigh. I never thought that this young man would have provoked the Sacred Followers Guild. We can't meddle in this anymore. On account of Old Qin, let's just stay and watch. The directors were exchanging conversations and whispers with awful looks. If it were not on account of Old Qin, all of them would definitely support the Sacred Followers Guild. It was all about the reputation. The reputation of the Sacred Followers Guild was like a towering mountain to them. Hence, They were in favor of the sacred followers guild. If not for the relationship with Old Kin, they could have jumped out and reprimanded Old Kin just to fawn over the sacred followers guild. The discussion among the directors might have been soft, but Wang Xian heard everything clearly. He frowned slightly and looked at Fang Huazi, whose expression was cold. He had an idea. His eyes were smiling as he said, "Challenge ha. Fine, since you're here to challenge. I'll smash my own signboard and close down this place if I lose." As Wang Xian spoke, he slowly strolled to Fang Huazi and looked at him impassively. "But that would be too boring. What, you still want to raise the stakes?" Fang Huazi looked at Wang Xian with sarcasm on his face. "Since you're here to challenge me, I will set the rules. If I lose, I'll close down this place. In addition, let's put a pair of arms at stake. Whoever loses will cripple their arms." Wang Xian stretched out his arm at Fang Huazi with a smiling face while looking at him fervently. Wang Xian would never lose. Even if it were a dying person, he could prolong his life with dragon energy. It would at most consume some of his dragon energy. If consuming some dragon energy could impair Fang Huazi, it would be worth it. Wang Xian stunned everyone with his words. Even Fang Huazi frowned. "Even your life is not worth exchanging my master's arms." A juvenile by the side glared at Wang Xian coldly as he growled, "Shut up." Wang Xian snapped at the juvenile impassively. He slowly sat back in a chair at the side, gazing at them leisurely. "Isn't sacred followers guild compelling you? Don't even dare to accept the challenge, he. And don't tell me how precious your arms are. Accept it if you dare. Since you're here to challenge, you can't be that chicken. Do you know you're asking for your own doom?" Fang Huazi glared at Wang Xian coldly. "Idiot. I don't have time for you. Since you're here to challenge, you might as well place a bigger bet. Get lost if you're a chicken. You said I'm courting my own doom. Why do you have so much fusing nonsense for a challenge?" Wang Xian stood up immediately as he spoke to Fang Huazi coldly. "SSS." The hospital directors around them drew a cold breath as they stared at Wang Xian in surprise. Guts. He had guts. If that man from the Sacred Followers Guild is here for a challenge, then Wang Xian is forcing the challenge to go on. They were unsure if challenging a Sacred Followers Guild on medical skills was considered to be brave or capable. No matter what, Wang Xian's imposing demeanor overpowered that man from the Sacred Followers Guild. Even Yan Zhanyuan knit his eyebrows, staring at Wang Xian doubtfully. Old Zhu and Old Qin clenched their fists as they watched quietly. "Don't blame me for it since you want to die so much. Nobody can save you today once you compete with me on medical skills." Fang Huazi fixed his gaze on Wang Xian. He was infuriated because of Wang Xian's challenge. He was confident that the lad before him would never be his match. But he was angry at Wang Xian's dominating demeanor. He should be the one who dominated the situation. "Fine. Since you agreed, let's begin now." Wang Xian chuckled. "Everyone here will be our witnesses for the competition. The one who loses will impair both arms. I think Sacred Followers Guild would not go back on their word. Otherwise, the entire Sacred Followers Guild will be shameful. You'll soon find out your outcome for offending me." Silver needles were flickering, giving off cold radiance when Fang Huazi rubbed his palms together. Later, "Well, impair your arms personally." End note. Wanjiu Huazi means beggar in Chinese. Chapter 128 Challenge 3. Chapter 128 Challenge 3. Translator Larbris Studio. Editor Larbris Studio. Let's make everyone the judges for this contest. Does anyone have any issue with it? Old Qin looked at the face of Wang Xian and Fang Huazi, and asked loudly. "Sure. The winner of a contest of medical skills will be clear to tell." Fang Huazi looked past Old Qin and said plainly, "Medical skills are about the 4 diagnostic methods of observing, listening, questioning and feeling one's pulse, followed by manipulation, medicinal herbs, and acupuncture for treatment. Since we are going to compete, let's start with these. Observe, listen, question and feel one's pulse." Wang Xian looked at him and revealed a faint smile. He knew nothing about these diagnosis methods and naturally wouldn't be a match in these aspects. Troublesome. Since we are going to compete, it's natural to cure the patient. That's the core of medical skills. No matter how great you are in these 4 diagnosis methods, it's useless if you can't cure the patient. Wang Xian spoke plainly. The surrounding hospital directors nodded their heads silently. These 4 diagnosis methods were frequently used a long time ago. However, in the current era, there weren't many who specialized in these. It wasn't that these methods weren't important anymore, but it was because of the advancement of technology. Whether a doctor was great or bad depended on if he could cure his patient. It was pointless to have other fanciful packaging. Alright, how shall we do it when it comes to medical skills? You aren't a match for me either. Fang Huazi gave Wang Xian a harsh stare and said, "We have a few members of the Underworld here today, and most of them have hidden injuries that have not recovered completely. Let's see who can cure them of their injuries. I believe this wouldn't be a problem for you." Right. Old Zhu looked at Wang Xian before turning to Fang Huazi. Fang Huazi squinted his eyes, and looked across the people beside Old Zhu before agreeing. "I don't have an issue with it. I'm fine with it too." Wang Xian smiled and nodded his head. "Since you guys are going to compete, you guys can use me for the contest." Old Duan walked out and stopped between Wang Xian and Fang Huazi. "I was injured by a poisonous palm strike 10 years ago. The poison has entered my bone marrow, and I'll have a day each month where I'll feel worse than death." As Old Duan spoke, his gaze swept past Yan Zhongyuan and felt a tinge of resentment. "I'm fine with the arrangement." Wang Xian nodded his head directly. Suddenly, Yan Zhongyuan, who had been staying at one side, spoke to Fang Huazi. "Miracle Dr. Fang, I believe we should find another person. The poison palm strike on him was dealt by me when we sparred." "Oh, in that case, let's find another person. Since this reckless man was injured by you, let's forget about him." Fang Huazi nodded his head. "You." When Old Duan heard their conversation, rage welled up to his face. His eyes burned with rage as he stared intensely at Yan Zhongyuan. "What do you want? Another fight? However, if you lose again, it won't end so well." Yan Zhongyuan looked at Old Duan with contempt and threatened. Puff. Old Duan's face was seething with anger. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and did not speak another word. "You guys sure are asking for a lot." Wang Xian looked to Old Duan and said, "Old Duan, I'll take care of your injuries. It wouldn't be a problem." Old Duan's body stiffened. His eyes jerked open as he stared at Wang Xian with joy. "Brother, can you really cure my injuries?" "Not an issue." Wang Xian nodded his head and replied confidently. "Thank you. Thank you, brother." Old Duan answered in agitation, and his body was even trembling slightly from the excitement. At this moment, Yan Zhongyuan said emotionlessly, "If you cure the opponent of the Yan family, that would be equivalent to going against our Yan family. You have to think about it." "Oh, the Yan family." Wang Xian turned his head to Yan Zhongyuan and said with contempt, "So what if I'm going against the Yan family?" He he. When Yan Zhongyuan saw Wang Xian's reaction, he smirked. Interesting to see that there would be people willing to go against our Yan family. You will learn about the consequences soon. Is it?" Wang Xian's eyes flickered and broke into laughter. He diverted his attention to the few martial artists, and no longer paid attention to Yan Zhongyuan. "Is there anyone who wants to volunteer? Let me do it. My injuries were sustained during a fight in the past. My 5 visceral and 6 bowel organs were torched by the devil technique. I once sought treatment from a disciple of mythical sect, but he wasn't able to cure me completely." 1. A middle-aged man stepped out and flipped up his clothes. At the location of his stomach, there was a clear palm mark. The palm mark was filled with densely packed black dots and looked horrifying. Black rain palm. When Fang Huazi saw the injury on the middle-aged man, he was shocked. "Yeah, it is the black rain palm." The middle-aged man nodded his head bitterly. "What a creepy injury. That looks horrifying. What kind of injury is that? If he was sent to our hospitals, we wouldn't even know where to start." The few hospital directors exchanged gazes and were clearly shocked. They were discussing softly about the injury among themselves. Fang Huazi took a few steps forward to take a closer look at the injuries. "Your injuries must have been sustained 3 years ago. The one who fought you probably hadn't mastered black rain palm. Otherwise, you would have died on the spot. However, looking at your current situation, You wouldn't live longer than 5 more years. You are not able to engage in vigorous activities currently, or might not even be able to bend your back because of the injuries, which makes you feel unbearable pain. At this moment, Fang Huazi looked just like an intelligent old man. He stood beside the middle-aged man and explained the symptoms to him like a real master in medical skills. Yes, Miracle Dr. Fang is right. When the middle-aged man heard Fang Huazi explain all the symptoms he was facing, he became agitated. Miracle Dr. Fang. Is this curable? Incredible, just a look at it and he could tell all the symptoms of the injuries. He truly lives up to the name of the Sacred Followers Guild. His medical skills are so impressive. Miracle Dr. Fang Huazi's medical skills are godlike. This young man is finished. Fang Huazi's explanation was direct and succinct. This greatly impressed the crowd. Everyone, including the hospital directors and martial artists, were looking in awe at the confident Fang Huazi. This was why the Sacred Followers Guild was so powerful. Tisk. My master is an incredible existence even within the Sacred Followers Guild. When the juvenile heard the exclamations of the crowd, he got pleasantly contented. He looked to Wang Xian and said, "We will cripple your arms in a while. Just accept your fate without resistance." Fang Huazi revealed a faint smile and looked at Wang Xian with contempt. In a proud and demeaning tone, he continued, "I can cure this guy. Brat, what about you?" Everyone's attention had fallen on Wang Xian at this moment. They were all here because of Old Qin and Old Zhu's invitation. With regard to this young man, they weren't too confident about his capabilities. After all, Wang Xian was too young. Now that he was competing with an expert from the Sacred Followers Guild, no one really had high hopes of his chances of winning. It was especially so after they witnessed the medical skills of Fang Huazi a while ago. It was really impressive. Even Old Qin and Old Zhu were looking at Wang Xian anxiously and weren't too certain that Wang Xian could win. After all, the one he was competing with was from the Sacred Followers Guild. If you were going to administer treatment, how would you go about it and how long would you take? Wang Xian didn't answer Fang Huazi directly and posed a question instead. He'll be using acupuncture and medicinal herbs. I'm confident of curing him completely within 2 days. Brett, just stretch your arms over. Think about it. He'll give you another option. I hate that mouth of yours. You could use your tongue in exchange for your arms. Hee. That's a pretty good deal for you. End note. 1-5 Viscerals refer to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. 6 Bowel organs refer to the stomach, large intestine, small intestine, bladder, gallbladder, and Senjiao is a concept in traditional Chinese medicine. Part 2 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.